for everything he's done for Ukraine. The United Kingdom has always supported us and are one of our important allies. This is our friend Alexei, who's going to be coming and speaking to us later. They helped us with weapons, a lot of weapons, and have provided humanitarian aid. Unfortunate that such words were said yesterday, but Ben Wallace has done a lot for our country. This is the third or fourth one I've seen now. I do know that Ukrainians have a good streak of sarcasm running through them, and I think some of this is a little bit tongue-in-cheek. What do you think, Tim?
Yeah, I mean, this is such a nothing burger, right? I mean, you read Ben Wallace's comments in full, and he was saying, look, what his basic point was, look, we have to convince a number of electorates about this, and we have to keep them convinced, and we have to keep them engaged. We also have to convince reluctant politicians, and politicians are persuaded by popularity, and they're also persuaded by by tone as well. And therefore, the more Ukraine can help on the messaging, the better it will be for everybody, including and particularly Ukraine. Right? There's no other charitable way to interpret his words. Right? It was very basic. Kind of, there's a way, and there's a better way to do the messaging on this. It's better if we do it the better way. It was almost axiomatic what he said. And of course, the Guardian. Excuse me.
It's okay. I know you've got stuff going on this morning. Carry on.
Of course, the Guardian came and editorialized it and said that their headline was something like, "Oh, Ben Wallace says the Ukrainians should say thank you for our support," and that's not what he said at all. And then, of course, everybody jumped all over it, and we got the kind of prickly ends of Twitter going nuts about it as well. And of course, a number of the big Ukrainian accounts jumped on it, and it all turned into this ridiculous thing. And of course, it's not a ridiculous thing. Of course, it did give an opportunity for Alexei Goncharenko to plug his amazing video where he asks a very interesting question of Ben Wallace. He basically said to Ben Wallace, what options here are either Ukraine joins NATO or Ukraine gets nuclear weapons. Ben Wallace's answer was very interesting, especially coming from the defense minister of a nuclear-armed non-proliferation treaty signatory state. He said, "You got to do what you got to do." I took that as a ringing endorsement of any future nuclear program by Ukraine. To the extent that I'm surprised Ben Wallace still has a job this morning, because as an NPT party, your answer to that is always lol, no. Like that's the legally required answer under international law is no nukes for you, sunshine. Doesn't matter who you are. But he said, meh, do what you got to do, which is interesting. It was probably a slip, and I'm making too much of it.
No, you see, Tim, I like this idea. This was something that Florian brought to us yesterday morning. And he said, look, this is an option that Ukraine do have. They have the capability. They probably still have facilities, albeit they would require updating and upgrading. And the whole point is that if nobody else is going to do it for them, what they could do is turn around and say, well, okay, NATO, that's fine. You do what you need to do, and we've got options. The Budapest Agreement has already pretty much been torn up by the Russians here. So we're going to give you 6 months notice that we'll pull out of it. And then we're going to, start looking into making our own. And that might be all they need to do to create enough of a concern that the process of other things speeds up. They don't have to do it, obviously. Just, give notice, give 6 months notice, and watch everybody else deal with that situation. It's political hardball, but it is an option they could take. And the very fact that he voiced that yesterday to Ben Wallace, and Ben Wallace didn't immediately say, "Good Lord, no," leads me to think that this might actually be something that they're considering doing. Just to, make the point that actually we have agency here. If you can't help us look after ourselves, we'll look after ourselves. That kind of, not a threat, just this is our other option. Now, if you want to leave us with just this option, we'll have to take it. So make your decision. That's kind of how I feel about it. What do you think, Tim?
Yeah. I mean, I'm honestly in two minds about proliferation, right? I don't have the logic and philosophy of this laid out in my head properly. I would see the possession of WMDs where they're not wantonly illegal, such as chemical and biological weapons. I would see that as the right of a sovereign state. At the same time, I can see the wisdom of not just any old Charlie having them. I mean, I think that Western proliferation policy is kind of unilateral, and I think that's disadvantaging us to an extent, because the tanky countries are developing them anyway, and there doesn't seem to be anything we can do about it. And of course, two of the major tanky countries have them, and so I'm honestly, I don't have a settled view on this, because I think the doctrine and philosophy around nuclear weapons is so kind of high level game theory stuff anyway. I think that they won't do much to shore up Ukraine's security, even if Ukraine has them, because even if
suicidal to start using them.
Well, yeah, it's suicidal to start using them. I think it takes a degree of inhumanity to start using them as well, to fire first, even if your country is invaded. And I don't think a democracy like Ukraine would have that degree of inhumanity. The other issue is it would cost them alliances as well, right? If Russia invaded and Ukraine launched, then a great deal of the world, including the Western world, would be, was that wise? And I think it would cost them an awful lot of goodwill. I think the absolute best thing for Ukraine's long-term security is to be in NATO, and so Russia can FAFO basically. If Russian soldiers cross Ukraine's internationally recognized borders, those soldiers just get absolutely walloped by NATO, in cooperation with Ukraine, and that's how you solve that problem.
Oh yeah, I ultimately feel that NATO is the answer here, but I just feel as though Ukraine does have a couple of cards that they can play to perhaps point out their own agency, and give them something to think about. Basically, say, look, this is the corner you're leaving us in. If you really want to do that, that's what we've got left. It's not a threat as such, it's just being honest. JD Knight, welcome up.
Well, the writer Michael Kinsley once defined a gaffe as when a politician accidentally tells you what he really thinks. And I think that that's really what we have here. The thing about nuclear weapons and stuff, that I think what he said was actually how he actually felt, is that he would not be uncomfortable if Ukraine had them. because they would be responsible in using them or not using them. I think that the whole thing is beside the point. I doubt it will even be 120 minutes after the Ukrainians have kicked out the Russians that they'll be in NATO, if not in if not in in um, in law, definitely in fact. Uh, and that is, you know, something that is happening is that the Ukrainians are going to kick the Russians out. The Ukrainians are going to not only be a member of NATO in the future, but they're going to be a central pillar of the NATO community. And so I think the whole thing of Ukraine asking for membership and being rebuffed has kind of been something that sort of distracted us from what the important work is making sure Ukraine has the weapons it needs to get the job done. So I don't know. I hope I wasn't rambling. It's a bit late for me in the evening, but I just wanted to throw in my 2 cents. Thanks.
Yeah, thanks, JD. And no, you weren't too bad. You were understandable. Thank you very much. Tim?
I was just going to say another thing that Ben Wallace did point out in his press briefings was that there does seem to have been a step change in the political tone around Ukraine's membership of NATO, in that everybody is now saying when Ukraine joins NATO, not if Ukraine joins NATO. And according to Ben Wallace's comments, this is both new and highly significant, because people weren't talking like this at the last NATO summit. So that's something. I don't agree with our Ukrainian friends that it's absolutely vital to have some kind of formal timetable, formal series of steps on how this will, how this will come about, like a checklist of requirements or anything like that. Because the principle is established, and the only, the only thing that's preventing it is the fact that Ukraine is currently at war. And membership becomes practically impossible under those circumstances, because what Article 5 doing, right? What events trigger that? Is it the it's Russian troops have already crossed NATO's Ukraine's borders, so does that mean NATO is now at war if Ukraine joins, and at the point at which Ukraine joins? Or does it mean that if Russian troops advance from their current positions, then would that trigger Article 5? And I think the danger of that would be that you risk kind of legitimizing what Russia has seized so far, right? Because you're interpreting the front lines as a kind of de facto border, that if the Russian troops cross, then there's a war, right? So you're not exactly freezing the conflict, but you kind of are at the same time, right? There's this kind of tacit admission that whatever Russia holds at the moment is some kind of red line, right? It's some kind of real thing, rather than just being the what happened to be the front lines of a war. So it, the question of membership does seem to be settled. It does seem to be something that is going to happen. Is a formal timetable necessary? Is a formal checklist process step by step document published at this stage necessary? With the utmost respect to our Ukrainian friends, I don't agree that it is. It's just a question of the political effort would be far better spent ensuring Ukraine gets the equipment and support she needs to win this war. Right? That's where the effort should be focused. NATO membership at this stage, although the principle has been accepted that Ukraine will join, it's a bit of a red herring. in my opinion. I think it's a waste of political effort because it's not going to happen during wartime.
Well, yeah, we knew that, didn't we? We knew it wasn't going to be immediate or anything like that. We know that while there's a war on, obviously, while that's active, it wasn't going to be the case that they were going to receive it's going to happen on this date. That there's obviously something that needs to be dealt with first, but positive things have come out of yesterday and the whole summit. There's been a lot of bilateral agreements. There's been more assistance given. One thing I am confused about, and I don't know if you'll be able to help me with this, Tim, but Biden and Zelensky had a talk. It was supposed to be an hour. It ended up being 2. And one of the things they talked about was ATACMS or ATACMS. And there appears to have been a statement come out afterwards that Ukraine already has rockets or munitions with the capability of an ATACMS. And so they don't really need them. And I'd like to know what that is and where it is, because we haven't seen it too much at the moment. And what the that sounds like a lie.
I mean, I guess Storm Shadow would be my immediate impression. Okay, so it exceeds the capabilities of ATACMS, I believe. I may be wrong on that. But they do have it. They're getting a bunch of French ones now as well. Which is, I think, Scalp is basically a navalized Storm Shadow, I think, if I've got that right in my head. And it smells of garlic and stuff because it's French. But,
still air launched, I believe.
Still air launched, right? My guess would be he's talking about kind of mid-range ballistic missiles in the abstract, rather than talking about a specifically equivalent capability to ATACMS. But I don't really know.
JD?
Well, the Ukraine during the Soviet period had a defense aerospace industry, a massive one, and they, one of the things they made was rockets, both for space boosters and for missiles. I wouldn't be surprised if some of the long range attacks that we've seen have been them getting some of these former Soviet prototypes and stuff like that were like sitting in the back room somewhere because they didn't have any money to finish them and sell them, that were dusted off and used as kind of a one-off or two-off thing. So that may be what they may be referring to is Ukraine's potential for a domestic missile program. So that may be part of it.
Well, I'm also being told in the background here that the missile with a similar range is a Smerch launched variant, but comparing it directly to ATACMS is it's not terribly fair. They're not exactly comparable. What we have seen though very recently is S-200 missiles that have been adapted. Something tells me they won't have the accuracy of maybe ATACMS, but they do obviously have quite a range. And recently there has indeed been evidence of Ukraine using these. It seems that obviously at some point they stopped using them because they are pretty old, but they didn't get rid of them. They kept them in storage somewhere, and maybe it's a really good thing that they did, because it seems like they've been able to update them a little and then use them. And I'm hoping they have a lot of them. I really am. Good morning, David.
Morning, friends. Yeah, I came up because I wanted to push back a little bit on Tim's description of the outcome of the summit. I think you have to correct me a little bit because it was a couple of minutes ago. But before I do that, the technology that Ukraine's got is actually very, very strong in defense. So in terms of radio frequency communications, radar, LiDAR, rocket technology, they're very advanced. So Yuzhmash in Dnipro was the biggest rocket factory in the Soviet Union in its time. So there's a base around Dnipro and Zaporozhye of highly competent people and highly capable production facilities as well. And frankly, I'd be very, very surprised if they're not doing a lot of their own development at the moment, and there are things that we just got no idea they've got. Why they're not being used in anger so far, I don't know, but the capability is definitely there. The plant in Dnipro was working as well with Boeing on various platforms that they were developing. There was something called Sea Launch that they did. So you know, the competency's there and the technology's there, and the manufacturing base is still there for sure. Regarding the communications of the, so that first of all, this thing with Ben Wallace is just a load of nonsense, and you know, I'd rather we kind of skip over that completely. You know, I think I've had this conversation with a number of Ukrainian friends, and it seems to me that the overwhelming feeling in the Ukrainian community, both in Ukraine and outside, and it'd be great to hear from another Ukrainian voice on this. But my perception is that there's a really great feeling of letdown after this NATO summit, which I've been at pains to point out is completely unwarranted, because it's just a fact. It's just the outcome of the nature of the beast, if you like. So, you know, whilst Tim, I think you're completely right to say that actually there's a good deal for Ukraine here, and it's going to get better as we move forward. And much as we've spoken about on this space a lot, you know, we tend to be bad at communicate well. We tend to underestimate what our capability is, and then can deliver more. Whereas the Russians are the complete opposite. You know, they overpromise and don't deliver anything. So I mean that plays into it. But you know, you've got to bear in mind that there's the Budapest Memorandum. That there's an overwhelming feeling, I think, among the people, at least that I speak to, that there's a strong risk here of them being sold down the river. So from a strategic communication to Russia point of view, I think we really missed the boat yesterday. But more importantly, because frankly, we shouldn't care at all what Russia thinks. The internal perception in Ukraine is currently, I'll say again, at least among the people that I speak to, one of great disappointment and trepidation of the degree to which they could be potentially sold down the river. So this desire to see a roadmap, a plan, and dates, you know, comes from that. That the Budapest Memorandum was, you know, not detailed enough, not solid enough, and you know, they're looking at what's come out of the summit and saying, you know, well, here we are again. Here we go again. You know, the West's just going to sell us down the river again. You know, watch out. That's kind of the feeling I get.
you can understand the disappointment there. However, I think you're right that, you know, a lot of good things have come out of this, and we weren't expecting immediate entry to NATO. I think the biggest beef on the Ukrainian side is sort of give us some clarity on something. You know, it's all very well and good saying, you know, we'll be ready to accept you once you've got to a certain stage. Any chance you could just write down what that is, so that we know? I feel as though, you know, that's sort of the biggest sort of grumble that's coming out. Although they have achieved a lot. David?
Yeah, I mean, you know, what Tim said, you know, what the big change yesterday was that the wording was when Ukraine is in NATO and not if Ukraine should be in NATO at all. So that, you know, that's a massive communication point, which hasn't been brought to the fore. And, you know, from a strategic communication point of view, both from towards Russia and towards the Ukrainian population, just a solid communication that Ukraine will be in NATO, not just, you know, not having to read through the texts and see that nobody's actually said if anywhere. You know, that's the kind of opportunity that's been missed in my view. So I think, you know, there's a huge amount that's come out of this this summit, which is extremely positive, and I don't think that there's any danger of Ukraine being sold down the river. Quite the contrary. I think that the world community, you know, the G7 communication that came out yesterday as well, it shows the world, the free world is solidly coming around to support Ukraine to expel Russia from its borders to the status of 1991, and I think that's not in doubt at all. But no one's had the balls to say it, and it's kind of weird that that's the case.
Well, you know how it is, David. Every now and again, these people can't find their balls. So, you know, hopefully that gets better. I'm sure we can all assist them if necessary, although I don't want to touch them, thanks. Good morning. Yeah, go ahead, David.
I was just going to say, this is a really good point. So this is, in some ways, this is our job, right? Our job to make it absolutely plain to our representatives that you know, we're not happy about this. So I mean, that's really why I was kind of pushing back on Tim saying that, yeah, that, you know, there's a degree to which, as a Western person looking at all of this, you think it's an acceptable result, and, you know, what's all the fuss about? But from the Ukrainian perspective, it's not, and there's a danger that that voice gets lost. So it's important that particularly us in this space are active in making it clear that we need to make it more clear to our Ukrainian partners that we're really solidly behind them, and that there's no danger at all of it going wrong here.
Morning, Shaggy fella.
Hang on, I need to park the van. It's going straight to me.
All right.
Hang on a second.
I thought I'd given you enough warning.
Oh, I didn't hear the warning bit. Right, we're good now. Yeah, I got to stop the van. Oh, shut up. Yeah, right. Anyway, so yeah, good morning, everybody. Yeah, the way I view this this NATO Ukraine accession at the moment is a lot of people expected a marriage to be happening, or some people had the expectation of a marriage going on, and I view this as, no, this was the engagement party. So fully engaged now to NATO. Haven't planned a wedding date. And all that kind of stuff in the future, but there's definitely a commitment to get married to NATO, NATO and Ukraine. That's how I kind of view it. Vilnius was an engagement party. What do you think of that analogy, or doesn't it work?
Well, it's all right. Yeah, I don't mind that one. What was Dolman's analogy? Pizza, of course it was. Since you're here, that's why it came to mind. Yeah, that Sweden and Finland got like all the toppings. I'm not going to go through the whole description, but yeah, they got all the toppings. They got everything plus, and the stuffed crust as well. And Ukraine could have received an invite, which would have been, quite a well-topped pizza, or they could have received no pizza at all. And there was an in-the-middle option of a lightly covered pizza, maybe just 2 toppings. And that's the one that they received. And so it's not all bad. It's not the best, but they've still got plenty out of it. They can still have a meal. So yeah, that was kind of how Doman is. He likes his good food. So there was his analogy.
Oh, that was a good analogy. Maybe a voucher for a pizza, and some people think that maybe pineapple on that pizza, so they're a bit wary. Maybe that's the feeling.
We're not allowed to start that fight again.
Beware the pineapple. Some people like it, some people don't. Anyway, I'll carry on working now. Have a lovely morning, you and Prince, and everyone else.
You too. Have a good day, Shaggy. And yeah, we're not allowed to discuss pineapple because it makes everybody mad in one way or another. So it's another one of those things which is pretty much banned, such as local politics of various nations.
All right, well, it's a good job I put pear on my pizza then, and with that, I'll run.
Have a good day at work, Shaggy. Drive safe.
You strange fruity pizza man. Liu, welcome back.
Yeah, sorry, I had to go and make dinner. So of course, yeah, I'm a male, and multitasking is certainly not my forte. I hear we were doing the Doman pizza formula, so that was lovely to. Honestly, when he was doing that last night, I started getting I was like, oh, pizza would be so good. Doman, please stop. Why are you doing this to me? But yeah, no, it's a very good analogy. I was thinking, would we agree, and you can totally shoot me down on this one, would we agree that the Russians resemble the Harkonnens out of Dune? Thoughts?
You asked for my thoughts, and that's the only bit I heard. I'm so sorry, Lou. Prince, were you actually listening? Because I'm a terrible person. I got a message in the background that I had to read because it was funny.
Yeah, me too. And something about making dinner. Please repeat the question. I apologize.
Oh, no problem. If I cut out, what I was saying was, yeah, sorry, I had to go and make dinner, and as I'm a male, multitasking is not my forte, so I had to stop. I had to turn this off for a bit while I concentrated on making food. So when I turned it on, I heard that Mockers was doing the Doman pizza formula, and I was saying that when he was doing that last night, I was getting so peckish. I was like, oh man, that would be so good, because he got really descriptive with all the types of the types of toppings. I was like, Doman, stop! What are you doing? No, Doman, I'm very hungry. But anyway, now the thing I was going to say, and the thing I was
He's a bad man for that, by the way. He made me starving yesterday.
Yeah. I was like, no man, all I can imagine now is pizza with prosciutto and tomatoes, and it would have been so good. But anyway, so my thought was if, and anyone can shoot me down on this one, but would anyone agree with me that the Russians resemble and are quite like the Harkonnen from Dune? And I wonder what everyone's thoughts are on that.
Now you see, I get the question. Gosh, I've only watched Well, actually, no, I have watched the recent movie, the first one, but
And
I
sorry, one
kind of
more
binged
thing.
through half of it.
Yeah, sorry, one more little thing. I'm talking the David Lynch 1984 Dune, not the new one.
Oh, I've seen that one, but it was so long ago that all I remember from it really is the Sphinx cat. If you remember that part, milking the Sphinx cat.
Oh yeah, yeah. You see, there was a lot of weird crap that they got up to. So anyway, yeah, just the I don't know, just the sort of the bumbling overkill force sort of mentality just I don't know, makes me think of the Harkonnen from Dune, but I'd love to hear what everyone else thinks. I could just be, going off on quite the odd tangent. But anyway, I shall relinquish the mic.
Thank you. JD Knight, you were next.
Yeah, I happen to agree. The Russians in Ukraine remind me a whole lot of the Harkonnens from Dune.
There you go. You've nailed it, Lou. Good morning, Em.
Good morning, Markers. Good morning, everyone. I heard someone say David Lynch Dune 1984, so I thought I should request the mic and answer any of their questions if they're asking about that movie. And since Axel's still not here and we're talking about pizza, always remember the Pineapple Liberation Front is still working actively to make sure that pineapple is integrated and accepted as an official pizza topping.
I'll get you some banners made, Em. But yes, apparently the original Dune, the Harkonnens, did you say, Lou? I'm sorry. It was a long, long time ago.
Sorry. Sorry. No, I was just saying that the Russians remind me a lot of the Harkonnen from Dune, just sort of the overkill force and just sort of clumsiness and just the brutalness.
I believe it was Frank Herbert's vision to cast the Harkonnen as the Soviet Union, the Red Scare back then. And the Atreides are the international community or the United States of America, the emblem and the focus on Air Force and air assets. And the Fremen were modeled after Arab tribes, Arab nomadic tribes. And Arrakis, the planet itself, is modeled after Iraq, the country. So there are a lot of parallels in the original book.
See, whenever I hear the name Harkonnen, in my head it's always Harkonnen. It's always Finnish because it looks like kind of like a Finnish name. So I struggle to find them too terrifying because to me they're just like drunk tourists, being up here in Tallinn. That tends to be what a Harkonnen is, But there we go. Maybe that's just me.
I actually love the way Finnish say things. I love that. I don't know. It's almost like a purr in the accent. It's beautiful. There are many times I have made somebody from Finland speak for a bit longer just because I wanted to listen to them. Now, I have an announcement, and if anybody's from NAFO here, quite a lot of us, I think, be exceptionally proud this morning because Mick Ryan, our very own friend Mick Ryan, is now officially NAFO. And he's accepted his very own Shiba Inu, and he's put out a post about it. And I just think that's so much fun. I love it. Tim?
Who is the most senior person in NAFO now? Is it still Kaya Palace, or have we got a head of state?
I think it's still Kaya Kallas at the moment.
Because we've got Landsbergis, we've got the Lithuanian foreign minister as well. Ben Wallace is one. Does Ben Wallace outrank Kaya Palace? Kind of. Don't know. Be nice to get a head of state though. Be nice to get a president. Or
It's more about the fellas you don't know than the fellas you know. Wink, wink.
Undercover fellas.
In a pool, wearing sunglasses. It happens.
Oh, awesome. So I have an MOD report this morning. It's taken a long time to come out. They must have been having I don't know, a tough night last night, perhaps. But they have written quite a lot. So maybe that was it. Maybe that was it. Shall we go there? Shall we go to the MOD report? I think we probably should. So I'm not waiting for you to agree with me. I'm just doing it. I know. I'm on a roll this morning. It's my style. So here we go. Here is the British MOD Defence Intelligence Update for the 13th of July 23. In June 23, there have been several reports of Russian forces using antiquated armoured vehicles packed with several tons of explosives as vehicle-borne improvised explosive devices. The crew likely bail out of the vehicle after setting it upon its course. Most of these cases have been reported around Marinka, near Donetsk city, and started days after Chechen units reinforced the area. So there is a realistic possibility that Chechen forces are pioneering this tactic. There is a heritage of Chechen fighters being very skilled in improvised explosive device use, dating back to the Chechen Wars from the 1990s. Chechens fighting for Ukraine were also reported to have made similar devices in January 23. Most of Russia's, they call them VBIEDs, vehicle-borne improvised explosive devices, VBIDs, have almost certainly detonated before reaching their target through a combination of anti-tank mines and direct fire, bringing into question the viability of the capability of these items. However, they do cause extremely large explosions, which are still likely to have a psychological effect on defending forces. And as we all know, large explosions near a person or, relatively near to a person, that's probably going to shake you up a little bit anyway. Traumatic brain injury, ear injuries, that sort of thing that you're probably going to have to keep an eye out for. And yeah, I'm sure it does nobody any good to be close or close-ish to an explosion. That it's not just the direct impact, is it? It fans out like with a shockwave. So yeah, they are indeed taking a focus on these. I wonder if there's been a few more used recently, and that's just something that they're picking out as a particular issue. But they've linked it up to Chechen forces, which leads you to believe that they have their own tactics and they've brought them with them. Well, we know about these Chechen fighters for Kadyrov, the Cadaverites. They don't like getting in the fight, do they? They really don't like being shot at. So I suppose it's only natural that they've created these standoff situations. Because they wouldn't want to mess up their hair. They're too busy taking TikTok videos, surely. Morning, Mate.
Good morning, Mokers. Thank you for all your reports, and I love the thing that you love Finland so much. We are thankful. I just wanted to sort of call you about the day, schedule today here in Finland, because as we all know, Air Force One landed here yesterday, and it's just, Helsinki is just policemen and helicopters, and even the Senate Square, which is the dome of Finland. If you say the famous church by the sea, there's usually wedding bells and limousines in the morning. Now it's something like that looks like 5 patriots. I don't know what, but it's very, very heavily armed here. at the moment. But just wanted to say about the CAD arrived. Yeah, they've taken some some casualties both in Bakhmut and then in, was it Mariupol or Melitopol? So there's back channels are saying that they are rushed to Donetsk because they're so severely injured. So I don't think we're gonna get any TikTok videos for a while. But about the schedule here in Helsinki, I'm not sure how much there will be new announcements or so, but Niinistö, our president, and Biden will have the bilateral meeting at 1300 hours, and that's same as in Kiev. So I think it's 3 in UK, or is it 11? But it's 2 hours different. But we have the same schedule as in Kiev anyway, our time zone. And then before he flies home to United States, there will be a press conference at 17 something around 17. So I'm hoping for some additional good news. Thanks.
Thank you, Mette, and good morning, Doman. He just muted himself to say good morning. Then,
yes,
didn't he?
good morning all is what I wanted to say. Yeah, my mic button is awfully tricky these days. And Tim, good morning.
Oh, sorry, I've got my hand up. I was
Yes.
just going to ask. I was just going to ask Mette if people in Finland consider Baron Harkonnen to be Finnish.
Well, his surname is Finnish, but it's there are lots of those people who have a Finnish inheritance from sometimes of the 1800s. So I don't know, but I love that they've kept the Finnish name. So in that, I can give them a heart for keeping the Finnish name, but they probably haven't got too much to do with the Finnish culture anymore at this stage. But thanks for the question.
Who's this, Tim? Who has the same last name as the defense minister?
Yeah, yes.
We were talking about Dune earlier on, and I said that I always think of the Harkonnen faction as Finnish because of their Finnish name, and I was just wondering if people in Finland also think that. But I guess Mette's not a Dune fan.
Yeah, sure. It is, and we love it. It is a Finnish name, but this goes back to the days when Finns and Swedes and took off to America, to the new land, and started their lives there. Maybe not in such a great conditions, but they were escaping poverty and were hearing about this new land where they can build their own future. So there are a lot of Finnish names in United States, and I really love that they've kept their Finnish original names. But it's not always that they are, Finns raised in Finland, but they can have just kept those names for century also, which I respect. Häkkänen is very Finnish name, and that's our new defensive minister. The Häkkinen, there's difference. Häkkinen was the Formula One champion. Häkkänen is the is the defense minister of Finland. So you have to be careful there. Thanks.
Tim, do they live next to or in a murderous aqua park?
I beg your pardon?
That's what Finland's called, a murderous aqua park, for the Russians anyway.
A murderous aqua park. I've never heard that.
Yes, it's
one.
all the lakes.
Yeah, we have 1,000 lakes. Everyone has sort of a lake here. When we go to our summer cottages, it's like this lake is ours, this is yours, and we, you know, if Russia tries to invade Finland, you know, they have no idea what ways for. It's an aqua park, you know, and everyone has their own lake on as certain as we have our saunas. We can share some in case that, you know, you don't see across to the neighbor, but we are very, very proud of our lakes, and it would be very treacherous trench for any enemy such as Russia, you know. So we defend our lakes, that's for sure. Thanks.
See, there we go. Thank you, Mette. Linda, good morning.
Good morning. I can't, maybe an off topic. I don't know. Maybe not. But Meta.
No worries. I think Tim was already off topic.
Oh, okay. Okay, good. But since we have a Finn here on board, many years ago, one of my coworkers was hailed from Finland, and I remember one discussion with her. I'm talking a long time ago now. Had one discussion with her, and we were talking about the Finnish language. She was trying to teach me some Finnish, which, you know, I'm kind of adult about that, so I didn't really sink in. But so we were talking about the language and the alphabet and the source of the language. And correct me if I'm wrong. Again, this has been a long time ago. My memory is that she told me that Finnish has a different root than the Indo-European languages, and also really, okay, I just saw you 100%, and also it was fundamentally different root than Swedish, and that it was more akin to, if I remember correctly, Hungarian. Is my memory correct or totally off?
No, you're not off at all. We have a lot of, there's not, you know, I can't understand a word about Hungarian. I can't. I know that blood is the same word, very, but the roots come from there, you know, in the times like 1,000 years ago. There were some people who went over the mountains, etc., and how the languages came about. We are very close to the Estonian language, but somehow, but it's not the same either. So, like compared to Swedish and Norwegian and Danish, which are very, very similar, it's just like, you know, you talk one with the hot potato in your mouth, and then after that it's the same. But Finnish, I can't myself put an answer to you how this language survives, because there's nobody else talking this and we are talking it here in Finland. So I don't know, but we, of course, we have I also have to remind that we have 6% of the population is Swedish speaking, and most of them don't even speak Finnish. And Swedish is official language. So if you are a consumer who is Swedish speaking, you need to get all your services in Swedish. And also if you work for any official workplace, so to say, you have to be able to speak Swedish, and we have a mandatory Swedish in the schools. But I don't know, that's a good question how this language came up. My father is a linguistics professor. He speaks 12 languages, from Arabian, Hindu, you know, to everything, and he is so excited about this, how these languages performed, and 2,000 years ago he makes historical theories based on the, you know, some word you know, popping up here that means that those people have gone through this area, something like that. But he'd give you a good lesson if you're so interested. I'm glad to put you up with him. But I don't know. Yes, but it's true. Hungary has some roots where Finnish language traveled like hundreds of years ago and developed from there. But yeah, today we are sort of mandatory Swedish, and then you get to choose English or Germany in like third grade or something. So Finland has to survive with other languages because nobody speaks our language, but it survived the language. So thank you for the question. Thank you so much for being interesting.
Well, that's fascinating. I think you should bring your father into the space and give us a lecture about it, because I'd be interested.
Oh, he would just love it. He's retired now, and he's living the time of his life because he hasn't got any university, the mandatory things that he has to, teach and so on and so on. So he can do his research. So he's on fire at the moment. So if somebody wants him on this space, he will definitely come. But you have to prepare for if you ask him a question, you prepare for a long answer. So he's this kind of a guy. But anytime I'll do that.
Okay, I cast my vote for that.
Yeah, I'm up for that, and I can actually tie this into something that's kind of close and relevant to what we talk about a lot, because Mette is very correct to highlight the three related, let's call them national languages, national in terms of nation states as well. Of course, Finnish, Estonian, more closely related, not still that close, and then Hungarian, which is further away. But there's other related languages in this broad category, right? Which don't have states. Now you will have maybe heard of Karelians, right? Karelia, the bit of that should be Finland. It used to be Finland up until 1940 and the Soviet invasion. There was a very related language to Finnish. Very much more closely so than Estonian. Most Karelians have left the area and have escaped to areas that are still Finland. But there are places further out, closer to the Urals, where in many of these are so-called Russian republics, like the Mordvin Republic, the Mariel Republic, the Komi Republic, the Udmurt Republic, the Hanti-Mansi Autonomous Okrug. All of these are named after peoples who speak related Finno-Ugric languages. So there's actually a large number much further east towards the Urals, on the Volga, where you have these and north of the Volga, really, where you have these related groups. And actually quite a lot of work went into, let's say, after the Soviet Union dissolved, or after we thought the Soviet Union had dissolved, quite a bit of work went by the Finns, especially. And Mette, either your father or presumably some of his colleagues from the university will have worked on this, right? Establishing cultural connections with the leftover, both from a linguistic as well as an ethnocultural perspective, places in quite deep within the Russian Federation. Mette?
Yes, I know my father. He's calling it Finnish Ugric languages or something. That's the history. But he's really Indologist. That's his, and he's researching 3,000-year-old Mesopotamian, etc. But the linguistics have been his sort of red thread, and he's been traveling to these Ugristans and all these stans. I can't even pronounce them. In Russia. following the thread when, hundreds of years ago, how the Finnish language has he's been living there with these shamans or whatever, how they are. They're very, they're riding horses and living in the tents and so on. And he's been there, and he's this kind of guy who's, did you call this and this and this and this? And he's taking these words and asking about the words history, and but I can't follow up with his. But that's how you're absolutely right. And my father's, of course, all his hypotheses sort of based on that we can't confirm that this and this war happened in Mesopotamia like 4,000 years ago, but we have like similarities in these spear, these hieroglyphics and the written things, and this sort of makes a connection with this language and so on. So he's researching languages on that hypothesis. So, but I'll sure bring him up, but you have to get him a long session because there's no short answers when he gets going. So I'm just sort of I've only listened to the scratch of it. So it's because it's not so recent. All these things happened so many hundreds years ago. So I'm more of a recent stuff kind of girl, but yes, it's interesting because you can sort of follow how movements and people and nations have born through people going to a different place, searching for a better life. That's sort of how Tim Häkkänen is still in the US, because they went to look for a better world and to make their own life. That's what we're fighting for with Ukraine, to have a free will and to decide for your own destiny by working hard and by adjusting to the local populations. And that's how I see it. So thank you, Doman, and thank you for the questions, Tim.
Speaking of that, my grandmother, my Swedish grandmother, my father's mother, and her family, her husband and my dad in tow, who was a toddler at the time, came to the U.S. from Sweden, the southern part of Sweden, in 1903. So what I'm gathering is, there was a reason that they came to the U.S., and I'm pretty sure, it was poverty. I just don't know much about it. I know almost nothing about why they came here. But anyway.
Can I just answer that? Because I'm working with the movies, and there is this era of Ingmar Bergman and this great Swedish, very slow, very very tough movies. I think it's like in the 70s or something. But there is a very very accurate movie called Utvandrarna. It's like the immigrants. It's actually a double movie. I think they're both like 3 hours, but they're very accurate. So you might look up for those, because it is actually why the Swedes left, and how it was on the boats, and how it was to come to America, and how it was to find, get some land, etc. It was very hard those times, but I think those movies are very accurate in describing the immigration at that time. It was late 1800s, and as you said, 1903 sounds about right. And they were just coming for freedom or better life, some because they had it was poverty, it was bad times in Sweden that time, and it was hard for them to, you know, survive in Sweden, and it was very, very, you know, old fashioned. It was the religion and the priests were sort of you know, ruling in the villages, and it was very unjust, you know, things how they would share whatever harvest they had, etc. So, but you might be interested in looking at those because it is their history. But the Swedes did that too. So, but there are movies about it. Thank you.
And
Thank you.
Survival rates started increasing, and there was simply, you know, not as much land around. That was a big driving factor. There was a desire for more agricultural land. Yeah.
Yeah, they were hardworking people who were deprived of their, you know, own lands, and there was not enough bread and not enough anything. So they sort of went some really working people who just wanted to, you know, make their own living. So it's sort of heartbreaking. I've gone through these 2-3 hour movies about the Swedish immigrants, and it's kind of very touching. Thanks.
Yeah, you know, south of Sweden, maybe this is going to be my moment to trigger a few dozen listeners. Maybe they just were worried they'd be a part of Denmark again, and they really wanted to avoid that.
What have you done, Doman?
I rolled a hand grenade very intentionally into a room.
I have a shirt-tail cousin from Nebraska that did some investigating, who moved back to Sweden and was doing some family history, and threw a hand grenade into our family in that what he found out. So assuming that he's right, we're actually Danish on my grandmother's side. That may or may not be correct. Anyway.
Well, the Swedes would never admit that, but it's very possible.
My grandmother, Tilly, Matilda Olson Larson Swanson, had the biggest hands of any woman I've ever seen. And she was, when I was little, I'd sit at her knee because she'd tell me, you know, little snippets of stories. When she was like 3.5, 4 years old, her job on the farm, because they didn't own farms, they worked on farms. They were the workers, not the owners. And her job was to stand on a stool in the kitchen and knead bread. She had the largest hands of any woman that I ever have met. And I think that's the reason.
You know, bread, of course, you know, a daily exercise. And speaking of daily exercises, mockers, do we have our daily numbers by any chance?
Oh, that was smooth, my friend, smooth. Yes, we do. We do have daily numbers. So here we go for what we on the 13th of July, all day. We have 510 liquidated personnel, sticking with a pretty average there. Just 2 tanks, just 2. 9 armoured personnel vehicles, 23 artillery systems. Thought that one might cheer you up. And 4 MLRS. Again, you know, they seem to be taking out these things in chunks at the moment. Ooh, 6 anti-aircraft warfare systems. You know what that says, don't you, Doman? That says that's well, it's a lot compared to what we usually see. 26 UAVs. We know there was 20 taken out over Kyiv alone last night, which may not even appear until
Did I lose audio or did Mockers cut out? I think Mockers cut out. Okay, very well. I was worried that it was purely on.
Did I
my
cut
end.
out? Can you still hear
Yes,
me?
now I can hear you again. You cut out before you but while you were talking about the drones shot down over Kyiv.
I tell you what, Twitter's being a pest today, isn't it? Yeah, we have 17 vehicles and fuel tanks and 5 more special equipment. And I was just saying, I'm going to go out on a limb and say that we might hit 8,000 armoured vehicles tomorrow because we're on 7,999 today.
I think a distinct possibility exists.
Yeah, I'm no fortune teller, but I'm going to say it's probably going to happen.
Do you know another one? You know how we got to 4,000 tanks before we got to 4,000 artillery pieces? Looks like we might be getting to 4,500 artillery pieces before we get to 4,100 tanks.
Well, those artillery pieces are pretty dangerous, so, you know, makes sense.
So, drones over Kyiv last night. A Shahid attack. I understand some 20 Shahids, all of which were taken down, right?
I believe
Yes,
so.
but
Yeah, I believe so. Sorry, Prince.
I was going to say yes, but what goes up must come down, and there was some damage for sure in Kyiv. I know at least 2 or 3 people were injured, and 1 person has died.
Thanks, Prince. I'm sure we'll get more updates during the day as well. Doman, have you seen the slightly tongue-in-cheek words of thanks from all the Ukrainians today? Especially those, you know, sort of connected to the Ukrainian government.
Is that in response to the misreporting about what Ben Wallace actually said?
Yes, yeah. I mean, I think they're just being a bit cheeky. You know, it is a bit of fun, but they've all put out a lovely message, and all their own messages, you know, but I think it was coordinated that they would like, of course, to express their thanks and, you know, goodwill going forward for everything that everybody has done for them, especially Mr. Ben Wallace. So, you know, I do kind of feel like it's a bit of a poking a bit of fun at that story, to be honest. Not being done with, you know, entirely a straight face.
Yeah, it's just I don't know. It's a bit silly when the actual statement is so different from what ends up getting reported. It's almost as though somebody didn't, you know, quite want to represent it in the way it was intended.
Well, we know there are plenty of idiots out there, don't we, Doman? And that's why we continue to combat it on a regular basis. Prince?
So what I'm more interested to see is if they repeat those messages tomorrow morning, quite honestly, because that was part of Zelensky's response to it. Was we can thank him every morning, I believe, was part of his response. And if they keep it up for a couple of days, that would be absolutely epically hilarious. I do believe that they probably would have consulted with Ben Wallace on doing this. But I can totally see them doing it. It just is something that the Ukrainian officials would do, and I think Ben Wallace would probably go along with it too, because it was just an absurd misrepresentation, and they all kind of figured it out pretty quickly, I think.
Yeah, I actually think that they're trying to have a bit of fun with it now. In a quite a tongue-in-cheek way.
Yeah, I
Sorry,
just
lost my voice.
I just hope that the awareness is thoroughly there, that he wasn't asking to be thanked himself. He was merely saying that there are such people out there, especially in some certain countries, who would, for whatever reason, benefit from things like that, in order to be more willing to continue to continue supplying. Let's say, let's leave it at that. Prince?
Can I drift into something French for a moment? I don't know if
Is
you
it-
read this, Mockers.
Is it like a Quebecois snowbank?
It a what bank? No.
Snowbank, because you drift.
Oh.
Yeah.
Uh-huh.
But if it's Quebecois, then that explains well the snow. Or Savoyard.
Okay, yeah. No, I sent this to you, Mockers, but I just have to hear it before I go to bed. And so it is reported that Macron was sent a letter with a severed human finger in it to Elysee Palace the other day. The newspaper writes that the special services have already established who the finger belongs to. The palace refused to make official comments on this matter, but I think it's funny.
How very mafioso.
Right? It just is like, yeah, it's. Has he checked on his loved ones lately to see if they're down a finger?
You never know. Maybe it was a donation from Surovikin from his vacation.
Ooh, that might be. That might be.
Wait, did it specify where the finger was severed? Because as we learned yesterday, citizens with following limitations will also not be able to sign a contract for statutory mobilization period. And after listing all of the actual illnesses, it says absence on one hand of A, 3 fingers at the level of the metacarpophalangeal joints, or 4 fingers at the level of the distal ends of the main phalanges. B, the first and second fingers at the level of the metacarpophalangeal joints. C, the first finger at the level of the interphalangeal joint, and the second to fifth fingers at the level of the distal ends of the middle phalanges. So do we know which one and where?
It did not specify that. It did not specify, just that evidently a human finger, clearly with the fingerprints still intact since they have identified it.
And did it come from abroad, or did it come from within France?
It didn't say that either. Not the little report that I read, but it's still amusing. I sent you another one too, Walkers. I'll let you decide about talking about this one. Yeah, so it's just random interesting stuff that I find, because life is crazy. And it's like I talked about the freaking snail race in England earlier.
And what do you make of all of this? I don't think he makes anything of it. Oh, he's back. Okay. No, it's remember last year when there was somebody sending to the various Spanish embassies, especially or Ukrainian consulates and embassies around, as well as various Spanish addresses, parts of offal and blood and such. It's possibly just another one of those.
No eyes.
Yeah, the only military faction or military group in France that wears a ring is the French Foreign Legion. So if the report is accurate and a severed finger was sent to the Elysee, it would be the ring finger of someone who wore that finger while operating, whether in Ukraine or somewhere else. But I doubt it. I mean, there are strict rules about wearing that ring, unless they want to send a message. But let's just wait and see.
That's very interesting to know. You?
Hey, did the Elysee Palace say who they are pointing their finger at?
Oh, that was set up very, very well. No, I don't think they have. I don't think they have. Apparently, it already happened a few days ago, perhaps before Macron went off to Vilnius. It could be, largely made up. Could be, remember, a domestic thing. It doesn't have to be. Doesn't have to even be from abroad. So it's more. I think it's primarily that it's a curious instance. I don't think it says where it was mailed from for a start. So that would give you a start of a clue. But if they don't even mention that, then that's something. I also see this. Do you know what I'll tell you? I've looked this up on Google News search. I see this primarily emanating out of Sputnik, and then to various Eurasian Times, Urdu Point, and others who like to, use Sputnik and just copy paste and change 2 words and then leave it at that. So I'm thinking if this isn't maybe widely reported in other media, then it tells you something about the interest in it, but also who's spreading it.
Someone watched The Good Shepherd too many times, I would say.
And frankly, a lot of I won't call anyone out specifically, but a lot of the big aggregators that don't put sources next to stuff they write, they tend to bring rumors that curiously only Sputnik, Urdu Point, and Eurasian Times publish to Twitter, for example. So it's not a rare occasion. I've had at least 2-3 dozen such occasions, and it's not as though I go check everything at all times.
I was just about to say that there was a little story coming out of RIA Novosti that Russia will view the appearance of F-16 fighter jets capable of carrying nuclear weapons in Kyiv as a threat from the West in the nuclear sphere. This is coming from Lavrov, of course, who talks a load of twaddle anyway. But this was in an interview with Lente RU. The minister called the US plans to transfer F-16s to Kyiv as an example of an extremely dangerous development of events. Not being funny, guys, but it's kind of already there, isn't it? It's pretty dangerous for anyone living in Ukraine right now, yeah? Anyway, adding that Washington and NATO satellites create a risk of a direct armed clash with Russia. This is their narrative, isn't it? That, yeah, stop getting involved, otherwise you'll have a direct fight with us. We're going to bomb Poland and Berlin and everywhere. Yeah, it's a lot of shouting from a little boy as far as I can tell. What do you reckon, Doman?
Yeah, sounds about right. Sounds about right. I will just add a little bit here, which is I have checked French press, and the only places I can find this in, and everybody else, it does exist in more than one publication, but all the other publications reference this one publication, which is, I won't tell you what it is, but I will tell you that they are firmly in the camp of Marine Le Pen on most issues. Indeed, all issues, including who should be elected. Let's put it this way. Some such candidates might have gotten extensive loans from Russia at various points in time, or at least one point in time. So I'll kind of leave it at that. I think this is a rumor, possibly, rather than necessarily true. And it's certainly one that is popularized by Sputnik and other various satellites.
It's amazing, isn't it? How they they all seem to come together on particular things.
So, Marcus, in that, who was warning that something dangerous might happen?
Lavrov.
I mean, how would he know? Who'd tell him anything? I wouldn't. No, very good. I think that might have been, at least in part, in reference to the question that Alexei Gonchar asked Ben Wallace yesterday in Vilnius. And luckily for us, in just, 4 hours, just under 4 hours, Alexei will be here back with us on the MriyaReport. Don't miss it. I'm sure you've seen the thing yesterday, which he had asked of Ben Wallace. Should Ukraine just prepare itself and get some nuclear weapons ready, or why doesn't someone station now? One thing I do have to quibble with this question, which is why doesn't the US or the UK station nukes in Ukraine now that Russia has stationed them in Belarus? I can answer the UK bit. Maybe Rich can answer the UK bit. Rich, why would it be quite difficult for the UK to station nuclear weapons in Belarus? Sorry, in Ukraine, not in Belarus. Just from a technical perspective.
Well, I mean, for a start, it's an active war zone.
Yeah, sure, but the other bit that's UK specific.
Well, aren't a lot of them American anyway?
No, they're all on submarines.
Oh, well, aside from that,
But
you can modify that.
Which to me was a little bit of a deal breaker.
Well, no, because you see, you could probably put like one of those land submarines and just like, I don't know, or sail it down the Dnipro. Oh wait, no, can't do that.
Up the Dnipro, yeah.
One thing I wanted to say with Lavrov, very quickly, because it was just something silly. While we're on the topic of sending people things in the post, maybe they should, the US should send him a piece of wet lettuce in the post.
Sorry, I don't get what you mean.
So wet lettuce is if you call someone a wet lettuce in British, in it, you're basically saying they are inherently like a piece of wet lettuce, i.e. they are very, very floppy, don't have much rigidity, essentially no backbone.
I think he has a lot of rigidity, intellectual rigidity anyway.
Yeah, true that. I'll give him that. Yeah, very, very floppy, especially morally. And possibly in other ways, but we won't go into that.
Lou?
Hey, Derman. Yeah, goodness, sounds like Lavrov's been sipping out of the same vodka bottle as Medvedev, because every second bloomin' word out of his mouth is nuke when he's not getting on the piss, I suppose. Yeah, no, they threaten it a lot. They really do. It's their go-to threat. I would hate to be in the Medvedev household when they're having a domestic. I swear, he probably threatens his wife. He probably threatens to nuke her whenever they're having a domestic.
I think you've confused Lavrov with Solovyov. Solovyov is the one who threatens to nuke. Lavrov just insinuates it. It's completely different.
I actually saw a chart yesterday with how many times Medvedev had threatened to nuke, and it was pretty ridiculous. There was obviously an instance every month, and some months it was like sort of 10 times. It was just bonkers. Prince.
Yes, you see here, there's a flaw in the logic here from what Lavrov said. He said, adding that Washington and its NATO satellites create risk of a direct armed clash with Russia. Don't they already say they're fighting Russia?
Well,
I mean,
Lukashenko
sorry.
said this.
Yeah, don't they already say that they're fighting Ukraine?
NATO.
That NATO and Russia, yeah, that Russia is already fighting NATO. Oh man, I
Yes,
think I
all
better
of
go to
NATO
bed.
specifically.
Exactly. So how can it risk a direct armed clash if it's already happening, according to them? So there is a problem there. And I'm going to go to bed. Thank you for my bedtime story that made me laugh.
Good night, Prince. Yeah, I can tell you probably need to kip.
I do. Good night, guys.
Rich?
I'm thoroughly shocked by that because that paints the picture that Russia must be inconsistent in the elaborate webs that it tries to weave, and that's just an absolute shock. Like I genuinely thought that they were at war with all of us, including Hungary.
Did Hungary ever make the list of unfriendly states? Because I know that Turkey's now apparently making the list of unfriendly states, allegedly.
I don't think they're on any lists at all, and that's probably why he's such a sourpuss.
Yeah, that could be why. Yesterday at the summit there was the picture, right, of Orban and a few others setting up for the family photo to be taken. It was very funny because it was the only time that anybody was close to him that wasn't from his own delegation. I think throughout the summit, I looked at a lot of pictures of the summit. All the ones with Orban either had Sierto next to him, the foreign minister, or it was the one with the family photo being set up. I don't think anybody else spoke to him. Not in public. I wouldn't want to be seen. I wouldn't want to be photographed speaking to him. But also, Reg, did you see the excellent picture of Rishi Sunak and Giorgia Meloni pointing at stuff on a mobile phone and laughing rather heartily?
I actually didn't see that. No, I just saw the one of Rishi Sunak standing there, sort of like looking very happy that Zelensky was near him, and yeah, lots of people sort of going past to shake his hand and everything, and he just looked thoroughly awkward, as only like a very, very upper class, middle height Englishman could.
Yes, that was pretty good. He does seem to enjoy these summits rather, this sort of foreign policy stuff. I think I figured it out. For Rishi, the spreadsheets are the 9 to 5, and then foreign affairs is the beers after the pub.
And then the after party takes place, but that's a different story.
No, we shouldn't talk about those.
I'm pretty sure Rishi Sunak goes to bed early.
With a warm glass of milk.
Absolutely.
He's not going to any of Boris Johnson's parties, is he?
I'm pretty
That was
sure
the
he's
joke.
probably not been invited.
I'm glad someone got that and it wasn't just me and Mockers.
Well, I was going to say there's probably an injunction against that, so we don't want you to get into trouble.
Yeah, true that. I can neither confirm nor deny anything took place, apart from, yeah, it pretty much did.
let's talk about something else that took place. I have a lovely tale here from MriyaReport translated about one Ivan Popov, a major general in the Russian military. Now, Popov was an awfully familiar name, and I'm actually slightly surprised that Popov is a Russian name. I associated more with sort of Serbian, Bulgarian, and especially because there was I think it was a Colonel Popov who was present in some of the episodes in the wars in the happened at the collapse of Yugoslavia. Anyway, different Popov. This one's a bit younger. That one's getting on a bit by now. Ivan Popov, the commander of the 58th Combined Arms Army of the Russian Armed Forces, currently in Zaporizhia, was removed from his position a couple of days ago. He says that Ukrainian artillery and missile strikes are causing significant casualties to the occupiers' defenses. And he recorded an audio message where he said the following: "A difficult situation has emerged for the leadership. It was a choice between staying silent and afraid and saying what they wanted to hear, or calling things for what they are. In your name," whoever he was addressing, "in the name of all perished comrades in arms, I did not have the right to lie." No, we hear a lot of this, don't we, about how Putin never gets the real information. He always only hears what he wants to hear. Okay, so this time somebody's apparently alleging to be reporting up correctly. "Hence, I named all the problems that exist today in the army regarding operations, supply, other things. I pointed to the attention to the most important, greatest tragedy of modern warfare: the lack of counter-battery fire, the lack of artillery reconnaissance stations, and mass casualties and injuries of our brothers from enemy artillery." Remember, this is the Russian Major General. "I also raised a number of other issues, expressed them to the highest levels, that it openly and very brutally." Surely they would have appreciated that. They like brutally, things to be done brutally. "Due to this, my superiors likely felt some danger coming from me, and instantly, in a single day, put together an order to the Ministry of Defense and got rid of me. As many commanders of regiments and divisions said today, our army was not broken. Our army was not broken through the front. I guess the front of our army was not broken through. But our most senior commander hit us in the back, thus treacherously beheading the army in the most difficult period." So the question here is, Marcus, who is this highest, most senior in command? Is it Gerasimov? Is it Shoigu? Or is it someone else?
Well, directly above this man, I believe, is Gerasimov.
Yeah, that's probably right. But it's very interesting, isn't it? And there's a number of very important bits of content here. Russians genuinely having trouble with Ukrainian artillery as they are taking out. I know it's a shock, isn't it? It's almost as though we have these daily reports with the numbers of Russian artillery pieces destroyed that could give us some sort of an indication. Now, if only we had some wonderful thing like that that we could go through on a daily basis and then look at longer term trends and aggregates over the course of weeks and months to be able to construct some sort of picture of what the Ukrainian artillery is up to.
And they've been busy, haven't they?
Yes, indeed. But we have exactly such a construction already, which is absolutely wonderful, obviously. And I'm glad that he complains about lack of Russian counter battery radar and fire capabilities. That's fantastic. It is what we've been saying is probably going on all along, and now clearly is in fact actually going on, which is great.
Yeah, we also noted this morning from the lovely Chris Owicki, of course, what we were suspecting all along, that if you don't pay, you don't get any leave. And also, if you can't pay or find some other arrangement with your higher ups, then they send you directly to the front line. But they let you know quite clearly that if you would like a job in the rear lines, the best thing to do there is to pay them a bribe, and they will find you a nice job looking after some stores or something. Although I'm not sure you want to be anywhere near an ammo store right now.
No, most definitely not. That'd be an awful place to be. Karen?
Did you say Karen?
He
Yes,
did.
I have.
Okay. What do you know about this news flash I just saw about the Kadyrov barracks in Mariupol? They've been hit rather hard. I couldn't load the video because it was from a source that wasn't compatible with my Android, and it's from a publication called Ukraine Form or something like that. I don't know if they're reliable or not, but it looks like a pretty big explosion. I would love to hear some more about that if you've got any news.
So Ukrinform is very reliable. It is the Ukrainian sort of state press agency, kind of like Associated Press equivalent, if you want a rough US equivalent. So they're a wire agency, right? So they put together like little snippets, and then other news organizations take them as a basis for their stories. I don't know an awful lot. I can tell you that this was reported by Petr Andrushchenko, who's the advisor to the mayor of Mariupol, the legitimate mayor of Mariupol. He's the one from whom usually news from Mariupol come. The other thing I know is that the struck area, the barracks, were located at Ilyich. Ilyich is the other big steel mill in Mariupol that's not Azovstal. So Mariupol was such a steel milly city that it had two gigantic steel mills. And I can tell you a little something about Ilyich, which is that Ilyich was named initially, well, not initially because it existed before the First World War, but was named for a very long time after, naturally, Vladimir Ilyich Lenin, right? The chief revolutionary of the Soviet Union. But then, which I think is very funny, is sometime, I don't know, 2015, 16, 17, something like that, after the Revolution of Dignity, decommunization laws in Ukraine have expanded and kind of gotten a bit more of a kick. So instead of it, they renamed the plant after a different Ilyich. So it's still called Ilyich. It was called Ilyich before. It's still called Ilyich. But this guy wasn't Lenin. This guy was some I don't know, some metallurgist or something. So the locals the locals then started calling it Zavodu imeni Netago Ilyich. So the factory named by not that Ilyich, after not that Ilyich, but some other Ilyich, which was kind of a joke going forward for quite a while, right? So it isn't the factory named after Ilyich, but the factory named after the other Ilyich. And that's actually a quite a common formulation that you will see in Ukraine and in other countries that have been long a part of the Soviet Union. You will see, a name of a factory. It will be, something school, and then named after such and such. It will literally be the formulation of, this is the this is the high school named after John Smith. as opposed to some other formulation, which would just be, I don't know, John Smith High School, which you might be more familiar with. In other words, I can't really tell you an awful lot else. I know that the Russian Russian press agencies reported about an event in Mariupol and how the air defenses were working. As a consequence, I would suggest that something might well have been struck in Mariupol, and if it was Kadyrovite, then I think we're all quite happy with that. Okay.
Okay, that's good. I went to their Telegram source, and I was able to copy and paste the Russian to Google Translate. And what it says, our Ilyich, according to preliminary information, the wounded were secretly taken to Donetsk, which may indicate their serious conditions. And then it says, we're working out the details. So it's a developing story. Judging by the information noise in the Russian media environment, the damage can be comparable to the Uriv cotton. And I have no idea what that means, in which the Russians also massively disguised as air defense work. And then it says, a good start to the day. What is Uriv cotton?
See, this is the beauty of auto translation, which is highly imperfect. Cotton, or bavovna, in Ukrainian, comes from chlapok, which is cotton in Russian, and the reason why they use this word is because the Russians have early on in the invasion of 2014, 2015, whenever there was an explosion, so it's a boom, onomatopoeic boom, in many languages, in many Slavic languages, would be equivalent to a pok, right? So you might be familiar that onomatopoeia works different in different languages. So, for example, a woof in English might be a how somewhere else. I hope I'm making myself clear enough, right? So the same goes for a boom. A boom would be a pok, and then a chlapok could almost be as though a diminutive of a little tiny boom. There was a little tiny boom somewhere, and that's where it's chlapok, and then it gets translated to bavovna, to Ukrainian, which also means cotton, and then you see it, designated as cotton. It basically means whenever you see cotton or bavovna, it means that there was a fire or an explosion somewhere in Russia, or perhaps Russian occupied territory, something that the Russians don't like. You said Yurivsky, right? So Yurivka is a village. It's close to Mariupol, where on the beach, I think, which had a concentration of Russian forces. And a couple of months ago, there was some cotton there. There was some bavovna there, with hundreds killed and wounded in the said event. And they're saying also at that time, the Russians said, yes, if anybody heard anything, that was just our air defense. Everything is fine. They didn't do anything to us because we're so great. But then, of course, they end up with lots of destroyed buildings and very many bodies because their air defense isn't that good, frankly. The beauty of auto-translate, the beauty of machine translation is sometimes that it obscures more than it reveals.
Well, thank you, and I'll drop down after that. I was sorry to hear in one of Mocker's earlier statements that there were some deaths on the 11th due to drone strikes. That's very sad, but it looks like mockers. I think there was another strike where 20 Shed drones and 2K caliber missiles were downed, and apparently they got them all. So there's some good news there. I'm just sorry to hear about the the victims. It just it's just so hard. Okay, well, have a good evening. Take care.
And Karen, I believe the victims are actually this most immediate night, right? It's now morning in Europe for you. It's still well, it is just welcome to today, Karen. And even though all the missiles and drones were shot down, they don't vanish into thin air when they get shot down, right? Still something that falls actually down, and that causes that still can explode or can cause a fire, and then it's far better that things are shot down, of course, because if they're not, the consequences are at least an order of magnitude worse of every drone, right? If not 2 orders of magnitude, really. And that's why it's critical that they do get shot down, but it just should be reminded. Everyone should be reminded that this isn't a magic bullet, so to speak. It's not a perfect solution. The perfect solution is to prevent Russians from launching them in the first place.
Absolutely. And now that the NATO summit is over, for you Americans out there, this would be a good time to write our congressmen and senators and remind them that Ukraine needs the F-16s and needs all these other things they're asking for, because we want to draw the dying and the war to a close. Good night. It's about midnight here.
Good night, Karen. And I'll just put something in the nest real quick, which you should maybe use if you're writing to your elected officials. Maybe reference this, because 11 countries have co-signed on for an F-16 training and providing of coalition together with Ukraine. This is led by Denmark and the Netherlands, 2 founding NATO members. There's another quite a substantial number of founding NATO members in this, including the UK, but also Belgium, Canada, Luxembourg, Norway, Portugal, and then a few newer ones like Romania and Poland, and as well as, of course, Sweden, which hasn't been technically ratified yet by 2 countries. And they're all for it. France has done a separate document with the Ukrainian MOD as well on the same topic of training Ukrainians and F-16s. So now you can say that there is quite widespread consensus among the allies, and it looks a little bit odd if and when the US isn't joining in with that consensus. I think that could accelerate things along a little bit, because who wants to be seen to be lagging behind? Not just the British, but also perhaps, God forbid, the French. No, that's I think a good way maybe to frame it as well, just as a suggestion. Mette, go ahead. Mette?
Talking to a dead mic again. I just wanted to say, Karen, I love to hear you speak. I love your commitment to write your truths. As you disappeared, maybe you're already asleep. I don't know. But the reason why we are so much screaming for these ATACMS is because of all this. The Russian way of fighting a war is to kill as much civilians as possible. So that's why they're just doing these bombings every night, not letting the private people, the civilian people sleep. And you can just imagine how it is in the long run. It's been like 60 months and they can't, they never know if there's going to be another air raid, even if Ukrainians are so great in shooting this down. There's every morning, there's somebody who died from the scrapples of these. So we really need to get Ukraine these arms that they can hit a military target. I need to really point that out. It's a military target to destroy the places where they launch these missiles against civilians. And it should be a fair game. I think so. I'm so upset about that. Ukrainians just get shelled from somewhere they can't defend themselves. They can shoot them down just when they're hitting, but we should give them tools to see to that they can't be shot, because there's everyday civilian victims, babies, children, elderly people, hospitals. We know it, but we can't get tired of it, and we can't get this fatigue about this war, because it's genocidal and it's so many war crimes. We need to give Ukraine the tools to hit the military targets in Russia. So sorry for this lecture. Sorry for this. And I just wanted to add that the cotton thing, I love this Bravona cotton. That means that there are pro-Ukrainian forces behind the lines. It reads for me, it's patriots who are really brave, who are working in the enemy lines, and it's very dangerous. But it's so brave. So I love when they hit something. I just love Bravona because it means that somebody, walking just beside the Russians and the occupiers succeeds in something. That was what I had to say. Have a good day. Thanks.
Thank you, Mette. And absolutely, this applies to planes, to long-range precision fires. These things matter. They make a difference. Undoubtedly make a difference. Let's get those to Ukrainians as soon as possible, because if not, this is just unnecessarily prolonging and dragging out the inevitable, the absolutely inevitable. That is to say, Russian defeat being what is inevitable. Okay, so Ming, question for you. Earlier we were talking, as you were cycling up, we were talking a little bit about the perils of machine translation and auto translation, and how it can sometimes obfuscate and obscure more than it necessarily reveals, right? Because without knowing the context, how could one figure out what Yuriowski cotton refers to, for example? But I trust that you have some ideas or suggestions of other similar events.
I think you were using morning, Damon. You were using the example of onomatopoeia being particularly difficult for machine translation. But so I mean, I'm perfectly happy to translate stuff machine-wise that I see on Telegram, because Telegram on an iPhone has a handy built-in translator. But I can always kind of spot the outliers. So I'll go back and I'll check the Russian on that and take a look, see what they mean. So it's typically how I do it. But now I want to go back to the topic you raised a little bit earlier about General Popov. Now I took a look at his video, and the recording, because it wasn't a video. But and one thing that struck me as interesting, and I have no idea if it's real or feigned, but he seemed to be genuinely interested in the welfare of his men. He was talking about, how his comrades were from the highest to the lowest and things like that. And what I thought was interesting about that was that, he's potentially a figure that, everybody on the ground at the sort of front line level he might actually strike a chord with them, because they're the ones bearing the brunt of this failing Russian defense, and he seemed to actually worry about them. So I'm just wondering if he isn't sort of worth keeping an eye on.
Almost feels like another Strelkov, doesn't it? In a little bit, saying, "Oh, I will tell the truth. I tell the truth about these things." And those higher up, they deny it. They ignore it. They don't come through with the truth. They don't address the real situation. No, I am the one who cares for the soldiers. Yeah, it's very much what Prigozhin basically stole off of Strelkov, isn't it, as far as messaging is concerned?
Well, when it says so, Prigozhin was a bit different in that he didn't talk like that, but what he was always willing to do was to be seen with the common soldier. So he was always willing to go down and see the blokes, presumably fighting on the front line or about to, or back from the front line, whatever. But he didn't talk that way. But this guy actually talking that way, I just thought was bit of a departure from what we've seen before.
Oh, on the last day, the day before the convoy and the day of the convoy, he spoke this way. He said, we have on the morning of the convoy, I think this was. He said, we have taken the military, the headquarters in Rostov, and what we have seen is that they're underreporting our what they send, or something like that. What did they send to Moscow is underreporting casualties by a factor of 3 to 4, and then what Moscow puts out into public is then reduced again by a factor of 10, something along those lines, right? So he was basically taking Strelkov's. He was basically taking Strelkov's narrative, his way of addressing things, his speech. He basically stole it off of him, but it's a little bit similar to what Popov was doing here as well, right?
Yeah, and then the reaction he gets when he makes his report, they just don't want to hear it. You sort of wonder whether they are doing that thing where they kind of, his whoever it was he reported to, we don't know exactly, but whether they're doing that thing, fingers crossed, we hope for the best. I'm sure it'll all work out fine, kind of thing. Or if they actually genuinely do get so many false reports that they believe the situation really is fine. And therefore, this guy's just a total, liar in their eyes, and therefore should be dismissed immediately.
What do you think is more likely? Where do you think the more likely breakdown is? Do you think that the people on the front lines would generally be reporting, correct-ish numbers back to the back lines, and that's where the lying starts? I would have thought that at least some of this is already the input that he might be getting, the general near the front lines, because surely the captain or the major cannot possibly report with such disappointing, dispiriting news at all times. Or maybe, this is how you can kind of get this done step by step, and also, maybe we can track how, and we can do it very well, but perhaps one could track the progression, the movement of these what do you call them? The progression, the movement of where the lying happens, the earliest step where the lying happens, and maybe through time that might be moving ever further away from the front, right? If you imagine things are going well enough, the people right on the front, the people the next level, even there might be some lies saying, yeah, it's fine, really, don't need to bother, just to reward us some more. And then as time goes on, the situation gets ever more serious, and that point of lying might be moving, the first point of lying might be moving ever further away from the front lines. And when things are truly dire, it is only the final step. It is only the whisper into the ear of the Tsar, who might say, yes, everything is going according to plan, sir. But at every previous step, there would already be truth told. Wouldn't that be an interesting plot for a book?
Well, there's certain things they can lie about. I mean, so they can lie about, how many leopards they destroyed on any given day. But there's some things they can't lie about. Like, so the issue that Popov flagged up, that no one's being rotated, no one's being given a break. That's not the sort of thing, everybody's going to know that, and that's not something you can kind of cover up. So, I mean, I think, obviously the numbers that we get out of, what's his name, the spokesman for the MOD?
Konashenkov, is it?
Konashenkov, yeah. Sorry, I was just popping up as a co-host there. Yeah, obviously there's certain amounts of lies going on at that level. Like the statement yesterday that they've taken back all the equipment from Wagner. Who knows? It's like, we've suddenly solved all our equipment problems because we've got all this Wagner kit. But have you got people to use it? Who knows? So his sort of level of destroying more aircraft than the Ukrainians ever had to begin with is just so obviously false. You can just see it. But the actual guys, you simply can't lie about, I've got another 2,000 guys that I rotated in and I gave the other guys leave. It's just, you can't cover that up in any meaningful sense.
No, for sure. No, and I think that's a good point, right? The difference between when you can. I'm being also reminded, mainly in Swedish, there is no onomatopoeia. Is there Norwegian? But there's of course the difference in what they can say. They've destroyed the natural casualties that they're taking themselves. That's a very good point, because you can always lie about the enemy much more extensively than you can about the state of your own forces.
Yeah, and that's the point where it kind of drifts into just wishful thinking. It'll all be fine, but you'll end up basically with Chenomyrdin. We hope for the best, but it turned out the way it always does.
Yeah, exactly. The sort of thing that I guess takes a little while, right? To really get through. Ming, Norwegian onomatopoeia a thing, like unlike like Swedish, or not quite like Swedish?
All I remember is reading Norwegian comics when I was a kid, and it's full of onomatopoeia, Batman style.
But was it the same as English ones? Did they just copy paste it, or did they, or was it
No,
different?
it was all with the U's and the R's and all that stuff. The O with the line through it and all that stuff. So it wasn't really copy pasting.
I see. There's the very good. Yes, makes sense that they would have at least adapted them, adjusted them somewhat. Certainly makes sense to me. All right. Oh yes, I wanted to touch on one other little thing before continuing, which is the the leopards and the Bradleys. Yesterday, yet another. Now it's what 6 weeks, 7 weeks since the event happened. Yet another image has emerged from yet another new angle of the event. All those many weeks ago, when a number of Bradleys and leopards got destroyed, right? We were of course aware of them, and our dear Nuno Felix commented that at this point, if these were all true, there might not be any more Bradleys or leopards in existence. So this is good, isn't it, Ming? That we're working well towards the point where Russia can claim they have destroyed all of the leopards and all of the Bradleys.
Did you see the video of the Russian soldier saying how rubbish all the Western kit was because they're destroying them right, left, and centre, and that it's all just sales pitch? They're complete rubbish, but everybody believes they're fantastic because of the brilliant sales pitch.
Oh, for sure. Was that a different one though? I mean, than the one who was holding some sort of a Panzerfaust, I think, some sort of an anti-tank weapon, and was holding it wrong rather than the very obvious ergonomic way to hold it.
Well, no, this is the guy. It looks like he's in his dugout and he's topless, and he's just going on about how all the Western kit is just getting trashed everywhere, and it's everybody believed the hype, but it's just rubbish, he says.
No, that one I've not seen. I don't think I've seen a living topless Russian in a trench in quite some time. Such it is. Such is life. No, but my real question, Ming, is now that we've established that the Ukrainians are using undead leopards and Bradleys, my real question is, how do you distinguish between a vampire Bradley and a zombie Bradley?
I don't know, Devin. Is the zombie Bradley? Is that the one that gets taken back behind the lines, gets fixed, and goes back in a couple of days?
I think that would be the serious interpretation. I was hoping for a more, imaginative, fantasist interpretation of it. But either way, yes, I think that's exactly it, right? Because they say, we have destroyed the Bradley, and I say, no, it's just need it'll buff out. Just need to put the tracks back on, and we'll be getting on again. That's quite a difference there, isn't it? Quite a difference. Very good.
Now, I've seen several reports, by the way, Damon. I don't know what you know about this, but I've seen several reports about what a disaster as troops the Kadyrovites are. Is that something you've been seeing?
Oh, absolutely. It's all. It is not necessarily unlike much of the VDV as well. What are the common features? The common features are that they're very good at what can we call this? At abusing civilians, intimidating civilians, right? They're not necessarily very good at all at more or less anything else. They're only exceptionally good in intimidating a civilian population. They're not, once somebody else is shooting at them as well, this whole training just isn't up for it. Now, we've mentioned the VDV, and of course, Freight Monkey will tell us that the Belarusian VDV is far superior to whatever remains of the Russian VDV, because there's at least some smart people in it, right? We've all seen the videos where there's some people waving flags, and there's others in front of them breaking cinder blocks with their foreheads. Well, there are some smart people in them, because what does the last one in the line do, Freight Monkey?
He breaks the block on someone else's head.
See, indicating that there's somebody smart in the company there as well.
Oh, and speaking of Belarus, Dermot, you'll be amused to hear they have now decided to build their own aircraft. So they are in the process of designing inside 2 to 3 years, twin-engined turboprop that's going to take the regional airline space by storm.
Wow, that must be awfully good. So in practice, what they're going to do is they're going to take what is it, like an Antonov?
What they're starting with is the Czech Let 410.
Ah, they're starting with. I see. Okay, so they're starting quite high up. I see how this goes. Very well, very well. I thought they'd use like an Antonov, 24, and then say, "This is the Luka 1." And it's it's 7% made from Belarusian made parts, and the rest is reclaimed parts from an Antonov 24. Anyway, lots of hands up. Freight Monkey, we already started off. Go ahead, and then we can go on from there.
So about the Kadyrov, what I've seen is quite poor trigger discipline. I think, is it Dr. Nick maybe who posted that or reposted that image, where you can see all the Kadyrovites with in a sort of parade, or lined up basically for some kind of inspection, or maybe they're listening to a speech, and you can see them all with the fingers on the triggers of their weapons. Which, if you went back maybe 50, 60 years ago, you would have seen that a lot more. If you go to see pictures of the Middle East and maybe some African civil war countries, you would have seen that a lot. But even the Taliban seem to have acquired trigger discipline now. But the Kadyrovites don't. And that shows, to me, not being an expert in the matter, but it does show quite poor, let's say, basic training. So if they don't have that, I doubt that they have a lot of other skills, which really reinforces the idea that it's a TikTok army. As for the turboprops, I have a question, and it might be a little dumb, but because it's early in the day, I think that I'll get less shit for it. So I'll just ask: Is there a case for using turboprops as air defense systems? And the reason why I ask this is in Switzerland, it was a serious conversation that was had when we were talking about the lack of jets. It was brought forward
to up armor some of your Pilatus trainers. Yeah,
correct. You can just put like armament on there, and actually for most of air police, or whatever it's called in English, that should be workable because they're fast enough. And I was thinking, particularly when it comes to air defense against Shahed drones and maybe even some cruise missiles, would that work for Ukraine?
No. So cruise missiles are too fast to start with. Cruise missiles are, as fast as a jet, pretty much. As far as jetliner, so you're looking at Mach 0.8 thereabouts for most cruise missiles as a cruising speed. As a consequence, basically no. Shahed drones, absolutely. If that was the only thing you were facing. If the only thing you're facing are Shahed drones, and the other side doesn't have, Sukhoi 35s or Sukhoi 30s with beyond visual range air-to-air missiles that will take down your Pilatus or Super Tucano or whatever, then that's fine. If you're just fighting someone with all they have are loitering munitions that run off of lawnmower engines, yeah, you can have 100 Super Tucanos or Pilatus whatever's or lit whatever's, and you can actually do something with that, of course, but not in the non-permissive airspace that Ukraine suffers, basically. So if Switzerland was attacked by someone without an air force but with loitering munitions, you can probably do that. Without an air force and without ground-based air defenses, you can use that. If all they have are manpads, you can probably use that quite fine. So just look at a list of countries that operate the Super Tucano, and you will kind of see who can get away with using that. And a lot of the time, it's basically counterinsurgency, counter organized crime, that sort of stuff. Where all they have to shoot you down are small arms and not even man pads, and they don't have an air force. You can do that quite all right.
And I think the Super Tucano though is also used mainly in the ground attack role, isn't it, as opposed to air.
Yes, exactly. It's primarily ground attack and a lot of reconnaissance roles, right? To deal with insurgents or organized crime, drug smugglers hiding in the jungle. That's fine. You can do that, and you can fly high enough that their AK rounds aren't going to reach them, but your autocannon rounds definitely are going to reach them, right? That's the sort of thing that you can use it for very well. The problem in Ukraine, again, it's that Russians have an air force and ground-based air defenses. If they didn't have any of those, you could use these fine. So yeah, alas, not actually useful. But yeah, you can look up what they're actually be used for. And so much of it is cocaine smugglers. For prosecuting cocaine smugglers. That's the principal utility, and it makes perfect sense. For that, it's perfectly well suited. Right. Let us go on. Let's go to Mette, to Peter, and then let's see how long Luca stays away.
Well, no, shall we go? Let's go to Luca first because he's probably thinking about going to bed.
Yeah. Okay, that's fair enough. Luca, if you're half asleep, go ahead.
You guys are so kind. You know that I come up just before going to sleep to say hi, huh?
Yes, today I'm not even giving. I don't know. Did you hear the other day? I gave the whole. Yes, you did. I gave the whole simile based on an Italian restaurant menu.
Oh yeah, that was great. Yeah, I remember. Yeah, that made my day.
Just for you.
Yeah. No, I just came up because I heard you guys were talking about like some great technology breakthroughs in the country of Belarus, and I just wanted to come up and remind the space that glorious day our favorite potato dictator announced that they were going to develop a PC, including their own microprocessor, which is something hilarious because, well, you cannot make a microprocessor unless you have a semiconductor manufacturing fab, and you cannot make a semiconductor manufacturing fab when your highest tech export is potatoes. So I just wanted to remind that. Thank you, guys.
Well, that's not true at all, Luca. The highest tech export are Belarus tractors.
That is true. Yeah, they do have the tractors. Yeah. Okay. Well, I take that. Yep. Okay. Tractors. Thank you.
And of course, this is the story from last year when Lukashenko proudly presented a laptop to the assembled audience, where 12% of the parts were Belarusian made. They didn't say which 12% of the parts, because I guess they probably have some sort of plastic molding capacities, so they can probably do the body of the laptop and maybe the keys. They could make the keys of the laptop. It's possibly about it.
Yep, that's right.
And of course the cable that connect the laptop to the external battery, also known as a potato. There we go. Mette, please.
Oh, my microphone, it's so sticky somehow. I have to wash my phone or something. Yeah, about Lukashenko, he's hilarious in a way. It's not to laugh about, but it is. But did anyone see that Biden had a bilateral, at least meeting or something with the Belarusian opposition leader and promised them support? And there's been a lot of, I haven't met those three Belarus because they don't want to fight Ukraine. It's just, but we can laugh at Lukashenko. Yes, we can, and he's hard to remove, just like Putin, etc. But I think things will escalate in Belarus very soon. Somehow I have this feeling. But at the moment, I'm laughing at Lukashenko. Not that at you, Luka. But anyway, what I wanted to come up before, because I have some other things that I will be only available in the afternoon when all the announcements from Helsinki comes. So I wanted to pick both of your brains, Domen and Ming. You have such brilliant brains. And it's like Erdogan, yeah, always Erdogan. But he managed to postpone the Swedish ratification to October again. What is this man wants now? Because it's like, he won't get the F-16s before the ratification is done, and he's fighting on the same side as us when it comes to Syria and PKK, because it's Russia and Iran in the other side, and then there's Israel, and I get my brains mixed up. But if I'm looking at him and thinking trying to be rational, how would I do it? I'm not sure what else can he want from Sweden ratification anymore. There's this Helsinki summit today, and Biden is there with our president Niinistö hosting the Nordic. And is it that he somehow? What is it now with Erdogan? Tell me. I'll drop down soon because I have to go, and I'll come back in the evening when we get some press releases. But I wanted to pick your marvelous brains. What is it? How he wants?
Let me start, Ming, and then you can complete this. First, I'll address the first two issues. Yes, Biden had a meeting with Tsikhanouskaya for a little bit. I'll go into that later, maybe after we finish talking about Erdogan. Someone remind me to address the question of Tsikhanouskaya. The other question of Luka, our dear Luka here versus Sasha Lukashenko. It's very easy to distinguish them. All you need to say is potato Luka, risotto Luka. Easy. And then to Erdogan, right? What's the point of Erdogan's quote delay? Let's remind ourselves that the Turkish parliament isn't in session because it's holidays, because it's the summer. So what he's saying is, they probably won't be in session until September, October. It's kind of dragging it out a little bit. He's not going back on anything, but he's just trying to see what's going to happen in the next few months, if he can leverage something that will happen in the next few months for his benefit. If you scroll through my timeline, Mette, yesterday evening, you will see I will have tweeted a little two-tweet thread about Turkey and Swedish ratification, and that maybe will give you a little bit of an idea of why Erdogan has pivoted in the first place following the election quite hard, because he had to, because the economy was not doing very well at all, because they were bleeding money, they were bleeding foreign currency reserves, absolutely. And have a look through that. This is also why they wanted the whole EU negotiation stuff. They don't actually want membership, but they want to get through negotiations is an initial change to the customs relationship, I think, between the EU and Turkey. So EU and Turkey exist in a customs union for most things, but not, for example, for agricultural products. Maybe he wants hazelnuts to be exempted from the agricultural exemption. And I mean, that's fine for everyone, right? Turkey gets more money for hazelnuts, Europe gets cheaper Nutella. I think that's reasonable. I don't think anybody has a real problem with that. That's good. But at the end of the day, I think that's what he's really after. He's after reorienting the country a little bit to be a little bit more financially solvent. The other thing that I want to say is, of course, when it comes to F-16s, yes, he won't get them for a long time. He has F-16s. What he wants are either brand newest version F-16s or upgrade packages for existing F-16s, right? So he just wants better F-16s than he has. But remember this: he doesn't really have like free money to, or spare money to spend on those right now necessarily. Anyway, he just wants to have the contract signed and so on, and actually be able to get this stuff in the next maybe year, 2 years from now, when the economic situation might be maybe a little bit better, when he might have some money to pay for these in the first place. So he's not in a massive rush about any of that anyway. And he wants to see if dragging Sweden out a bit can improve the negotiating position a bit as well. Ming, what do you think?
I'm a bit in the dark on this specific issue, Damon, I'm afraid. I'm not sure who's holding out on the Sweden front and why at the moment. So I thought there was a big breakthrough yesterday, wasn't there?
Oh, a couple of days ago, basically Erdogan said, yes, we will ratify Swedish accession to NATO. The thing is that, that of course needs to go through the parliament, and parliament's currently not in session. And while on an emergency basis, they could just call them back together, on a drop of a hat, pretty much, but they won't.
So where do we get the October date from? I mean, are they
from Turkish press.
Okay, so we're looking at several months. Does that correspond to their summer break, or is it something else?
So Parliament reconvenes in September, and then procedures take some time. So we're expecting October at the earliest. And really, what it's doing is incentivizing book burners in Sweden, to carry on and try to maximize the disruption to public life.
And it gives Orban a nice long summer break too.
Yes. It's hot in the summer. In the Pannonian Plains, you can't really do things in the summer. That'd be wholly
he's probably
untoward.
hanging out at his villa at Pannonhalma or something.
But did you see the new house?
Oh, I haven't. No.
Oh, I'll send you a picture of the new house. And yeah, Meta, what do you reckon?
Yeah, I just want to continue. It's just like we're looking at a circus, but because Erdogan and the Turkish parliament extended their, from somewhere about midsummer, they extended their what you call it, how long they are working until yesterday, and then yesterday they say, well, we can't ratify Sweden because the big Swedish announcement came on Friday. No, sorry. Day before yesterday, and yesterday was the last day for the Turkish parliament, and then they announced that we'll have a 5-month recession now, and you can expect us to come back to this. It's a circus. And I'm just curious. What else? Well, hazelnuts is a good guess. Because I can't give it a better shot. But and Orban, wants us not to boycott the pepperoni. So hazelnuts and pepperoni until October, but we'll see what they say today at the Nordic, because Sweden is already in, making it official. It's just teasing, and Erdogan isn't making his a position in NATO better playing these games, because this is just really ridiculous in my opinion, at least. But yeah, a bazaar dealer. That's my only explanation. I wanted to see if you get, but hazelnuts is a good guess. Yeah. Thanks. We'll see in the evening. I'll come back then. Thank you, Domin, and thank you, Ming.
Thank you, Mette. Yeah, it's the usual silliness, transactionalism. I think maybe Daniel can shed some extra light on this, having followed this exceptionally closely this whole time. Daniel?
Yeah. I just wanted to say that it's quite simple, I think, in my view at least. Erdogan is, as you said, he's transactional. He will not do anything out of the good of his heart or because he believes in the cause or whatever. He'll probably do that, but I don't know if there's many causes that he really does believe in. So he does it because it benefits him in some way. And he doesn't have any ties with Sweden. There's nothing he really wants from Sweden per se. He doesn't see that he will ever have to come to Sweden's aid, even if we would need it. And he doesn't see that he would ever need Sweden's help, except for tit for tat, where he can sort of, in this case, extort Sweden to get some kind of leverage. And he saw an opportunity to do that. He was sort of forced into a situation that where he really needed to oh, sorry, I have some kids here. He was forced into a situation where he needed to do something, as Domen said, because of Turkish economy. He really needed to come to a conclusion and get some better trade with EU and so on. He's not interested in getting into EU because he wouldn't like to do those kind of changes to Turkey that would have been needed to get a membership. So he just wants to have closer ties and better agreements with EU so he can gain something. And so he needed to do something, and some weeks ago he started to show signs that he was turning. It wasn't really that much about Quran burnings and PKK anymore. He toned that down, and we started to see that he gave options. If you do this and this, I can let you in. And then in the end, actually, was if you let me into EU, if you start to restart negotiations, you can get us in. But he knew he wouldn't get that. I mean, that's the same kind of maximalist's goal as Putin had when he started the full invasion. He demanded that NATO should basically withdraw from all of Eastern Europe and so on. He knew he couldn't get that, but it gave him sort of reasons to do what he did later on. And the same thing is what Erdogan is doing here. He changed the narrative and turned it, and then he could give in and say that, okay, I will say yes to Sweden, but, and then so on. And I think he actually did plan this thing with the parliament, because he did, as you said, prolong their session and let them stay. So he could have actually forced it through the parliament this week. And that was the sign that he wanted to send. I'm prepared to do this. I am not unreasonable. I do this out of my goodwill and so on. But then once he had said that, yes, I will let Sweden in, he had an option to actually just say, oh, sorry, I can't force this through parliament because they are going to the summer vacations and I'm not unreasonable, but it's not possible. Sorry, it's not my fault. And then he still had the leverage. He said something. There was some announcement from him yesterday when he basically said also that now Sweden have 2.5 months to show that they're really committed to this, and that more Quran burnings would be really bad. I know it's not the government doing it, but it would be really bad, and we would not look upon that kindly, which opens up for him to either be very gracious if he gains something from it in October and just say yes, or roll back and say, look at Sweden, they are not doing their part. I want something more. He keeps his options open. And exactly what it is he wants, I'm not sure he doesn't really know that, but he keeps the options open, and he's really good at doing this. I despise the man, I despise what he's doing, but I really admire how masterfully he has handled this from his perspective.
Yeah, he's much better at this than Orban, for example, right? Because Orban's literally not going to get anything out of anything at all. And
no, Orban is an amateur when it comes to it. If he doesn't have a really good ace up his sleeve and he suddenly draws out that, but I doubt that.
I'm just popping in before I pop out. Just keep on boycott paprika and pepperoni. That's all Orban has on us. Thank you.
I knew maybe he has
May I just add one thing?
Rex
And
Vinorum above me.
Can I add?
Yes,
one
please.
comment? Yeah, and I'd like to hear your opinion about this, because I know we had a sort of a discussion about it earlier. I think also that the reason why he let Finland through was that he had two countries that wanted in, and he didn't need two countries. So what he did basically was take the one that he had less leverage on, because Sweden has been more vocal and has more people from PKK and ex-Turks and so on in Sweden, so he could use that. And he just let Finland go through, with some complaining, of course, to start with. But that showed everyone how reasonable he is, and how it's not about just delaying and getting favors. He is prepared to let countries come into NATO, but with Sweden, he has actually a legitimate case, so he can continue doing this. I think that was also masterfully handled, actually. He never needed
100%.
two countries.
100%, Daniel. That's exactly right. And that he knew what he was doing, letting Finland through, for the one very specific reason, which is appearing reasonable among all else. 100%. That's exactly what it is. That's exactly what it's all about. Yeah, Daniel, if you can hang about, because I want to ask you about this the CV-90, not the CV-90, the CV-90, the Charlie Bravo 90. But I don't know how much time we have. But I know that we've had Peter and Klaus waiting for a long time, and later I promise I'll address the question of Tsikhanowska. Peter.
Yeah, Damon, hi, and Ming, hi as well. Yeah, I don't know if you saw the picture of the, you were talking about the Belarusian aircraft that he's going into production with. Did you see the picture of the high-tech Formula One car they're building?
No, I haven't seen that, Peter.
Yeah,
So do pop it up. Send it to us if you've got it.
Yeah, I'll try and find it for you. But it was made out of tractor parts. It's very sophisticated, and I think they're going to try and enter the World Championships with it. Anyway, yeah, just coming back to a couple of points. One about the Shihad drones. Yeah, and I was listening to what Doman was saying about them, and the biggest problem they have is when they shoot them down, you don't want a big lump of Rotax engine, or I'm not sure if it's Rotax or Rotax alike engine falling onto your head from the sky. But I just got a couple of questions on that. One, what are they normally taken down with? Are these kind of ground-to-air missiles, or which are obviously expensive for the cost of those drones? And there is obviously a problem with debris falling. And the one speaker who brought up using a turboprop, it had gone through my mind about getting A-10s, but basically, if they're shot down when they get near very built-up areas, you will have a big problem with debris. But if they're very slow, they only do about 90 knots. And if they were taken down a lot earlier, and I also realized the problem of mixing aircraft with ground-to-air defense. I mean, you don't want to take your own.
I can explain all of this. So in theory, they try to hit them as far away from built-up areas as possible. So yesterday, if last night, if you scroll through Timofey Milovanov's feed, for example, you will see a reference to apparently drones have gotten past the first line of air defenses and are actually headed for Kyiv. All of them ended up being shot down, right? So clearly what Ukraine is doing is they have several lines of air defenses. They try to take stuff down closer to the borders, but then if it doesn't happen, then Kiev and cities like that are still protected. When it comes to Shahed drones, they take them down with whatever they can. Ideally, they want to take them down with autocannons like Sergei, what the Finns known as the Sergei, the Zu-23-2 or the Zu-23-4 Soviet autocannons, or even heavy machine guns. So twin heavy machine guns mounted on the back of a Toyota pickup truck. That works pretty well. The problem is when they send them at night, because then you can't see them and then it's much harder to aim those things. They also use searchlights, frankly, kind of like during the Blitz, when the Brits had giant searchlights pointed into the sky to be able to hit Luftwaffe planes with autocannons, right? They're literally using that as well. But then if all else fails, then they use Gepards as well, which are radar-guided autocannons. And then if all else fails, they might use missiles against them as well. But ideally, they try to take them down with, heavy machine guns and autocannons, which are by far the cheaper option, absolutely. And as far away from the cities as they can. So it depends what route they take in. Russians try to take always different routes into Ukraine, just so that there's a smaller chance that they end up getting intercepted.
Yeah, and so you don't really see a role for something like an A-10 to clear them up, kind of.
No, A-10 shoots down, not forward.
Yeah. The other thing is, I had an interesting discussion with Goman on the F-16s and the complexities of getting them into the country, which in his opinion at the time was more, and I totally accept what he's saying, was more to do with the fact that you need like 21 people for each aircraft. And the biggest problem was that it wasn't so much pilot training, but it was actually almost longer, was getting experienced engineers to work on them. And there were 2 points, one I brought up and some that we discussed, which was that Ukraine probably, if they want to get these things logistically going in Ukraine quickly, they're going to have to look at two things, which is obviously politically you can't use people from outside to fly F-16s, but you could have experienced engineers who will oversee Ukrainian engineers working on the aircraft. And then we talked about how the maintenance is done, and it is actually very similar to what is done on the aircraft that I fly, which they have 1 to 5 kind of, or equivalent of phase checks, some which are fairly small and some which are pretty major. And we also discussed the possibility of them actually being flown out with no weapons on to places like Poland or Romania to have the major maintenance done. And I can't see anything.
Yeah. So there are all of these options, but frankly, all of this comes later, right? The one thing where I'll push back a little bit is mixed ground crews. It's one thing having pilots, need to learn the language well enough to be able to operate stuff and so on. That's one thing. Getting your ground crew, and Peter, you know how loud an airport can get, especially one with military jets on it, I trust, right?
Yeah.
Getting a ground crew to work all together like a well-oiled machine, or as you were mentioning earlier, the Belarusian Formula tractor. You know how pit stops work in Formula One, right? Everybody kind of knows what they're doing. Well, a ground crew for a fighter jet needs to work similarly, especially if you're trying to maximize the sorties in a day, right?
Yeah.
If you have a mixed crew, you have, let's say American ground crew intermixed with the Ukrainian ground crew. They don't speak each other's languages very well. Some of the Ukrainian ground crew might speak English better than others, but in a high stress situation where it's loud, where you need to be exceptionally precise, the only real way to do this well. And I was one who, for a long time, thought, yeah, actually, you can just have foreign ground crew come in and they can just run the whole thing. You can't get enough. You would need many hundreds to be useful. And if you have mixed crews, you're just asking for trouble, frankly, because there are going to be misunderstandings from that. And that is no good for anyone at all. That really needs to be done in a particular way. The other things, there's always options, right, for all this other stuff. The critical thing that's missing, that's the hardest to set up, is actually get a complete Ukrainian contingent of pilots, ground crew, everyone else, armorers, right, trained to be not just in their individual jobs, but to do this choreography well. And then everything else, yes, can come in at the edges, and all of those, major checks. But that's like 5% of what goes on. That's a separate issue to solve. But that's a tiny one compared to the major stuff. And the major stuff is yet to be resolved, with training starting presumably next month.
Yeah. So I mean, we obviously want those in as quickly as possible, because if anything, it can stop all these attacks on civilians and on the frontline forces, which I don't think can be dealt with properly until you have aircraft to deal with it.
Frankly, I don't know whether that's true or not. If you were around yesterday when Daniel was telling us about what Artie Green's been saying, he's a Ukrainian. I think he's an artillery colonel, major colonel, something like that,
Yeah.
lieutenant colonel maybe. He's basically saying, no, we're doing pretty okay actually, and we are degrading Russian positions, Russian equipment, ammo dumps, artillery, everything else, and it's actually going quite well.
Yeah,
so
that's brilliant.
the quickest thing is getting Ukraine, millions of artillery shells and rocket artillery munitions. That's the thing that can be affected the most quickly, and then the airplanes hopefully will be coming soon. The sooner the better. Completely agree.
Yeah.
It's a question of, there's different ways of skinning a cat. It's easier to skin a cat with a knife, but if all you have are scissors, you will manage.
Yeah. I jump for joy every time they blow an ammunition dump up. You just think, oh, that's not going to be used. It's gone, and it's great. If I can find that picture of the Belarusian former.
Oh, I already sent it to Ming, so he has it already.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
All right,
Klaus, go ahead.
Thank you. Regarding Erdogan, I think from our standpoint, he does look like this master strategist, and we know that he's constantly moving the goalposts, so we can't guess what his underlying intentions are deliberately. But one thing I'd like to know is how much influence does his approval of Swedish accession into NATO have domestically? We look at Erdogan using this for domestic purposes, but how important is it actually when it comes to raises low approval ratings in this case? Then there was talk about Belarus showing this computer with 12% Belarusian parts. There is a CPU specification called Open Risk, which is publicly available and can be downloaded. The problem Belarusia will face is to have someone produce it for them, and I don't think that is possible under the current sanctions regime. That's one thing, but to port all your software to a new architecture, or OpenRisk is not a new architecture as such, but the porting software is incredibly hard. Yeah, and then I just want to round off Erdogan's demands, where he wants to resume the accession talk into EU. And I had some chatter with someone on Twitter and said that Erdogan is the best guarantee for not allowing Turkey into EU, because he won't give up that much control as is needed to get into EU. Thank you.
Plus, that last statement I completely agree with, and I think I've tweeted perhaps 2 or 3 times something along the lines of, "There's no way Erdogan actually wants EU membership. No way he's giving up that much control that he would have to actually become a member of the EU." As to come to computers, software. As far as Lukashenko is concerned, the only software he ever needs is like LibreOffice sheets from 20 years ago to track his potatoes appropriately. And on the first one, what Erdogan gains at home, it's a constant kind of feed of, I fight for what is right, and against these infidels disrespecting us and whatever. So that's the helpful bit to him. Daniel, I think I trust you wanted to jump in on that bit.
Yeah, well, I just wanted to say, to add to that I think that the remedy for handling Erdogan is starting playing his own game, and we should all countries in the NATO should do basically what he's doing. So if you have something that he wants to have, you can say fine. For instance, the American F-16s and the EU negotiations for better trade deals and so on. We should say that, yeah, well, fine, you can get that, but sign the deal with Swedish accession, and then we can talk. And then he doesn't have any option. As long as we do things in good faith and say that, yes, we will do this, and we do it because we think that he will then meet up us and on the deal, then we just fooled. So we really need to play the same game as he's doing. You had some questions about Stridsbåt 90. I'm heading out for a hike here, so I would be happy if
yes,
you
can,
I'm no expert on it, so
jump at it.
Yeah. What?
So you posted something about Stridsbåt 90, well, the Delta instead of Echo being possibly available for Ukraine. What is that all about?
Yeah, I only retweeted. There was a fellow that apparently, for some reason, it wasn't really that clear, had gotten his hands, or could get his hand on a Stridsbåt 90 CB90E. And it's not that strange. He was asking about, how do I get that down to Ukraine? Do they want it, and how do we transport it there? There was a lot of people.
Oh, come on. Is he Swedish?
I think he was, actually. Anyway.
Well, the usual way was to go down the rivers, right?
Yeah.
Because he learned nothing from his great grandfather.
I'm not sure it would be very well received doing the same kind of traveling. And some of those rivers are going through Belarus, right?
Yes, they are.
I don't think that's a viable option, to be honest. I would happily see it be done, but I don't think it's going to work. No, but the E version is a smaller version. It's actually quite much smaller. It's like 12 meters instead of 15, I think, and it's not as wide, I think. It is made of plastic instead, as a composite instead of aluminium, so it's not as durable. I think they produced something like 50 of them for the Swedish Navy, but a lot of them have been since transferred to other authorities like the police and sea rescuing and stuff like that. And the ones that have been used in Sweden is not for that offensive roles, but rather to have command centrals and medic evacuation and stuff like that. I doubt you would like to ram it up on the beaches, same as you do with the aluminium version. But you
can do the ones.
Yeah, exactly. Then you get cracks. You don't get bumps. You get really cracks. But it is actually fast. It is like 42 knots, I think I read somewhere. I think the H version, that is the big one, is like 45 knots, but it's almost as fast. And it can stop at less than a boat length, which is also quite good. And I think it does have place for armament. So this might actually be a civilian one. it's possible to just reconfigure it back to a military one. I think there is a number of navies like the Danish, Norwegian, and Netherlands or something like that that has bought this also. It would be really nice. I think that's something that Ukraine wants. Getting one boat might not make the difference, but it's sort of a start list.
Unlike with heavy ground weapons, it's just not a massive effort to integrate something like this, right? Because a boat's a boat, kind of.
Yeah, but you have to be able to take care of the engines and stuff like that. I think it's a Scania engine in this. It's a water jet, so yeah, they could probably do it. I don't think it would be that much of a problem for Ukraine. They have shown themselves to be quite capable.
Nice. Well, let's see. If we can get Jörn sufficiently excited that he'll just take it down the rivers himself.
I bet he would like to do that. I saw his comments, so definitely he would follow on that trip.
Very good. Excellent. Thank you, Daniel. Enjoy your hike. And maybe let's see if there's some news by the time we get back from it. Luca, question for you. What does it mean when 12% of a computer is made from domestic parts? 12% by counting out the parts, like, in a Lego set or in an IKEA set? Is it 12% by mass, 12% by value, or 12% by potato in this case?
Definitely in this case by potato. Like typically, I think you want to go by value, right? But yeah, because some parts are much harder to make, right? Specifically like the microprocessor. Yeah, so
it's like 12% of car parts are made in country X. Yes, it's all of the nuts, the bolts, the upholstery, and the padding in the seats. Big whoop.
Right. Yeah, hey, I don't know if Klaus is still here. I want to say something before I go to sleep. Like, right, it has this question about what can help Erdogan, like, or like whether like the Sweden thing help Erdogan. My understanding from like my Turkey connection is that basically like, and this was also what happened in the last election, is like Erdogan's get like a little bit the Berlusconi-ish dash Trumpish type of like approval, where he has a core of say a third of the country that will always vote for him, and then there is basically half of the country that cannot stand him, and then there is a 20% that we don't quite know. Like, if you listen to my network, basically he says that he weighs them or he cheats them over. You know what I'm saying, right?
Quite clearly, it's less than half of the country that cannot stand him because he keeps getting more than 50% of the vote.
Yeah, but like, you know how you do, right? Like, I mean, you can talk. I had lots of like, I followed this election very closely through, of course, my girlfriend is Turkish, right? And I had followed like the Hungarian elections too, right? Like, what was it, a year and a half ago? I had lots of Hungarian friends. And I don't know, like in the US, you would call it gerrymandering. I mean, there are ways, right, to kind of like, go over, the 50+1. So it really depends. I mean, of course, he's got like some strong support. But the point I'm saying is, sure, maybe the Quran burning, I mean, he got some ammos from that. But from what I hear from the Turkish connection, is like, they're a bit like resigned to their fate. It's kind of like there are really poor people, and those people he apparently buys them with, literally like sends them like coal for warming up in the winter and tomatoes type of stuff, right? And that's fine. And then they're the super wealthy, which of course, well, I mean, they get contracts, government contracts and all of that. And then there is the ever shrinking middle class that could not care less about like Sweden or anything like that, right? So it's almost like the really poor, they only care about getting their coal in the winter. The really rich, they only care about getting the government contracts. And the middle class is disappearing, and they basically only care about moving out if they can.
There's some holes there, right? It kind of gives the man after the fight in the basketball game something to talk about and say, he's really good for us. Look at how he's standing up for what's right, shit like that. That's a common common use of such stunts. But it also, it fills the papers with something. It distracts from real problems because page 1 and 6 of the paper are going to be spent on what are these Swedes doing, these horrible Swedes, and what do they want from us? And look at glorious leaders stand up for what is right. So that's a lot of what there is. So for the election, he could extract a lot more from it. The thing now is, a lot of the election time, the pre-election handouts are now coming home to roost. And if you look at I'll send you something, Luca. You should look through this. Just the volume of like foreign reserves has been contracting at an astoundingly fast rate the last few months. So it's basically as soon as he got elected, the new government was put in charge with a very, let's say, very, very technocratic people in it, especially the finance minister, really changing altogether how they're approaching things, and really reversing course on a lot of the more iffy stuff they were up to, because they simply had to. They had no choice but to do that.
Yeah, but look at the Turkish lira, right? Like when I was in Turkey exactly 1 year ago, it was 12. Now it's 26. So, yeah, I don't know. Yeah, I mean, you're right. He needs to distract from the fact that the earthquake was a mess, the way it was dealt with, and the economy, yeah, it's not doing well. Also, they were all kind of pissed because, like, when I was there, because, well, they started to get all this influx of Russians, really, and yeah. So, like, my girlfriend is going this summer, and for like few days, she's not staying at her parents' place. She went for a hotel, and she said it was like literally $700 a night, which is crazy because it's more expensive than in San Francisco, right? And so things are getting like really, really expensive. People cannot afford it anymore. Not just because of the devaluation and the inflation, but also because they got this influx of people. So now, of course, certain businesses profited from that, but like the average Turkish Joe didn't. When we complain about inflation, think about there. And so, yeah, so that's upsetting many people. Yeah. Oh, yeah. And then the other thing is like apparently like all the good spot, because they do need, like you say, right? They do need foreign reserves, right? So that's something they were already complaining last year. All the good spot on the coast, it's all getting sold to like petrodollar, like the Qataris or something like that. So it's kind of like anti-nationalistic, right? They're like, oh, they're selling all our treasures, to the people with oil money, and all these Russians come in and go to our hotels, and then suddenly everything becomes super expensive. So I don't know. It's surprising that they re-elected him, but hey, so goes the word.
Very well. Thank you, Luca. I'll send you something in a second, and let's go to Rus in the meantime.
Good morning. We're going to have another outcry from the Turkish president today. A very strange court case was resolved in Sweden today, where two Turkish refugees with refugee status in Sweden has been one of them has been convicted and one of them is accused of terrorism in Turkey, and that and the only crime that they've actually taken is to download an app that the Gulen movement also uses. And Turkey has been trying to get them extradited from Sweden. And since the Gulen movement isn't a terrorist organization anywhere but in Turkey and subsidies, more or less, everyone knew they're not going to be extradited. But it's gone all the way up to the highest instance because they thought it would be interesting to test whether downloading an app could be enough to be called a terrorist, even though it's not a terrorist organization in Sweden, but they just want to test this app thing. And now the court case was released, and these two persons are not going to get extradited. Well, we knew that, but and downloading an app is not enough to be called a terrorist in Sweden. So there is precedent first, but this is going to make him try to use this against Sweden too.
Yeah, of course, and these things are just going to keep on coming because there's an interest in Turkey to make things like this out as terrorist this, terrorist that. I will say, there are several apps in Sweden that might or might not exist, and in places like perhaps Italy would be considered, tantamount to terrorism, like once instructing people to put bananas on pizza, for example.
Well, yes, I agree on that one.
See, it isn't just interactions with countries outside of the EU that could have different definitions of what's bad enough. You can have these disagreements even within the EU, perhaps sometimes. And also, look, I've been informed that the case is made from potato fibers. The case of the Belarusian laptops, and those cases made from potato fibers are super rare, super hard to find, and therefore very expensive. So that explains that. All makes
For
sense.
real? Not a joke.
No, that this is a joke. It's very much a joke. There's no such thing as potato fibers.
All right, I go to sleep in good humor then. Good night, guys.
There is such a thing as potato-made cutlery, but it dissolves if you use it to eat soup. I'm not kidding. Klaus?
Could the 12% be the labor that was used to put the laptops together? Thank you.
Could be, but they specifically did say parts as opposed to anything else. They're specifying parts. Anyway, old story. They said that they would improve this proportion as time went on. This was but the first instance, and that with time, ever more of the laptop would be domestically manufactured.
Have you ever tried to dismantle a laptop and put it back together again?
No, I know better than that because so many things are glued
I'll tell you
together.
what happens. You're going to have 10 screws that you have no idea where they're going. There's so many screws in a laptop.
Right.
There are so many screws in the laptop, and if they just made the screws, that's going to be like 10% of the weight.
There we go. Explanation found. Kristaps, good afternoon. How are you?
Oh, well, hello there. I can finally return to MriyaReport.
Did the security arrangements in Vilnius cause any traffic jams on your side of the border?
No. I've been busy dealing with documentation for the German journalists.
Of course.
It's coming closer where we're going back, except that I did everything for my German colleagues, except they failed to do the one thing that was asked of them, actually negotiate the proper date with the driver, which they didn't. So I've been busy doing that. But I wanted
So when are you going to Ukraine?
Currently, it looks like 29th. We had to skip a week because of people not being able to communicate properly. But currently, I wanted to give a quick comment on two things and then give you the latest and greatest from our best buddy, Igor Girkin, who nearly got arrested with his whole trouble situation. First of all, about the things that melt when you cook them. That happened in the Soviet era. It was one of the first studies I posted on my podcast. It was about how during the Soviet era, if you bought like macaroni, like pasta for your, countryside trip, hiking or something, if you bought them somewhere outside of the Baltics or Moscow, and if you say bought them in Kazakhstan or somewhere on the other side of the Ural Mountains, then there were cases where you just buy this pasta and then you throw it in the pot and then it all dissolves because it's all made from food glue. Because that's so quality. It's amazing. Secondly, no, you'll never lose screws while repairing your laptop. I mean, how can you do that? I'm sorry, I have a master's in history and a master's in philosophy, but during my studies I worked as a laptop repair technician and phone repair technician. You don't lose screws, just follow the schematics. It's super easy. What do you mean you lose screws when repairing things? That costs money. But that's just a side note. The important part is that, as you all probably have spoken about, and I want to ask Domin, did you speak about the general's letter, like the public message?
Popov.
Yeah, what Popov did.
Yeah, we spoke about Popov a couple of hours ago. Yeah, I specifically said he sounds a little bit like he might be endangering Strelkov's usual talking points.
Yeah, exactly. And currently Strelkov is very angry about this. He just posted, quote, "The appeal of the retired army commander to the public is, in the regular army, nonsense, a scandal, a most dangerous precedent, almost a riot. Moreover, this time it was created not by some criminal who, by the will of fortune, made his way from rags to riches, but by a natural cadre general, and not the worst one. Further, as many commentators rightly pointed out, there are only mutinies and uncontrolled disintegration of the army coming after this. And before that, well, in fact, they are close at hand. Only a new major military defeat separates us from the new camp on Moscow, like march on Moscow, carried out by the regular army, which I would very much like to avoid, but the plywood general, he speaks about Shoigu here, and Mumu, which I think is Surovikin, but might be anyone up there, well, they are untrainable. They instead are provoking. It's just that the Z channels are extremely worried about this, because just after the coup, it's very dangerous to them. And since, well, me and my Discord, we spent about 4.5 hours, and we watched all the stupid meeting of Club of Angry Patriots. Yeah, they had their own political plan. And this is throwing a side wrench on them. And what's interesting about all this stuff is the fact how, all the angry pro-war opposition in Russia, they're trying to, settle their arguments to be in this Club of Angry Patriots. However, even in their first Congress, there was a conflict between, guess what, the monarchists and the communists. Because the monarchist guy was represented by an ex-propaganda dude from Russian television who stated that Russia lacks boobs on the front lines, like literally quoting the kind of the liberty calls to barricades picture, and the fact that NAFO uses memes, and they don't. They only have old ladies with red rags. And then someone from the Communist Party came up and started yelling that old ladies with red rags showing the Soviet flag is the most sacred thing Russia has. So in Girkin's camp, it's total chaos, especially since Yistva, the place where he was about to give a lecture a few days ago, that got finally shot down. And I think the whole pro-war opposition in Russia, they're now being forced to admit that, yeah, well, there is literally no laws that are actually currently functioning over there. It's just that latest couple of days now, it's been nothing but total panic and wankering from everyone on the pro-war side. And again today they spent some time. Previously, it was about on the channels that in the summit Ukraine is going to get no help. Nothing's going to happen because they didn't succeed in war. It was all around massive cope. I don't even know how to deal with this. I know that Ukraine is a bit disappointed about what happened in the summit. But like, if you hadn't spoken about this before, I wish to know how the summit is treated in the West, because Ukraine wanted a bit more, although it was going to help. I just want to know how the Western media looks at it.
So you know what? Honestly, I think it's a very schizophrenic attitude, because I don't think that anybody has outlined their own expectations very well ahead of time. So so about a week and a half before the summit, right at the end of July, I had a little sit down myself with a notepad, and I did a little bit of a sketching out of what I was expecting from the summit, right? And I based that on comments that were previously made by Andriy Yermak, the chief of staff of Zelensky's office, and Anders Fogh Rasmussen, the previous Secretary General before Stoltenberg, the middle of the three Rasmussens who were back to back prime ministers of Denmark, right? And so Fogh Rasmussen and Yermak did an outline of kind of three options. About a month ago, they announced it, but three options for how this can be dealt with. And obviously Yermak is in with Zelensky, let's say, right? He runs his office. He's not just some guy. So because of that, the results of the summit, the final communique came out. It's like, yeah, this is fine. This is a passing grade. This is okay. It's not ideal, but it's okay. And then Zelensky was of course arguing for more, agitating for more, as he should be, right? Because he should, of course, go for what is best for Ukraine. But then even yesterday he said, the outcome isn't ideal, but it's good. So I feel kind of vindicated in my assessment, because even Zelensky eventually said, yeah, this is good. It's not ideal, but it's good. It's not an A+, but it's like it's like a B minus. That's okay. It's not what everybody really wanted. And the really important thing to remember, I think, is the following. Look at where Sweden is in its process of NATO accession. Look at where Ukraine is in its process of NATO accession, right? What matters for both Sweden and Ukraine at this point still are bilateral arrangements. Because unless you have every single country that's a NATO member state ratify your membership, ratify your accession, you are not yet in, and you're reliant on bilateral arrangements. Like Sweden and Finland got from Britain, from the US, from eventually France, Germany, Poland, bunch of all the Nordic states, etc. Right? Because that's the only things that really matter until you have every single ratification done. And because of that, I kept saying, look, there's no way Ukraine can join. There was such a red herring by Sullivan and some others, right, who were saying, well, Ukraine couldn't join now. Well, no, dude. Of course it couldn't join now. It needs to go through a ratification process. It would be literally impossible, even theoretically, for a ratification process by all the 31, soon to be 32 member states to be performed in 2 days. That's not how life works. That's not how procedures work. That was never on the table, right? So, yeah, as far as I'm concerned, it's fine. The G7 declaration yesterday was very important. A number of countries have joined onto it already. Not Sweden. Maybe Sweden has as well. I don't know if Sweden has. Spain was the first, I think. Norway, Netherlands, Czech Republic, I think, all have joined. I'll have a look at the list. Sweden is quite likely to if it hasn't. Stuff like this makes the real difference. These bilateral arrangements are what makes the real difference. And at the end of the day, as far as I'm concerned, what needs to happen is Ukraine needs to be, given the kitchen sink to throw at the Russians. And by the time of the next summit in Washington next year, the situation on the ground will hopefully be such that we can make serious next steps when it comes to it, and actually maybe already start the ratification procedures. So that's kind of my attitude to it. The attitude of a lot of Western press is a bit confused because they didn't have expectations clear out ahead of time, and they don't know what to do with it because they don't get how procedure works, frankly, in many cases.
Okay, and before you get to the hands, because I see them a lot here, just notice I follow Russian opposition, liberal opposition media quite closely, and the fact that they got into a fight with NATO.
Oh, the shark.
Yeah, the shark thing. Well, I am going home from IKEA right now. I have a Blahaj shark just purchased, Didn't think I need one, but now I do. I'm going to make nice collages with it. That's the dumbest thing, because I think I posted that on Twitter here. But I understand why they made this fight, because I want to explain this to our listeners here. See, Russian opposition journalists, they're used to be the smartest kids in the room. And this is going to explain some NAFO stuff. That's the thing. They even refuse to talk to me because I'm a Latvian, and they just don't think I'm an equal of theirs, even though I, publish in Foreign Policy magazine. They don't care. They're used to be very condescending to their own audiences because they usually come from very rich Muscovite or St. Petersburg families, and they've gotten an education in the West at some points, and then they go out and be like, oh, we're the bourgeoisie who know all the Western things and everything. But they actually don't. They actually kind of think that everyone in the Western countries, when you go to your Aldi or Lidl to buy your sausage, you're thinking about the values of democracy and liberty constantly. They're into this whole attitude. And the fact that they're so used to be this, top-down dog who's the smartest kid in the room and always condescending towards the common people who are just peasants and uneducated, and now they've been forced to emigrate, and suddenly it turns out that they are no longer the smartest kid in the room, and they can't accept this fact. And the fact that they've been preaching these Western values of which they have a vague imagination of, because, they always know better than everyone else, and now they're being treated by, Western people who like to have fun, who like to make silly jokes, and sometimes bad comedy, and sometimes very black humor. Well, they can't accept this in their worldview because to them, the European Union is more pure and less bureaucratic and less filled with all sorts of nonsense than what we see every day. And they're just so used to this condescending attitude and being superior to everyone else that to them, the fact that NAFO exists and that we make, yes, black and sometimes irrefutable horrible comedy and jokes about, people being eaten by sharks, that is just so alien to them that they actually genuinely take offense because that contradicts everything they've been telling their audiences who've been looking at them as the smartest kids in the room as absolute truth. Therefore, they just have to argue against this. It's just that they're gone from Russia and they cannot accept the fact that, well, European Union does not consist of people who constantly think about liberty and democracy every time they buy sausage. And we also have, jokes and humor. And they can't have that because they've been presenting this Western idea to their things. It's kind of like these Russian liberal opposition guys. It's kind of like when you get in love with your girlfriend, but you're not actually in love with her. You're in love with the image of her in her head. That's their attitude towards Western values. And this is why it wasn't surprising when they made war against NAFO and the cartoon dogs, although it was extremely stupid of them to do so, because I don't even know.
Absolutely ridiculous. I will say we did hear from a pretty much more sensible Russian voice during the NATO summit from Garry Kasparov, and also there's a lot of praise that went his way. I would, however, like to quote Vytautas Landsbergis, is the first chairman of the reconstituted Seimas of Lithuania after the regained independence, the second time in the 20th century, when he said,
"Yes, you'll be careful about our Baltic history, comrade."
Yeah, I said regained independence and second time in the 20th century. So I'm good on this. And he said, I quote, "As long as there is Russia, there will never be such a thing as, quote, after the war, end quote. You should say it frankly, quote, after Russia, end quote. Maybe then the world will have a chance." And I think this is the right attitude to have, because at the very least, the idea of Russia as it's constituted today isn't conducive to safety and security in Europe, and especially not on the eastern front of NATO. With that, because we can hardly match Vytautas Landsbergis here, let's go to Kerry and then to Lewis. Kerry.
Morning, guys. I put out. I'm very pleased that I sort of held my fire and listened to you, Damon, on at the end of the first day, because I put out quite a few of the G7 communiques. Can't remember if it was last night or this morning, but I felt a lot more positive after I'd seen that. And in particular, it was great that they chose the president of, is it president of Japan? Is it president or
Prime Minister? Kishida.
Prime Minister, yeah, the Japanese Prime Minister to give the key address. I thought that was very well played, and I felt that that was more than a signal just to Russia. That was also, I feel, a signal to China at the same time.
So yeah, feeling a lot more positive about it now, and it's all in the detail. The devil is in the detail, and I feel like there is enough of a starting point now to get behind, which was what was necessary. And I have absolute confidence that the Ukrainian politicians that have responsibility for all of the subsections of their strategic development will be absolutely putting their pedal to the metal as fast as possible. So yeah, thank you very much, Damon, for that, your calm approach, and it has been very helpful to me and has enabled me to see what has been achieved. So thanks for that.
Thank you, Carrie. See, the devil's in the details, right? It really is. And ideally, the invitation would have been issued. An invitation is a formal process. It's not just something, trivial. Ideally, it would have been issued. It would have made a difference, but it's okay. It's fine. It's a passing grade. And frankly, from a group project where you have one who's actively sabotaging everything, where the loudest kids, the biggest, the most extroverted ones are all sort of C minus students, most of them anyway, to end up with a class project that gets sort of a B minus out of it. That's pretty good. Yes, there's some in there who would have gotten an A+ on their own, like Estonia, but that's just not how it works when you have a class project. Everybody gets one grade, and that's how we should be happy that we ended up with a B rather than a C or even a failing grade. It's maybe my optimistic outlook on life. Lewis.
Hey, Damon. I appreciate your how you described the NATO response last night, and I tell you what, I am so happy you didn't go into pizza details again, because when you were doing that last night, I got hungry. And you got very descriptive with those toppings. Oh boy. Anyhow, I think that as you say, the outcome from the NATO summit is very positive, and the devil is in the details. And while the language has that, definitely that would have had that moral boost for Ukrainians. It's a very fine balancing act, I suppose, that everyone in NATO has to do. Now, I am exactly the same as you. I think give them everything now. Don't, spare no expense. Do what is necessary, because they are the front line against another country that is obviously a threat to the world order, the rules-based societies that we have and that we enjoy in every day. And they fall, then we're in deep doo-doo. As I said, I guess Zelensky has to really push more than what he was expecting, because obviously that's how you deal. You go for more than what you're actually wanting in the end. He's got to, obviously his first duty is to what is best for Ukraine, massive power to him, and he's an absolute inspiration, and so are the Ukrainians. And I guess it was just good to see the results of the summit, and I just hope going forward we really see some solid results on the front line. I really hope we can somehow get some attackers in there, but anyway, that's another matter. But thanks. I'll relinquish the mic.
No, exactly right, and this is what I'm saying. Today, tomorrow, and every day until 31 or indeed 32 countries have ratified Ukrainian NATO accession. The thing that matters are bilateral arrangements. The thing that really matter are the delivery of things that fly onto Russian positions and go boom. That's the stuff that actually makes a difference at every point until there's all of the ratifications done and and all of those deposited in Washington D.C. at the State Department. And we know that's not going to happen because Hungary for a start. So let's focus on that. Moves forward have been made. It's within what Yermak and Fogh Rasmussen proposed. It's not bad. It's not quite a repeat of Bucharest. It's not that there is actually a change of principle. And actually, Ben Wallace outlined that really well. So, no. Actually, with that, I see that we have Zoran with us, and I really want to turn to him because he's both very well informed, very, very measured in his assessments, but also is in and out of Ukraine all the time. And I'd love to hear what you think of all of what happened over the last couple of days. And
Guten Tag, Domen. Hi, listeners. Good to hear you again. Now, speaking about the summit, I want to drop a little bit of water into the wine. I really like that you are optimistic. And the school notes, yes, I thought about this B+, maybe B- yesterday. And I think we missed another chance, unfortunately. Yeah, because we need to give Ukraine a real perspective, right? And for me, what we have now is we have still Ukraine somewhere in the gray zone, right? We didn't say to them truly, you will become a member. Maybe with an if, for sure with conditions, of course, but we didn't say that, unfortunately. The G7 statement, of course, it's very good. It's really nice to have it, but it's something completely different. And we all know that the only real security guarantee for Ukraine cannot be bilateral agreements. It's only NATO membership and the clear perspective for it. And that's why I also don't want to compare it with Bucharest, but I say it's another missed chance, right? And also any kinds of statements like, as long as the war is ongoing, Ukraine will never become NATO. It's very, very bad, such statements, because it's a manual, it's an instruction manual for Putin what to do, right? Just boil and boil and boil and keep it cooking, right? And Ukraine will never become a NATO member state. So that's why I think, yes, maybe B-, maybe C+, if such thing exists, but for sure a missed chance. We know pretty much who is responsible for it, of course. Unfortunately, maybe real Zeitenwende, not yet, right? But okay, looking forward, and now indeed we need to use this new partnership instrument that was created, and hopefully it's not just a working group, right? But a real group of experts working on conditions, right? And now let's use this 1 year up to Washington and work on the conditions and really prepare for a true membership perspective.
so I agree with all of that, Zin, and I think it's exactly the bit that you said. You can't say once the war is over, once Ukraine has liberated all of its territory or anything like that, exactly because you give a vote, you give agency to Putin, right? But because you can't do those, because you can't set actual timelines, I think this is why it was very difficult to craft a wording that maybe Estonia on its own would have crafted, or maybe Finland on its own would have crafted, but with the necessary camel that you get out of a committee of 31, especially when you have one definitely bad actor among them, and then a few that are very unsure about themselves, as you said, Zeitenwende, what it really is. And this is why I think that I completely agree that it's a missed opportunity. I just don't think that we could have expected a whole lot better than this, because already 2 weeks ago we were still at a point where MAP was going to stay in place and not even that was going to be removed. When until Monday, when Stoltenberg put it in his foreign policy article, we didn't even know that the NATO-Ukraine Council would be founded at all, much less so immediately. And if you look at the Yermak Fogh Rasmussen option 2, they were basically saying found the Ukraine-NATO Council, the NATO-Ukraine Council by the Washington summit. So that was one of the few timeline things that they proposed, but it already got founded. So obviously we got one fewer timeline simply because it already happened at the same point. and that kind of complicates things additionally. So I completely agree with what couldn't be done and why what would ideally have been done. But it's really a problem of how would you actually have achieved that, right? And I completely agree, right? Bilateral guarantees are no actual guarantees. The only real guarantee is NATO Article 5. You can't get to that until you have 31, 32 ratifications, though. And we know that those wouldn't be happening for an immensely long time anyway. So the best thing to do for the next year is ensure that conditions on the ground are able to be changed by Ukrainians by virtue of superior firepower to then have that actual open path to ratifications. I think that's where I kind of end up. Expecting more than we got was unlikely. This is, about as, this is probably 60th, 70th percentile outcome at the very least of what was likely. And then the rest of it, it's a shame, but at least we're moving forward with the tangible things that are useful before the ratifications will be done.
That's right, but the political messaging could have been clearer. The oral political messaging of NATO, not speaking about member states, of NATO, and not bilateral member states. I mean, of member states, of course, because NATO is the member states of NATO. Yeah, that's clear.
The statement that was missing is an explicit one, right?
Could have
Ukraine will be a member.
Exactly, that's what I'm saying. And we didn't hear that, unfortunately.
100%. And we heard it from individuals. We heard it from Ben Wallace explicitly, for example, right? But it was missing in that statement. It was missing. And I think even Stoltenberg said it, right? It is just that it is not explicitly written in the communique that everybody had to physically sign off on. So yes, 100%. That's exactly right. And I do worry that too much, I like a bit of water in the wine. I worry a little bit that a lot of the media coverage that came out of the first day, especially, was more putting a drop of wine in a bucket of water rather than a drop of water in a glass of wine. And I don't think there's the right balance to have struck there. So, anyway, thank you, Zen. Greatly appreciated as always. Christoph, maybe that outlines for you a little bit, more about the opinions and views.
Well, the thing is, you're speaking about wine and water. I don't drink either. I'm a beer drinker because I'm from Latvia. I mean, what the hell is wrong with you people who drink wine? Ew. Why would you ever drink wine? Jesus.
Tastes good.
Beer all the way. No, it doesn't. But fine. You do you, Southerners. The thing I wanted to ask about, by the way, for everyone here, is the fact that I actually noticed one thing that was really good by actually the Russian opposition themselves. They recently criticized the Czech government, which needs some shade thrown at them, for the fact that they recently decided to not to confiscate the property of one of the arms manufacturers of Russia, namely, I'm sorry, I'm the street now. Like one of the guys who makes missiles for Russia, their family members' property couldn't be confiscated because they apparently didn't have any lawful basis. And now the Russian opposition journalists, a lot of them, including the Finance team, are calling Europeans hypocrites because, common Russians get denied visas, they get all sorts of restrictions. Meanwhile, Czech Republic cannot even confiscate the property of a guy who literally makes, missiles to be used against Ukraine. And the fact that they actually are making some mistakes there. So that's the thing. What I wanted to ask, what is the reason why we are so why it's so hard to push the public opinion to the point where we will be able to finally confiscate the properties of all the relatives and all these relatives and second wives and lovers, everything, they have signed off their property to everyone else except themselves. They are good. They are that Russian cheating. Like, I kind of, you all speak about devil in the details, but sometimes you have to, punch the devil in the fucking face and just do the thing that's right, You can't stick to the details and to all this very, very appropriate talk about small nuances. That's all nonsense. I mean, these guys are from Russia. They are businessmen who made their wealth in Russia by stealing money. They don't obey the laws. And they have, signed off their properties to their family members and everything. And the fact that the European Union just fails to confiscate everything that Russia just uses to produce weapons to be used against Ukraine, and even this outlandish case where It's literally everyone knows it's the property of a guy who makes missiles that are striking Ukraine at this moment, and it can't be confiscated because legalese issues. I mean, it just seems like nonsense to me. Some excuses because some bullshit get paid off. It just made me so angry right now. I'm very sorry if I'm ranting, but
No, so I
super
understand. I understand the anger and the frustration. It's only normal, right? The question is, how do you do it in a way that is legal? You know what they say. We can't let the terrorists win. We cannot be afraid, and we cannot, give into what they want us to do, to betray our own rules, our own values, to betray our own freedoms. Well, the same kind of applies here to a degree. Not entirely. I completely agree that the family member loopholes are far too prevalent in far too many cases, where you're really looking at where you're really looking at a trivial bypass, and those should absolutely be closed. But it also has to be done in a way and manner where we don't become more like Russia, where we don't betray rule of law. So it cannot be done arbitrarily. It has to be done, very systematically and thoroughly. This is also why, for example, all of those Russian funds are frozen in the West. They've not been transferred to Ukraine because, frankly, a legal solution on how to do that has not been very much forthcoming as yet. And it needs to be done correctly. Otherwise, you're literally harming yourself in the longer run. And this is kind of why these things are very difficult.
I kind of understand that, but the problem is the fact that for me, I was born in 1989. I grew up in the 90s. It's kind of like there's always this thing about cars. There's always this thing about you can make this efficient and you can just do the right thing, but like you said, if you value the rule of law, you have to accept these bureaucracy of options. Which, by the way, is the reason why I really believe that Putin and every one of his cronies should get a proper court in The Hague. They do not believe in our institutions, and they, fully expect to be just shot and court-martialed. But no. I think the people who want them shot are wrong. I believe that they deserve to go through all of that bureaucracy now. All of the institutions and everything. Because that would just be the utter humiliation. But just, as an Eastern European person myself, all this utter always following the rule of law thing, as you probably understand, is a bit irritating, especially for me as a journalist. Because, I understand why it exists, but this is also the reason why Ukrainians are frustrated themselves. I'll shut up now and let the put up hands speak. But thank you, Domin, because I just needed this.
Yeah, no, fair enough. No, I get it, and there are actual gaps in sanctions, and those gaps are to do with family members because it's the trivial, it's the most trivial way to do it. 100%. David.
Yeah, hi. Yeah, I mean, I'm also fairly angry and emotional about all of this stuff. And so the first thing is about the the legalism and closing sanctions and all of this stuff. This is very, very much detailed things, and as you say, Domin, it's difficult to get a balance here. This is something longer term to look at. But the main point I'd like to make is that the summit came up with some very good results. But what we completely failed to do is to say, as you just mentioned, Ukraine will be in NATO. This was, a clear outcome of the summit, but it wasn't stated. The headlines this morning aren't about Ukraine will be in NATO. They're about Ben Wallace saying something about Amazon on the whole.
Which apparently he didn't say even.
Oh, exactly. I mean, if you actually read what the text of his speech was, it's a completely different thing. But this is the lazy journalism that I was talking about a couple of weeks ago, and it's just it's sickening. But anyway, I mean, my point is that the West just doesn't seem to have got its act together regarding communication, and it's not a difficult thing to do. All we needed yesterday were two statements: Ukraine will be in NATO, and the G7 will be financing and supporting and training Ukraine to make sure that Russia doesn't do anything like this again. And that those two statements are all that was required. That's all. I spent yesterday evening speaking to Ukrainian friends and trying to convince them that, you know, this wasn't all lost and that they weren't about to get sold down the Swanee, and that even if a Republican president was elected in the next round, that wouldn't mean that there would be a complete change in course. Because, you know, I don't think that's the case. I think, you know, what we've seen now is we've moved this topic into a procedural matter within NATO, and that will just take its course. And so the course is set, the wheels are in motion, and Ukraine will be a member of NATO. This is clear. It's come out of the summit. But it takes somebody who's familiar with Western politics and organizational nuance in order to be able to interpret that. And we've completely ignored the Ukrainian population who aren't familiar with all of that. And, you know, as I say, we can't do the simple thing of managing the communications in order to make it clear. And it seems like a trivial thing, but we need to take this seriously. This is something that is the one thing that Russia is somehow good at, even if it's the fire hose of bullshit, or however we want to term it. The war is going on in the information space as well, and we must do better, and it's too late now. You know, the perception among everyone I spoke to last night from Ukraine or Ukrainian outside of Ukraine, and Kate Levchuk as well was tweeting in a very despondent manner yesterday, friend of the space. You know, the perception in Ukraine for this is terrible, when in fact the outcome is Ukraine will be in NATO and the G7 is fully behind. And the G7 is not just the NATO countries, it's Japan as well. Massive. So yeah, I'm frustrated and angry. Tried to be as measured as possible there. That's all for now.
I have a solution, David. I have a solution, and I will unilaterally nominate Zerdan to be in charge of NATO communications going forward, because he'll take these things well into account and make sure that things are formulated properly. And I mean, tough, Zerdan, you're just going to have to do it now. Too late to protest.
What have I done?
Well, sometimes things like this just happen, you know. Serendipity, perhaps. Maybe yes, maybe not.
No, if anyone from NATO recruiting is out there, then I'd be glad to do the job.
Very good. Shaggy.
You have to give me 2 minutes. I need to move the van. Oh no, don't. He can get through. Excellent.
Oh, very good.
Yeah, no. Kristaps made me think when he said the word confiscation. So I was reading an article this morning about German border guards confiscating Russian registered cars in Germany now, which made me chuckle. Basically, there was this couple who are doing the grand tour. These Russian couple doing a grand tour. I think they went from Italy to Germany and then had their car confiscated on the border. Something to do with the sanctions, which is brilliant. So now they're on a grand hike, which made me laugh. So yeah, any news on how many? I don't know if you heard the story or know how many vehicles so far have been confiscated, and what's going to happen to those confiscated vehicles as well. I mean, I'm hoping they're going to go to Ukraine, to be honest.
I don't know. I saw yesterday that there were Russians complaining about some such vehicle. I know that beforehand, Germany was restricting the access for diplomats about what cars they can bring in, and some bypasses that they were using previously. But I don't know. I don't know exactly what this policy actually is. And if anybody does know what the German policy is, I'd absolutely love to know.
All right. Oh yeah. I mean, if nobody mentions it before I get on later on this afternoon, I think about it. I'm not sure. I'll dig out the article and I'll send it to you when I find it.
Yes, no, since I saw that, but I don't know what the actual policy is because I didn't. But at least the article that I saw didn't actually describe what the real situation was. It just said, oh, some car got taken, as opposed to describing the legal status of.
Ah, okay. If I find anything more granular on those details, I'll send that to you as well. Cheers, Damon.
Thank you, Shaggy. And you see, as often the devil is very much in the details, and then these details rather matter. I mean, we were talking about the stuff that gets seized, right? And acid seizure and so on. How did the Canadians get around that with the Antonov 124 from Volga Dnieper that was at Pearson, or possibly still is at Pearson, to actually be able to
I don't
transfer?
actually, I don't honestly know, Damon. I'm not sure if that's been resolved either. I will go and take a look, though. But this talk of seizing versus freezing. Him just being absolutely astounded that we've got this law from 1215 that's pretty well sort of more or less still in force.
Well, yeah, it's kind of it's a tricky one, right? But I think that there's sometimes a little bit of apprehension because people aren't really sure what they want to do. That's a problem. But then the question of how to do it is a whole different issue altogether. And I don't think we should necessarily confound the two, because not that much good comes out of that. Kristaps?
Oh yeah, I have something good for you, because I'm watching the Russian news and everything. That's the thing. I think the most damning thing that you could give to all the Vatniks out there, all the Russian supporters out there, are just posts from Russian news outlets. Like, nothing damns them more than this. So I'm giving you another post from Z channels. This comes from Rybar and from Maxim Kalashnikov and from Girkin. Like, everyone reposted this. So I'll just read you what's happening on the Russian side on their war hospitals. I hope you can hear me, by the way, as I'm trying to manage this.
Yeah, we're good.
Oh yeah, nice. So let me just do the thing. Repost, please help. They turned to me from one Donetsk hospital where many wounded are lying. Right. I won't say out loud which one, since not only friends are read here. Hello, Mr. Girkin, you owe me money. They always had a complete problem with provision and a lot of troubles. We need things for the wounded: shorts, t-shirts, pants, slippers, because they are often brought with all their clothes cut off, as well as soap and water, water detergents, light bulbs, buckets, pots, and utensils. Well, bedding, but I'll sue it. There would be fabric for it. And then there's a help thing. I mean, if you look at this, when you as a country have to ask for volunteers to help with soap and bedding for your sheets, then that's the Russian world for you. It's the thing. What I don't understand the most is the fact that the Russians live in this world where Putin just scams them constantly. All the money is taken, and they have to beg money online to get soap and bedding and like water detergent for their their hospitals. And at the same time, they live in this glorious world where they win and defeat everyone. And I just find that silly. Just wanted to put this out there because I'm gonna go back home and probably work some more, because I'm gonna do my Dedovshin article about hazing in the Soviet army and then in the Russian army. But yeah, this whole issue about the fact that what I don't get, and they just refuse interviews of me, even though I'm from Latvia and trying to speak with them in Russian. The fact that they live in this. I'm sorry for the statement here, but I'm a gonzo journalist. I can say rude things as well. They live in literally a pile of garbage, and then they want to bring other people in that pile of garbage, and then they say it's the best thing for them. And that's the thing they don't understand. But yeah, that's what you get. Like, if you want to live in the Russian world, expect your hospitals to not have T-shirts or so. And that's about it.
It's almost. I mean, what do you think? Do you think that this is almost something considered almost normal for Russia?
Well,
Really, I'm more surprised that they have any hygiene approaches at all.
17% of Russian children in hospital do not have running water. That's a statistic. 17% of Russia's children's hospitals do not have running water. 30% of Russia's hospitals do not have sanitation. They use the, hole in the ground with a shack built upon it. Thing. And then when they claiming to be a superpower, that's insane. Yesterday I did some research from my sorry, that's an ambulance. Yesterday I did some research on the Soviet situation, and apparently last year the Russia produced 6 million artillery shells, bombs, and explosives. In 1940, Soviet Union produced 43 million of it. It's just that their ambitions of being a superpower are just kind of laughable if you think about it.
And I wonder what those actually were, if they really made 6 million last year, because something tells me they might not have had. Just a guess, really, because I can't claim that I really know, but just a guess. I don't think they really would have had.
Yeah, well, of course. I mean, I'm happy enough to be here and be the local guy who brings you the Russian news, but it just worries me the fact that this whole thing. I've been following Russian news all this time because that's what my podcast is about and that's what I've been doing. And the fact that there are people who believe that Ukraine definitely will be better under this whole Russian world thing, and Europe in general will be better off with it when they can't even provide for their own hospitals and everything. And it's just the thing. I want to talk to Girkin in person at some point because he sees all the inconsistencies.
I think
he sees everything. It's just madness. I don't know.
Once he gets to the Netherlands, he'll have nothing but time.
Oh well, I will definitely go and interview him. I mean, that's kind of my job. But how why would you want to spread a system of corruption? The pro-war people in Russia, they kind of think that the Russia they're spreading is somehow good and just and just the best thing ever. Meanwhile, they're complaining about what Putin does and all the other things, and they kind of separate these things in their mind. They think that their ideal Russia that are spreading is somehow better than what's happening right now. This confuses me. This has caused me a lot of headache. Maybe I'm too educated or something for that because I just don't understand what even the logic is. I mean, if you're complaining that your own soldiers, they don't have ammunition and that you're in trouble and you don't have any food, and then you're being scammed at every other opportunity, and then you just don't have even soap for your hospitals, and then you're trying to spread that as something good. This is where my brain just says does not compute, and I just turn off. It's just so weird.
There was a video that came out of Russian prisoners in Ukrainian, captivity. It's like, wow, this must be better than they have it at home. I mean, it's definitely better than they have it in their own barracks, let alone trenches.
Oh well, look, the biggest issue out of all the situation is the fact that I'm from Latvia and we're right next to Russia. So when this war ends, guess who's going to have to deal with all the refugees coming over? That's going to be an issue. But, like I always say, I don't think the decade will look good for anyone. Yeah. I'll be off now for about 20 minutes for speaking, but then I'll be back. But if you guys have any questions, please just say them out loud. And I just need to drive with my scooter over a bridge. But I'm following Girkin, and he's going more and more unhinged every day, and all this opposition It really looks like to me that there's going to be some armed riots very soon. And yeah, I'm quite afraid what's going to happen with my country is, we share quite a large border with Russia. And all of this is a bit scary.
We shall all cross that bridge when we get to it. Speaking of bridges, I mean, we have. Oh no, Kerry, if you want to go ahead, jump on, and then we'll go to an air bridge of sorts.
I was just going to say, based on what Crystal was saying, I've just seen a video that Noel's put up about an hour ago, which has got, so it's in the Kaliningrad, and a brawl broke out between the mobilized soldiers at the military camp. Cause of the fighting was intoxication and a dispute over a domestic conflict. Reportedly, one soldier was killed and several were seriously wounded. So yeah, happy camping.
Exactly, isn't it just so much better for them to, stay away, or surrender immediately? It's always best. Right. Speaking of an air bridge, people might remember here. Brought us the news of Boeing 737-900. Indeed, two of them, I believe, right? That were flying in Indonesia, but were owned by a Russian leasing company, which brought them home.
That's right. It's our old favorite leasing company, the State Transport Leasing Company of Russia, which brought a couple of 737-900s back from Lion Air in Indonesia, where they were subject to a bidding war between a number of Russian airlines and I think Belavia and Belarus too. But anyway, Aeroflot won out, being the big boy in the room, and has put them with Rossiya Airlines, which is one of their subsidiaries, and now they've actually named one of the aircraft, and it reminds me a bit of Norwegian, the airline Norwegian. They had on their tail fins, they had famous Norwegians, but then they promptly ran out of famous Norwegians, so they had to use sort of famous international people instead, particularly since they were flying internationally. But the Russians haven't run out of famous Russians to name their aircraft after. So this one of them is named after Zhirinovsky, which is rather amusing in a way, because it kind of tells you how much of a fake opposition he was.
Yes, so the aircraft the aircraft that couldn't have a livery applied to it because they're short on paint, right? That's a good one.
Look, I'm sorry. Zhirinovsky comes up. I must speak with about this situation because I've been covering him for 8 years before he died.
Yes,
oh
so
my God.
he was the leader of the Liberal Democratic Party of Russia since 1992 or so, until 2022 when he passed away, and he was the ultimate systemic opposition, so systemic that now Rossiya Airlines flies an aircraft called Zhirinovsky Vladimir Wolfowitz.
Let me tell you about Zhirinovsky, comrades, if you haven't seen this before. Zhirik is the short for Zhirinovsky, that's how we call him here, is the short, it's a measurement for political insanity. Dmitry Medvedev right now is 0.7 Zhirinovskys. Same. Zhirinovsky was the guy who proposed nuking Arizona. Then later he proposed nuking Iceland so that it would cause a massive flood that would just sweep away eastern coast of the United States of America. And Britain as well. Zhirinovsky always stated the very obvious things that Putin wanted to do, just in a more radical form. Zhirinovsky was the guy who, at one point, while getting absolutely wasted, went out onto the Red Square and threw money on, for pensioners, and people picked it up from the streets, saying that, here you go, slaves, pick it up, that's your due. That's a literal quote from Zhirinovsky. Liberal Democratic Party of Russia, yes. He was known to take saunas with naked boys, at the same time really, really, really hating against gay people. Zhirinovsky is someone that has made his mark on the political landscape of Russia while being utterly and completely insane. The fact that the plane that they named it after, like him, didn't come from Russia. Like, the fact is that this plane has traveled through so many things. Like, my mentor, my journalist mentor, Alexander Zorov, made an article about this. This plane literally came from Algeria, from the Tuareg villages, where it had been stranded on ground for about 3 years and used as a wedding ceremony thing. Because Russia cannot buy spare parts, they literally bought a grounded Boeing plane from Algeria, used by
No,
Tuareg tribes.
not this one. That's not the same plane.
Oh, well, sorry, but like, I heard that one on that thing. But, like,
Yeah,
literally bought one from
but this
Algeria.
isn't. This is a
Oh,
different
well.
plane. This is
Oh,
a
man.
this is a new Boeing 737-900 that's a few years old, which was owned by the Russian state leasing company and was
Oh,
leased
so
out
that's a
to
different one.
Lion Air of Indonesia.
Nice. Sorry, then I made a mistake because yeah, I thought that was the same thing because they literally bought a Boeing for Tuareg tribes that was grounded for 3 years. But if this is a different plane, well, that doesn't change Zhirinovsky. That's a guy who wanted to literally nuke everyone. He had threatened to nuke. And let me account here. I have a notes here because I followed him for 9 years on my show, and I made notes on places he wanted to nuke. Here we go. My Google Drive opened up very quickly. Places Zhirinovsky wanted to nuke: New York, Reykjavik, Istanbul, Athens, Rome, Estonia, all of it, Latvia, all of it, Czech Republic, all of it, Spain, Madrid, Barcelona, and oh, it seems like Granada. Yeah, Granada too for some reason. Oh no, Balearic Islands as well. Yeah, sorry. Andorra, Paris, Strasbourg, Brussels, all of Belgium later on. Athens again, twice. No, seriously, twice. He said that apparently. Then he wanted to nuke. Oh yeah, right. Austria, all of it. When he says all of it, he means it.
But they're neutral.
And then Warsaw. Yeah, but who cares? It's Zhirinovsky. Zhirinovsky is a measurement of political insanity. Okay? And I'm not even done. This is about 1/4 of the whole list. Zhirinovsky was the guy who came out and said that you need to nuke X, right? And the X was a random country. So this is kind of like, to explain this to maybe American people or someone from the Western side, like, look, this is kind of like naming a plane after a Ku Klux Klan leader who somehow names his party Liberal Democratic Party of Russia. It's kind of like Holy Roman Empire. The Liberal Democratic Party of Russia was neither liberal, neither democratic, neither even a party.
There wasn't any fun.
It was fun for him, because if you've seen the videos of him at the age of 65 hanging out with literally 16-year-old kids whom he has enticed to join the party's youth organization, oh boy, in any other country he'd be arrested for pedophilia, but he wasn't, and he terribly hated gay people at all the same time. Zhirinovsky's plane is something that just reminds me of warm feelings inside, because I could make fun of him all the time, man. And I was on the train to Odessa in Ukraine when I heard about his untimely passing, so to speak. And I was in Romania at the time because I was taking a very weird trip through Hungary with a train through Romania and Moldova, and then a bus to Odessa. But on the train, I found out Zhirinovsky has passed away, and then he became a measurement unit. I think we should install him in the SI units of utterly insane people. Because again, his best achievement in life is threatening Iceland. But at the same time, he said a lot of things Putin would do, and he did. He was the first person to say that Putin would change constitution so that there would be no, proper elections. And he stated that the last true elections were in 2018. He said a lot of things that Putin would do later. He was the guy that was Putin's litmus test, basically.
Yeah. So exactly. So now we're finally out of the anecdotal and into the concrete, right? It's part of how the Russian permitted opposition, state opposition functions and long has functioned. Wait, just give me a second. Wait. This is important because the permitted opposition, the state opposition is there in order to make the state look reasonable, among other, to both show a semblance of choice, but also to make the state look reasonable. So Zhirinovsky, whenever he went out, he made these outrageous remarks that you mentioned, sure, but most of what he said was Putin is doing things well. Comrade Putin's doing things well. Not comrade. He wasn't the communist. The communist said comrade. Mr. Putin is doing things well, but he should go much further still in the same direction as he's going. This shifts at all times the Overton window. People who are frustrated, perhaps, right? People who are a little bit frustrated, people who now might be following the many times over indicted, once convicted war criminal Strelkov. It kind of acted as a pressure release valve because they could go vote for him, right? The ridiculous people would go vote for him. It would look like opposition, but at the same time, he'd be shifting the Overton window and thus promoting this transition, the sort of transition that Ben Wallace spoke about yesterday as well at Vilnius, of how the West saw Putin start off somewhere and then move ever further towards the crazy genocidal imperialist. And that's the difference between how Russia was perceived from the outside or how it was perceived from its very recently occupied and freshly independent countries near it, right? Because everybody in the Baltics, for example, said, well, Russia's never going to change. It's always the same. They're just pretending. For people in the West and also for people within Russia, Putin has actually moved. And part of this and how this was facilitated, this is where Zhirinovsky was very important to the side of all the places that he wanted to claim or wanted to leave.
Yeah, but there's a thing here. What I wanted to say is that I need to give these anecdotal examples because I'm a journalist and a scientist. And it's all the craziness that keeps people, interested in this war, that keeps the West alive, so to speak. It keeps them living and understanding that this war is not a war of numbers. I give these anecdotal examples because they're interesting and they catch the thought. That's my idea. So this is why they're kind of important because, I watch Solovyev daily. I watch all the Russian propaganda daily. And these anecdotes, they're not just anecdotes, they're just the policy thing, I suppose. It's so weird. So it serves a point. I mean, I know we're used to very academical discussions and everything that is just tendencies, and you're completely right. This is Zhirinovsky served the litmus test role, the fact that, make Putin look insane. However, the very fact that, the legitimate opposition, sort of, legitimized opposition, this whole allowed one, that they did all these crazy things. Yeah, I mean, that serves as a part of the evidence of why, why we in the Baltics, we just believe Russia, we just listen to them. That's the whole thing.
Yes, exactly. The thing is, Kristaps, if all you do is list anecdotes, that gives an illustration to those who already know how to interpret it themselves. You need to actually explain the context of it for everyone else, and this is where listing anecdotes is important as archival work, but it's not sufficient.
Well, this is why you come in. This is why I really feel very happy to be on Report, because I still can't pronounce the name. I think it's Mira, and I'm stupid with that. But this is why, Domen, I really feel happy to be on when you're on, because, ladies and gentlemen, Domen is objectively the best MriyaReport host. In my opinion, I've seen the American ones as well. They're not as good. Domen is the best one. And, I produce the anecdotes, Domen produces the explanation. This is how we cooperate. And, I hope that we will do it the same way, because Domen is way more professional than I am. I'm just a gonzo journalist from Latvia going back to Ukraine and doing my job. So thank you, Domen. I truly appreciate your work, because, I think that we together can make, maybe someone understand more about everything that's happening.
All right, let's if we want to talk about news, let's talk about one big bit of news. Remember how a few days ago, Alexander Kamishin and Rheinmetall said that Rheinmetall will be opening a factory in Ukraine in 12 weeks' time, not 12 months, 12 weeks' time. That's in 3 months, basically by right around the start of October, there will be a factory up and running of Rheinmetall in the west of Ukraine. And why is that important? Why is that interesting? Because of course there's a lot of things said, and this is maybe Ming's specialty, not quite Ming's specialty, but close to Ming's specialty. Now, how insurance would be so very difficult to get for Ukrainians and for industry in Ukraine, as long as the war was going on. But no, Rheinmetall is going to be setting this up and making Fuchs armored personnel carriers in Ukraine, 400 a year, so more than one a day. This is also important because thus far, Fuchs are very good, very high quality armored personnel carriers. Thus far, no Fuchs have been given from Germany. There was a rumor that some Fuchs might be given, but no Fuchs have been given so far. However, clearly there will be a domestically produced a variant that undoubtedly will be staying in Ukraine, right? Starting in Ukraine very soon. Beyond that, we also heard a few days ago that Baykar, the company behind the Bayraktar drones, is already building a factory in Ukraine as well. Today, FFG, Flensburger Fahrzeugbaugesellschaft, which people might be familiar with. It's a northern German company from Flensburg, from Schleswig-Holstein, company that is intimately involved in the production, in the refitting, rather, of the Leopard 1A5s, the first of which will be going to Ukraine in the next week or two, is likewise working on a joint venture with Ukraine. It's unclear exactly whom with, but Oleksiy Makiev, the Ukrainian ambassador to Germany, has just posted less than half an hour ago, and you can find it up in the nest, has just posted a establishment of joint venture FFG Industries Ukraine, little teaser picture of a header. And I think that this will be going on very quickly indeed. Now, FFG, again, it's one of the largest providers of armored vehicles, refurbished, new, primarily refurbished stuff from various other places to Ukraine. And think about the context of it. Think about the G7 joint declaration that came out yesterday. What does it say? Ensuring us that we will each work with Ukraine on specific bilateral long-term security commitments and arrangements towards ensuring a sustainable force capable of defending Ukraine now and deterring Russian aggression in the future through the continued provision. Among others, one of the bullet points is continued provision of support to further develop Ukraine's defense industrial base. What is the establishment of a joint venture of Rheinmetall and Ukroboronprom in Ukraine, if not the development of Ukraine's defense industrial base? That this isn't just Rheinmetall, that FFG, Flensburger Fahrzeuggesellschaft, is joining in, is a big deal, because then it's not just one, German company doing it. It's a second one, and when there's a second, there will be a third and a fourth and a fifth. So, perhaps this declaration signed yesterday is already getting some good results. Ming, my question for you, as someone who's quite well familiar with insurance and insurance provisioning, a few weeks ago there was the Ukraine Reconstruction Conference in London, right? And one of the major parts of that was providing insurance, backing insurance, underwriting insurance for Ukraine in the meantime. Do you think that these would have happened without that? Or do you think that these joint ventures in Ukraine would have happened either way? Or at least, would you say that everybody kind of knew that underwriting was coming, and that's why they were able to plan for these things for Ukraine already months ago?
No, I think you're absolutely right, Dermot. Nobody embarks on a capital expenditure project like that, like building factories, unless they can be fairly sure that they're going to have some kind of insurance coverage, because obviously the last thing you want is your capex to be written off in a fire, or even worse, if it gets bombed, right? So that's the key here, having the war insurance coverage, because the accidental loss and damage coverage wouldn't include a loss to war damage. So that's very, very definitely been a key here. What was the name of the deputy finance minister that we had on who spoke about this and the other day? Was like a couple of weeks ago. he was very much on top of this exact topic, and it sounds like his hard work is now bearing fruit.
I am trying my hardest to remember. Was it Griban, Alexander Griban? He's the Deputy Minister of the Economy. And he joined us straight out of the meeting in London, the conference in London.
That's right, Damon. And they were using a model that the British had used to deal with losses from IRA bombings, where the state initially backstopped insurance coverage, and then the private market, the commercial insurance market, was able to take it from there over a period of time.
Thank you. Maybe you can explain that a little bit more to us if you want to take a minute or so to prepare it. But first, I want to say very good morning to my friend Darrow. Long time, Darrow. I've not heard you in weeks.
Hey, good morning, Dolan. Yeah, it's been a couple of weeks here. Yeah, what he's bringing up is very interesting as far as the factory. What you're bringing up is very interesting with the factory and the fact that the insurance issue. And I was just wondering, will Ukraine maybe introduce bonds to cover that insurance coverage or something to that effect? And secondly, I'm wondering if Germany is moving any of the sites from Switzerland that decided that they did not want to participate in this thing, because that seems like something that could be on the plate for this as well. Trying to move things around to where they're in more hospitable territories. So I'm just wondering, is that something that's going to happen with this? Were those folks built in Germany, or were they built in some other country prior to this?
Beforehand, they were built in Germany, and now they're going to be, the new ones are going to be being built in both Germany and Ukraine. I think completely parallel lines, not just assembly, but actual construction.
Okay, and that would actually help Ukraine out in the future if they want to compete, or if the FUK is sold elsewhere to help Ukraine economy later on. Not necessarily right now where they need them, but in the future. The only concerns I have probably will be the supply line of raw materials, because there is that aspect of any industrial operation is ensuring that your supply lines are secure, which they probably have already figured that part out. But that would be the only real issue I would think that they would have.
I agree there, and I think they have figured it out, like you said, because this isn't that difficult, right? Driving a truck from Germany, from middle of Germany to Western Ukraine, that's a day-long trip. It's not the end of the world. It's not a complicated logistic operation necessarily in itself. Let me just read out a little bit of a communique at the end of the Ukraine Recovery Conference in London a couple of weeks ago, and maybe this can steer us into maybe Darrow's question about bonds, because I don't think they'll need to. So what they wrote is: the government of Ukraine and its partners are responding to business demand to extend commercial insurance coverage in Ukraine. The conference launched the London Conference War Risk Insurance Framework. I don't know how this functions, frankly. If you did, that'd be great. Partners announced support for the World Bank Multilateral Investment Guarantee Agency, support for the Ukraine Reconstruction Economy Trust Fund, with the UK announcing a contribution of about $25 million on top of Japan's contribution of $23 million. The total will be, another $40 million on top of that through some other mechanism. The European Bank for Reconstruction and Development, the EBRD, that's a big boy. That's a really, really big financial institution, announced its intention to develop a pilot war risk insurance scheme for Ukraine as well. And the EBRD reiterated its intention to raise between 3 and 5 billion with a B euros of new capital from shareholders for these purposes as well, which is quite a lot, all in all. Ming, how do you think that this is going to do? Will Ukraine need to issue specific bonds for that, or because to me it looks like it will be basically outside actors kicking it off?
Yeah, no, I think you're right, Tim. So I actually asked the minister this exact question: were they looking at using catastrophe-style bonds for this? And he said no. So they're using something that the model they're using is modelled after the UK government scheme called Pool Re, which picked up after the bombing of the Baltic Exchange by the IRA in UK for commercial property. So the UK government
we lost it after Baltic Exchange. We just got you back.
An entity called Pool Re, which had an unlimited guarantee from the government, but obviously over time built up its own reserves covering those risks. And now, and I think it has total reserves of about £7 billion. So it should be able to cover the odd bombing here and there. It collects premiums from all the participating insurers who now provide the front end coverage, and in turn it has additional reinsurance coverage itself to stop losses should they exceed certain amounts. And that, I understood, was the model that the Ukrainians are following. So initially, I'd imagine that the likes of the EBRD, EIB, whatever, are providing the initial backstop, but over time, as it builds up its premium reserves, hopefully it'll be a standalone venture.
Very good. I mean, this then really can make a difference, right? And you need to start doing these things, because waiting until some other time later on, frankly, it's too late.
Dermot, sorry, I've lost sound, but I can see that you've see what you were saying there.
Oh, you couldn't hear me
on the captions. But you're still talking. Sorry, I'll drop.
Okay, very good. So we can you come back so we can talk. And Daryl, maybe that partially answers the question, right? That maybe there won't need to be any bonds issued for this, and it will be done differently, separately from it, in a more clever way. I also got a question from a listener. How do you ensure that these factories don't get bombed by the Russians? And frankly, I don't know. This is more than anything else, it's a question exactly of insurance than outright preventing them getting bombed. I think that's really the solution. Daryl?
Hey, maybe they're going to bring their own Gepards in to basically create an air bubble around the area where they're going to have the factory. I mean, that would kind of make sense. It's their factory. They bring in their own armament to help guard the area, and that would, it's a couple of extra Gepards for them to use, and maybe a Patriot type system around it. I mean, if I was going to do it and I was going to set up an industrial area, that's what we would do.
I'll say one thing, Daryl. You know what Thomas Steiner's response was when people were asking about the Rheinmetall a few days ago? That Rheinmetall is the Europe's premier producer of short-range air defense, and maybe they'd be quite happy to demonstrate some of the short-range air defense capacities and capabilities they have in the first place.
Absolutely. I mean, hey, it makes a lot of sense.
The other little thing, Daryl, question for you. we've seen a number of let's call them damaged Bradleys and Leopards off on the front lines. So much so that we've seen the same small batch about 150 times over now, because Russians keep finding new angles from which to release pictures taken of those. At the same time, of course, far fewer have been damaged. Barely any have been destroyed. Ukrainians keep saying, yeah, no, it's great. The Bradley gets hit, the Leopard gets hit 5, 6, 7 times, and we're fine. The crew survives. They get, contusions, maybe concussions, but they're fundamentally fine. They get out of Dodge, and then later on we get to recover the vehicles and fix them up. How big a difference that is compared to a Soviet-designed BMP where the crew is dead and the vehicle's toast.
That is exactly the reason they were built. They are not indestructible, but the survivability of the personnel inside, that is the key element to everything that we build. When we look at what the Russians' capabilities are, we try to build something to thwart that. Just like we did in Afghanistan and Iraq, where we built vehicles to minimize the damage of the IEDs and things like that. That's what American companies, when we are buying and purchasing and requisitioning equipment and things like that from our industrial complex, that's what everything is about. How do you mitigate this particular threat? And just like, and it's happening. We're getting to see exactly what this equipment should be doing in a battlefield situation. And at this point, I guarantee you, there are American companies, there are British companies looking at these things and saying, what can we do different to even improve that? And that's how you become premier armament builders around the world. You look at the threats, you build to thwart the threats that you see on the battlefield. And they're going to analyze it. And I guarantee you, at the end of this war, some of those vehicles are going to go back and they're going to look at them and see what failed and what didn't fail. But the primary thing here is the men inside get to walk away and fight another day. They are not dead, like you said. They are not crippled for life. They're bruised up, but they're alive. And that's the key to all of this. When I was looking at somebody had a video or picture of them repairing vehicles in the field. That's exactly what we want to see, them being able to do that. Of course, it was on a BMP, but I'm pretty sure that somewhere they're not taking videos of it. They are pulling packs. When I say packs, that's the engine transmission as it comes out of the vehicle as a unit. They're pulling these packs out and they are repairing them and putting them back in place. Suspensions, they're just going in, unbolting what's left of what blew up, bolting a new one in, and putting that vehicle right back on the road. If it needs anything else, they probably got welders that are well adept at taking care of welding on this type of metal, and they are putting it back in service. And that's what you want from a army that's coming into NATO. You want somebody that can do the job under the worst circumstances, because if I got an American company of tanks over here and I got a Ukrainian bunch of tanks over there, if my mechanics are busy somewhere else, I know that I can take it over to them and they can repair it for me. And I know that what they are doing is going to be a good job. And that's what we want. We want this interoperability between our nations.
And that's so. It's interesting. So, in the case of the Bradley, isn't the Bradley a vehicle that, when it was in the development stage, it was an absolute disaster and total cost overrun and everything? Isn't it? There's a whole film about it, isn't there? I think I haven't seen it, but I should see if I could watch that one day, because obviously it turned out rather well in the end.
I'm not familiar with that video. there were problems with it, and that's one of the reasons why the U.S. was looking for other vehicles. But for what it was designed for, and as long as they're not having significant issues with it, the Ukrainians are making best use. And again, it's saving their lives, and that's what it's all about. Um, it's a learning stage in regards to that, Bradley, but it's still doing exactly what it was designed to do, and that's to save their lives.
Thank you very much.
Dim, there's another piece of news that I don't know if we've discussed, but I thought was rather interesting. It's a statement from the Deputy Ukrainian Defense Minister, Malia, who has said that Ukraine now controls the southern flank of Bakhmut. So it must be getting, I haven't seen any updated maps, but it must be getting pretty close to being almost encircled.
Frankly, I don't know how to comment on that very well because I don't really know. I would trust them absolutely, but this is going to go bit by bit, and until it actually happens, I don't think they'll give us the real concrete data and evidence for it, which is the problematic bit or the troublesome bit. Yeah, very good. Well, maybe some will know more about this than I do. I want to go to Bloke, whom I think has a thing or two on the Bradleys, and then on to Lexicon, staying very firmly up in Canada. Bloke.
Good morning. So yeah, I just wanted to dovetail onto some of Daryl's comments and Ming's comments together. So first of all, Ming, one of the things about Western militaries and development of weapons is exactly that. The fact that you saw a documentary on how shit it was and how expensive and there were cost overruns at first, because there's a certain amount of transparency in our procurement process, right? Like there's, same thing isn't going to happen in authoritarian governments. And and that allows us to transparently, incrementally improve our kit. Whereas I suspect in Russia, a lot of this stuff would be buried while people take their cut for their contracts, and problems will be hidden. And this is exactly why it was really interesting when General Popov, which I find, if I've got his name correctly, I find that an amusing name. I'm sure mockers has probably.
Mr. Popov. I'm just waiting for his head to pop off next.
Yeah, exactly. But this was announced in a video that he's been removed from command, and that was precisely for telling the truth, right? Because you can't bring the boss the bad news because the boss is going to shoot the messenger, and that's the fundamental weakness these autocracies have, and it's also why our kit is designed for survivability, because democracies are reluctant to go to war. Voters have a say in whether we go to war or not. So that's why we put a premium on keeping our soldiers safe. So all of this sort of fits together in, a different, I don't like using the word paradigm. I wish I had a better one. But there's a cohesive approach to war and to building kit for war that is based on the fundamental value differences between the two systems of government, right? And interestingly enough, one of the generals in question, the plot sort of thickens, because as soon as they had criticized the government, there were leaks about their position and stuff like that, and they popped off. So I thought that was sort of interesting. As for Bakhmut, you know, it's going to be slow incremental progress. What the minister was saying is that they have the Russians under fire control, meaning that they're the ability to bring in supplies and take supplies out and to reinforce. They've seized the high ground on either flank, and then they can theoretically interdict those supplies. But don't forget, the Russians had done that to the Ukrainians as well for a short period of time just before they took the city. So it doesn't mean it's game over yet, but it's going to help, and we're just going to have to be patient. But when I keep on saying patience, and when everyone talks about how slowly things are going, please just remind your fellas that the Ukrainians have made more progress in 6 weeks that the Russians have in 6 months. Okay? So try to put things in perspective. This isn't as fast as we would like, because we want the war to be over and we want Russia to be, you know, completely, devastatingly, thoroughly defeated. But it's a process, and it took a long time for the Allies to make progress in World War II, despite complete air superiority, which is something that the Ukrainians do not have, right? So they're going to have to do it using an entirely different approach from what we're used to. And we just have to trust their general staff, who have been amazing so far. And but they will gradually make slow progress, and they will free their land. And it's even if the trend continues, the Russians will have to pull out, because there's no way they can sustain that, right? And so that's all I wanted to jump in.
4 times as much in a quarter of the time. In 5.5, 6 month winter offensive, Russia took a net 0.28 of a Liechtenstein. And Ukraine has now, in 6 weeks, taken about 1.1 of a Liechtenstein. So, no, that's sorry, this is the unit Mingan I use.
You know, Domin, that's what I admire about you. You can just pull those out of the hats and have a perfect metaphor or analogy to go with it. I wish I could do that, and that's what very well summed up. And Daryl, nice to hear from you. And that's it for now. I will drop down and get more coffee.
What can I say, bloke? You know, chew on it, nibble on it, whatever it is you beavers do.
I looked up the Bradley film. It's actually a fictional film. It's a black comedy.
Did Ming cut out then?
Yeah, he did.
Phase, and it's called The Pentagon Wars. I'll go and see if I can find it.
Well, regardless, I can promise you that within the Western, you know, within the military, the shortcomings were discussed out in the open and addressed by the manufacturer, because, again, there's transparency and accountability in democracies. It's certainly not perfect, but that's a fundamentally different thing from an autocracy.
Oh, absolutely right.
Why,
Don't get me wrong, bloke. I'm not criticizing. I'm just pointing out that you know, these, you know, despite its troubled past, it's proving to be remarkably successful.
Agreed. And with that, I will drop down. Thank you very much.
I just want to alert you, bloke. Check the last thing in the nest, because it's very interesting. And the G7 statement, joint statement yesterday, is already making head with the second German major arms manufacturer working now on a joint venture in Ukraine. After Rheinmetall, Flensburger Fahrzeug, Fahrzeuge, whatever it is, Fahrzeuge, I guess, Gesellschaft, opening or starting a joint venture factory in Ukraine as well. You know, just what the joint declaration said, building out Ukraine's defense industries is a part of this resilience as well.
Outstanding. And that again, speaks to the sustainability that the Ukrainians have, that the enemy will not. So that's fantastic. Thank you so much. I'll drop down and
Thank you, Bloke.
caffeinate, and read.
Lexicon, morning.
Hi, very good morning to you all. Thank you. So let's go back to that.
Are we having all sorts of cutting out?
We are. It's people too close to the Atlantic, I think.
Been thinking about it all.
Unfortunately, Lexicon, you're just coming through in snippets, completely unreadable. I don't know if it's worth you doing a refresh of your connection.
Yeah, Lexicon, find the spot with better reception because we're getting about a quarter of a syllable at a time. Okay, I will remove her from speakers because I don't think she can hear me while she's talking, and that says something. Right, Marcus. In the meantime, would you do us the kind pleasure of maybe, if you know anything about Bakhmut, for a start, since Ming brought that up, or if not, something about somewhere near Moscow, people having a right old exciting event going on, no?
You mean a big fight?
I mean, you can term it as that, and I'm sure there's alternate ways to call it.
Yeah, there's a bit of scrapping going on by the sounds of things. So Bakhmut, well, we know from Hannah Maliar. I always struggle with which way around that is. I think it's Maliar. She has stated this morning that Bakhmut is, you know what, I sent it you, and I sent you so many things, I lost it. There it is. In recent weeks, our defenders in the south have significantly undermined the offensive and defensive capabilities of the enemy. Remember all that artillery that went missing? Yeah. So due to the destruction of a large number of ammunition warehouses, the number of attacks from the enemy has now decreased. So it would seem this constant attrition of guns and continued focus on taking out any ammunition storage is really starting to pay off, and they're starting to see less and less attacks coming towards them on the battlefield. That can only be a good thing, can't it?
That kind of fits with what we heard from Daniel by virtue of Artie Green yesterday, doesn't it? Ukrainians being quite happy for now with degrading what Russians have, and the push comes eventually. Speaking of push, Marcus, how about the shove off in Russia?
Yeah, so you know how it is with Russians. They're a bit feisty. They like to have a drink, don't they? And going around is a nice little video of them having a fight. So this is in Kalininets in the Moscow region, and a large-scale brawl got a bit out of hand. One of the soldiers is said to have lost his life, and several others have sustained severe injuries. The initial information suggests that these chaps were drunk. I mean, Doman, drunk in the army, can you imagine?
Yeah, in the Russian army, that, I mean, that's I don't know, pretty expected, I guess.
Well, yeah, absolutely. But, you know, it just, maybe not when you're training, you know, it's fair enough that if you need to have like some downtime with your squaddy mates, you might indeed get yourself a tad drunk. But yeah, these fellas appear to be at training and have got so drunk they've had a row, and then, well, somebody's dead, Doman. The thing is, this isn't the first time I've heard about something like this. We've heard a number of times of dead and injured coming out of, the news reports. Chris Owicki has mentioned this as well, that there was a number of reports of people being injured or killed before they'd even reached the battlefield, just purely because of the fact that they can't seem to get along when they're training. It's awful.
You know what it makes me think, though? This is in Moscow Oblast. This is very close to Moscow proper. What kind of people were these? Were these actually, proper old Muscovites? Who was it that they moved to Moscow Oblast for training? Which I think makes it extra exciting.
Well, I will keep my ear to the ground and see if we can find out who they actually were, because you know what? I have a funny feeling somebody else is going to be looking into this and will find that out for me very soon.
Yeah, see if there's any good vibrations. Lexicon. Earlier, we heard about a quarter of a syllable at a time. I had to drop you down. Hopefully your reception is much better now.
Thank you. I'm sorry. I hope so. It must be that I moved from the bedroom, then to the washroom, and then to the kitchen, and perhaps my receiver got very confused. My little phone. I had to actually wipe up myself out of the whole app and look for it. So I don't know how far I got, but you probably already had.
We heard basically nothing. But we hear you well now. So if you want to take it from the top.
Hallelujah. Yeah. Well, okay. I'm just saying, for some of us lay persons who I guess weren't following at the right places, I know I heard that a reader had asked a question. You'd read a message from a reader a couple of days ago. How you precisely, how do you build munitions plants in a country at war? We know that the main protagonists did all through the Second World War, etc. But is it sounding okay now?
Yeah, perfect.
So if I am remembering properly, the first I heard of the Kinjal was when Russia took out the munitions repair plant outside Lviv early in the war. So obviously, of course, this is attracting all the interest. And my understanding also, if I'm not wrong, is that it's the Patriot that takes out the Kinjal. And there aren't a lot of those to spare. So maybe you put it in the same place that's being protected by patriots already by virtue of the fact that it's the city that they want to kill. And I know what people are saying, Rheinmetall, primary manufacturer of short-range ground to air defense. But I wonder if you could go through, and I understand, therefore, this is why you have this kind of innovative insurance scheme. But can you again go through with me how this works in a less defended country than Germany or America or England was during the war? How do you run munitions plants in a small country that's not in NATO, that's at war with a behemoth? Thank you so much.
I can do a bit of that. One thing that I'd say is that Ukraine isn't that small a country in the first place. And also that throughout the past month, in the month of June, Ukraine produced more military materiel than it has in all of 2022. So they're figuring out ways around it. And of course, 2022 involves basically 2 months of no invasion, right? Of no full-scale invasion. So they've definitely figured something out about this exact thing, which is really good, which makes a big difference, right? What else can we say? You can put it there. Kinjals aren't the only thing that threaten it, of course. Perhaps we put it close enough to the border as well. The virtue of the border as a securing factor to a degree. But certainly, when it comes to short-range air defenses, they protect against cruise missiles, loitering munitions, Shahed drones, stuff like that. And that's very useful in itself, because it prevents the the easier, more multiple kind of more available vectors of attack against these plants. At the end of the day, insurance is the ultimate protector, right? Because as long as that is well in place, it means that yes, the plant might be gone, but the real but the cost of it isn't there, not in the same way. What I'd also say is,
Yeah, but
this is in joint.
Doesn't that incentivize the Russians to keep going at it? Okay, let them keep paying to rebuild it. We'll just keep knocking it out with maybe there's something that's not Kinzhal. Do they have anything that's pretty darn good against anything other than Patriot? I mean,
Depends on the distance. Iskandar missiles would be the next, right? So Kinjal is basically just an air launcher Iskandar
Right.
missile anyway.
Yeah.
But a ground launcher Iskandar, depending on the range, depending on where it is. I don't think that the calculus is that simple, frankly, because it's a question of availability. It's also a question of intelligence gathering, and that's what Russians have been very much struggling with. Russia, I think, would like to hit military targets if they knew where they were. It's just that most of the time they don't. And that is, at least in part, the consequence of quite poor ability to gather intelligence, and I think that gets undervalued, frankly, as well. They're just not very good at knowing where stuff is, or they very rarely do. Sometimes you hear them. I mean, there was that guy in where was this in Mykolaiv, who betrayed the location of a barracks, right, where Ukrainian soldiers were. But this was in, I think, March or April in 2022, and he got sentenced now. It's a wholly different. They don't figure out where military targets are most of the time, and the same I think would go for industrial
apparently.
production.
Evidently.
Right, the best defense against Russians being able to hit it is they don't know where it is.
But that's an amazing thing to conceal. I'm just again, this is laypersons looking at this whole thing, saying, "How the hell? Like, okay, you build it inside mountains. You because as I'm always saying about other Christians, everything leaks. I know this is Ukraine, and not everything leaks, and an awful lot of things don't leak. Nevertheless, I mean, I can sure see why one needs this innovative insurance scheme exactly, but still." You're just building the biggest target you have in the country, since Kiev is clearly too protected to be the best target. Or so anyway, I mean, this is going to take some time, by which time we're going to be better and better, and they're going to be worse and worse. But at any rate, it's pretty amazing to me. Thank you.
What do you think, Marcus? This is quite a development, really. Getting these industrial units in there, and no, I'm rather impressed that it's being moved forward. Or maybe Florian will have more thoughts on that. I see he's coming up.
Yeah, I actually think it's pretty incredible that they've been doing these things. I mean, the thing is, like you say, industry continues, and it comes down to the point where they think, well, everything can't halt. We need to build up our industry. We need to continue to create weapons for ourselves. Shell production is required, and drone production is going on all over the place. It kind of seems like a no-brainer to carry on doing all that stuff. I mean, yeah, you're going to have to keep it really secretive, build it underground, whatever. But we've seen that Ukraine does appear to have some of those facilities. If you remember the Captain HIMARS video, where they drive the HIMARS out of some underground bunker somewhere. Yeah, so that they would appear to have some capabilities, and if they can, why the heck not bring it closer?
Exactly. Let me just say that in about 10 minutes, we'll be joined by Oleksiy Goncharenko. who was the Ukrainian member of parliament, friend of the MriyaReport, who was in Vilnius for the NATO summit, and asked a very taxing question of Secretary Ben Wallace. But in the meantime, we can focus on this. Florian, please. I know you have thoughts both Rheinmetall and FFG.
No, also just one historical remark. When do you think Germany in the Second World War had its peak production of military equipment, including tanks and airplanes and so on? When do you think this was?
Was it late 1944?
Correct. In fall 44. Germany lost its control over its skies in summer 43. And so they figured out how to run whole supply chains through bunkers, through secretives, through the way they run trains and so on.
Through forests.
Through forests, so on and forth. Despite the Allies having air superiority over Germany, German cities were non-stop bombed. So even if, and Ukraine is a much better position than Germany was in 1943 or 44. But on the Speer, he ramped up production. He sort of, in a way, standardized the way weapons were produced, standardized the processes, and he got to peak production. I think it was November 44 or October 44. Then it dropped off quite dramatically because the Allies reached the German border. But and the reason was, of course, because the Germans, as horrible as they were, but they were learning the same way the Ukrainians are learning. They're learning how to do things under this air threat. They learn to hide things and so on and forth. And this takes a while to learn. That's why I'm not surprised that production ramps up. It also has something to do probably that Oborom was poorly organized because of its history, and Kamishin came in and probably rationalized it to a high degree. But nonetheless, people also learn how to deal with this threat. And you see this over and over in history. It takes probably a year or something to change supply chains and so on. And then on the other hand, Russia has very, very little precise missile capabilities. So I'm not very concerned that they can do a lot of it. And I think Rheinmetall made the right calculations, where to do it, how to do it, because they're not just investing a lot of money in order to be lost. I mean, they're not idiots.
Exactly. Between this and the insurance setup that's now in, that's really helping.
But also, insurance doesn't just come and covers undue risks. Also, state-driven insurance doesn't do that.
I think the ones that were agreed at the Ukrainian Recovery Conference in London, that's exactly what it's for. To enable business to enter Ukraine during the time of war, like this. And I'm sure there's some restrictions and requirements to minimize and so on. But nevertheless, I think that's a really really big one. Jiwan?
Yeah, hi. Good morning, or well, afternoon. Yeah, I was listening to the German angle from the Second World War. Philip O'Brien has a really good analysis on his Substack, where he talks about he uses it to shoot down the myth that Russia, the Soviet Union, mostly won the war, and the oft quoted bit about that is that they lost the most men and they put most manpower. And but in the analysis that Phillips did, he looked at the production in Germany where that production of war material was being used and lost, and most of it was being produced as aircraft, and most of it was being lost over Germany, trying to defend against the Allied bomber streams. And so, so it's an interesting counterpoint. So moving forward, for Ukraine, be able to build up a military industrial capacity again, they will be able to, but the learning from that is air defense in those areas, and obviously they're talking about Western Ukraine and what have you. So, yeah, interesting.
Absolutely. Klaus?
Thank you. It's also maybe not a warning, but a clear indication that companies that try to take advantage of a bottleneck, in this case, maintaining Leopard main battle tanks, it won't be allowed. So this will open up for other countries to sort of give a make sure that these factories can be placed in more countries. Thank you.
Yeah, sure, and it really moves the production to a different level. I think commission had a lot to do with it. Remember a few months ago, there were some very silly people saying, commission is getting kicked out of Ukhruzaleznytsia. And then a week later, he became the Minister for Strategic Industries, and suddenly Ukrainian production is going up ever since then, right? For months now. It's almost as though he was needed somewhere else in the country for something. Just a thought. But what I really like is this, the G7 declaration, joint declaration that was signed yesterday, already in a way already being implemented. Ukrainian defense industrial base is absolutely critical here. It is absolutely crucial here, and that this is being done and put forward and amplified quite so much right now is a huge difference maker. Florian?
It goes back to the answer I wrote to one of the quotes on the G7, your tweet, sorry, on the G7 declaration that you put out on, I think, from Reuters or from BBC.
It was the UK government page.
It was the UK government page, but something official close to what has been really said. And I think what is really important is we have to change the strategic calculus of the Russian elites. We need to signal they're not going to win this by sort of a war of attrition and outspending Ukraine. They have to outspend the G7 or the US and Europe together. And because if this narrative of Putin has probably told at home that he will win a long war because we get sick of it or tired of it, despite we are not suffering really from it, and the wave of inflation is anyway, it's already over. And energy prices have mostly normalized again. But the pain actually in the West isn't too great. There is some, and there aren't too many. There are refugees from Ukraine, but they're not overburdened the social systems of Germany or Switzerland. Probably Poland has more problems by getting now EU money. But if we change this calculus among the larger Russian elites, that they see no theory of victory, maybe it helps to get rid of the guy. Gherkin wrote something along these lines already. And I think this is the important signaling, because then it actually, if there's no way to win it, and Tom Nichols had a very good thread on it today, that Russia has no credible strategic thought or plan to win this war. They're just stuck there, and motivating the Russians simply to hold land they have conquered is not good enough. And since they cannot overwhelm Ukraine and they cannot win the war of attrition, because it would be an economic war of attrition against the major economic powers of this world, hopefully it registers in enough people in Moscow that something changes. I'm still skeptical, but this is as important as this very vague, not invitation, but declaration of NATO. It's good, but it's not what we would have liked. But the G7 declaration is important because it takes away the sort of second theory of victory for Russia. And now they have to talk to you, Domen, and get your theory of victory.
Yeah, I think they should. I mean, Lukashenko was almost there already 2 months ago. He was on the verge of saying it. I think what needs to happen is planes need to come. And this is the real reason why I'm so frustrated. The F-16s aren't there yet, and the training hasn't started much earlier, is because that's what's necessary for this, for this theory of victory to actually happen. And I see that Oleksiy is already with us. I think Axel will be coming momentarily to join us as well. And I hope somebody gets to prod him a little bit so that he actually comes and joins us. Oleksiy, very warmly welcome back to the MriyaReport. Are you still in Vilnius?
Hello, do you hear me?
Loud and clear. Welcome back to the
Super.
MriyaReport.
Thank you. I'm on my way back to Ukraine already.
Very well. I see Axel's with us and will be momentarily. What were your biggest impressions of the Vilnius summit? Obviously, your video, your question of asking Ben Wallace the toughest question that he could possibly have had, went and ran absolutely riot over the internet.
Yeah, but that is really the challenge. I mean, that's the situation. Ukraine is fighting against nuclear power. That makes so important for us the question of our security and makes this vacuum of security for Ukraine, and to fill it, Mr. Wallace, first is to become member of NATO, where are nuclear powers, so to be under nuclear umbrella of these countries. Second is to, on a bilateral basis, to have a nuclear weapon on our territory deployed by one of these powers. And the third one is to restore Ukrainian nuclear potential. I don't see any other option to have security, and security for Ukraine means security for Europe. Today it's equals. So, by the way, I want to tell you that Mr. Wallace, I have all respect to him, and he is a very great friend of Ukraine, and he is fighting for Ukraine enormously. And we all know that he was one of possible candidates to Secretary General of NATO. First, Macron stepped against him because the United Kingdom left European Union and all these pains of Brexit. And second, and then he was not supported by some other allies because of his too much pro-Ukrainian position. So just if somebody doesn't know this, so I inform you, and so he's 100% pro-Ukrainian, and I regret the words said yesterday by President Zelensky and comments towards said Mr. Wallace, and he's real super friend of Ukraine. And also, answering my question, Secretary Wallace said that it's interesting. First of all, he said that Ukraine will be a member of NATO, and we all agree that this is the best option from all three that I said. But it's interesting that he agreed with the idea. He agreed that there is no other way. And also, what is important, he didn't say like, oh, you couldn't even think about restoration of your nuclear potential and nuclear arsenal. Yes, Budapest was a catastrophe. By the way, you see this irony of destiny. And again, Budapest is the problem with Prime Minister Orban. Yeah, so Budapest was a catastrophe, and Ukraine would probably, like you said, and that's true, would never give up nuclear weaponry if Ukraine would know at that time, 30 years ago, how everything will end. But yes, I agree with him that the best option is a membership of Ukraine in NATO. And unfortunately, this summit in Vilnius, which was expected to be a historical one, with a kind of either official invitation for Ukraine to join NATO, maybe that was a little bit too optimistic, or some invitation, not official, but Unfortunately, this also did not happen, yeah, and that is a problem. It's good that there is a word invitation in the final communique, and that's important. But still, I should be frank with you, I feel disappointment after Vilnius summit.
That's a very good point, Alexei, and I apologize for being late for 30 seconds. Thank you once again for joining us today. Absolute pleasure. I liked it when you yesterday asked that, when this question was asked and you brought it forward, because Ben Wallace had the opportunity to give a considerate answer. And he tends to be exactly that, a very considerate but also intense man. And I think this is a storm in a teacup. Some media outlets yesterday tried to use and abuse it to, say, put a split into this, and I'm quite sure that he and President Zelensky and others will have had words about it anyway.
Absolutely.
So this is gone, quite literally. And what you highlighted before, that his dedication to the cause of Ukraine has been extremely comprehensive. It has even led to the point that he would not be acceptable or not be supported as much by other allies who could have overruled Monsieur Macron. So he has sacrificed himself because his political career is almost likely about to end if and when the Tories the next time around have to go and seek a general election. So I think one should respect what he has been doing. And as I understand, Alexei Reznikov and he have a very good working relationship.
Yeah, and I know Secretary Wallace personally, and he's fantastic. And yeah, so he's the greatest friend. So nothing to add to what you said. Yeah. Are you here? Sorry.
I think you guys are maybe having a little bit of technical problems.
Yeah, a little bit.
Let us push this forward and continue. So the next steps yesterday, the next steps already being taken with the G7 joint declaration. That is the concrete things that can be done before Ukraine has 32 ratifications for membership sometime in the future and is actually covered by the real security guarantee. And already today we hear that not just Rheinmetall and Baykar Tech, but also FFG from Flensburg in northern Germany are establishing joint ventures, defense industries in Ukraine already during wartime. Were you expecting these to be coming so quickly?
That's great news, and that's amazing. My expectations, yeah, I'm happy to know this news. But I want to add to what you said about the security guarantees. I think we are in the circle of friends. We need to be frank. That's not security guarantees. Yesterday, Jake Sullivan, I spoke with him too. He said security insurance. I think this term is much better, reflects what it really looks like, because it's not a guarantee, because it is not ratified by the parliaments. It is more political declaration, and we understand that, for example, tomorrow, I mean, in 1 year, in a year and a half, in the United States will be new president. This declaration is not binding him or her in any way, and that's something we should be clear about. That's good that it.
Did we lose a little bit of sound there?
Can't be watched as a kind of,
Is it just me, or is Alexei breaking up?
No, I think it's a dead zone, so to speak, reception-wise. I think you're in a bad reception zone a little bit. You're very robotic at the moment. Hopefully it sorts itself out as you move on with kilometer or so. Oh, now it seems to be better. Or not.
Patience is a virtue, and we have all the time in the world for Alexei. Domin, I think Alexei needs to recycle because currently the cached signal is going through.
Right, shall I trigger that?
Yes, please.
Okay. In the meantime, Axel, do you want to tell us why FFG is important? That it's not just Rheinmetall, but
Yeah.
also...
FFG, based in Flensburg as a weapon system manufacturer, has been part and parcel of the maintenance and repairs for Leopard 1A versions since many, many years. FFG has also built a number of proprietary products which have been sold worldwide, globally, have extremely high quality, and they're based on good mechanical engineering team, very decent electronics, based in the northeast of Germany, meaning former West Germany, of course, because it's Flensburg. Everybody in Germany knows Flensburg. Alexei, I think we still have his
No, this is the cash
That's
sound.
what I thought, yeah. And everybody in Germany knows Flensburg because this is where you get, so to say, your penalty points registered if and when you have a driving, if you have say, any points on your driving and any kind of infringement, that's where it comes from. But the key thing about them is that they have been expanding continuously in recent years, and they've been part and parcel of the endeavor to repair the first batch of what is now 115 Leopard 1A5s out of formerly Danish stock, as well as a couple of German and otherwise purchased pieces of kit. So exceptionally qualified, very, very focused and dedicated. They've been ahead of deadlines in their production, and this is something which is, of course, extremely important in times of war. So there you go. And that FFG would actually produce in Ukraine was somewhat foreseeable when there were visits by a number of Ukrainian politicians in that regard most recently. And so that's what the grapevine told everyone. And given the fact that Flensburg is, shall we say, in the right location at the nexus between Germany, Denmark, and our Swedish neighbors in the Baltic Sea, it is just perfectly placed to utilize the capacities vested in those three countries.
And not just Leopards, a lot of other armored vehicles of various various origins.
Sorry?
Of various origins, like Patria's Bandwagen 206 from Sweden, all manner of other stuff from who knows where.
Well, the good thing is about they are able to customize product, for example. When Patria produces baseline product, they are able to customize it for other purchasers. So in order to free up capacity at Patria and vice versa, they have created models of their own, which are very highly appreciated and rated by their buyers. So it's a specialized firm which grew out of this concept of repairing, upgrading, maintaining, and integrating themselves into the supply chain for other weapon system manufacturers, and they are specialists.
I hope that in the next couple of weeks we hear another, 2-3 similar companies from other countries, especially doing likewise. This would really underscore that joint declaration yesterday.
Yeah, well, given the fact that we've now literally lost, as it seems, unless somebody makes up their mind, lost Kraus Maffei to the new, yet again, étatiste, dirigiste, German-French approximation of a new European main battle tank, so to say. It's the second life for the idea of something which should be part of the joint venture once formed with Kraus Maffei, which then stalled when Rheinmetall was introduced by the German government prior. So it's a thing. I don't think that anyone in Britain would understand why German manufacturers would ever work with French manufacturing other than for political reason to create a main battle tank. If there's one party you want to, say, tie up with, it's British, the British armament industry, specifically in regard to plating and defensive armor on the one hand, and of course, the German mobility concept, sensor technology, and the gun. I can see we have Alexei back.
Do we? I see a George. I don't see Alexei. If Alexei is back,
Then
that's
I
great.
have a ghost speaker. Oh gosh, I apologize. I'm so
Is
sorry.
is he the last in the queue? If that then the
Yeah,
ghost speaker.
yeah. Sorry, my mistake, Roman. I'm so sorry.
Now, let's go to George, if you don't mind, actually, in the meantime, and we'll try to. He's trying to connect, Victoria tells me, so he'll be back hopefully with us shortly.
Hey, Doman. Hey, everyone. Good afternoon. Yeah, it's actually afternoon, and I'm on your timeline. Anyway, it's great to see that he's going to be on, that Mr. Goncharenko is going to be on. That was a great question he posed to Ben Wallace, and it was a great answer by Ben Wallace. I know there's been a lot of people that have flipped out because they read a headline and not the full context of his words, as usual. And, some of the responses are just playing into the Kremlin line. But I did want to talk about, some of the things that I'm hearing from here is so when it comes to 155 millimeter artillery shells, the ones that just go boom, not the smart ones, not the volcano rounds or any of those, but Greece does produce those, and I know that they are in the process of rolling out their old stock to Ukraine and obviously replacing it as they manufacture new ones. And one of the things that we do, that the Greek army does have here, is 203 millimeter shells. And we actually also have the rocket assisted projectiles. But there was a company back, I think in 2017, a few years ago, that was that wanted to take some of those base rounds for the 203 millimeter size, which is the M110A2 that Greece has. It's a mobile tracked howitzer, what you'd call in English terms 8-inch. Anyway, they want to develop base bleed rounds, and that was kind of poo-pooed a few years ago. But now I've heard that Ukraine is showing interest in that because they would be, easier to convert. So I think that company is going to get seeding money from the United States to go ahead and get that done. And remember, Greece has tons of the cluster munitions for the M110 for the 203 millimeter, and they can be fired by the what's it called, the Pion?
2S7 Pion, yeah.
Yes, they can be fired because it does fit into the breach. Now the charges are different, right? The powder charges are a little different, and the firing mechanism is a little different, but it does fit in that barrel. So having those ICM, I think it's M404 is what the round is called, and there's a 500 series too. But one of those rounds with those cluster munitions pretty much eradicates a 100 meter by 100 meter square. You're pretty getting a nice
There's a reason why Ukrainians cared so much about the peons, right? As soon as the war started in 2014, why they guarded them as well as they guarded them. why, you know, it was by far the longest strange artillery they had, period, really. And I wonder what needs to be done to those shells for them to be compatible, right? The Western shells, the Greek-made shells.
Nothing has to be done. So this is the thing: the actual size of the Peon barrel and the M110 is 203 millimeter, right? And they're both rifle barrels. And if we had one of our artillery guys here, but what it is there is a band toward the bottom of the shell. And as the shell is fired and the friction, because this happens in split seconds, as that shell is fired, that band heats up and conforms to the rifling of the gun. And it has what we call a perfect fit. So there is no gas bleed ahead of the shell. It's all behind it. And what that does is it pushes the shell out. So even if it's a millimeter difference, it doesn't matter. That band will conform to the whatever rifling, whatever twist there is difference. Because sometimes there's so many turns per, like, say, foot or whatever in the artillery, in the inside of the artillery barrel. It doesn't matter with these. They don't have to do anything. The one company, I forget their name, that wants to do convert them into base bleed, they would put what would be called pretty much a sabot at the base of the shell, and that would transform these ordinary older shells into a base bleed. And they're talking about getting somewhere between 28 and 30 kilometers, which is pretty much the range of the rocket assisted projectiles. And to be able to drop a cluster munition 30 kilometers away is really nice, especially when you've got intel that the Russians have either artillery shells or whatever, an ammo depot, a congregation of vehicles, whatever. Like, a couple of these shells would be able to just blast the hell out of that.
Is George on a beach? George, are you on a beach? Oh, rude.
Upset Mockers. He's not going to give out his location like that.
Yeah, it's just I could hear what sounded like water, waves. I've got a thumbs up from him. There you go. Apparently my hearing's not that bad after all.
Can you hear the waves here?
It's a boat. We're on a boat.
I knew I heard water.
Oh, there you go. When the inland temperature is about to hit over 40 degrees Celsius, this is the best place to be on.
You can say that again. Axel, Alexei is apologizing. He can't make it back up because the internet just isn't good enough on the road. Hopefully, we'll be able to get him a little bit later. I'm going to change the title back so I don't get accused of false advertising. But hopefully, we get to have a little talk with him a little bit later on when he's in a better reception area, wherever he is, through Poland somewhere, presumably.
I did appreciate his answers that he already gave us, though, to some of the more burning questions. He's very well spoken, I must admit, one of them.
Absolutely. I have a little bit more news. If people like news. Oh no, George, if you want to continue on artillery, feel absolutely free. I have something a little bit different.
No, Doman. I wanted to say that now that we have, I know people have come on to the space to listen to Mr. Goncharenko. Maybe it's. I was going to ask you if you could just go over really quick for people that haven't been listening. What really came out of the NATO summit, because I think people took away the wrong thing, took away a negative instead of a positive, and especially with the G7 statement. Do you want to go over those really quick before you hit
Yeah,
any more news? That would be great.
I'll hit the high points, right? The really big takeaways. The really big takeaway, and I'll quote President Zelensky, is the NATO final communique was not ideal, but it was good. And as Ben Wallace said, now it is no longer an if Ukraine will be a NATO member state. Now it's a when Ukraine will be a NATO member state. There was a lot of quite frustrating, let's call them straw men, put forward by certain delegates, as well as certain members of media, who said, "Oh, but Ukraine couldn't have joined right away." Well, yeah, we know that. We know that that's not how it works, and it's only anyone who really isn't familiar with the NATO accession process who thinks that Ukraine could have joined, right away. Literally nobody thought that at the Vilnius summit Ukraine will join NATO, because ratification processes take time, and it's the summer and parliaments are in recess. And there is no way the 31 or perhaps 32, if Sweden included, ratifications would have been processed, in the matter of 2 days. It's literally impossible. Literally impossible. And I find it distasteful when anybody brings forward a straw man like that, because I think that they're frankly, it's as though they're speaking down to people and undervaluing and dismissing their intelligence, frankly. But let's move on from that. As President Zelensky said, it's not an ideal outcome. An ideal outcome would be an invitation, but nevertheless, it's a good outcome. It's like a B- kind of outcome instead of an A+. But much, much worse outcomes yet was what was posited 2-3 weeks ago. And indeed, a nothing at all would have been an even worse outcome than that. So it's okay. A very important thing that came out of yesterday is a joint declaration of the G7 member states. That's US and Canada, UK, Germany, France, Italy, and Japan. And then a number of others have co-signed that later on, including Spain, the next largest NATO economy, as well as, I believe, Norway, Sweden, Netherlands, Czech Republic. I might be a little bit off on these, but I think all of those will have signed on by now. That's quite a substantial thing. What does that declaration say? That declaration, it's somewhere up in the nest. You can find it as well if you want to read the whole thing. There's a link to a UK government website that has the full declaration on it. But it's a serious level of commitments to Ukraine in the long run, and not just piecemeal, but systematic, strategic commitments to Ukraine that involve, among other, building out Ukrainian defense industrial base, among other, working openly within intelligence sharing and intelligence agency cooperation. Those aren't trivial things. Those aren't those aren't little nice to haves around. Those are systematic approaches to helping out Ukraine. So that's very good. No, there's plenty else in there. Like even, and I'll read this out. They say, we will each work with Ukraine on specific bilateral long-term security commitments in arrangement towards ensuring a sustainable force capable of defending Ukraine now and deterring Russian aggression in the future through the continued provision of, among other, security assistance and modern military equipment across land, air, and sea domains, prioritizing air defense, artillery, long-range fires, armored vehicles, and other key capabilities such as combat air. What does this mean? This means that at the highest intergovernmental political level, they've signed combat air, right, jet fighters, as being a key capability that will be provided. And this was signed on by G7 states, not just other countries that might have some Soviet-type fighters hanging about in hangars. A hangar is, of course, a place where you hang about, right? That's why it's called a hangar. But so clearly, this also indicates, and it speaks to Western fighters. This was done the day after the F-16 coalition signed on by 11 countries together with Ukraine. So 11 plus Ukraine plus France. So really 13 countries signed the declaration on F-16. Pilot and ground crew training. These aren't trivial things. And as we see already, with Rheinmetall and Baykar Tech both announced on Monday to already be in process of constructing facilities in Ukraine that will be opened in the case of Rheinmetall within 12 weeks. That is basically saying by the end of September, Rheinmetall is going to be running a Fuchs manufacturing plant in Ukraine, pumping out basically a Fuchs a day. And no Fuchs have been given to Ukraine thus far. There's a very high quality Rheinmetall designed German army used APCs. And this is now going to be made in Ukraine in only a few weeks' time, frankly, in just 2 months and a half time, something like that. That's an immense thing. Nobody will have expected that not that long ago. Undoubtedly, the Ukraine Recovery Conference helped with that, with the establishment of an insurance framework for establishment of key industries in Ukraine during wartime still. But these are tangible things that exist now. Remember, NATO membership doesn't exist until you have 31 or soon to be 32 ratifications done and dusted, passed through parliament. Look at Sweden, more than a year later, one of the countries best possibly prepared to enter NATO, is still waiting more than a year later for ratification to be pushed forward, where there are no legitimate questions about Sweden's readiness, no disputed territories with anyone, no nothing. And more than a year later, because of political machinations in Turkish and Hungarian governments, it's still waiting. How much more, how much longer would Ukraine wait? And until that is done and dusted, it isn't actually there. It's as though, having any less than all is almost as though having none. In the meantime, these bilateral or multi times over bilateral agreements are the only thing that's actually useful to Ukraine right now. And thank goodness that's what they have, right? And that's what they're working on ever more. George, I hope that you heard at least part of that. Let me highlight a little bit of news out in this hour. Bulgaria has put into parliament the first specific proposal for the shipment of heavy weapons to Ukraine. The first batch is about 100 APCs, primarily of the BTR variety, previously property of the Bulgarian Ministry of the Interior. Basically, they were used as armored personnel carriers for riot police and SWAT and the like during the times of troubles when communism was about to fall apart in the 1980s. The sort of BTRs that Ukraine already uses as armored personnel carriers, so it's something they're well familiar with. It's not the best stuff, but it's more stuff. And I trust that this is just the first out of many chapters of Bulgarian commitments of heavy weapons to Ukraine. Zelensky's visit to Bulgaria first last week was by no means accidental in the slightest. That was a serious, useful thing, a key move at the time, because Zelensky realizes the Ukrainian government realizes just how key it is for Ukrainian liberation, how disproportionately large a puzzle piece Bulgaria is in that. So let's just keep that absolutely clear and in front of us. Shaggy.
Yeah, Derman. I have some news as well, which is very exciting for me as a fella. Apparently, the fellas have been awarded the Star of Lithuanian Diplomacy. It's on Kama Kamila's time feed. It says, well, he was at some ministry the other day, and he says, and they walk out with the Star of Lithuanian Diplomacy for all the dogs. Congratulations, fellas. This is all yours, and you deserve it. And there's a picture of a very nice, well, very nice medal, basically. So yeah, we got our first award, I think. Well, at least the highest honour I know the fellows have been bestowed. Brilliant news. Have you seen that?
I haven't. I can tell you more about it.
Oh, go on.
Of course, the star Lithuanian diplomacy is, of course, awarded by the MFA of Lithuania, right? The Ministry of Foreign Affairs, Minister of Foreign Affairs, Gabrielius Landsbergis, the grandson of the first chairman of the Seima, Speaker of the Parliament, leader of Lithuania, first leader of Lithuania after their second independence in the 20th century, after the collapse of the Soviet Union. And he was, of course, there at the NATO summit as well as the NATO summit, and he spoke in person at the NATO summit. You'll remember, Shaggy, over the weekend, I said that this weekend, the Lithuanian MFA, the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, is the Ministry of Fellow Affairs, and so I was right. It was indeed very much the Ministry of Fellow Affairs, giving the fellows the star of Lithuanian diplomacy.
This is awesome. I love it. I'm having a great day today with that. Mockers, have you got any more news on this?
I just feel that we're living in the most crazy timeline. It's so impressive. Cartoon dogs on the internet have created so much trouble for Russian disinformation, and have also, managed to raise tons of money and do all sorts of fabulous things, and so much so that they're being recognised by governments. This is a strange world we live in, but I absolutely love it.
Yeah, it's definitely one of those truth is stranger than fiction moments, isn't it? But it's brilliant. My fellow-versary, my 1-year fellow anniversary is coming up near the end of this month. So yeah, another party coming on for that as well. Anyway, I'll drop down and continue working. I'm just very excited. I wonder if we get more kibble. I don't suppose we do, but anyway, it's all good. It's all good.
I keep trying to tell my friends and family about the fellas, I'll be honest, and all of them look at me like I've grown a new head, and I'm like, no, guys, you don't understand. This movement is actually powerful. It's not just crazy people on the internet. It does stuff. It's impressive, and well, I'm going to be showing that photo to everybody I know now, going, look, I'm not completely loon. This does happen, and here's proof.
Oh yeah, definitely. Me too. I'm going to be doing that. I'm going to bookmark that tweet. Actually, that's going in my bookmarks. I don't have many in there, but that one's going in there. Anyway, I'll definitely drop now. Catch you later.
I do want to say, it does say something about the nature and the intent of Lithuanian diplomacy, when literally barking at vatniks is what they consider diplomacy. I mean, I agree, right? I think that's the way to do it. Of course, no criticism here, not in the slightest. I'm just saying that this is the way to do it, and it's a good way. That's a very, very good way to do it.
Yeah, I completely agree. I've made the mistake of opening my back door, and I've got a load of flies in the house, and if one of them settles on my face again, I'm going to go mad. Sorry. I just had to do like ninja moves then.
Stop hitting yourself.
I actually hit it as it flew off the side of my face, but it still keeps buzzing around me. I don't know what it is, right? I used raspberry shampoo in my hair, and I think that's it, because they keep trying to sit in my head. Very annoying. Sorry, carry on as you were. I had to tell you how annoyed I am.
Right, other news, which I put up earlier, but we haven't touched on yet. Apparently, there's an update to the Hungarians stealing Ukrainians from Russia somehow. And sources in Ukrainian intelligence suggest that the Hungarian government will try to get yet another group of prisoners from Russia to the Russian Orthodox Church in the next month. The specific demand of Hungary is prisoners of Hungarian ethnicity who speak Hungarian. And again, this is aimed at promoting what can we say? At promoting questions being posed about the nature of Ukraine's sovereignty over Zakarpattia. It is to promote the narratives of irredentism and revanchism that the Hungarian government promotes, and is to delegitimize Ukraine. It is using very much the same approaches as Russia fundamentally uses itself, as well as to serve as a way to legitimize the Russian Orthodox Church, an institution led by former KGB operative Gundyaev, which Hungary specifically has blocked from being included on sanctions lists, even though he's one of the easily top 100 most important members of the Kremlin regime, as well as who gave Orban a medal, an order. I forget exactly what it's called. I'll go look it up. Not very long ago at all, at the occasion of his birthday, because he's such a great defender of democracy. He is apparently, and he's done such great things for the Hungarian people, allegedly. You know, and when a KGB operative says that, you know it must be true, right? That's how it works. Let me see if I can find.
I
what the
note
medal-
the tone of sarcasm with you there, Doman.
Could
I
you really?
do. Yeah. I also wanted to note though, right? Do you think the Russians are separating out anybody with a slight indication of Hungarian history and then giving them time to learn some Hungarian? Because I'll be totally honest, if I was a prisoner of war with Russia and I had any sort of connection to Hungary and was able to get out of where I was, I'd be making every effort to do so, given the opportunity. And, you know, I wonder if the Russians are bolstering the numbers of these people by, you know, just giving them a little bit of a remedial Hungarian to get them across the border, as it were, just to continue this Transcarpathia bollocks. Oh, sorry, that was a rude word.
Talan. Maybe. Anyway, very, very possibly. By the way, it was the Order of Glory and Honor, first class, that Patriarch Kirill, that is to say, KGB operative Gundyaev, awarded the Dictator on the occasion of his 60th birthday.
Which could mean anything or nothing, couldn't it, really?
But it says they're friends.
Well, for now.
It was the occasion of Orban's 60th birthday, and literally the first anniversary of Orban blocking EU sanctions by denying the unanimous vote, which is necessary legally for those to be imposed on the person of the Patriarch Kirill, that is to say, operative Gundyaev. How things align sometimes, right? First anniversary, 60th birthday.
Amazing, isn't it? Also, are you aware that there's been a boom in occupied Donetsk? I'm hearing something about what was called the topaz plant, the topaz plant in the vicinity of Donetsk. I don't know if that's just the name or if they actually produce topaz. Don't think so. I think it's just the name.
I think they made like radios and stuff.
Well, there's a suggestion that this building may have been housing some occupiers by the sounds of things, and well, another emotional day for them. Really
I have found the details. The Topaz factory was founded on the 10th of October 1974. It's been changed quite a bit since, but in 1987 it became the principal plant in Ukraine for the production under the Special Bureau of Wireless Devices. So as I said, radio factory pretty much to start with. Bit different now.
I'm going to suggest it might be a bit broken now.
Yeah, judging by pictures, which I have since seen as well, it does look it might not be functioning terribly well anymore now.
I note Klaus has been fighting to get up to talk to us. Welcome up, Klaus. Can you hear us?
Thank you. I was in I'm out walking, so I hit some weak mobile spots. Regarding this G7 that came with this agreement to support Ukraine indefinitely, is also a important way to set up cooperation for another conflict that is looming in the horizon, which is mainland China looking at Taiwan. And I hope I'm not beating a dead horse here, but including Ukraine in NATO will give such a insight on post-Soviet weapons in that China have acquired from Russia and modified in some way. But the knowledge that Ukraine possesses is a key material to understand how to beat the Chinese weapons, especially for Taiwan. Thank you.
Yeah, absolutely. And it's not just that, it's just more generally, right? If you just think of a general response to Russian aggression, it is important to have the correct response, right? You can't just have, a little something, little bit here, a little bit there. No, it needs to be a comprehensive, appropriate response. And that is then in itself something deterring any future attempts by anyone else anywhere else who might want to do something here or there. And that's really, forget all the practical bits of it. Of course, all the practical bits are very important, but the maybe a little bit less practical and more more theoretical things is is still a very, very strong message, of unity and dedication and determination.
Absolutely, because as we saw with Russia and Ukraine, the invasion didn't happen overnight. They went into Donbass and illegally annexed Crimea to create this tension and see how far they could go with the resources they had back then, and how Ukraine would and was able to react. And mainland China isn't going to invade Taiwan now, but we'll see a lot of provocations by China in against other countries laying claim on islands, etc. Maybe even going in and grab some land, not directly a Chinese island, but maybe Vietnam or Indonesia, to create this proxy war and see how the West is going to react on that. And that's where a firm response is vital to show China that this isn't going to be acceptable.
Exactly, and it's deterring, right? It basically says, hey, if you want to do this or that, maybe best not even think that you'd want to do something like that. Indeed, that's why. Yes, very good. Speaking of all of these, defense industry components, Marcus, Daniel sent me a little something. If you'd be interested in me going into it, and it's a Russian defense industry, an aspect thereof. Let's say. Do you mind if I go into it?
Go ahead.
last Wednesday, in one of the production halls of Uralvagonzavod, the one Russian tank factory, they hosted the premiere of Alexander Prokhanov's rock opera, Walking into the Fire, dedicated to the glorification of the invasion of Ukraine.
That's very well titled.
It is,
Walking into
isn't
the
it?
Fire.
Yes. The director of the Sverdlovsk branch of the Russian Dream movement led by Prokhanov, the one who wrote the rock opera, Vadim Dinin, Sverdlovsk is the oblast that contains Yekaterinburg, to be precise, said that he really wanted his spiritual tank to start its journey across Russia into Ukraine from the Ural Vagon workshop where tanks for the Russian army are assembled. Previously, this rock opera, or at least a set of Prokhanov's poems set to music, had already been shown in the occupied Luhansk Oblast, in the Luhansk People's Republic. So-called Luhansk People's Republic. So what I don't get is, how was it that then the premiere at Uralvagonzavod, if it had already previously been performed in Luhansk?
Obviously, the premiere in its current form, Doman. It sounds like it's been converted from a series of poems to an opera. So
Perhaps. I can tell you it's accompanied by a picture of a man and a woman standing on top of an unfinished tank, or largely finished tank. I can't tell what kind of tank this is from, the little bit of the tank that's visible, because I'm not that good at this. But I wonder if he seems short enough. He'd fit as a driver. Maybe they'll go and mobilize him straight off.
Well, if he's got a liking for tanks, if he wants his tank to go all the way to Ukraine, maybe he should get him one.
The good thing, of course, about Uralvagonzavod is that they tend to not produce a whole lot of tanks, which means that you can perform, performance after performance without the set moving around too much in between. Because the tanks are stationary.
Yeah, I was going to say, it also sounds as though when you said they were stood on an unfinished tank, that sounds to me like perhaps they, can't finish that tank, maybe, and that's why they're using it for an opera as a prop. Because how else would you use your unfinished tank?
I mean, how else? I don't know. Maybe it's a boiling vessel. Klaus?
Are these tankies that I should be angry on, or are these our friends in Ukraine? Thank you.
No, these ones are straight Vatniks. They're just on the tank. No, let's revise for anyone who's not aware. The term tanky comes from those who were legitimizing, who were excusing the onslaught of Soviet tanks into Budapest in '56 and Prague in '68, snuffing out the Hungarian Revolution and then the Prague Spring. So that's a little bit of context there. And Vatniks are a layer above, I think, those who actually go and straight up either cheer for or commit genocide in Ukraine, as opposed to those who merely excuse it. And I think these ones are more than just excusing it. These ones are really strongly advocating for it.
I've got a question from the back office.
Yes.
Sorry, I'm just pouring myself a drink in the bathroom.
What is the cat asking?
The back office is asking, if it's about tanks, why is it called walking into the fire? Is that because the tanks break down and you have to walk anyway?
Yeah, probably. I didn't think of that. I don't think it's all about tanks. I think it might be combined arms. Maybe this is the one type of combined arms that Russians can do in a rock opera, as opposed to and on a battlefield.
I don't know. It just amused me that that's a very good point. So, Bryansk Oblast. This is in Russia, isn't it? An explosion has suddenly occurred at the Konservshushprod plant in Bryansk Oblast, Russia. This place particularly produces dry rations for the Russian army as a result of an attack by an unidentified drone, according to Russian media. Their main staples are canned food and dry dairy products. The attack has been attributed by them to the armed forces of Ukraine. Of course it has. But, gosh, they're oh, shut up, you. They're having problems with their ammunition going forward. They already have problems getting rations to the front, don't they? But yeah, now they're going to have a few more issues, I suppose.
Oh no, I don't think it was high on their list of priorities actually.
No, probably not. But you know, the more the merrier. When it comes to supply issues for the Russian army, I think. You know, if even the people in the back lines aren't getting their rations, that's going to become sooner or later quite a difficult situation as well.
Yeah, probably. I mean, it is what it is. When you were butchering the name of the factory, I thought, oh, yeah, that sounds like preservation something. So then, you know, dry rations actually fit that quite well. I thought it'd be dried fruits, by what I heard, but you know, either way, or dried vegetables at least.
It's that dodgy canned mystery meat.
Oh, mystery meat. Is it so? The difference, you know what the difference is between Western mystery meat and Russian mystery meat?
Go on.
Well, for us, the question is it cow or horse? For them, it's a question of, is this meat?
Yes, that's a very good point. I've seen some of their rations. I think we all have, and let's just say I wasn't keen. It just didn't appear terribly appetizing.
And just to be clear, right, in the West, there's various odd things being done as well that you might not be aware of. For a start, most bread that you might buy in a supermarket contains protein from pig hair as a improver of flour. So just so FYI, I don't mind, but just letting you know. There's a great project done by a Dutch researcher some years ago who tracked, I think she did a TED talk out of it or something similar eventually, who tracked, well, she said I actually had the book in my hands at some point, because the library at the time stocked it, which was great, who tracked everything that a pig had been converted into. I think it was 150 different products, including something in bullets apparently came from the pig. And you can really say, you know, we used all of the pig. Anyway, Klaus, please.
Did we reach the fun fact section? Because there's gelatin in marshmallows as well. So thank you.
Yeah, you're right. You're right, indeed. Depends on which ones you get. It could be either from pork or from veal, quite often as well.
If you get the cheap ones, you can actually feel that there's some what's it called, small klumper in Danish. It's not totally mixed in with the marshmallow. So thank you.
Marcus, is it Percy pig in Britain that's nice and porky?
No, it's Porky Pig, obviously.
Okay, Edgar, I have
However,
to say that I'm very happy that Edgar is nowhere within earshot of any of this conversation.
I was just
anyway.
going to say, Dr. Nick is currently doing backflips.
Right, exactly. I completely am. I was going to say something, but I have to run into a doctor's appointment, so maybe I'll put my hand up later. I'll talk to you guys later.
See you later. Well, luckily for me, Doman, I can't eat any bread, so that hasn't put me off.
It's just protein.
Yeah, I know, but I still can't eat any bread. It's the preservatives, I think. Doesn't do me any good.
Bruce?
If you were a Russian drone operator, not getting your daily rations, and you learn that someone operates a factory that is supposed to produce it, but pockets all the money instead, wouldn't you drive a drone into that factory?
So you're saying
With that
red
in
on
mind,
red?
yeah, with that in mind, are we sure that it's actually a Ukrainian drone?
I think it's probably Ukrainian drone. I think it's most likely. Well, it's Bryansk Oblast. It's close to the border, right? We need to find out where in Bryansk Oblast this is. If you have it, do send it to me, Marcus. If you have any additional hints or the full spelling of the plant, so I'll look it up. But it also, of course, could always be somebody that Ukrainians have said, here's $1,000 if you make mischief with the drone as well. It's a lot harder for Russians to predict which direction it would come from. Could it be a frustrated Russian? Absolutely. Why not? Perfectly plausible. I don't think it's the most likely, but certainly perfectly plausible.
Russian soldiers don't seem that super bright, and a hungry Russian soldier might actually do quite a lot of things. I think, especially if he's both hungry and drunk.
Klaus?
I was just looking up that place in Russia, Bryansk. Can't find it at the minute, so I'll carry on checking.
Thank you. Are they at risk of being sent to the front, those that work in the factory?
They are now.
And when they ask the worker, what is your primary competence? Well, I can pull a trigger.
I can tell you, it's only about 35 kilometers from the border, the factory. So I would guess that, that's very likely that this indeed flew in from Ukraine. Don't know if that's what they were after, but it would make sense that they'd be after something like that. It's quite a big factory. It's not a gigantic one, but it's rather large and kind of separated from everything else. I don't think they'd hit all the factory though, because there's, let's say, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 sort of separate complexes within the factory itself that are sort of separated from one another, some bigger, some smaller, that would make it quite difficult to hit all of it. Klaus?
Yeah, and it's also about hitting targets that are both vital but also easy in terms of it doesn't require much resources. Thank you.
Virtual?
Yes, hi everybody. I am just wondering, I have a question about, Western equipment being abandoned or being captured by Russians. It's bound to happen, it's war, so it's expected, but I'm just wondering, do you think, when they capture an equipment, I kind of think, why didn't they throw a hand grenade inside and burn it down, so to prevent it from being used or being stripped down by Russians. Do you think they have been told something like this, or why don't they destroy their own equipment to prevent it from getting into Russian hands?
So I'm waiting for you to mute your mic. There we go, because otherwise I hear myself exceptionally loudly, as does everybody else. I think it's a car thingy. Never mind. I think as a rule, they might. In some cases, there might not be enough time, but frankly, most of the damaged vehicles that have been left in the field have thus far been recovered by Ukrainians and repaired. So I think that on balance, thus far, it definitely benefited Ukrainians more to have not destroyed them than it's benefited Russians, simply on the basis of how many Ukrainians have pulled back and fixed up already. So thus far, I don't know what the instructions are, but thus far it seemed to have averaged out very well.
Yeah, that's good. Thanks. That's all I want to ask.
And of course, yesterday we saw, I think, the 158th or so separate angle from which that initial incident involving Leopards and Bradleys was recorded from by the Russians. This is how you know that the Ukrainians are doing pretty well, because otherwise Russians would, I don't know, show some other pictures someday, rather than that, one quarter of a square kilometer big bit of field. And if 6 weeks later all they have is still that one same thing, that's really saying something. Now, at this point, were these actually all individual Bradleys and Leopards, just about all the Leopards in existence might have been destroyed already, according to the Russians, if they were all separate events. So clearly, as far as Russians are concerned, Ukrainians are now operating only undead Bradleys and Leopards. Mockers, how can you tell a vampire Bradley from a zombie Bradley?
One of them can transform into a bat.
So is it not too heavy to fly?
Not if it's transformed, obviously. I have no idea. Do you have a suggestion of what the difference might be?
No, not really. I did get a suggestion from someone that, of course, zombie ones operate during the day and the vampire ones during the night.
That'll work.
And yeah, Virtual, did you hear of any that actually have been, recovered by Russians and have been put into use by Russians? I don't think any have.
I don't think I have seen anything Western being driven around by Russians. Maybe there was one clip at one time, but I think that was captured Soviet equipment, not Western equipment. But I don't know. I can't remember seeing anything being actually used by Russians.
Exactly, and this is why I don't think it's necessarily an issue, because Ukraine has already recovered, I don't know, probably 5 Leopards and repaired them and put them back into use, and best part of a dozen Bradleys and that are since being repaired. No, that's much more straightforward to then do later on.
Yeah, but arguably they could be just not using them and trying to strip them down and trying to look at them. So I can't really say anything about it.
No, I agree. They could be, but I just don't think that we've seen any actually being recovered by Russians. They just take pictures of them and then go away, but they don't actually pull them away anywhere. There was a field where they stood for like 2 or 3 weeks, and Russians could have taken them away, I guess, but they just didn't. And I don't know whether it was Ukrainian artillery bombardment deterring them from that, but anyway, Ukraine managed to recover those anyway. So maybe it didn't matter. Bruce?
Yes, I think I have the answer on the vampire versus zombie question, because this rock opera, when called "Walk Through the Fire," isn't that a song from Buffy the Vampire Slayer musical episode? So they're probably sending a vampire slayer in, and if she has a stake, then it's a vampire leopard. But if she carries any other kind of weapon, like a sword or a bow or something, then it's a zombie one.
What do you think, Marcus? Does that work?
Well, yeah, why not? Why not? That works, yeah.
There we go, Bruce. Thank you for solving the mystery.
Can I make a comment if nobody has anything to say? Yeah, so apparently I read in the newspapers that during this summit in Finland now, Biden is very interested in talking to Jonas Gahr Støre, the Norwegian Prime Minister, about the minerals that we have discovered the recent years. So that's going to be interesting. I mean, they have this Biden had this new legislation called IRA. It's the Inflation Reduction Act, I think, which will reward American companies for rewarding them for or being rewarded for using American companies. But it seems now that they're going to try to find a loophole so they can mine, or they can get some of the minerals in Norway, and I guess also Sweden. I'm sure they're also on the map, so they can get their hands on some battery or some minerals used for battery production and stuff like that. So I mean, it's a good thing because this is bad news for China, that we now have minerals, pretty rare, relatively rare, or very high in demand minerals that is not from China or Russia. That is actually inside Europe. So I think that's a positive development, but it's just it's so typical American. We have strict regulations, and they have these new laws, and then they try to immediately find loopholes. It's very American. What can I say? But it's overall, I guess, a positive thing that Europe has now a lot of resources.
Yeah, between the discoveries in Kiruna in Sweden last year, and then the phosphate ones that really came out to the fore a few weeks ago, but have been known for a while, right? That makes a big difference, and it's always good when Europe can be a lot more independent when it comes to raw materials from the rest of the world. Absolutely, it's going to make a big difference. And Norway just keeps finding stuff. First the cod, then the oil and gas, now phosphates. What next?
Yeah, I don't know. It's I guess we're pretty lucky, but and I hope they don't give this stuff away because I mean, one of the reasons why we're quite successful with the oil is that we didn't let foreign companies come in and just raid everything and then take all the profit. So I really hope that Norwegian government will. I mean, they're already involved in this. So, but tax. Anybody who wants to come here and take minerals, tax them like crazy, because this stuff belongs to Norway. It doesn't belong to big companies. Norway should. The whole of Norway. Yeah, that's I think that's important. And we have. Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Yeah. So we have now opened a lot of area, a lot of industry now. Actually, from my hometown in the south of Norway, battery factories. So this is a new area that we are also putting a lot of resources into and going for. So it's good, but there are a lot of people that want what we have now. So this also includes Sweden. So I hope they're also very careful how they manage these deposits. They need to pay for it, and yeah, we're lucky in Norway. We're incredibly lucky. I feel very blessed. Also in Sweden, they're also very blessed. So we're just very thankful for. We're lucky. What can I say?
Oh, for sure. This is part of the next step, right? As you say, phosphates useful for certain types of battery technology. Also, of course, fertilizer. And I know that Jörn is particularly happy because it makes the deposits in Western Sahara less unique, perhaps even in terms of size. Though still markedly more accessible, nevertheless.
But also, I guess I say we're lucky, but I think in many cases you are. It's not. I mean, you're only lucky so many times. If you're consistently lucky, there is there's a bit more to it than luck. So I think we spent a lot of time and money to find resources actually. So I'm sure a lot of other countries have resources that they don't know about, but we try to look ahead and see what's necessary to develop. So I guess in some cases we're lucky, but you also make your own luck. So I guess maybe it's a mix.
There's degrees of that, and there's very few places with anything like the same concentration of mineral wealth. Yeah. But there's ways of managing that, and there's bad and good ways, and Norway definitely figured out just about as good one as they could.
Dominic, we've had an
Europe,
announcement.
in general, if we get our own resources, I think it's better than depending on authoritarian states. It's very dangerous, very, very dangerous. So I hope a lot of other European countries can find the same or other types of resources that we can live off of.
I was just going to say, John, we've had an announcement that cluster munitions are in Ukraine.
Finally. People are asking, how long is it going to take? And they said a few days, and a few days later, here we go. Hopefully, Russians will find that out soon as well. Additionally, if you want some other news, Germany has added a number of other things to what they've delivered to Ukraine thus far, including 7 Gepard self-propelled anti-aircraft guns, 10 laser designators for an IRIS-T SLM, 10 fire command units for an IRIS-T SLM, as well as just over 3,155 millimeter shells. That's going to be gone in a day. Just over 1,155 millimeter smoke dispensing shells, which is quite interesting. 1 Biber bridge laying engineering vehicle and 1 extra bridge for such, as well as a giant tractor trailer truck, 4 trailers for it, about 25,000 rounds, 40 millimeter ammunition. I don't know what the 40 millimeter ammunition is for. 5 other vehicles, and then 2 spare parts packages for drones. Oh, but it's 6 Gepards, not 7. Sorry about that. Every few days, the German government updates that big list that they're handling, with a little bit more and a little bit more and a little bit more, down to the shell delivered.
So one thing about the Germans, they can be accurate.
Yes, that's certainly true. Let me be accurate. 1,184 155 millimeter smoke shells, as well as 24,192 rounds of 40 millimeter ammunition. I don't know.
Keep them going for a day.
Yeah, sure, something like that. I'm just a little bit, confused as to what the 40 millimeter ammunition is for. I don't know of anything that Germany's previously delivered that takes 40 millimeter shells. Gepards are 35 millimeter. I wonder if maybe the Sky Ranger thing from Rheinmetall, is that 40 millimeter perhaps? I thought it was 30, but it could be 40. No, what that 40 millimeter ammo's for? Who knows? Rus Island is for CV90.
And for Bofors anti-aircraft.
Oh, that would make sense. And that can be gotten from various places around the world, can't it?
Yes, they're bloody everywhere since the Second World War.
Very well. Makes perfect sense. And if you want a little bit more news, Ukrzaliznytsia might be coming to you. A new Ukrzaliznytsia subsidiary is entering the European market under Ukrainian Railways Cargo Poland. So it's not for humans, not for self-loading cargo, for the inanimate sort, and it will be working on connecting up the traffic flows from across Europe into Ukraine, of course.
Oh, that's pretty awesome. I have a funny feeling that they'll run quite well. Connections, branching out. It's going to be, the lifeblood, really, isn't it?
Oh, absolutely. It's all about actually getting stuff to where they need to be, and you certainly don't do that by having stuff somewhere else and then not moving it at all. I'm kind of curious about the Bulgarian armored personnel carriers that are now said to be possibly going. So I can maybe expand a little bit on that. So today, Bulgaria is submitting a motion to the parliament. So I think it's the Bulgarian government doing this for this military aid package. Most of these APCs were in the storage warehouses of the Ministry of the Interior of Bulgaria. They were produced in the 60s and 70s and were part of the internal troops, basically the gendarmes, right? They were never used, ever. Some of them are not in the best state, and they certainly are no longer needed by the Ministry of Internal Affairs. For the last 40 years, they've just been collecting dust in warehouses. And I think it's a start, right? It's a start of doing this. So beyond that, you know, they say that this is a step within what the parliament already wanted to do last year in December, but then the caretaker government wasn't doing it. So together, the two governing parties, as well as DPS, the primarily Turkish minority party, are submitting a draft motion to the National Assembly to provide Ukraine with these. The Prime Minister, the Ministers of Defense and Interior are all signed off on this, and you know, it's kind of the next step of what they're going to be doing. I am hoping that there will be many more of these to follow, not just armored personnel carriers. That's, if anything, that's at the start of things, right? That's at the lower end of things. There's many more things that are there in stocks, which are presumably not really needed, but would be very useful, such as many hundreds of T-72 tanks, and especially if they go, you know, to Ukraine via the Czech Republic, where I think it's Excalibur doing the upgrades, where they can process just about a tank a day, or at least a tank every other day on average. Not that it takes 2 days per tank, but you know, they're working on several in parallel, and every 2 days a tank is finished and rolls off and out to Ukraine. No, this would be a very useful source of tanks to be then be able to be sent to Ukraine to backfill those who that are simply, you know, getting destroyed in the fighting. Really, not to mention probably some more howitzers, or at the very least replacement barrels for some of the Soviet type howitzers as well. You know, there's a lot of options there. There's a whole lot of options there.
What was the name of that APC?
Oh, it's a BTR. It's unclear which type of a BTR. No, this is a political motion. This isn't a military supply one. But if you look at what the Bulgarian internal troops were using in the 1980s, you can probably figure out exactly what it was. I've not had the time to do that, but I think it's various BTR types. I just want to highlight something else. Secretary Lloyd Austin, the U.S. Secretary of Defense, told CNN today that he has no doubt that Ukraine will become a part of NATO after Russia's war against Ukraine is over. He says that he has no doubt that this will happen, and we heard just about every country in the room say as much. I presume just about every country is say. We've heard every country but Hungary say as much. But you know, that's fine. That was always expected. I think that is where you know, it was a lot easier to say yes. You know, this is a good move from the summit, and if not ideal, still very much a good one.
Doman, I've got to mention the grain deal. What the is going on with it? Do we know? Because I'm seeing reports of them considering reconnecting one of the banks to SWIFT, and well, let's just say I'm not pleased about that particular development.
No, me neither. Okay, so this is give me a second. What's it called? It's the Agricultural Bank of Russia, right? For the export of agricultural commodities. It's very frustrating that this is even being suggested, this is the new ammonia pipeline, basically, right? So Russia, for the best part of a year, was banging on about an ammonia pipeline from Togliatti to the ports of Greater Odessa, and how that was absolutely imperative for Russia to allow Ukraine to do any exports through the Black Sea at all. And then the Russians shelled the pipeline where it enters Ukraine, at least close to where it enters Ukraine, near Kupiansk, near where both Luhansk and Kharkiv oblasts join, share a border with Russia, let's say. And since that's been done, they've now been agitating for some bank of theirs to be reconnected to SWIFT. Now, this isn't the first time that they've been bringing this forward. I forget what the bank is called, some agricultural bank, something like that. It's not the first time that they've spoken about this. And they're specifically saying, about a year ago already, that you see these limitations when it comes to SWIFT are preventing people around the world who want to buy Russian commodities, food and fertilizer especially, from buying them, because they can't pay the bank that they would have to pay to be able to import them from Russia. And this is the basis for their argument. Now, this argument was always nonsense, because there was always a Russian bank that wasn't under whose SWIFT processing was enabled. Was it Sberbank is the last one standing? Gazprom Bank, whatever it is, right? There was always another way, but they said, no, it's impossible because there has to be this particular one. And really what they're doing is they're testing the steadfastness of the rest of the world by proposing this. That is the purpose and the aim of it. There is no benefit that can really be gained from this particular move. And for the UN to be pushing this forward, and of course it's understood, on behalf of whom the UN is pushing this forward. It's not Russia. It's some of Russia's want to be business partners who want to buy Russian fertilizer, but which they can do through other means. They don't need to go through this particular bank. It is Russia that is making them go through this particular bank in order for them to make it even easier to then use the global financial system to procure whatever it is that they need to procure for their war effort. And that's really it. And it's very silly of Guterres to be allowing that, to be even considering that, to be thinking that that's a worthwhile idea, and going as far as to, co-signing the proposal, really. Because there's really no need from any real perspective. There's no need for it at all. And I think, if anything, what should be done is inspections instituted on all vessels going from Russia out the Black Sea, as well as those, equal to those of Ukraine. If nothing else, at the very least, that should then be instituted. They can have the SWIFT access to the bank, but any vessel departing a Russian port or going to a Russian port should have to go through exactly the same checks as all the Ukrainian or Ukraine-bound or Ukraine departing vessels have to. And let's see how that they like that. Because what the Russians have been doing with Ukrainian vessels is stalling endlessly, and allowing only a few, low single-digit number of ships per day through. Whereas, an order of magnitude more vessels from Russian ports or to Russian ports past the Bosphorus, at least. So, if they want that, they should give something else up, and they should give that up.
Yeah. That I feel as though, that they're not doing this grain deal in good faith anyway. So why the flipping flip should they get anything out of it?
There's a very good opportunity here, Doman. We could just say, hey, that's great. We'll give you the agricultural bank of whatever. But for that, we'll take Gazprom Bank off the roster. Thank you.
Yeah, that's an option. Axel, why do you think they're pushing this so far? Is it just testing everybody's steadfastnesses, I think, or is there something else?
No, of course. There's no question. This is a matter of trying to weaken the resolve, testing it, weaken the resolve, and getting friendly former communist allies such as Mr. Gutierrez to play their game. So simple. We should just be resilient. It needs a Dutch finance minister. Oh shit, she's going to retire as well. This can't, because she's getting death threats to her family and the like. But it really needs a Dutch finance minister to step up and say, hey, oh, by the way, so sorry, Mr. Guterres, what a coincidence. We just put this bank on the sanctions list here from the Dutch Central Bank. There's good reasons that there's substantial money laundering which has occurred between 2016 and 2021, and audits show that there's also a couple of oligarchs involved, and also Russia as a state has a significant influence. Mr. Guterres, we can't in good faith really allow this. So when you can present us with good evidence as to why this should not be the case, we've just put them again on the sanctions list, and we have highlighted this to SWIFT for that matter, together with the regulator in Belgium, and we are making the necessary arrangements for ABN AMRO and ING and others not to be able to connect.
I think that's the correct solution here. Absolutely. Just to get rid of this, because it's just the new ammonia pipeline, really. It's just the new ammonia pipeline.
Exactly. And I mean, of course, if the Dutch finance minister for death threats and the likes feels that she can't do it at the moment, maybe Mr. Lindner, lukewarm Lindner, can do something.
Why can't Russians just use Raiffeisen, all the other Russians? Fancy?
I don't know. I just say fuck Raiffeisen. I had a different question. Guterres, is he naive and just kind of trying to really broker a good deal while being naive, or is he clearly a Russian asset? Because to me it seems that he's always running on the Russian narrative, like as if he was kind of like Lavrov's little lapdog or something.
I don't know whether to call him. I think he is probably naive, but even if he isn't, let's maybe think of this. Why possibly, hypothetically, could something like this be being put forward by Guterres? Imagine someone who actually is executing in, perfectly evenly and balancedly the policies of the United Nations. What do you get? You get someone who is listening an awful lot to people who want to do various types of business with the Russians because they see an opportunity and they think that they can, corrupt their way out of it and into it and out of it and end up with more money than they had before. So I think that's the other component here that's kind of important. Ansi?
Sorry, Doman, you disappeared to me acoustically. I don't know if it happened to the others too, but I couldn't hear you for
I'll try to say again. I'll try to say again. Imagine various want-to-be business partners of Russia who see an opportunity to corrupt their way in and out of such business and profit, handily from it. I think it's enough, really. Enough of a reason why he would be doing this.
You mean insinuating that he would be lobbied by those who want to do business with Russia in that case?
Yeah, exactly. Imagine that
makes sense.
Imagine hypothetically that he just actually executes his role as an administrator, unbiased, about both below and above it all, right? Imagine that. In that case, think of how many of the almost 200 members just want to gain something businessy wise, or their presidents want to gain something businessy wise on top of it. That's clearly a likely component of it. So even if it's not him, obviously being very naive to be putting something like this forward, but also think of this. Why is he so very interested in this particular thing going through? It's because of the lobbying and asking for it of, again, people from a set number of countries who buy this grain and fertilizer in the first place, right? That's why. So he thinks that, Ukraine will just be reasonable and the other guys won't. And well, at least we get to get the thing through if we just give Russia what they asked for. But I don't think that should be worked with in the slightest. And it's very silly, very, very silly that any concessions like this are given or would be given. There is no good reason for concessions like this. There is no need for this. There is no benefit to it for anyone remotely reasonable. So that's the end of my comments.
Yeah, and that's why I'm particularly disgusted. Bruce?
Yeah, the BTR. It looks like there are BTR 60s with a swapped engine to a Cummins engine, and they are made roadworthy with mirrors and stuff. So they're pretty good armored buses for Apple Platoon.
Do you know which BTR it is? Do you have the number?
BTR 60 PBMD1 probably, because that's the one they actually have quite a few of. 150.
Yeah, that's quite likely. So BTR 60s are quite old things, really old
Yeah,
things.
but this one has modern Cummins diesels. I usually thought they were marine diesels, basically, but that might just be here. They're American made, so probably quite a good bus. At least partly protected, and smoke dispensers if they get harassed by drones and stuff. I'd say it's a good bus. Probably easy to maintain too.
Oh, that's for sure. And Ukraine already has this and similar stuff. It's just useful for them to have it. They will put it to better use than anyone else. They, need it under the circumstances. It is, at the very least, even further away from front lines. Anything that can just somewhat protect against shrapnel is useful. And
for rotating troops and stuff. Yeah, I think. They're nice. I wouldn't want to be near anything that fires an autocannon, but apart from that, it's fine.
Exactly. Very well. Fancy. Do you know what? I have a question for you. NATO summit. Austria wasn't there because Austria is not a NATO member. How much was it mentioned in Austrian media, and how was it covered?
You asking me question. So to be honest, I just have been reading Der Standard and Falter in these days. Tiny bit of the boulevards. Not watching Austrian state media or reading it. It was
okay,
covered.
But Der Standard. What did they write?
I think what I read was that there was the general reflection of the media echo also in other media such as Financial Times. So basically, that Zelensky was fighting hard, that it was kind of like 50-50 good bad, That's what I perceived. But to be honest, I didn't follow the Austrian media too much on that. I can follow up. I can read up on it, what they've been saying, but to me it seemed to be just reflecting the general echo that other media, international media, did. I would need to look into commentary. There was certainly some commentary by different journalists, but I haven't read it. So I'm sorry to disappoint you there, Doman.
Fair enough. I was curious if it would have maybe largely escaped attention altogether, simply because it's not there. They weren't there. Who really particularly cares?
I believe, Doman, our favourite outspoken grandmothers have made another video. Have you seen these videos? I think they're ladies of Krasnodar Krai. And
what have they said this time?
Bonkers. Well, they've made a video addressing the American people this time. Well, yeah, you can hear. Here is our message to American people. Haven't actually watched it, but I just think these ladies are particularly amazing. I'm going to find out what she says.
Okay, you do that. Rus, go ahead in the meantime, and then maybe we'll have a good.
Is this just NATO nonsense, or did NATO actually get awarded an honor by the Diplomacy Star from Lithuania?
No, this is true. So they got they got a Star of Lithuanian Diplomacy awarded to them by the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, possibly the Minister of Foreign Affairs himself, Gabrielius Landsbergis. Of course, Gabrielius Landsbergis addressed the NATO summit ahead of the NATO summit over the weekend. And at the time, I joked that the MFA in Lithuania, instead of Ministry for Foreign Affairs, stands for Ministry of Fellow Affairs over the weekend, and I wasn't kidding. It's nor were they deadly serious about it. Yes, yeah. So I would also say it exemplifies what Lithuanians imagine diplomacy looks like. Which is shouting vatniks on the internet, shouting at vatniks on the internet, which I think is a wonderful way to conduct diplomacy, really.
Well, congratulations to you all, whomever is listening.
Yeah, and it says so much, doesn't it? It says oh so much. Shaggy, I believe, is still absolutely ecstatic, and is searching for some celebrity kibble.
Oh yes. I've just done my last delivery, and I'm looking forward to my party at home by myself in front of my bunking stick. But I'd just like to ask: did anybody in the NATO summit get an award?
Probably, I don't know.
Well, I don't think they did. So that means NATO got one more award than all the world leaders that were at the NATO summit. I think, if I'm correct. Am I correct, Mockers? We got one more award than the whole of NATO.
It would seem so, yeah. That's amazing stuff, isn't it? I found out what the crazy old ladies have been saying.
Oh, go on.
Do tell.
Yes, they're very worried about
sorry,
their
Mockers.
Western...
I apologize. Sorry. Shaggy, at the NATO summit, President Biden received the order of Vytautas the Great from Lithuania. So sorry about that.
Oh, damn it.
Just need to burst your bubble real quick before we hear about the babushkas of Krasnodar Krai.
Was there any class on that? Was it like third class or second class or fourth class?
I don't know, but this is a state award rather than a ministry award, and therefore would be would rank higher in the order of precedence.
Okay, that's one of those chocolate ones, and that's rubbish. No, our NAFO one's definitely better. Definitely better. I'll vouch for that. If anybody asks, I said so. So there we go.
So the Order of Vytautas the Great is the highest order in Lithuania. What President Biden got. So again, sorry about that. Sorry about that, Shaggy.
It's all right. Don't be sorry. Just don't repeat it ever again. Okay. No, that'll be good. That'll be good. Take care. I'll catch you later.
Yeah, so just very quickly, the babushkas from Krasnodar Krai would like our Western friends to know that we're very worried about them. They need to remove the spokes of democracy at their next elections because it's doing them no good. They're going to continue to lead lives of no pleasure unless they do so. So, yeah, they've got a lot of concerns, bless them.
So are they saying democracy bad? And if you want to know real pleasure, you need to speak to a babushka in Krasnodar Krai.
Something along those lines, yeah.
I'm just checking. No prejudice here. No prejudice here. James?
Hey, good morning and good day to everybody. The ladies at Krasnodar. Oh, well, everybody's wrong a lot of the time. So anyways, I'd say they're in that camp. They're wrong. And my experience is that when I've looked at the videos online, it seems like it's the people who are under Russian control at the moment who are not happy with their lives to the point where they're doing themselves in, doing each other in, etc. So anyway, I hopped up to ask about the award for Mr. Biden, awards in general, the one going to NAFO. Will Biden ever wear this? Will he be at some I don't know, giving a speech to college students somewhere and he'll wear that? Or does that just hang in a box somewhere on a wall? Or what happens with that? And then I take it NAFO will issue no orders about how to wear it for the fellas. How they wear it is probably up to them. So anyway, thanks.
I think that fellas are going to wear cartoon representations of the award. I think they should, all of them, and except for those who would have to pin it onto bear fur, that is to say, bear Shiba Inu fur, because that might hurt a little bit. But I think there were cartoon representations of it. The actual one is going to get stuck into a box, possibly auctioned off, because I think that's a good way to raise quite a bit of money from a particular fellow enthusiast. And beyond that, I would say the ones that President Biden gets, for example, he wouldn't be wearing, I don't think, because he has quite a few. If you are a president of a country, especially a major country, you tend to end up with lots of these, and you put them in a box, and then that box gets put in the presidential library. I'm pretty sure. Some of them we need to check, but I think that's likely where they're going to be ending up on display someday. Just a guess, but probably. So in many countries, you will see people perhaps wear the domestic ones, but not those awarded by foreign countries nearly as much. In some cases, yes, royals much more likely, but non places where heads of state are non-royal, that is to say, are elected, then much less likely. Bruce, what's the policy of this? When a Swedish king or Swedish prime minister gets awards from abroad?
I have no idea actually, but I know someone who should get an award, and that is Erdogan. He should get the Fool Me Twice award from Stoltenberg and Swedish prime ministers.
What? Carpet salesman of the year? Sorry, what was it?
No, Fool Me Twice.
Oh, I see. Oh no, actually, sorry, that's not carpet salesman. That's an ice cream salesman. If you don't know how buying ice cream in Turkey on a busy tourist street looks like, let's say it takes a few attempts. It takes a few attempts. G-Man?
Sorry, yeah, on the NAFO award, first of all. I was sort of wondering about that. What does the said gong look like? Does anybody have a picture? And if we had some backstreet manufacturer, we could make millions of them and then sell them. I think that'd be a brilliant idea. You might have to ask permission from the Minister of Fellow Affairs, but who knows? Far as wearing foreign awards, I'm not sure. I think it varies by country. I do know that in terms of normal personnel in the Falklands, there was a surgeon Major Rick Jolly, who manned what was termed the Red and Green Life Machine, which was an old warehouse in Ajax Bay. I think it was a former fish processing plant or something, and they turned it into the field hospital. But a lot of Argentine personnel came through there, as well as British personnel, and a lot of which their lives were saved as a result. And Rick the Surgeon Jolly was awarded an Argentine decoration, which our late Queen authorized him to wear with the rest of his medals, including one he got from her for what his services at that time. Our royals would also, I think, if if the king, let's say, gets a medal from the King of Norway or something, then he can wear it because it's him that decides who wears what. So I imagine presidents are the same, but I don't know.
Yeah, and I think it's different if you're sitting versus not. There's lots of various differences there, right? Details matter, and what's deemed appropriate and what isn't. Anyway. James?
Yeah, this is really interesting. I guess heraldry and all of this. I took a look at that. If I looked at the right picture, the NAFO award is
Sort of red.
Yeah, and it's the warrior on horseback, armored and everything. And I think there's one edit that NAFO is probably going to want to make, maybe two, and that is that the rider is not a Shiba Inu. It looks like a human being. So I think that's one kind of edit that probably NAFO may want to make before it's
Quite possibly, indeed. And I see that there's some that already have the cartoon versions on them. So this is Vitis. Vitis, the knight. He's the center of the coat of arms, the symbol on the coat of arms of Lithuania, dating back to the times, indeed before, I believe, the Polish-Lithuanian Commonwealth, and it was in this format since the days of Vytautas the Great, the Grand Duke of Lithuania, that this has been the Lithuanian coat of arms. So that's not getting changed, not fundamentally anyway. Not fundamentally. Always been there. Well, always. 500-600 years. James?
Well, I guess on the serious note, and then I'm gonna sign off and get out before it starts to boil outside. The serious part is that NAFO has done a really good job of cleaning up a lot of hate speech online, and wow, I mean that it just helped change the world. So it really is seriously a great recognition of a lot of people's efforts. And I can't say that I enjoy doing that. Bonking that next online is kind of an ugly business. It's not war, I understand. So, but it's just ugly dealing with people like that. So anyways, very good work that they do.
Just being recognised by governments is utterly bonkers, and I think it's one of the strangest and most wonderful things to have come out of this.
I agree. It is bonkers when bonkers get government recognition.
I just have to fill in some boxes, Delman. I'll BRB.
Yeah, look, you know why I'm here? I'm here to deliver the big puns, right? Anyway, shall we go through a few more other things that have emerged as news during the course of today? And I think there's a number of very interesting ones. Let's start with a bit of a summary of what all has been promised during the course of the Vilnius summit, or in the periphery of the Vilnius summit to Ukraine, from its partners. From Germany, a 700 million euro aid package, including 25 Leopard 1A5s, an additional 40 Marder IAVs, 2 Patriot launchers, 5 Bergepanzer 2 engineering vehicles, 20,000 155mm artillery shells, 5,000 smoke shells. From Australia, 30 Bushmaster protected mobility vehicles. From Norway, 1,000 Black Hornet micro drones, and a number of things for NASAM systems, as well as increasing the military aid budget substantially more generally. From the UK, more than 70 combat vehicles, thousands of shells for tanks, presumably from Red Challenger 2, and a hefty $64 million package of military aid for equipment repair. From France, both Scalp EG missiles, which is the same as the Storm Shadow, but instead of the whiff of Bovro at the impact site, right? We've learned this. There's a persistent smell of garlic at the impact site afterwards, unless it's before 11 a.m. and then it's the buttery goodness of a good French patisserie, as well as engineering equipment primarily for demining. Netherlands contributions to air defense and artillery capabilities, and of course, jointly with 10, or is it 11 other countries, in front of including with armored vehicles and more. This is just what was publicly announced, Marcus.
Yeah, I'm actually hearing that there is things that they cannot yet publicly announce, which I like the sound of that. It always cheers me up when I hear that there's more goodies in the offing. So hopefully that will, turn up on the battlefield and we'll all be surprised. Fingers crossed, eh?
Absolutely. And moving on from that a little bit, the biggest thing today, I think genuinely the biggest thing today is the announcement of yet another defense industry joint venture with Ukraine, that of FFG. So already a few days ago, Rheinmetall has been announced to be opening a facility in Ukraine within the next 12 weeks. That is basically by the end of September, early October. And that will be a facility that will produce the Fuchs Transportpanzer, or APC, to start with, and then possibly later on main battle tanks. Now, that facility is expected to produce about 400 a year. That's one a day, pretty much, about 8 a week, something like that, which is tremendously impressive. And very few people expected industry to be moving into Ukraine already now, already before peace has been assured, already before Russia has been beaten. And they're not the only ones. So today, Flensburger Fahrzeugbaugesellschaft is likewise apparently pursuing a joint venture. So says Alexei Makiev, the Ukrainian ambassador to Germany. Now, FFG you might not have heard of nearly as much as the Rheinmetall, but FFG has been absolutely instrumental in fixing up armored vehicles of various sorts for use in Ukraine. Everything from dozens of Leopard 1A5s, which are now going to start trickling into Ukraine very shortly, to frankly all manner of other things, from Bandwagen 206 tracked transport vehicles, to what are presumably Patria APCs, to who knows what all else, really. Who knows? Probably, I think they've done upgrades on a number of M113s as well, or YPRs, either way. No, they've really been doing a lot. And for companies like this, and of course, Baykar Tech, the producers of Bayraktar, likewise, to be entering not just the market, but the country to produce stuff in there. It's almost as though there was some sort of a declaration yesterday, Mark. It's almost as though there's some sort of a declaration yesterday, a G7 joint declaration of the UK, US, Germany, France, Italy, Canada, and Japan, saying that they are indeed, frankly, firmly behind Ukraine. That they will provide everything from security assistance in terms of equipment, but also training, intelligence sharing, support for hybrid and cyber threats, as well as to further develop Ukraine's defense industrial base. I think between that and the outcomes of the Ukraine Recovery Conference in June, where an insurance system was put forward, was devised to allow exactly for such things to be moving on and into Ukraine, that's exactly what that was meant to do. And that's exactly what that was for. And it's almost the very next day after the signing of this declaration by those 7 countries, as well as I think since then, who else was it? I think it was the Norwegians, the Swedes, the Dutch, Spanish, and Czech governments likewise having signed it, co-signed it. There's a paragraph at the end that says, we invite others to join us in this endeavor, and indeed a good number already has, and was doubling the number of countries behind it already within the first 24 hours. So absolutely tremendous, absolutely tremendous. I'll leave it at that, but this is possibly far more significant than is going to be given credit for by most anyone. Favid, very good morning.
Hello, Doman. Good morning to you. Lovely to hear your voice. Steve Okorja. Hello, my friends. Thanks for being here and co-hosting, and for the standard and humour in the conversation. I sincerely appreciate it. Give a salute to my friend G-Man. It's lovely to hear you. Very much enjoyed your spake last night. You were speaking about, was it last night or the night before, with Alan, about perhaps having a couple of moving lines read out maybe in the evening time as inspiration and hope from previous defenders of freedom and proponents of liberty. So I wanted to salute you for that and say, great idea. Hopefully we can carry it through today. I'll mention it to Al as well. Something, Doman, as usual, you've set bonfires of thought ablaze in my mind. The little nod there for those who know. You mentioned that the massive German firms, one factory is to be open in 12 weeks' time, I'd say end August, September maybe, and that there's another firm today. It's not a firm, it's a heavy manufacturing company, but I suppose they are a firm of engineers, and they're also similarly announcing, I don't know if there's a ribbon cutting date or a shovel in the ground date for the second, for the Fuchs people, but I do know, as you mentioned, that the Rheinmetall fabrication site will be up and opened in 12 weeks, they mentioned, which was about a week ago, so maybe it's 11 weeks now if they've already started. And the reason I mentioned it and the reason I set bonfires ablaze in my mind was the following. So please entertain me in the exposition and then shoot it to ribbons, and we'll hopefully get towards some kind of advancement after that process. And here it is. There's such a thing as espionage, and there's such a thing as information warfare in a time of war and in a time of peace. And we can probably get close enough to truth, having subject matter experts and people like Douglas London come to visit us and hopefully inform how it is we form views or improve the way we think about things so that we can improve our prediction and start getting results. Start predicting closer to results rather than being surprised. I don't think these German factories, I'll phrase it another way. I think they know something we don't know. I think these billion-dollar corporations are well confident enough in the Ukrainian advance they have seen so far. So happy and confident that they're willing, as you mentioned, to sink money, big money, like the kind of money that it's counted in multiple millions, or maybe tens of millions, before the end, before an ostensible end is in sight, right? For those of us here who don't have such foresight. I think they know something we don't know. And I think this is probably as good a guarantee as one could hope to get, given the German penchant for being right. I don't think they've misjudged this one. And I think we should probably extrapolate, not just hope, but let this inform our view. And perhaps we should expect some more massive industrial firms to make announcements in the near future. And I want to be clear that that's a sharp elbow directed into the throat of Thales and the other, I don't want to name them, but the other large aircraft manufacturers, this heavy vehicle manufacturers in the French industry. They already have very advanced fabrication units set up in Central Europe, so it wouldn't be a big deal. What I'm saying is they already have plans for similar plants. They don't even have to go through planning stage. You can just use the same plans they've used like a couple of countries over. And I expect them to move as well. Not just because they spot a good deal and know good business, which is true to a certain extent, but because there's a wonderful fact of they cannot, well, I don't know if they know, but they can't really allow the Germans get too far ahead of them. So it is in their interest now to cough up some money and build some fabrication plants in Ukraine. So good morning, everybody. Please retweet and share the space. This is MriyaReport. If you have the time and you have the inclination, please go to MriyaReport.org, make a donation. Thank you very much.
And thank you very much, David. I see German was having a little crash, so he'll be back with us in a few minutes. However, G-Man, you've got your hand up. Go ahead.
Well, yes, thank you. And thanks, David, for your kind words and your excellent prompt for folk listening to go ahead and retweet and share. And I absolutely endorse that and indeed echo it. On my my dialogue last night, yes, I decided that since I was sitting, periodically in the evening, I sit in the bath. And I've been reminded a few times by people on the space that Churchill used to sit in the bath late at night. So I put on my inner Churchill and read out a speech. That's twice I've done that now. So I'm now looking for new material. I think I'm going to go.
I thought you were going to say you're looking
west.
for sponsorship. It's been so popular.
Well, we'll wait and see. No, I'm not going to put Churchill out to pasture or anything because he's going to come in handy in the future, I'm sure, for said inspiration. But I think we'll go to old Honest Abe probably next. Abraham Lincoln, obviously, and because he's a lot of good material as well. So between Churchill and Abraham Lincoln, I will spread it out a bit, but I mean, like you could do a speech tonight quite easily, and you wouldn't run out of material at all. So that's all to the good. I'm just amused. I'm going through the Institute for the Study of Wars update yesterday. I'm putting together just a thread on that, and I'm amused by the Russian response to all the news coming out of Vilnius, because I don't think they know what to say. They're not quite sure. So there's one of the mill bloggers said that Summit was a failure, and they also said that they had already seen this all the complete correspondence a week before, because they were on the web. The outcome of the summit, of course. And then on the other hand, so they're saying it's a nothing burger basically. There's nothing significant in it. It was a failure. And then at the same time, our friend, by which I mean not a friend, Dmitry Medvedev, the alcoholic who used to be in the Kremlin in Putin's role, whenever they did that sort of false swapsy thing that everybody thought was what's the word? Illegitimate, I think. He said, it's an action plan for Ukraine's membership of the alliance. But the map's cancelled, so it's really nothing. And then Peskov, that other guy who looks like he probably drinks too much as well, he says that it encroaches the G7's plans to provide security guarantees to Ukraine are dangerous as they encroach on Russia's security. So they can't make up their mind. They're trying to say it's nothing, and at the same time they're going, "Oi, that's awful. You're hurting us by helping somebody defend themselves," which I don't see the problem with. But obviously, because I'm thankfully not Russian, I don't think like that. So Slava Ukraini, everybody. Thank you.
Hello, I'm Slava, and thank you for talking just long enough for me to deal with the dude at my door. I don't know, I just had some random chap turn up at my house. Very strange. Wrong door, wrong house. No idea where he was going. Yeah. So now the neighbourhood watch will be chasing him out. Welcome back, Delman.
Thank you. I had a technical malfunction. I blame Favid for it. It is how it is. He has no choice in the matter. Favid, I apologize. I was thrown rudely out by Twitter, which decided to update.
It's not good enough, Delman. Not good enough.
So if you could please ask the question that you started to ask me, and I would be very, very glad to address it.
Well, not only you're kind and gentle soul, but you're also very amusing. I'm glad you're back. And just, I guess, a public service announcement, PSA to people listening, the Twitter application has been updating itself and being quite arbitrary and allowing people access to spaces and not allowing them access. So if you're having the trouble, do clear the cache inside the app and make sure you go to the relevant app store, search for Twitter and make sure you're up to date, because oftentimes the most recent updates take about a day or two before the automatic update function works. I had said that as often your comments do, set a bonfire of thought in my mind alight when you were sharing the news of the second large German industrial firm announcing their fabrication location, the first being the Rheinmetall. And then I mentioned that there's now necessary competition created for the French large industrial movers and shakers, as they would refer to themselves, to also put money, not just on paper to promise maybe money, but also they need to start building fabrication to keep up with their neighbours. And I said aloud that there's such a thing as espionage and corporate espionage and wars of information, and all that being fine. I think the spending of this money with the factory opening in the next 10 to 12 weeks for Rheinmetall and the second German factory, and the obvious competition that has been started, I think I can safely say they know something we don't know, and that I'm happy to take as good enough guarantee for anything one might want to guarantee the spending of their money to build a factory, as you say, to produce a machine a day, or perhaps just over a machine a day, to have 8 in a working week made. So I would say it's probably an absolutely roaring endorsement of the Ukrainian success to date and an underwriting or an expression in tens of millions of dollars in the professed outcome or the direction of travel in which Ukraine is clearly on. I think that should be pointed out, and that it's now beyond the realm of speculation. It's beyond hoping. We have some extremely good business people making shrewd decisions, and we will be wise to take note and to let that inform our analysis, perhaps. That was what I was saying, and I mentioned I would like to fly this as an exposition and an exercise, as I've just had the thought, and then I'm happy to have it shot and cut to ribbons here, hopefully to either educate or bring us closer to a point of truth. So please retweet and share the space. This is MriyaReport.org. Thanks very much, Dom, and I'm sorry for causing the Twitter pox. I can't promise not to do it again. I'm a little devious.
Thank you very much, David. Frankly, I don't know when the FFG is supposed to start whatever they're doing. All we have thus far is a little hint from the Ukrainian ambassador to Germany. Okay, but officially, what is public as opposed to
Rheinmetall are spending, right?
Axel's friends. So Rheinmetall is in 12 weeks. That is the end of September from now.
And how much money are they spending right now?
I have no idea.
Well, my point is, it's enough. It's enough. Well, right, but we could say, I'm going to pick a number. I'm going to say it's probably north of $50 million. And as a result, that in itself provides a certain amount of underwriting. That's where I'm hoping to burrow into.
So what I'm trying to get at is, the FFG is only first coming out into public properly now that they're actually going forward with it. All we've seen was a little picture of a header that says, FFG joint venture Ukraine, published by Oleksiy Makiev, the new or the now no longer that new Ukrainian ambassador to Germany. No, but it's all building within the same framework,
and
fundamentally.
Neither of the two would be used to lying or to querying a deal in public before it was finished, right? These are not that kind of communicators.
Definitely not. Definitely not. No, and if Axel says 3 weeks, it's 3 weeks. But that's certainly not something that's been, let's say, publicly announced, at least to my knowledge, at least not in English as yet.
Well, frankly, I'm astonished that, I'm happy, but also astonished that they have access to such information, that they would make such a money move before the end of hostilities, which I guess means I need to update my view on things. It's probably a little brighter than I had first thought.
Well, you have to understand that FFG has been upgrading tanks and APCs for Ukraine now for quite some time.
So they have tools available to have machines.
Oh, they have 800. In Flensburg, they have about 820 employees. They were looking for another 100 and couldn't even hire them because employees of that caliber and qualification, this is a key thing. It requires.
They take very long to make them. Yeah.
It's actually creating those specialists. And it's not just that you have to have, helpers or anything or people moving things. No, this is a highly calibrated kind of job. And they said a few weeks ago that they could hire immediately 100 if only they had them. So going into Ukraine and expanding their capacity together with Ukроборонпром is an absolute no-brainer, because you will find a number of mechanical engineers. Yes, you have to train them. It's hard. And you have to get them up to speed and up to snuff and German quality standards, which will take time. But that's fine. The fact that they're starting it and that they're starting right away is a good sign. And so this is very solid, very boring German engineering. This is what we do.
Let's bring one thing and two men into the equation here. The insurance setup coming out of the Ukrainian Recovery Conference, as well as one Alexander Commission and one Herman Smetanin, the new the new CEO of Ukrboromprom. Now, this isn't accidental, is it? There's a reason why Commission left Ukrzaliznytsia.
100%. I mean, it needed someone who works with the same kind of sense of urgency, detail, attention to people, and leadership capability as Alexander evidently has in spades to do that. And this was missing, and finding then the right individuals in these companies of strategic interest. And that's why his ministry post is called Strategic Industries, because those industries, be it aviation, be it ordnance, be it weapon systems, meaning really integrated weapon systems factories, all of these have been shocked. They've lost a lot of people because they volunteered or were called up to work. Very few of them actually remained. Then you have the aviation sector of Ukraine. You have Motor Sich therein. All of them have been bleeding talent. And it's absolutely vital in war to retain a large capacity of your own people to manufacture weapons. The feedback loop for innovation is extremely important. You can see this in how the various sides in the Second World War acted and operated. The British aviation industry benefited massively from having local talent, local engineers continuously working with the Royal Air Force and with the Royal Navy, for that matter, in terms of gunnery, in order to find out what they would be needing. And with that, you create the innovation, you create the capacity, and you can react swiftly. You can innovate swiftly. This is what Ukraine needs to do, and this is why companies such as Rheinmetall and FFG have to be on location. No question. I mean, this is, how should I put this? You can't order this shit from China. It has to come out of Europe. It has to be built in Europe, as close as possible, fully integrated. Yes, there are certain things you can build with engineers of Oshkosh, for example, in America, because these guys know their shit and they know what to do. And of course, you can integrate with modern technology. But there's a couple of things which you really need to do: hands-on, on location, on site, direct input, talking to battlefield commanders, getting feedback, talking to NCOs. The improvement, let me put it this way: if you can improve the way a specific seat turns quickly in an IFV, when the crew has to rush out super fast in case it's being hit, is a matter of living and dying. Survivability in modern equipment is often not as, it fails to be discussed as much as it was to be discussed. And it's absolutely key for Ukraine. And those kind of details you only get if you have direct access to people.
The good news is a lot of that steel is still in the ground. I know Pennsylvania, here in the United States. I can't really say much for Great Britain or England, but I think that it wasn't British steel shut down for want of material. It was shut down for economic or other reasons. So if it were to become something of, what would I say, something of national import or in the national interest, I believe this material is very available. We don't need even to try and source the raw material outside of allied nations. Not that Ukraine would need to source it, you know, they source it in their own country, but I'm talking about building tanks in South Wales. Yeah. God damn it.
Yeah, no, you're absolutely right. And what we call in, for example, where I have a few family members in the area, in Dortmund and around, you call this Kohle und Stahl. And this is what it is. And this is what makes us independent of this. Ukraine just can't operate this supply chain at this point in time as effectively, because part of this production chain is either under occupation, under constant threat, has limited access to continuous supply of electricity, and therefore it's good that we integrate this. But if you look, for example, US Steel is in Košice in eastern Slovakia. There is more than enough capacity. And if the Germans weren't so fucking ridiculous about their new utopian energy policy, we would have significant steel, specialty steel capacity in Germany, fully operating with proper German nuclear power. Ms. Baerbock just needs to get off her utopian pedestal and learn that maybe, just maybe, she has been led to believe the wrong things for a long time. But then again,
That the foundation is crumbling.
this woman, the woman just has never studied any science, but makes decisions as a foreign minister on the basis of, and her one of the co-leaders of her party, as if she had scientific understanding. She does not.
Do you think that this
has,
shift in
neither
heavy
has Mr.
production
Habeck.
will mean that these people are then outflanked by the need for domestic, cheap, or should I dare I say it, free nuclear energy? Because given that it's you don't really turn them off. It's the most renewable of all energies, as I understand it. So, doesn't the economic argument
Did you
become?
just say this, David? You don't turn them off. The Germans
you don't
just
want.
did.
But what I'm saying is, you don't need to turn them off unless you want to turn. They can keep going. Is what I'm saying. My point is, if we're talking about renewable energy and then the need for this heavy industry, people's hang-ups about heavy industry has been tied up, as you say, in heavy carbon release, but that doesn't factor when it is cheap, renewable, clean energy is available, as you say, from the nuclear source. So when I say their foundation is crumbling,
I agree with you. You're
the
absolutely
position
spot on, David.
is supported by 25 years of what was sense based on cheap gas. They lost it. Cheap gas has been removed. There is no cheap carbon or cheap money way to burn oil and coal really long term, although we have coal locally. So nuclear is a game. Plus, as you said, they have them. They're already on. They're already tooled up and connected. I don't know how long. Oh, there's a truck here. Sorry, I'll stop.
David, you and Mark Nelson need to come to Germany and have a word with people.
Come to Dublin. The Green Party is not, or is it, sorry, this is not a joke. The Socialist Worker Party, and I'm blessing myself as I say it 3 times, God forgive me. The Socialist Workers Party has come out in favour of nuclear. So they are, as Cloud Cuckoo, as their name.
I think this is probably the unsung, or obviously we're trumpeting the work that's been done, but this will be overlooked by many. But it's actually one of the most important things to come out, not only because, well, actually, the most important thing is because anybody who's any experience with manufacturing knows how long it takes to lay down extra capacity in anything, and in heavy engineering it's even longer. So the fact that a factory for Rheinmetall is going to be operational in 3 months' time, if that's true, and I don't doubt it, because where there's a will there's a way, and things can happen in wartime. I'm thinking back, and Axel's reminded me of the things that happened here in Northern Ireland, where the aircraft museum I'm a member of, where we live, those hangars were used as a dispersed production assembly point for Sterling bombers, which were normally manufactured in Belfast, but with the Blitz of Belfast, they moved some of it, not all of it. You couldn't build that many bombers in 2 hangars, even though they're quite big. It was finishing, but they were able to do that. And the shipyard was, the Belfast shipyard was the biggest in the world at one point, and certainly during the Second World War was up there. And there was more than one of them. And then short aircraft were also building tanks, because there's thing. If you travel to Carrickfergus to go and see the castle, you'll also see there's a tank sitting, a World War II tank sitting across the road.
and built in Belfast. And then across the GB, it's the same. We had Lord Beaverbrook was given the job of making sure that British industry was able to move on to a war footing. And it even, if you look at some of the stories of like the mosquito bomber, for example, it was designed, it was made from wood. And so they went round and got people at factories that were making pianos to make the constituent parts of that bomber, because it was laminated wood.
Was that the mosquito?
Everything. Yeah.
The pressure
Well,
seal
it
it.
was
They had the
one of
machines to
best
seal the wood.
aircraft of the Second World War. But you know,
They
it
had the
nearly
presses
didn't
to make the
it
right
nearly
wood.
didn't get through the RAF's selection process. There it is. Anyway, this is fantastic news, and thanks for bringing it to us. And long, more, and we could have more and more of us. I could listen to this all day. Thank you.
Now, I have a question to all of this, and actually, I would absolutely love to direct it your way. And it's a question that several listeners have asked over the past hours, which is, isn't this a little bit dangerous? What if the Russians hit one of these factories? Won't this be at the top of their list? Now, my thinking is...
Germans love risks. Germans love spending money and watching it burn. Just don't forget that. They love an unrealistic risk.
Now, my thoughts are, A, Rheinmetall, rather good at short-range air defense, might want to demonstrate some, trial things. Secondly, insurance. And thirdly, most importantly, Russians don't really know where stuff is, right? Where military targets are in Ukraine, and I don't think that's going to be changing for any reason ever.
Are you saying they can't shoot for shit?
I am not commenting on the shooting. I am commenting on the targeting. I'm commenting on the you know when Tim Sennett calls himself a star, he just goes around and says, "I star."
It's very
I
important
star.
when you shoot
Yes.
that you're aiming at something, Domin. When you shoot, you have to hit the target.
Yes, it's figuring out what to aim at in specifics, which they seem to be struggling with a bit, because for months they have been going out saying, yes, we have gone after this or that military target when they blatantly haven't. In other words, they would like to go after military targets, they just don't know where they are.
I would say on the question of risk, they've either insured themselves or they've sold the risk to a couple of, maybe more than a couple, but to some other folks who are happy to see their analysis and take the risk. I would say it's either insuring themselves or, as I said, they've got someone else to help them with it. But if they were, as I assume or suppose they are, they'd want to take as much of that themselves as they could. Just because it's going to be, in my view, they will be more interested in insuring their own risk than having it farmed out to somebody else. But I don't think it will be, it's obviously not prohibitive because they have shovels in the ground. We were told it was 12 weeks last week. So it's now 11. And that's what I meant when I said earlier, it's a serious vote of confidence, and it will allow other folks to tout for insurance or look for coverage, because they can now be pointed to as one of the larger marbles is sitting on the sheet and pulling it down. And so if they're willing to take that risk, you're going to have a lot of other people willing to underwrite much less risky things. And the fact that they have started work, there's no quibble about that. That is analysis done, money being spent, and ostensibly, to the French listening, advantage being lost, ground being ceded. But I wanted to say to you about Belfast ship at the dock in Harlan and Wolf. I don't know if it was started or was it something I'd seen announced, but that there had been something about there being production going on there on the dock with more than 2 or 3 years, like it was for some kind of national security defense initiative, but that part of it was going to be Belfast. So, training journeymen, training apprentices, training engineers. And I wondered if that was in passing, I read it and misunderstood it, or if that's something that's sticking.
Yeah, that's right.
Please, everybody, retweet and share the space.
Did G-Man just fade into the ether there?
I think G-Man just went in between the two weapon systems manufacturers.
Sorry. Yeah.
He was too short.
This is Belfast radio cricket.
Coming to you live from nowhere near Harland and Wolff, HW.
Coming to you live from a bathtub.
Yeah, we
close to
hear you,
Harland and
G-Man.
Wolff.
I say one, big man.
Okay,
My-
that's good because I'm in the car, so that's why I wasn't sure. But Fabid, you're right. You're quite right. There was £100 million investment in Harland and Wolff. They're going to be building parts for the fleet solid support ships. So Royal Navy, Royal Fleet Auxiliary, sorry. But also, I think they're in the running to build components for the Type 32s. Frigates that are going to be built. So, I mean, it's great news for Belfast to get into shipbuilding. They've been doing some cruise ship renovation type work and refitting up until now, as well as doing all that sort of green wind turbine and stuff like that. I'm probably going to lose signal now, so I'll go on to listener. Thank you.
Domin, I have a bit of heavy lifting to do, but I can answer your question. Yes, it is true that German heavy engineering and industrial companies like a bit of risk and are willing to take these risks, country risks specifically, and for a long time, as David said. But they're doing it in a joint venture with Ukробom, so for example, or with Ukrainian counterparts to produce weapon systems, and that will involve a few German staff members there on site. It just means there's a factory which, if the Russians find a way to get through, attack it, impair it, destroy it, or kill someone, do you think it's understandable that it will only intensify the resolve? And by the way, when did the Russians ever hit German companies in Ukraine? They hit it in
They prefer to
Solidar.
steal the machines. They prefer to steal the machines if they can.
Yeah, or they destroyed a company which is both invested in Russia as well as in Ukraine, Knauf, in Solidar. They hit it with a rocket in specific because Knauf already at that point in time had indicated that it would be closing its Russian operations. So as penalty and punishment. If they want to go after Rheinmetall, they're effectively dealing with one of the 5 leading weapons systems manufacturers of Germany. Still a large, but a media in the international environment, a mid-sized entity, highly specialized, very welcome, innovation leader in various areas, transnational, integrated and the likes, but German. If you hit Rheinmetall, that doesn't make it any easier for Russia. Bring it on, Putin, please. Bring it on. Let's have it. It'll be your end.
And in fact, actually, what have the Russians actually hit that were really military targets in the first place, right? I think that's the important one to think of more generally, not just in the context of whether they were German companies or not. It seems to be decidedly lacking on the intelligence side of things.
Of course.
So.
Of course. They hit, I mean, Knauf, a Gyprock manufacturer. All right. We're talking about goods as well as
That's home building. Like
exactly.
that's how you build. It's a building supply of materials. Yes. It's not even anywhere on the list of possible thingy jigs.
Exactly, 100%.
Plasterboards. You know, you wouldn't be making plaster.
Sheetrock is what.
Yeah, sheetrock.
It's not exactly.
Gyprock,
yeah.
Improved plates, both for
insulation
environments, insulation, and the likes. Knauf is world renowned for the quality of what it does, which is why in the home improvement boom, which took place in Russia between 2005 and about 2018, 19, Knauf always featured prominently in Russian media. If you watched any kind of Russian media shows and the likes, and they have their own DIY shows. So I don't know, whatever home improvement shows you have in America, all this stuff, you know, fixer upper, you name it, all that kind of shit. And as interesting as it may seem to people, but it is the evidence of a trend. And the same thing happened in Russia. And of course, German products featured massively because this is what they imported, be it furniture, fixtures, or equipment, or essentially those components for home building. Up until a few years ago, then Chinese equipment showed up because these shows couldn't afford to pay the money for Bosch and Siemens anymore. So they had to pay for air conditioning systems from, what's it? Is it called Haidan or what's it called? They have a name which they gave to a Chinese company, which sounds as if it was.
Axel may have just received a phone call.
I will say that Haida to me doesn't sound nearly as German as it does somewhere from that coast between Seattle, Vancouver, and then on towards Alaska. Also, I just want to know who was the one who brought the droopy ceilings in.
Oh, that's a Russian idea. It's interesting because the idea behind it is based on something which was tested out in the US once, and a Russian foil company came up with this. And these ceilings are essentially mounted as a hanging ceiling, and you can decorate them and put lighting in them. But if you do them badly, they break through.
Is that along the same lines as the Russians that love to hang carpets on their walls?
No, it's more like an improvement because they often don't do any kind of proper ceiling work. And this is how you can very quickly redecorate in otherwise badly built, say, Russian panelaki.
And you know why they hang carpets on their walls, right?
I know.
Sound dampening, so they can't hear the neighbors beat each other.
Yeah, because the walls are built like shit, and it's both insulation for noise as well as sometimes they deal with the humidity in it, which is completely insane given the fact that they use carpets which then take up stuff and then become moldy. But there you go. What shall I do? Mold infested people become crazy. Oh, Russian. Jesus.
These are the same people that are pouring cement down their toilets in the apartment blocks because they no longer have working plumbing.
I was going to say they become fungi.
Speaking of fungi, I see Gunny's listening down there. He should come up and talk to us about this new super duper peek through the clouds satellite that the Navy has.
Which Navy?
Is that the name of designation? The super duper satellite.
That's the official name. If it was Canadian, it would be prefaced with C1A1.
That is just tremendous. Very good. Angry Moose, welcome up. Did you hear the excellent news coming out of Bulgaria today?
No, I'm unlike you guys that have been up for many hours. I'm just rolling out of the fart sack and having my first coffee here.
Very good. Therefore, I can bring you the news. The first batch of heavy weapons
to be sent from Bulgaria to Ukraine has been submitted to Parliament for rubber stamping. And seeing that there's a very considerable majority in Parliament to do this, this should be pretty quick. The first one's a relatively light one, about 100 APCs of quite old Soviet vintage. But hey, it's better than nothing, and it's better than a Toyota pickup truck for certain purposes. When you're being shelled, for example, it's definitely better.
Oh, absolutely. Like even send the broken shit. Send all the broken stuff, and that at least the Ukrainians can cannibalize them for parts.
Exactly. When there's the sort of stuff they already operate plenty of, you literally can't have too much of it, can you?
Well, I doubt, and you hear Axel mention this several times. I don't think there are many BRT twos being made these days. I don't think the production line on many of those infantry fighting vehicles or those armored personnel carriers are in operation. Never mind in operation in quasi-Western states, or should we say rehabilitated Soviet states.
Is this perhaps that is being announced or discussed from Bulgaria, the turning of a page, or perhaps a reaction to the public debate that was held on television, and then the Bulgarian president asked for privacy as he wished to make an offer? Are we starting to see some of that flow through the first Bulgarian pipeline? Like send a couple of hundred, and if it works out, send a couple of hundred more?
Not really, in the sense that the new government has been in Paris since May, early June, has been planning for exactly this whole time. Even the bill that was sent to Parliament, the cover letter basically says we wanted to do this since December, but the government that the president, the caretaker government that the president
Sorry,
put
I
in
forgot
power,
your birthday. Here's an extra $50.
right? The government that the caretaker government that the president put in place didn't want to do it, so now we're doing it, and this is the first batch of presumably many anyway. What I will say is Zelensky didn't go to Bulgaria on accident last week. That was for very good reason.
Oh God, no.
Very good reason indeed. And this would have happened either way. But yeah.
Zelensky is the closer. He doesn't turn up unless unless you're going to make it worth his time. And I love how he has created that competition among allies who want to be keen to be seen now to their own populace, to be defenders and champions of liberty and freedom. God forbid we look back 10, 15 years to see their previous decisions, So I think another display of mastery.
Well, like Moldova, that's entirely a made-up country. And as my grandfather used to yell at the Moldovians, "You're all fake." Bulgaria has a massive, probably only second to Transnistria, stockpile of Soviet era weaponry, because they were the warehouse. They were like the other warehouse of the Soviet Union. That was the World War III stockpile.
And actually, I agree. Bulgaria has way more than Transnistria. Transnistria has a bunch of rubbish in one big ammo dump, but actual vehicles, Bulgaria has 1,000 times more than Transnistria.
Yeah, I should caveat that Transnistria has the ammunition, Bulgaria has the vehicles. Anything about any air assets?
Bulgarians sold their Sukhoi 25s off to a mysterious buyer last year, and then they appeared in Ukraine a few weeks later, apparently. So who knows how that happened?
Mr. B. Wallace, or shall we say Benjamin W.
Could be something like that.
That was his name.
Something like
he had
that.
a mustachio.
Think so.
Oh, I was going to say they sold it all to George, and he kept it in his garage for a while, and then the Ukrainians came shopping in his garage. I'm surprised they didn't find the Atacams in the back. It's because they're quite prominent. I was more interested because Bulgaria has an awful lot of hins and hips, and although the hips kind of long in the tooth, and but it's still a decent transport aircraft. You can carry things from A to B. I don't know if I'd fly them into combat, but you can definitely carry things from A to B in fairly short order. They're quite speedy.
I suspect they only have a couple left because they were decommissioning quite a lot of stuff. But in the past week and a half or so, I think close to 20 Hinds have been sent to Ukraine by Poland and Czech Republic. So they've just gotten a big injection on that on the attack helicopter side. So pretty good. No, but Bulgaria, as you were saying, Bulgaria's role in the Warsaw Pact was to mobilize 2+ million men out of a country of about 8 million within a few days, put them in, armored, mechanized, full artillery support units, and go on to Istanbul and Athens in 3 days. Because, of course, everything has to happen in 3 days. Otherwise, it's just ridiculous, isn't it? If your plan takes any other quantity of time other than 3 days, it's just a bad plan.
I think most countries have that Cold War Hail Mary plan. Here in Canada, here in North America, there's a reason for the Canadian Rangers, and the Canadian Rangers are the military unit in the northern frontier of Canada, and all volunteer group, and they're mostly Inuit. They're mostly Dene or Inuit members, and they take they're like fanatically patriotic Canadians, for one, and they take their positions within the Canadian Rangers quite seriously, because if you're the top shot that year, you're the man in the village. Like you walk on water. But they typically were the ones that we're going to send up there. We're going to reinforce you with the Canadian Airborne Regiment and hold the Russians in place while we mobilize.
You know what they had to say? Freeze.
Yeah, exactly. I've done sovereignty exercises up in the high north of like if you go any more north, you're going south. The high north of Canada, because every once in a while, because all that gobbledygook, the little islands up there, we actually have to put people on them to show the world that we own them. So the military goes up there a couple times a year, and we'll go sit on some land. But these guys are so good because on the tundra in winter, like I'm talking February, it kind of looks like the surface of the moon. And to the untrained eye, you'll die. It looks like
You
death.
can get snow blindness, and then people go mad, and then they die.
You won't get snow blindness because there's no sun, but it looks like just miles and miles of death. It looks like purgatory. That's what it looks like. But these Rangers are so good. They'll just look down at the ripples in the snow and know how many kilometers town is. Town's that way. 7 kilometers this way. And the trick I found out later was the prevailing winds always blow in like one direction up there, for the most part. So the ripples in the snow always point to the east.
When you say it's like the moon, I would have thought it's a lot snowier than the moon.
Yeah, it's got a little bit of snow, but the lunar polar explorer actually found ice on the moon. So that's
And about half of the moon, the dark half, right?
Yeah. Anywhere where there's a deep crater, they figure there's frozen water, and some other primordial hydrogen-3, which is quite exciting. It's an isotope from the Big Bang. So yeah, it'd be interesting that they think this could be a precursor to fusion reactors. A much better.
They're trying to keep Elon out because he might want to mine the water of the devil.
Yeah, he can. There's vast quantities. He can go ahead. It's like going to Lake Superior and say, mine the lake. Take the water out of the lake.
But I
And
interjected. Tell me about the fusions. Go back again. It's a precursor to.
It's one of the, instead of using deuterium as a fusion product, they can use hydrogen-3, and apparently I don't know the physics behind it. Maybe ask Axel, but apparently it's a much better fuel, or it's easier to achieve fusion with it. Sure, I think I read it in the Asimov novel once. And I stayed at a Holiday Inn Express last night, so I like to call myself a subject matter expert on it now.
Dr. Moose.
So, are you still at the Holiday Inn Express, or are you taking your coffee somewhere else?
Oh, I take my coffee. I that little bowl of fruit, the apples and oranges there. I pillage all that, and then I run away.
Can we just make it a Tim Hortons commercial now?
He's a moose.
I'll give you a little inside knowledge here. Most Canadians hate Tim Hortons.
And you know why?
Their coffee,
And you know why?
since they've been bought out.
Thank you.
Yeah, since they've been bought out by Wendy's,
Oh no,
their
shit, I
coffee's
didn't know
awful.
that.
Oh yeah. Wendy's owns Tim Hortons now, eh? They're awful.
But wait, what's the OG Canada coffee now? There has to be one.
McDonald's bought the Tim Hortons recipe, so actually McDonald's has the best coffee. If you're going to go with a quick fast coffee thing, it's it'd
The best
probably be
coffee in
McDonald's.
Dublin City Centre on Grafton Street, which is just beside College Green, where near Trinity College, is in McDonald's on Grafton Street. Bewley's Coffee, Bewley's Tea House is beautiful. The nicest coffee is in McDonald's on Grafton Street.
Also, Moose, I think it's Burger King, not Wendy's.
Is it Burger King? Because Burger King doesn't have much of a footprint in Canada anymore. Like in Edmonton, it's a million people here, and there's two.
They might have had to
Get out of here.
divest because of the otherwise overwhelming market share between the Tim Hortonses and the Burger Kingses.
That's well, that all being said, I'm sure the audience is captivated with our talk of Canadian franchises. The franchise market. Maybe we should spin a little closer to Ukraine here. I see M came up.
Paddle that way. Paddle that way.
Yeah. We'll jump out of our coffees here and maybe go over to M, because he's probably got something a lot more enlightening than what I have before I finish my coffee.
On the contrary, I just came to say hi.
Well, hello.
You're no longer in
lovely to hear
disguise,
from you.
He's no longer in his disguise.
Yeah, the dog needed to get out of the pool. He was getting dehydrated.
Would you all like, as I have just logged out of work, that noise was me closing my laptop, would you all like a tale of woe?
I
Just
would
say-
love few things more.
Yeah, go for it.
Excellent stuff. So, recently, let me see, War Translated posted this 6 days ago, mobilized of the Russian regime that were complaining that they had lost over 50% of their company resisting the offensive in Novodorivka, west of Rivnopil. Both recently have been liberated now by Ukrainian defense forces. They particularly complained about having no artillery support, no provisions or water, and they haven't been paid since January. Okay, so there's the start of the story. now we have a little update. So, a new video, of course, because this is how you do things when you want to get them done in Russia, apparently. So, a new video and some interviews with relatives of the mobilized Russians of this particular group. So, their loved ones are fighting in southern Ukraine, and they have accused the Russian military, stating they are not an army, they are a prison. Men are sent to die like cattle under shelling. And the relatives, of course, neither get paid for their losses or any aid from the government. This is all sounding very familiar, isn't it? It seems to happen a lot, this. And I'm just wondering when it's going to become, like such a problem that they actually do something about it other than make a video. But anyway, men from Russia's 394th Regiment, who say in their video they lacked basic supplies and hadn't been rested or rotated in 10 months and even paid since January. So this is their relatives, and they're speaking out about the men's problems, appealing, of course, to the Tsar, to Putin and the army leadership to ensure that their men are properly supplied and not sent into these horrible conditions. You know what? You created the conditions. Yeah, I kind of have no, my field's bare. So Titania from Barnaul says that her son was mobilized in September, sent to Ukraine in December, and has been fighting since April in the Zaporizhia region. Her son's unit was recently pushed out of a village named Novodarivka, but before that, they were already in a very desperate situation. Since the beginning of June, they were left there all alone, only one company commander for more than 100 men. I see a solution for all those 100 men. Call me a rebel, but I kind of see a solution. Anyway, where was I? So all the rest of the officers stayed back in the headquarters. They go to the front line once a fortnight at the most. By the 20th of June, this group had run out of shells and ammunition. They didn't even have any rations left. They were sat there with their automatic rifles, which were as useful as sticks. So, of course, they were forced to retreat. It does seem as though the Ukrainians' attrition of logistics is having some impact there. Anyway, only then did the officers start to move themselves, but instead of helping them, they just threatened them with jail. In reply, they said all sorts of rubbish, such as, "Why are you rebelling and leaving your posts? We have given you everything you need." But the men said, "Where's our ammunition? What can I use to load my rifle with?" The officer shouted back, "Stop this riot." What riot? We just refuse to die like cattle. So the relatives confirm the men's claims. They've not been paid since January and speak about the effect that it's having on them. Gosh, it's terrible, isn't it? Real tale of woe here. One wife, Elena, says, "I have 2 small children, I'm on maternity leave, and I cannot go to work. We have been living on my father's pension for 6 months, and the vegetable garden at my dacha saves us. Because my husband's salary stopped coming at the beginning of this year. During this time, we have spent everything he has transferred since October just to stay alive. They took our husbands, they made us all these promises, and now we are essentially thrown out on our own, left to fend for ourselves." It's a very, very similar story.
I guess that's what happens when you shake hands with the devil.
Indeed. She continues, "My friend from Buryatia near Ulanuda says she was promised firewood since September. She never received anything. She begged all winter and spring from her neighbors. And if you try to assert your rights, they immediately start threatening you with a prison colony. At one point, she says the men caught a visiting officer and effectively held him prisoner, which led to a firefight between the officers and their men. The men said, well, since we have enough supplies, you'll stay with us for the night when the shelling happens. So he started shooting at them, and the rest of the commanders went away shooting, using vehicles. This is not an army, it's a prison. So that there says that the men did try some sort of uprising. They grabbed their commander and said, you know what, you're going to stay here with us tonight. And it turned into a firefight between them. Oh, I love these things. Anyway, where are we? The relatives say that the wounded, even the lightly injured, simply abandoned due to a complete absence of medical evacuations, lack of armed vehicles, lack of body armour, and of course, the bodies of the dead are not being retrieved or returned to their relatives. It's a similar story, isn't it? We keep hearing this. When are they going to understand that this is just how the Russian army works? As far as I'm concerned, this is nothing new, nothing surprising, but yet they're so shocked. Gosh, I can only think they've not been looking at what else is going on.
It's absolutely striking. You know, the film a video to send to the Tsar and tell him how his boy has been misbehaving and how it's obviously not his fault, and how all that we want to do is, of course, bask in the glory and the purity that the Tsar, you know, that shines out of who knows where of the Tsar. At some point, that sort of runs out, doesn't it? At some point, there's only so much that can be done, and there's only so much that you can stick your head in the proverbial sand and ignore it. David?
I wanted to thank very much, Marcus, for bringing us this another chapter in the continuing series, Tales of Woe from the Front, W-O-E, not mispronouncing W-O-W. I wanted to speak about something I've just observed, and if it's all right, it would be on a slightly different topic. Do you want to stick a pin? I see there are hands raised, and we're joined by Latin and Tom and G-Man and a host of folks. It was more so about the creeping perniciousness of the lie being perpetrated most recently today and yesterday in different quarters. That is that Ukraine doesn't have any autonomy or sovereignty, and in fact this is a great power struggle akin to the time of Gladstone in the 19th century. And I wanted to draw attention to it in specifics regarding to what the UN gentleman said, which is to specifically deny Ukraine autonomy and sovereignty, which I think is pretty foundationally incorrect for a man who's supposed to stand in one of the most senior offices publicly and with stroke of pen in terms of power, one of the most senior administrative positions in the UN. I think he was wrong in how he spoke, not just in the language he used, but in the construction of the idea. It is as if Ukraine is not sovereign, does not enjoy self-determination as all people do. So I would say note that. And then a couple of weeks back, we had Americans apparently traveling on American passports, we would say, to meet with Lavrov and apparently talk above the heads of the Ukrainians, as was done in the time of the previous Secretary of State here in the United States with the Taliban, and excluding and denying the sovereignty of the Afghanis by making a deal without them at the table. And I point all this out because to me it shows a shrill panic from the propagators of such a pernicious narrative. This is akin to their use of the nuclear cudgel, that, oh, Ukraine doesn't have allies and it's just not that very important. And what's it all about? Isn't this a Russian thing? Is how we're supposed to feel. And to conclude, and the fact that this is being wheeled out, or that they are making use of this paper tiger at this time, to me says there's panic, and that they're just slavishly repeating the old Soviet messaging playbook, and I guess they'll be repeating it even as their coffins are lowered in the ground. So slavish is their mentality, it seems. They will continue to propagate it. People will continue to put it out through ostensibly respectable offices, while of course denigrating themselves and not the office. That Ukraine is not sovereign. Ukraine does not enjoy self-determination, and this is a big powers problem. Oh, big equals strong. Well, I'm afraid we don't live in that world anymore, much as impotent strong men would like us to believe. What happens usually when dark authoritarian men get into the twilight of their years, they tend to become more authoritarian and more suspicious. And we see the same thing happening in Beijing, and thus sowing the seeds of their own destruction, because it is not possible to control people in the way they wish, partly because they misunderstand and view the world in a paranoid way. But I wanted to point out that this is going to be continuing as a messaging, and we will continue to be shocked from the places we hear it, but to remember that it is just one of the many tropes, one of the classic ones. And so we can, draw from that things are not well at the mill. There's trouble. So thanks very much for the opportunity. Please retweet and share the space. This is MriyaReport.
Well, thank you very much, David. Who is next, Doman? I really don't know.
I think we have Jima and then Latin. Jima.
Let's go.
Let Latin go first. I'm still looking for what I need.
Very well. Latin.
Oh, thanks, G-Man. So I've had about, like a day now to mull over some of the statements that came out of Vilnius, and now that M is here, I had a question for him that I think relates to some of this greater vision of, in particular, military cooperation that the West is, I guess, trying to institutionalize now, put into writing, make it official. This partnership with Ukraine that we're building, and as I've tried to come up with historical analogies to it, there are no exact parallels, but there are some cases that I think where there are some parallels. And it occurred to me that Egypt, after the peace process with Israel in the 70s, as they began to transition to Western equipment in a major way, they never turned away, by the way, from Soviet / Russian, but it was a major undertaking for them because they had been exclusively Soviet equipped pretty much through the 60s and 70s. So my question for you, Em, if you're there, if you're able to talk, is any insights you can give us from your perspective, from what you saw happen in Egypt, that might inform us about how this might go? Because I was suggesting yesterday that it's great news that we're doing this, but it's something that we have to look at carefully, realistically, about that it's a massive undertaking.
Well, it's a very good question, actually. Since the beginning of the invasion, I've always argued that the similarities between the 1967-1973 period in the Arab-Israeli conflict, which was dominated by the war between Egypt and Syria on one side and Israel on the other, the amount of similarities between that conflict and this war is just uncanny. When it comes to tactics, when it comes to strategies, when it comes to the standoff between world powers, and so on and so forth. Every single story that happened between 1967 and 1973 has an equivalent in the current war. It's a topic for a book. But to answer your question specifically, well, in the specific case of Egypt, it was complicated for several reasons. Now, the Free Officers Movement of 1952 that toppled the monarchy and ended the rule of the Muhammad Ali dynasty in Egypt was a group of completely different officers when it comes to walks of life, specialty, training, education, mentality, culture, socioeconomic class, and so on and so forth. President Sadat, for instance, was part of a secret military order called the Iron Order within the Egyptian army that was tasked by King Farouk specifically to defend his throne. all while he was actually involved with several nationalist political movements as well as the Free Officers Movement. The Free Officers Movement itself, if we disregard Mohammed Naguib right now and focus on Nasser himself, Nasser was in contact with CIA officers before 1952, and he informed them of the move or the plan they had against King Farouk, and the Americans didn't mind because they wanted to more or less push the British Empire into the twilight and become the world's leading superpower back then. So Nasser was not always anti-American. The trigger was when the United States and other partners, I believe it was the International Monetary Fund or the World Bank, stopped the funding of the High Dam of Aswan's project. So after that, he turned to face the Soviet Union and fully embraced the Soviet Union. But also the period between 1952 and 1956, when he started arming the Egyptian army and buying Soviet weapons and weapons from Eastern Europe and other Soviet satellite countries, only to be crushed entirely in 1956 during the tripartite aggression. It didn't change his calculus until he died. Now, when Sadat took over, he realized two imperatives. One, that Egypt cannot continue to exist if it pursued a strategy of perpetual war against Israel. And two, that 99% of the cards, as he said, this is almost verbatim, are in the hands of the United States of America. So he devised a two-pronged strategy. The first one is to open direct diplomatic lines with the United States, and also to plan 1973 as a limited military operation aimed at establishing a bridgehead on the eastern bank of the Suez Canal, and then negotiate a peace treaty. Fast forward to the peace treaty, one of the things that were promised, of course, was the full foreign military support through foreign military funding program, the military aid to Egypt program that was approved by the United States government, to the tune of $1.3 billion. I think that's where it started. And Israel received around 3.3 or something like that. So the aid in the very beginning was divided between economic aid and military aid. The economic aid was to invest in development projects through the USAID program and other international partners, as well as private sector commercial partners, to revive a war-torn economy that has been at war since 1956, basically. Then the military aid program was devised so as Egypt would fully ditch its Soviet legacy and turn to face the West when it comes to socioeconomic values as well as military values and military training. That paid a lot of dividends. So for the United States and for international partners, they got access to overflight rights within the Egyptian airspace, and also they get priority passage rights crossing the Suez Canal in either direction. The shift happened slowly, but it was received by different branches of the armed forces differently. So, for instance, the Air Force welcomed the cooperation because the Air Force was led by Mubarak back then, and then when he became vice president before Sadat was assassinated, he more or less still held the final word when it comes to the Air Force battle of order of battle and operations. To the extent that when Sadat himself was assassinated, actually, all security and intelligence services were put to the side, and a security detail from the Air Force carried out the protection mission of Vice President Mubarak until he was voted into office through a referendum done by members of parliament. Back then, the constitution was different and was voted as a replacement president. So the Air Force provided a security detail to protect him against the objections of every other security service in Egypt. So the Air Force, for instance, welcomed the cooperation, and they accepted it because they needed to ditch the Soviet aircrafts and embrace Western aircraft due to the limitations of the Soviet technology going after the 70s, the late 70s, going into the early 80s. The F-4 was considered, receiving the F-4 was considered a triumph back then. The land forces themselves, the army itself, also accepted and welcomed the cooperation because they wanted to switch to more modern platforms and more modern training, and they kind of considered this a token of appreciation for their victory on the battlefield, and a deserved right that they get right now meant that the United States wanted to cooperate with them and train them and provide them with weapons and kit and training and material. So they actually were quite pleased with that. The Navy was the same because there was a program. Some of the U.S. naval vessels that were retired were basically decommissioned, and some systems were removed from them, and then they were sold to the Egyptian government or the Egyptian Navy through the FMS program. So they also accepted that because the Navy was operating a very limited number of vessels up until 1979. The branch that kind of reveled in anti-American sentiment, and still the case today, is the Air Defense Corps. So the Air Defense Corps, as everyone knows, during that war relied on Soviet surface-to-air missiles to provide a multi-layer protection umbrella to the troops crossing the Suez Canal against the Israeli Air Force. And they scored big against the Israeli Air Force until the United States initiated Operation Nickel Grass and started transferring weapons and munitions to the IDF, basically landing in Arish Airport and giving them everything they needed, replacing their armor losses and giving them more munitions, to the extent that I believe that the air-to-surface missile, I think it was called the Maverick, it was tried for the first time in combat by the Israeli Air Force against the Egyptian Soviet air defense batteries. It was a standoff missile. Back then, it provided a standoff range of 32 kilometers, which means that a pilot can approach the Suez Canal and fire the missile from 30 kilometers away and still hit his targets on the west bank of the Suez Canal. And the protection umbrella provided Air Force or air defense protection up to 10 to 15 kilometers east of the eastern bank of Suez Canal. So the Air Defense Corps wasn't very pleased with that, because their belief was that they could have defeated the Israeli Air Force using Russian air defense systems had the Americans not intervened in the war and ordered the SR-71s to fly from Germany and provide the Israelis with a full battle space picture relayed almost in real time, so that they can plan their counteroffensive and cross the Suez Canal to the West Bank and encircle the Third Field Army and destroy all of its SAM site. That's their trigger up until today. And the introduction of that specific weapon, the Maverick missile, took out 6 air defense batteries in one day, after operating almost perfectly for more than 7 days. I think 6 or 7 days it was, until the Israelis started knocking out Egyptian air defense sites entirely. So the air defense branch kind of held back a little bit, and that's the reason why some of the air defense assets in Egypt, specifically surface-to-air missiles, are still Russian and Soviet made. We rely on several systems, including the Buk. People know which platform that was the one that was used to shut down the Dutch commercial airliner. But to sum it up very quickly, it made a difference in terms of building a professional fighting force in the Middle East and North African region that you could rely on, and you could see that in Operation Desert Storm. So when Operation Desert Storm reached the stage of entering Kuwait itself, it was the Egyptian forces that first entered Kuwait, and upon seeing them, the Iraqi soldiers immediately surrendered because they were worried about the Americans and the foreigners coming in to kill all of us. We'll die, heroes. But then when they saw it was the Egyptians going into Kuwait City, it was the Egyptians rolling in with their desert camel, the scrambled eggs, and the fat APC hoisting the Egyptian flag, they actually surrendered en masse. So that was one tactical victory within a larger strategic victory in an operation where the United States relied on the Egyptian armed forces as a partner force operating in a region with certain interests. And the development kept on after that. It didn't stop after that, to the extent that back between 2006 and 2010, actually Egypt placed an order for four missile. They're not really corvettes and they're not really frigates, but it was a class of its own, kind of custom ordered by the Egyptian Navy, and can't remember which shipyard was tasked with it right now, but I believe that the class name was the Ambassador 3 missile boat or something like this, and the first boat of the class was named after some Egyptian naval captain. I can't remember his name right now, but that kind of cooperation kept going up until 2013. It was a different episode. After the asymmetrical coup against the Muslim Brotherhood President Mohamed Morsi, the Obama administration decided to freeze some of the FMF program items that were already headed towards Egypt, including Apache helicopter spare parts, which kind of grounded the Apache helicopters fleet of the Egyptian Air Force. And they required those helicopters to conduct counterinsurgency operations both in the Sinai and the Western Desert. As in the Sinai, the Islamic State operatives were in full insurgency mode, and on the western borders with Libya, smuggling operations were ongoing, unabated, and unchallenged until the French were brought in, but that's a different story for a different day. So that was the one of the second order effects of that policy pursued by the Obama administration, because a lot of think tanks in the West kind of peddled this idea of using the military aid as a political leverage over GOE or government of Egypt. It backfired dramatically because the Egyptian Air Force went ahead and bought 48 Ka-52 helicopters from Russia. So the Pentagon and the Egyptian Ministry of Defense, they have a very good relationship, and they have a very solid working relationship. The American planners were in Egypt between May and June to plan for the Bright Star training that will take place in September, I think next September. So the relationship is quite fruitful, but it's not fully mature yet. That what can I say about it?
Thank you very much. That was quite detailed. I'm going to go back to you, Latin, but before I do, I'm just going to say good evening. And I'm going to go and get my dinner and leave you with the delightful Robin and Sir Shaggy, I believe, today after this award. He's obviously got some airs and graces about him now. So welcome you two, and Latin, go ahead.
Thanks, Markers. Enjoy your dinner, and welcome, Robin and Shaggy. And that was a phenomenal answer. I knew I would get a lot to chew on from in your response. There's a lot of nuance in there, but I think that for the takeaway for the current discussion in Ukraine, or at least some of the things that we can pull out of that situation, is, first of all, this idea that it is a long-term thing that we're talking about here, that the West has to understand that bringing in a partner nation like this, integrating them somewhat to different extents, slightly different in Egypt, but again, some parallels. This is, and if you look at the case of Egypt, that's not even being measured in decades; it's generational. The former Warsaw Pact nations, it took the better part of 30 years for them to get to where they are today, where you could really call them Western militaries. And Ukraine is going to be a long haul as well. We know they're going to be able to do it. But I think the important thing there is that as citizens of Western countries, we have to understand that this is so much more than just delivering 100 F-16s. This is a process. You mentioned the Bright Star exercises. Those are aerial exercises that have been happening since the mid-'70s between the U.S. and the Egyptian Air Force.
And they also include ground action sometimes and literal combat operations. Patrolling patrolling a beach, taking over a beach. It's been more or less the same exercise for quite some time, but it takes different forms. Sometimes there's a parachute jump, sometimes it's Air Force, sometimes it's a combination of all of them.
Okay, I've probably just focused too much on the aerial operations, but yeah, you're right. Now that I think about it, there, but that sort of cooperation, that even not without NATO membership, before at some point in the future that Ukraine becomes a NATO member, expect to see that. Expect to see it's not. In other words, it's not just about procurement. There is a long-term relationship that's going to develop here. And my only concern is that given the level of pro-Russian sentiment that we see in the West, that is something that could interfere with that. I'm not saying it's going to terminally, it's going to be terminal to that relationship, but it's something that as Western citizens who are interested in supporting Ukraine, we all have to watch for carefully and be prepared to counter those arguments going forward into decades, because this is going to be a long haul. We are building up a new partner nation, a big one at that. So yeah, thanks, Sam. I think the example of Egypt gives us some idea of the challenges of the undertaking.
Well, my pleasure. Another historical artifact. So a lot of people don't know that the Egyptian army actually deployed to Afghanistan supporting American operations in Bagram Air Base. So they basically provided a field hospital, and they operated for a long period of time, I believe. And during the evacuation of Kabul, we actually had an independent parallel evacuation operation that happened, because we had a lot of missionaries from Al-Azhar University teaching Islamic theology, trying to, bring everyone back to a moderate interpretation of Islam, as well as other government officials and other NGO employees as well. And out of operating in Afghanistan, for instance, the army learned a lot about counterinsurgency, or COIN. And one can argue that since 2011 up until 2016, the Egyptian army kind of fought a COIN campaign against its own people, primarily. So I don't necessarily agree with what they did and the path they chose, and I've written extensively against it, but they actually succeeded in carrying out an entire COIN campaign against an entire population, and stabilize governance in a way through a combination of counterterrorism operations, heavy-handed military confrontations, as well as nation building in the term of, or in the shape of providing the necessary funds to accelerate development in certain governorates or provinces to distance the population from the supporting the Islamist groups operating within their governorates or within their provinces, and also turning a blind eye to some of the criminal activities carried out by some of the Arab tribes, whether they are Western desert nomadic tribes or Sinai nomadic tribes, or even Eastern Desert Bedouin tribes, trying to understand exactly the nature of the criminal activity, and then moving to secure one tribe elder or one tribe to do the dirty work, and then taking over the whole business and blowing it from the inside out. So, I mean, for them, they consider this a success, and in a way, it can be considered a success. But it is at the very essence of it is the very essence of the 1952 state that was birthed after the Free Officers movement. One more thing to add in that regard is that what can I say about this? two things. The first one is, of course, that Egypt continues to provide blue berets for UN peacekeeping missions, primarily in Africa. And also, they provided a peacekeeping mission in the Balkans, which was also staffed with, back then, the State Security Investigation Service, which was the domestic intelligence service responding to the Prime Minister. Now it's called the National Security Sector and responds to the Minister of Interior. It's a completely different organization. But back then, also, the SSIS officers who were embedded with the Blue Berets that were sent to the Balkans did a fairly good job on penetrating the Islamist networks that were operating in the Balkans and also operating in Chechnya, the whole age of the global Islamist jihad back then, supporting the Muslims in Bosnia and also supporting the Muslims in Chechnya against the Russians and so on and so forth. So they depended also on certain resources and certain training that was provided by the relevant American services and branches of the armed forces. So that can also be considered a fruit of the cooperation between both countries in military and security affairs. But like you said, it's a generational pivot. It takes a long time. You don't see it overnight. You don't see it even within a decade. It takes at least 1 or 2 generations to change the mindset and the mentality of the officer corps and the NCO corps as well, and to have that reflect on the overall culture of a service or a branch of the armed forces. One last thing to add is that currently there's a trend of reversing that, unfortunately, which is something that the US administrations politically are more responsible for than the Pentagon or the FBI or CIA or DIA or any other agency in the United States that have a cooperation relationship with its Egyptian counterpart.
Hi, I'm not following the last little bit you said. Changing the mindset back to what? I'm sorry, I may have blanked out for a minute. This is not my area.
Like anti-American sentiment and anti-Western sentiment is rising again within different branches and different services, whereas it was on the decrease, on the decline before 2011. So it took 10 years to kind of push that relationship into reverse, or kind of push the outcome of the relationship into reverse. So it took 30 years or 40 years to pivot away. So the pivot started in 1979, or the strategic pivot, that's what Sadat coined back then. And the strategic pivot to the West, that's what he called it. That's what he called the policy of liberalizing the economy, trying to raise subsidies, introducing a measure of free market economics, supporting private property and private ownership, starting a privatization program, pursuing modern economic solutions for Egypt's economic problems, and also receiving Western style military training and security training for the armed forces branches and the security services. So right now, after 40 years of building that relationship and seeing the fruits of such a cooperation, there is a trend of reversing the pro-Western sentiments into anti-Western sentiments and more support of Russia and China. The support for China comes from the fact that they can procure cheap equipment from China, and China allows for technology transfer, which is not really technology transfer because most of what they have is they got from industrial espionage anyway. But they don't mind transferring technology when you procure certain products from them. And they also don't interfere in the whole human rights issues, and they don't mind selling surveillance technology to the government. So that's when it comes to Russia. When it comes to China, when it comes to Russia, it's primarily consideration that you need Russia in the world, or we need Russia in the world to offset or counterbalance the pressure, the political pressure applied by Western governments against GOE or government of Egypt when it comes to human rights issues, economic freedoms, and personal freedoms, and so on and so forth. So there is a trend right now that the pro-Western sentiment is receding and the anti-Western sentiment is increasing within the Egyptian Office of Court.
Understood. Okay, let's go over to Latin now. Thank you, Latin.
Thanks, Robin. A couple more points that I think are worth exploring there that Em was sharing with us. Again, kind of like lights were going off as I was listening and thinking of some parallels that for those of us who are concerned with Ukraine. The first one is that the comprehensive nature of this undertaking. A large nation with a large military that will, when we talk about, I know Goldman and I and others have discussed before, for example, attack helicopters for Ukraine. That's not on the map yet. They're still flying their Soviet era stuff. But the statement that came out yesterday out of Vilnius, that vision that at least that I was seeing there being expressed there, being articulated there, is going to eventually include those things and then some. Especially as a country that will not yet be a member of NATO, there are certain capabilities that they don't even have right now that they're going to want to acquire, and they're definitely going to be pressing their Western partners to provide them with. One example, and one that Egypt was an example of a country that acquired this capability, was their own independent airborne early warning capability. That's something in the absence of full NATO membership, the Ukrainians are definitely going to want. So it's a whole list of things that's going to take a long time to implement, and it's going to take a concerted effort by the West. This can't just be the flavor of the month and we lose interest in it next. And you know that along the way, any trip up, any mistakes that happen will be jumped on by who in the West, by those who want to highlight those mistakes. So, the other piece that I wanted to mention is that I've long believed that once this conventional military phase of Russian aggression is defeated and Ukraine regains its borders and its territory, assuming things don't fundamentally change in Russia, you can expect asymmetric threats like insurgency, like urban terror, rockets being fired across the border, like you see in Israel, Saudi Arabia. That kind of stuff is going to, and so that will also, over the long run, challenge our relationship with Ukraine, especially those who are critical of that relationship will jump on these moments because there will be moments where things will get ugly. And anyways, big picture kind of thoughts there, but it's something that I think yesterday's announcements really point us to.
Thank you, Latin. I would like to finally welcome my dear co-host, Sir Shaggy Fella, today. We had a little trouble getting things organized in the back end, but you're here now. I'm very glad. Welcome.
Thanks, Robin. Yeah. I'm a bit big-headed, maybe for this. I'm in the middle of getting the medal, and I'm gonna attach it to my profile. I feel like being Sir Shaggy Fella today.
Yes, I like it too. I'm definitely thinking of getting a forger to add one to my avatar. I mean, we've worked hard for this, correct? It's
Oh yeah, definitely.
We'll get back to our discussion in a second. This so totally cracks me up that a bunch of snarky, brain damaged cartoon dogs are getting serious awards from various governments. Anyway, congratulations, everyone. I think so we don't lose our momentum here. I'd like to go back to M and then to Meta.
Yes. Thank you, Robin. I believe, Brett, Latin, everything you said is correct. The one of the biggest issues right now, or it's not really an issue, but there is a risk. So the proliferation risk. So the United States and other governments who are supplying Ukraine with weapons and munitions right now are making sure that those weapons and munitions are given to vetted units and groups, and they're making sure that they don't fall into the wrong hands. I believe there was an announcement yesterday by the SBU that they found a warehouse or a cache of stolen weapons that were stolen from the front by volunteers who joined, I don't know if it's the Foreign Legion or some just like foreign organized troops, and they were basically stealing some weapons and some munitions and keeping them hidden. And then they found the stash. The problem right now is that in the future, if some of those weapons make their way to the black market and they're used in a terrorist attack, for instance, they will be used in a political, whatever political campaign the Kremlin will be on then. We have to bear in mind that if Putin goes tomorrow, or if he's replaced, the war comes to an end, Ukraine is victorious, everything is fine and dandy, you'll have at least a couple of case officers within the Russian intelligence services trying to do whatever they can to avenge whatever grievance they perceived. And that's where some of those weapons and munitions, if they continue to be missing, or if they continue to be stolen, or if they continue to be traded, which is not the case, and definitely there is no proof whatsoever that this is happening on an industrial level like the Russians and their minions like to claim. But, in every war you'll get some bad apples. And it's up to the domestic security services and the military intelligence of the country in question to operate aggressively and fast enough to make sure that those kind of operations and those kind of rings don't continue and are broken up almost instantaneously, denying them access to such supplies. That's one case. The other case is the destabilization of Russia itself and what can happen. What's after Putin, right? And what will his generals do? And we got a taste of that with Prigozhin's mutiny. If they turn against one another and they start shooting down their own aircraft and blow up their own heavy equipment, and it's not unlikely that one of them will actually fire against a neighboring country or go on a military adventure according to whatever twisted mindset they have, and there will be consequences, and some people will point the finger at Ukraine, saying that Ukraine is the reason for that, which is absolutely not true. If we examine the course of history, and if we examine the trajectory that the Russian population has been pursuing or going through, it is just one tragic event after another, and someone put it quite eloquently today or yesterday, saying that the Soviet Union didn't collapse back in the 90s. It's still collapsing, right? It was just one episode of collapse, and now we're witnessing the episode with the most events and the episode with the fastest micro events unfolding along the timeline. If this is examined 50 years from now, it can be considered the final chapter of the fall of the Soviet Union, and what comes afterwards is yet to be decided and yet to be seen. Because if you think of it, the Soviet Union collapsed in 1990, yes, but then a KGB officer rose to power, and he pursued this fake, foxy, peaceful appearance for a while, until he calculated that he was strong enough to make his move against the whole world and kind of give him a taste of his revenge for the fall of the Soviet Union, and act as if it didn't happen and that Russia is still an imperialist state, and then they can pursue regional expansionism, and that no one would stand up to them, and that they would achieve their strategic goals of breaking up NATO and staging a multipolar world, a comeback for a multipolar world order, and so on and so forth. So a lot of things will happen in the future that a lot of people will try to pin it on Ukraine, and that is absolutely false. Ukraine right now, if you examine the Egyptian model pivoting to Western training and Western equipment, well, that happened during a relatively peaceful time. The Egyptian army and the Israeli army were not engaged in hostilities. There was a first line of separation, and then a second line of separation procedure, and then the front was basically frozen for a couple of years until the peace treaty was signed. So that will take away the political resistance, because back then, when he pursued his vision of peace, and when he pursued his vision of the strategic pivot towards the West, President Sadat was met with huge political opposition domestically and regionally, to the extent that the Arab countries boycotted Egypt and kicked Egypt out of the Arab League, which was founded by Egypt in Egypt, but whatever. Whereas in Ukraine right now, the Ukrainians have a very clear and a very vivid goal. They want to kick out the invader. They want to reclaim their territories. They want to reestablish their sovereignty. And they want justice for the crimes committed against their people. This is a very clear set of goals. And therefore, they are embracing the pivot to the West, or they are embracing the assimilation of Western training, Western technology, Western kit, Western tactics and strategies, because not only it's out of necessity, it's also because they have seen the results of such adoption. They have seen the results of such assimilation in a very short time. And you can tell from their morale, despite the fact that they are paying a heavy price in blood primarily, they can see victory. They know that victory is within reach, and they know that those tools and that training is helping them achieve that victory or reach that victory, and therefore their assimilation is faster. There is almost no political opposition to President Zelensky's policies or his cabinet approach towards seeking aid and cooperating with their international counterparts and the international community as a whole. That domestic political opposition doesn't exist. And the regional domestic opposition doesn't exist because in this specific case, Ukraine is actually fighting for the security of Western Europe and all of Europe entirely, not just Western Europe, right? So there's no regional political opposition to Ukraine fighting, except for Hungary, different story, Serbia, whatever, Turkey, he has his own agenda. But there is a consensus, both domestically and regionally and internationally. And that consensus is also supporting that training and that equipping effort. So it's a positive feedback loop. And that's why, even though any pivot is generational, you might see it happen quite faster in Ukraine, and it's already happening in Ukraine. That they are cleaning house. The armed forces are more or less sidelining whoever doesn't prove to be efficient enough, effective enough. They're getting rid of corruption. They're doing a lot of things to meet a lot of standards, not because they just want to be part of a bigger alliance that would extend protection for them. It's because that's what they want. That's what they have decided to pursue, and they have every right to do so. So the main discussion moving forward, that's the last thing I will say, it will be, and it is starting to appear in the information space for like 2 days now, is which model do we want for Ukraine, or which model is a better fit for Ukraine. You would hear people arguing that the best approach is to turn Ukraine into another Israel in Europe, basically growing its own defense industry, militarizing the country to make sure that it becomes a shield of Europe against any future Russian aggression, and also to defend its own sovereign territory and its own population later on. And the other approach is NATO membership. So I haven't fully developed an opinion regarding this debate, but it will be quite interesting to see what points will be argued by holders of both views, whether Ukraine should pursue the Israeli model, or whether the key to Ukraine's security is becoming part of NATO and part of the European Union, and therefore becoming part of a much bigger, stronger collective that will automatically act as a deterrent against any future Russian aggression.
Thanks. The one thing that we haven't brought up in this discussion is something that worries me. Is we know when the Soviet Union was falling apart, that the KGB managed to transfer massive amounts of money out of the country and have it some of it in East Germany, I know, and squirreled away other places. Some of that was used to solidify Putin's power, as I understand it. I think a lot of that money is still out there, and the question to me is, since the Russian imperialist ideology is independent of any political ideology, how much mischief they can still get up to, even if the Russian Federation falls into pieces. That's something I think we need to account for. It's going to make things harder on Ukraine, I think. All right, let's go over to Meta.
Oh, thank you. I always get so thoughtful about you are so worldwide. I just stopped listening to the press conference by our Finnish president Sauli Niinistö and Joe Biden, because now Joe Biden is flying home, but they've had this Nordic meeting, and through a lot of months, I've sort of always, when I listen to M, it's like, I'm so scared of polarization, like China is rising, and I understand why it's worrying US, but it's also, sort of, it's sticking, it's like a disease, somehow, and there are nations that are really important to the West as well. States like Egypt and India, and who aren't really on side, who are taking sides. We in the West, I love our President Niinistö, who said that when the war began, when Putin started with his talk, Niinistö said that the masks are off, and then one by one, we've learned about how East Germany has still kept their, connections, and they have been sort of people have done things about them, and it's same everywhere. And we've seen how Switzerland and Austria, their neutrality isn't really neutrality. It's they're hiding a lot of gold behind that. There's masks that are coming off, but then also it's so worrying that the propaganda gets through, because I think we in the West, we have this filter. We can see what's, propaganda, Russian propaganda or anti-West propaganda, whatever. It's same. It's same sort of lies that there's weapon smugglings, and it's lies that the Bradleys are destroyed by full, and there's so much lies going around. But people who are used to consume it and are following this thing, their opinions start moving very fast, and there's so much happening also in the Middle East. Syria, there's like Russia fighting Turkey, and then they are still doing this big business together, and it's just it's a web of lies, sort of. And in my point of view, I just want everyone to be democratic and believe in the truth, and so it's worrying. It's very worrying, this development and deterioration of the world. But anyway, the press conference didn't bring what I expected or wanted, wished for, as of Scandinavia or Nordics sort of announcing long range or Gripens, but it was a quite strong statement that the Nordics now also in Biden's eyes include the whole Nordics, as a one trusted place in the earth, that they will intensify the AI and of course the ecological things, but maybe it's research as such. And that's of course arms industry, everything, that there's a very, very strong trust between the Nordics and the United States. There were stupid journalists, I think, who were, scandalous questions, not about Ukraine or anything relevant. I think, it was mainly about some MAGA things and such. But I could listen to you all year round and all the time because you understand this. But how do you see Russia? Because Biden was asked, what will Putin do, and what does this Wonga mutiny do, and will he use the nuclear weapons, etc.? And Biden says nobody understands what's going on in his head. That's but he wasn't worried. He was trusting in the sort of the intelligence, but he had no way of knowing what goes in his head. So how do you see it, and thank you for, and sorry for this long, it's just everything going in my head right now after listening to you. Thanks.
No worries. Building on what I've just said, Ukraine has a clear set of goals. Russia doesn't. So it is quite ironic and very bizarre that they just didn't plan any contingencies, right? So their plan was to attack Ukraine from several axes at the same time, advance from the north, advance from the east, advance from the south, do this, do that, force a political capitulation, force a military capitulation, take over the country. That was the first iteration of the plan, and it failed miserably. The second iteration was, okay, we will focus on the Donbass. We will reach the administrative borders of the Luhansk and Donetsk oblasts, and we will try to secure Kharkiv as well. Take Mariupol, take Melitopol, take Zaporizhia, carry out referenda, and just dig in. And that is also failing. So right now, the goal of whatever military campaign they are fighting on Ukrainian territory is to stop or slow down the liberation of those territories by the Ukrainian armed forces. To me, that seems the primary objective right now. They don't have any more objectives. They cannot generate force big enough to go on the offensive and reclaim territory they lost, or occupy new territory. That's out of the question. They don't have enough forces. They don't have enough kit. The only variable here is declaring a full state of war against Ukraine, for instance, and declaring public mobilization and throwing the entire country into war against Ukraine. We know, or we assess, or we calculate that they can't do that simply because they don't have the means to do it, and they cannot risk the domestic political outcome of ordering that. So that's also out of the question. That's not a goal. That's not an objective right now. So the only objective they seem to be operating towards is either denying the Ukrainians the liberation of their territories, or at least slowing it down if they can't stop them. And why? Because they are going for the long-term political objective, which is driving the whole world into conflict fatigue. And I believe that we started seeing the first signs of that yesterday, but it was quickly, taken care of. So conflict fatigue is a real thing. On one side, you have the Ukrainians asking for support, and they are, doing the information war perfectly, doing the media war perfectly, doing all the diplomatic talking points and sound bites perfectly. To the extent that some people are saying, "Oh, they're nagging too much." No, they're not nagging. They're in a place of need, and they need all the help they can get, and they are fighting for everyone right now, not just for themselves. So, cut the bullshit. But that specific bullshit is the bullshit Putin wants to see. The bullshit Putin wants to maximize. The bullshit Putin is hoping will be the slow rope that will eventually cut off the support for Ukraine and either turn the conflict into a frozen conflict. That's something that he can deal with, or even buy him enough time to organize and come back with, you know, another military campaign if he wants to continue to pursue this madness. But I also don't believe that this is a realistic possibility. So what are the Russians fighting for? They're fighting for denying the Ukrainians liberating their land and for slowing them down. What will they do if the Ukrainians continue to roll forward and continue to go forward and continue to liberate more territories? That's another variable, but it's limited to 3 or 4 possible outcomes. Internal collapse, another mutiny, another coup, something ugly happening in Russia that brings about the end of the war. That's possible. A Ukrainian decisive victory that actually results in a domestic episode of turmoil that throws Russia into disarray. That's also possible. Another cycle of mobilization where they deploy some competent commanders using whatever heavy pieces of equipment they received from Wagner, 2,000 pieces, that's not too much. And they pull off a rabbit out of a hat and carry out a successful, you know, ground combined arms maneuver operation and actually succeed in doing what they set out to achieve in the first place? Highly unlikely. It's not going to happen. What will happen is that some of those pieces of equipment will be given to the Russian units already in contact, and they will be wasted just like whatever was wasted before. Last but not least, they go nuclear. I don't believe that they will do that. But there is this 1% chance that they are just crazy messianic idiots who would just go with it. But let's not talk about it. So how do I see the conflict going forward? If the rate of delivering supplies and munitions and equipment to Ukraine continues as is, we will definitely see a breakthrough soon. Probably by the end of summer, maybe mid-autumn. If the rate is increased and some substantial pieces of kits and platforms are given to Ukraine, the war might be over by the end of next winter, maybe end of Feb, end of March. Zelensky himself said that he expects the war to be over by July 2024. Some of his aides have a different opinion, but no, it's doable. It's doable, provided that the Russians don't go nuclear, provided that the support for Ukraine continues as is, provided that the dominance in the information space is achieved and protected and maintained by Sir Shaggy and his fellows, driving the Russians insane with their Shiba Inu memes. So that's what we need. Continue the support, continue the supply, continue the training, continue the good fight, and continue kicking their butts in the information space and just rejecting all their stupid notions.
Yeah, thanks, Em. I love hearing Sir Shaggy. I like that a lot. It's got a grin on my face every time I've heard it. And that's the first time I've heard it properly done. So yeah, we're gonna recharge our bunking sticks, and yeah, the fellows are very happy with this. Basically, we're gonna redouble our efforts if that is at all possible, and we'll give it a good go. So thanks for that, and thanks for what you just said as well. That's very interesting. It's always very interesting hearing from you. Robin, do you know the order? Because I was busy making PFPs and stuff.
Yes, yes. Thank you for that. Shaggy has added the new award to my fella, so I'm going to be switching that out later. Thank you very much. Yes, the order we have is Latin, Kerry, Jens, and Meta. So Latin, over to you.
Great, thanks, Robin. Mete, I sent you a link that you may have had a chance to read, or you can read later. But and apologies if this has been discussed, because apparently this was a report from 7 hours ago from a European news agency that I'm not familiar with, Euroactiv, which I think is based in Belgium. But they are reporting that how should I put it, an arms cooperation, let's call it. It's kind of a general agreement between Sweden and Ukraine has been reached. It includes some, I had a quick read of it, but it includes some interesting points like security guarantees, that I suppose that may have to do something with Sweden being careful about some of the more sensitive technology in its weaponry. But I got to read more about that later. And that it opens the door apparently to officially kind of to training of Ukrainians on, or testing, I think is the correct term, on the Gripen. Now, whether that happens in Sweden or whether Saab is willing to take the aircraft to Ukraine for further testing there's a number of ways that those things can happen. But I think there's no question at this point that Ukraine is interested in the Gripen. And how exactly that will take shape, if it does become something that happens, we'll see. But it is pretty clear, and we've seen from earlier moves that Ukraine made in the spring, that they are definitely interested in this aircraft.
Thank you, Latin. Latin, while I have you here, we're going to go to Jens in a minute. But I just wanted to ask you, this is, as I keep on saying, it's completely out of my area. But I've seen reports saying that until the United States agrees to do F-16 training here in the States, that anything that the Europeans are offering would not be enough to get Ukrainian pilots really trained on the F-16s. What's your thought about that? Is that true, or is that somebody who doesn't know what they're talking about?
Direct U.S. involvement in training Ukrainian pilots would accelerate the process. The problem is, as I see it, it's just my opinion, is that the U.S. is having to balance its aid to Ukraine and the very serious situation in Europe with the emerging possibility of some kind of, if not outright war, but some kind of contingency in the Indo-Pacific with China. So they're looking at the training backlog that they're facing themselves, the Americans. A lot of things they have to consider. Europe, on the other hand, is the main problem there is that the most of the F-16 operators that are going to be involved in training Ukraine on the F-16 were not running their own F-16 syllabus at home. They were doing it in the U.S. for decades. Now, how quickly can they work that up? And I think that's part of the delay that we're seeing, is them figuring out exactly how and where. Some countries are, a country like the Netherlands, I think, and there's a reason why they outsource their training, because anybody who knows Netherlands knows that it's a relatively small country with a large population, where flying fast jets these days, anyways, in the kind of intensive flying that you need for advanced training, is really not. It's difficult to do over population. So they have to figure, and there are places in Europe where they can do it. But I think that's part of what's being figured out right now. And the Europeans will be able to do it. So will the U.S.? I don't know. Are they sitting? Okay, correction. I don't want to use sitting back. That's the wrong use of words. But are they waiting to see if Europe can step up fully on the training side, as they did on the procurement of F-16s? I think so. And I'm not slamming the U.S. for that. I think that's, given the many things they're balancing, it's probably to be expected. But yes, it would accelerate it if they could. But we are where we are. And I'm hoping, like right now, the last thing I heard was probably maybe the first aircraft operational by early 2024. And the Ukrainians are making quite a few sounds right now about trying to accelerate that. So maybe by the end of this year, we might see something. I mean, we won't really know. They won't know. The people training them won't know until they're actually starting the training program and see what happens.
Latin, did you hear yesterday that Prime Minister Trudeau has offered fighter training to the Ukrainians?
Well, I noticed that Canada was included in that list of, I guess, 11 countries. And I mean, unless I missed something, I didn't think we had officially said anything yet. Now we don't fly the F-16. We're again in that category, but I think Angry, if you might have something to say about this.
Buddy, we're the aerodrome of the world. These guys are professionals. Yeah. You can give them whatever airframe and give them the PAMs and the pubs on it, and they'll figure it out.
Exactly.
Now, I think I think we're going to go in a different direction in that regard. For people that don't know, Canadian Forces Base Cold Lake operates the Primrose Air Range, and it is the largest unrestricted airspace in the world. And luckily enough, Northern Alberta is very much like Western or Eastern Ukraine. You know, it's much of the very similar topography. So, and if you want to do some mountain flying, we got the Rockies like right next to it, so they can do their little bobs and weaves through there. But I'll let you know if I see Gripens flying overhead.
Now, I don't know, Angry, you probably know if is Goose Lake still a place for that, or is that completely shut down? Or Goose Bay, Labrador, because that was a big NATO training ground for a long time, right?
Yeah, but it's not nearly as big and has the facilities like Cold Lake.
Okay.
All the big, like Maple Flag is run out of Cold Lake. You know, what has Cold Lake got this day? I think they got like 5 or 6 squadrons. There's only 2 fighter air wings in Canada. There's Bagotville and Cold Lake. So all our CF-18s, every single one of them are either in Bagotville or they're in Cold Lake. So yeah.
I think there's 2 areas here where Canada can really contribute, and it's obviously as a Canadian, I'm sure you feel the same way, that it's great to see us kind of getting into the picture here. But I see 2 things. I see the physical, the facilities are tremendous, and Maple Flag is which I'm sure you're familiar with. Just letting other people know is a gunnery meet, and I think it's primarily air to air. I could be wrong on that, but that's something that happens at Cold Lake regularly, and NATO partners are
both. Yeah, it's both, and it's designed to give the fighter pilot their first 3 simulated kills.
Okay, so there's that, which is very important. That could be very useful to Ukrainians training on F-16s. F-16s showing up at a NATO base. Let's be clear about this. Whether it's in Decimonanu in Sardinia, or RAF Valley in Wales, or CFB Cold Lake. It's seamless. The idea of NATO aircraft spending time at a NATO partner base, that's part of the interoperability that we have in place. It's not hard to arrange. But the other area that I think could be interesting is that our primary and intermediate, or correction, and advanced training syllabus in Canada is contracted out. We do actually train foreign pilots as a matter of course. On I forget which is the primary trainer we're using now, but we use which one is it?
The Hawk. Yeah, the NATO flight training school operates the Hawk.
Right, but I'm thinking the primary phase. There's a piston engine light aircraft. But anyways,
that's the Harvard too.
No, there's one before that, the initial phase. But anyways, you're okay. To your point, the Harvard 2, which is the Texan 2 for Americans, and the Hawk, these are exactly basically the same aircraft that the RAF flies. So there's compatibility right away. And I believe the Hawk, but for sure the Harvard, have the ability, and they have very advanced cockpits, glass cockpits that are essential to getting Ukrainian pilots to begin that process of converting to that kind of environment. And they have software that can simulate to an extent, certain aspects of NATO fast jets. It's not a full conversion to those aircraft, but it begins that and accelerates that process, as I understand it. So there are similar capabilities in Europe, but this is another place where Canada could contribute.
Okay, thank you for that, Latin. Let's go over to Jens now, and then Meta.
Yeah, I just had some thoughts about Russia, and the way I see it is that Putin is fighting a war that he can't even declare, and he is probably losing the war that he can't lose, and he squashed a mutiny that he can't squash. And what I thought was positive, although I was disappointed that they didn't reach and burn down the Kremlin, was that Prigozhin seemed to lay the foundation for blaming it all on blaming the war on Russia itself and Putin. So I would hope that as Russia's invasion and army gets weakened, I'm hoping Kremlin does too, and that a possible heir to the throne would prefer not to inherit the war also, but simply just designate Putin as the responsible for that. That is my hope, but it's I'm reluctant to assign any kind of logic to Russia.
Yeah, that certainly is true. Try to figure out what it is that they're thinking is probably an exercise in futility. I think one of the bottom lines is that Putin he can't admit that he's lost the war. He may, they've been saying, well, maybe he'll say, he's gotten rid of he's demilitarized Ukraine because they can't use, they don't have any of the Soviet crap to use anymore. All they have are Western weapons. And so it's that he can claim that that's a win and leave, but there's no way that he's going to survive, I think, if he actually admits that he's lost. So, anyway, okay, let's just go over to Meta and then Latin. Thank you. Thanks, Jens.
Thanks. It's a serious things all the time, but yes, I think that's the best definition of this war. It's like Putin is waging a war he can't even declare, and it's that's what it is, and it's so sick. But thank you for that. I haven't heard that before. It just made me hilariously laugh when we shouldn't laugh about this. But sometimes it relieves the pressure of all this hate we feel for the Russians. But just thanks so much again for your last speech. But how do you see this information war affecting the sort of third-party countries who are sort of not, as you said, it's increasing. The Russian influence is increasing in many of these countries, India, Egypt, etc. Those that haven't actually chosen sides, but maybe sending weapons in secret or parts for the Russian arms industry or so. So, or can you see any advancement on our side there? And then when it comes to airframe, my favorite, even I'm not a pilot or even an expert, but I've been talking about this for so long. So for Robin, it was a good question you asked, and confused with the Swedish airframe. It's Ukraine has said from the start that they want F-16. They've said it for a year, and that's what they want. But there's like, Latin can explain it better, but there's also, there's like 40 of them available in Europe, and it's sort of greenlit because it has to be greenlit by USA. And the brother airplane, that's how I call it in my stupid mind, because I don't understand it, but the F-18, which Finland is actually now having and will replace them. We have the 64 F-35s coming when they are ready. And then we could give up the Hornet, which is F-18, but it's also greenlit by US. And then there's like 41, same amount as F-16 available in Australia. And, it's a puzzle. The training and maintenance and everything is going to take time. That's the problem with Ukraine. The people are dying. They don't have the time. So they are willing to take a second sort of airframe. And Swedish Yas, they don't have more than maybe 14 to give, 14 available. But that could be, that could do everything. But they also have the problem that they have these MiGs and etc. that their primary pilots have to fly. What was it, Latin? You can confirm it. 300 missions, one pilot. They don't have the pilots, so they have to start the training somewhere, and it's going to take time. And which airframe it's going to be? Is it the F-18s? Because I know that Finland we are in the same nature as Canada, and we have so much space, and we have the Hornets we are operating. We could help with the training easily for the F-18s, and we could maintain them. But it's like 40 F-16s that Ukraine really has asked for. It's going to be their main air force in a year or whatever it takes. But what Sweden has done, because they don't have to greenlight it anyway, because it's their aircraft, so to say. And Saab, who is making these planes, they are very, very nice piece of equipment. They are not like a multi-role as F-16, but they are very, very sneaky. They fly low and they are fast, and they are equipped with this Meteor missile, which is as I understand, you can correct me, Latin, anytime, because I listen to this and I try to make it in my head. But even a small amount of these Gripens, which I understand from Saab that they have already, like 1.5 months ago, given a few pilots a test run, and they were so impressed with the Ukrainian pilots that they've started training them a long time ago. And they said that Gripen is very fast to learn, that they have minimized the pilots' choices. F-16 has like 40 things that the pilot can choose to, concentrate on. And the Gripen is like, you have 3. And so it's easy to fly and quick to learn. So that was just up on my head, but that's sort of how they said it. And I think they have the 14 or 28 pilots trained already, but it just hasn't been confirmed. But that won't be the main air force. It will be the F-16 eventually. But I really, really, really am waiting to see those Gripens, because that helps them to save the civilians so much in so many ways. So that's my bit. So over to you. Thanks.
Yeah,
Thank you,
thanks.
Meta.
Yeah, thanks, Meta. Yeah, I also love the Griffins. I don't know what it is about them, but I do like them. Sorry, Robin.
Oh, I was just going to agree with Meta. I think one of the things that that we keep on bumping up against is the fact that many things could be different if it just wasn't for the fact that Ukrainians are dying every day as we did. I mean, this would be, I've spoken with Ukrainian friends and say, you know, this is really the idiocy that the Russians get up to. It would be very funny if it wasn't the fact that they were killing people. And it's the same thing with the, you know, deciding on what's the best, you know, what kinds of airframes should be supplied with and all this other stuff. We could spend a lot of time coming up with the best, except for the fact that every day we did, there are more Ukrainian lives are lost, and we have to push through and get them anything, really, in some ways. Anyway, so we have 2 more hands. Shaggy, I didn't notice whose hand went up first.
I think it was Latin first and M.
Works for me, Latin.
Well, Mete actually asked M a question first before talking about the aviation stuff. So M, I'm okay if you want to go first.
Sure, thank you. No worries. Yeah, that was the first part of the question, the information war in the global south, quote unquote. Right. In the beginning of the conflict, or as soon as the invasion started, Russian information operations were geared towards the West. Their objectives were to disencourage people, disencourage Ukrainians, disencourage Europeans, disencourage Americans, drive a wedge between the population and their elected governments to deny Ukraine support, military support, logistical support, intelligence support, political support, so on and so forth. When they realized that their information operations against the West were failing miserably, they concentrated on their information operations in the global South, again, quote unquote. I don't like the term, but we have to use it. Why? The primary objective is not to convince those populations so that they would affect the decision-making process within the upper echelons of politics in their countries. Because most of those countries, Brazil is a democracy, India is a democracy, the Arab world is not. The political pressure of the population doesn't factor into the decision-making process in the upper echelon of power. Brazil is a unique case. India is a unique case for their own reasons. It's a different story. When it comes to the Arab world, the populations of the Arab world, sadly and unfortunately, have higher anti-Western sentiment than they have higher anti-Russian sentiment or anti-Soviet sentiment. And it's purely due to ignorance of history or the consumption of translated books and translated academic research that is mainly peddled by, again, unfortunately, leftist, borderline communist academics, journalists, opinion leaders, and politicians, specifically in Egypt, specifically in Libya, specifically in Sudan, and in other African countries as well. Their primary objective from those information operations, like I said, is to show that other people in other parts of the world support them and support what they stand for and what they are defending, quote unquote, again. Leveraging several factors: poverty, population increase, dissatisfaction with the international monetary system, dissatisfaction with the international political system, dissatisfaction with Western foreign policies when it comes to interventionism, whatever covert action they try to maximize and magnify and convince the people that the West is this all-seeing, all-knowing, all-doing entity that is always conspiring against you to siphon your natural resources and install puppets that apply their agendas with complete disregard to your life and your hopes in a better future, even though they are the biggest allies and friends of those leaders, that their own information operations are telling those populations that they are installed by Western powers. Ironic, I know, but it works. the West has realized that the information operations geared against it needs to be called out. And they have been doing so for more than a decade now through a combination of tools, strategies, tactics, and bodies, initiatives, government and otherwise, and it's working. Why no one is paying attention to the information operations in the global South? Because it doesn't matter right now. Because that is a generational shift. And they know that the younger populations in those countries don't believe the Russian talking points and don't like the fact that their governments are taking a pro-Russian stance and can feel the discrepancy, the inconsistency, the conundrums, all types of logical fallacies that their own governments and own leaders are stating or pursuing in order to continue supporting Russia for whatever political reasons they have. What will happen to them as we go forward? Russian information operations geared towards the West will be further degraded and will be further stopped. Will they morph? Absolutely. It's a hydra. You cut off one head, it grows two. How will it morph? We will see as we go through time. It's like an electromagnetic wave. It's oscillating against two axes, but traversing or traveling in one direction. And that direction is the Russian ultimate strategic objective of destabilizing the West as a whole. Information operations in the global South will slow down significantly as they focus more resources on other types of information operations, probably. Or generationally, they will go through cycles of decay, and they will be called out by enthusiastic younger generations of internet users who just search and cross-reference the claims against the facts. But this is not going to happen at least for 5 to 10 more years. So that's regarding the information operations part of the question. I think Latin can answer better than I can regarding aviation.
Yep. Thanks, Em. So Mette, you were asking a few things. The other day you were asking me about Gripen, and I hesitated to answer just because we hadn't gotten any news since the spring, which was only that the previous news had been that Ukrainians were going to be at some point going to Sweden to have a closer look at the Gripen. Now this is coming from today's news is coming from a news conference by the Swedish defense minister. So this is, as far as it being a source, there's no question there. I've briefly read an English translation of what he said. Let me just read it because I took a screenshot of the translation. If everybody can just hold on here for a second. There it is. Couple of points here. Yeah, this is what he says. His name is Paul Janssen. We will start orientation training on the Gripen system here in August, and in a few weeks, Ukrainian pilots will be able to test fly the Gripen and practice on simulators. Okay, so obviously that does not say that they are going to buy the Gripen, but it is a confirmation from an official source that the Ukrainians are going to be. It sounds like an evaluation of the aircraft. Typically, when an Air Force is looking at purchasing a new type, they in peacetime, right? They will send a delegation of pilots, technical people, maybe some higher ranking Air Force officials to have a close look, to sit in the back seat of a two-seater, get some time on it, and really begin to wrap their heads around, is this an aircraft that we want to have in our Air Force? Now with the F-16, they kind of jumped that step because they were, I think, because of war, but also because they had already had some experience. They knew the aircraft somewhat up close because of the exchanges they had with the U.S. Air Force. I think they were primarily Air National Guard units. So what's happening here seems to be a concrete step moving forward towards the Gripen. And as I said previously, I am convinced that given this level of involvement in sending resources to to really examine the Gripen up close. It seems clear to me that the Ukrainians are at the very least serious about considering it. Whether if would Saab benefit by trying to scrape up a squadron's worth of Gripen Cs to provide Ukraine more quickly? Yes, they would. What I'm still not clear on is, as far as I know, Gripen C does not carry Meteor, although the upgrade of the Gripen C, I think, will. It gets complicated, right, with different variants. But you have the Gripen C, and they're about to be upgraded with, I believe, with an ASA radar, and that will allow them to have the range to operate the Meteor. Now, could something like that be provided in the short term for Ukraine? One squadron's worth, which is about 12 aircraft in the Ukrainian Air Force. Would that would be beneficial? They could do a lot with that, especially if equipped with the Meteor. But the important thing to remember, because when I hear you, Mete, I do hear your sense of urgency. The Ukrainian Air Force, I want them to be in modern Western jets as much as possible for two reasons. So that their pilots are flying better aircraft, and so that those pilots are able to better protect civilian population from the attacks that we see on a daily basis from Russia. But the scenario we are not seeing right now yet, thankfully, is a head-to-head fight between the Ukrainians and the Russians. The Russian Air Force, as we've said many times, continues to be risk-averse, and their more advanced aircraft continue to sit back. So there is no air-to-air clash between the two air forces, which, if it were to happen, if the Russians were to decide that that was in their interest to do, they would take a lot of losses from surface-to-air missiles, but the Ukrainians would be at a disadvantage with their current aircraft. We've gone over that before. So for now, it is. I want to see them there as quickly as possible, Western aircraft. But that is the current situation, and their MiGs, their MiG-29s, and their Su-27s are involved on a daily basis in shooting down the drones and the cruise missiles. They are playing an active role in that. The Western aircraft, whether it be Gripen or F-16, with their better radars, would make that job much easier and more effective for Ukrainian pilots. And just another thought that I've shared before, and it's important to consider, because sometimes I think we become myopic on F-16s. The idea of a modern Western Air Force operating more than one combat type, even, I'm not talking about the United States, but a smaller Western Air Force, is not out of the question. Procurement is a political process. There are different things that go into those final decisions of what an Air Force will operate. Israel is an example of an Air Force that operates both the F-16 variants of the F-16 and the F-15 side by side. It would not be in the least unusual for 2 or 3 combat types to be procured by Ukraine from the West. So let's just wait and see. But Gripen today seems to be a little bit closer than it was yesterday.
Yeah, thanks, Latin. Yeah, my thoughts on the Gripen. I mean, when a couple of pilots went to Sweden to do an evaluation, I just felt it was a try before you buy type thing, or at least try before you lease or get given or something like that. And further down the line, I would not be surprised if a Gripen factory opens up in Ukraine at some point. That's just one of my blue sky thoughts. Potential NATO partner, building them, potential EU future EU member as well. What do you think of that, or not?
About licensed production of the Gripen?
Yeah.
That would only be in the case of where they're producing a large number of them, where that would be worth it. I mean, the Ukrainian aviation industry is, it exists. It's taken a big hit from, they've literally been hit on a number of occasions, and to the extent to which they've been degraded by Russian airstrikes, we're not sure. That's probably something we don't need to know. They were an excellent producer of small turbofan engines, so much that the Chinese and the Russians essentially copied them without license for their trainers / light combat aircraft. This is that company Motor Sich that was that's based in southeastern Ukraine, if I'm not mistaken. I expect them to play a role. I think Ukraine is more likely to try and pursue some kind of a light combat aircraft project, probably with a partner like the Czechs. That's my guess. We'll see. But no, more advanced types, I would see them just procuring directly from countries that are, and with the Gripen, it's really pointing towards the Gripen E, the current production model. That's where I think this is going. If they're going to field significant numbers of them, if they do decide that they want to make it another primary combat type to serve alongside the F-16s, that's gonna be probably the model they're gonna go with. And by the way, I'm not 100% sure about Americans having no say in this. The Gripen, like most Swedish fighters that produced since the Cold War, have quite a bit of foreign technology in them. And with the Gripen, I'm thinking primarily the engine, which is based on a GE model, the 404 or 414. So the U.S. might have some say in it, but I don't think that's going to be a huge problem.
Can I just counter on that?
Yes, just going to call on you, Meta.
Yeah, thanks. Yeah. So Latin, yeah, I might be the optimist, you know, so I'm going ahead of things because of so many wishful thinking, etc. But, you know, I think it was in one of the Rammsteins like 4 months ago or 6 months ago or something. But when it started to seem like the F-16s will take time, because that was 10 Rammsteins ago. So Reznikov was talking about Gripens, and then there was this test talks, etc. I wasn't talking about the C model. I was talking about the E model because I heard there's 14 almost completed in the factory. And about the manufacturing, currently the Gripens they've been in a standstill because there hasn't been any war, and there hasn't been any, and you know, F-16s are ruling all over the world, and or the F-35s at the moment. But anyway, so the Gripens, which is a great aircraft, they are produced in Brazil. So I would imagine that Sweden is more than happy to, you know, sort of move this production to somebody like Ukraine, because Swedes are like Finns, like 90% of the population loves them. So I could see this being fast tracked in Sweden behind the scenes, and probably we shouldn't even talk about it, because I'm actually, now that they've done an official announcement, even if they say August, I wouldn't be surprised to see. Well, I would be surprised if we won't see Gripens in the Ukrainian skies during August. You know, they are used to learn. Well, they've done it for like 5 months or something, but it won't be an air force. It will be a squadron or something. Or what do you think, Latin?
Well, Mette, I do have to push back a little bit on some of what you said. There were, if I understood it correctly, there were a couple of things you said that were incorrect. The Gripen is not produced in Brazil. It is licensed produced in Brazil for the Brazilian Air Force contract. Like Shaggy was saying, that would be an example of where their contract was big enough and their aerospace industry is developed enough that they pursued that licensed production. But the Gripen E is still produced in Linköping, in Sweden, and there is an ongoing production for the Swedish Air Force for the Gripen E. They have procured that aircraft. So and as I understood it, again, I'm first read, and this was only in the last few hours that this latest information is coming out. But as I understood it, there was the possibility that somebody from Sweden maybe can help me with this, but who gets the nuance of what was being announced today. But as I understood it, one of the elements was that the Ukrainians, it at least opens the door to the Ukrainians potentially being able to piggyback off of a Swedish contract, as opposed to having to sign their own contract. Now, I may have that wrong. That would help speed up deliveries should they decide that they want to go ahead and purchase the Gripen.
I stand corrected about the Brazil thing, and I really hope that they will do more than a squadron. So production might be a very good answer for them, and for some other countries as well. But still, I say, Robin, the main Air Force will be F-16. But having a low flying, easy Gripen could be a very, very nice addition to that Air Force. And my cat just woke up. Thanks.
Thank you, Meta. Okay, Timo, over to you.
Hi, so the upgrade for Meteor is MS-20 Block 2 for Gripen. Sweden, all their Gripens were upgraded to Meteor capable in 2018. And also Jets Gripens were also recently, even though I don't think Jetsia or Jets Republic has Meteor yet, they also got the block package which has upgrades for Meteor. Of course, maybe the radar isn't long distance enough to take full advantage if you get to shoot in ideal conditions, high altitude, but yeah, both Swedish and Jets Gripens can shoot Meteor. So, for example, because Jets Republic chose F-35 as their next plane, so if they, for example, if some European power takes over their air patrols, and then Jets get ahead of line for 12 F-35s, that could be one way to get some Gripens fast. Thanks.
Okay, thank you. Back to Latin.
Yeah, I have some questions for Timu, because I got to be honest with you. I spend a lot of time reading about airplanes, and I'm still confused as to what exactly has happened with the legacy Gripen fleet. The upgrade that you're talking about. Okay, so you're saying that all of the currently in service Gripen Cs and Ds can operate the Meteor. That sounds to me like kind of the initial phase of upgrade. That was because they reduced the fleet to about 100 roughly, and they put about 100 in storage. And the way this is all pre 24 February 2022. The way that I understood it was that they were going to begin cannibalizing some of the stored aircraft to help maintain the fleet. And there was an upgrade, and there is another upgrade, I believe now, that's going to bring in a radar. I think it might actually be the exact same radar as in the Gripen E. But that's good. For sure, that. No, my question would be then, if all of I'm still not clear on how many Gripen Cs and Ds are sitting around that could be recovered. I don't know. I'm sure Saab knows that, and I'm sure the Ukrainians might have asked him about that. Anyways, it's totally academic, and in time we'll see. Mete's gone, but to the broader question of could they have already trained some people? Well, we already went through that with the F-16. I was entertaining that possibility at one point. It's pretty clear at this where we are right now that did not happen. If F-16s show up, even an initial small number, operationally in Ukraine sooner than we expect, then maybe we'll see some evidence that something did happen. But I just don't see it right now, and I have no reason to think that anything like that's happened with Gripen.
Yeah, thanks, Latin. I wonder if you know anything much about the helicopters. So the UK, I think, gave some Sea King helicopters like many months ago, but I've not heard anything about them. Just wondering if you have.
There's been not quite a bit. There's been some reporting in the UK aviation press and Ukrainian television, I believe, and possibly BBC. Anyways, I've been seeing quite a bit that people have been sharing with me, and that I find on Twitter. They are in service with the Ukrainian naval aviation. What that means long term, we're not sure. Some of us that are, I don't know if Goldman's still listening. He was on earlier. Hops, he's there. I don't know if he wants to jump in. He's former naval aviator, but In the UK, they were primarily towards the end of their career. Oh, Gunny, I think, was here too. Yeah. The Air Force primarily used them in search and rescue, but the Navy was primarily tasked with anti-submarine warfare. But that's not a real option for the Ukrainian Navy right now, given the ships that they have. So is it primarily a search and rescue over the Black Sea type of, or Sea of Azov when they regain control of that? I'm not sure, but they are definitely confirmed in service with Ukrainian naval aviation.
All right, thanks for that. Could they be? Could they have missiles mounted on them, like the Penguin or some the Harpoon or things like this, or is it purely going to be maybe as you say, like rescue?
Well, we've had that conversation before. That scenario we've looked at, and technically, yes, it's possible. I personally think it's unlikely for a whole bunch of reasons.
Okay. All right, brilliant. Thanks. I missed that one. I'll listen closer. Hopsy.
Hi guys, I just happened to come up and I heard my name being mentioned. I've read a little bit about the Sea Kings. Now this is dated probably 6 weeks ago, but they were being used mostly in special operations for insertions and retrievals and those kinds of things. Was what the article inferred. Combat SAR could obviously be part of that, but it sounded like they were flying them around, basically slick, maybe just enough stuff to do a little area defense around the, the landing zone or something like that, but not giving them anything like the potential, penguins or something, bootstrapped on there. And so that's what I've been hearing about the Sea Kings.
Oh, okay, brilliant. Thank you for that. Yeah, I actually hadn't heard a dicky bird for quite a few months. So yeah, that updated my information. Thanks very much. Latin, do you want to come back on that, or we go to G-Man?
Yeah, quickly, just a bit of a clarification for what Hop said, because some people may have missed that. What he said, that area defense. So it means, like, basically he's talking about a 1 or maybe 2 light machine guns operated by the crew for closer range defense of the aircraft, but nothing like a missile or anything like that.
Okay, good. Back to G-Man.
Yeah, hi. Yeah, this came up on my radar because I've been writing so much about the Falklands, because one of the airframes that was sent, at least one of them, was served in the Falklands and potentially was flown by Prince Andrew, whoever he is, and maybe even by Prince William as well. But because we were using them for search and rescue. What Kyiv is using them for, I feel, is and Hopsy has already got it. So search and rescue and moving special forces into position and fetch and carrying equipment. So weapons fit. I mean, they could be jury rigged for it, but probably not. It's only 2 airframes after all.
Yeah, thanks a lot, G-Man. Any more air stuff? Because I've got a boom to report. Well, I've got a couple of booms to report. Amber.
I just have a question, but I'm patient, so I can wait.
No, shoot, Amber.
So I've been mostly off the comms for some days. I lost track. And the first thing that I saw today was the fact that the Russians are bombing Snake Island. I know that a couple of days ago, Zelensky was there when the 500 days mark was hit. My question is, how is this helping? Are they Ukrainian soldiers there, or they're just, I don't know, wasting materials?
Right, so I hadn't actually heard about that, but I'm just reading an article now from Ukraine Forum, which basically says on the morning of July the 13th, which is this morning, Russians attacked, Zimny Island, which is Snake Island. They dropped by dropping a high explosive bomb. And that's all I've got in the article. It doesn't say an awful lot. I didn't think anybody was stationed there, but obviously somebody can correct me if I'm wrong on that. So maybe it was just a. Hopefully nobody got injured there on the Ukrainian side. It was just like a bit of petulance from the Russians. So if anybody else has any more information on that, Robin, have you heard about that today?
No, no, this is the first I've heard about it, but it certainly is. I mean, it's a continuing question with some of the things that Russia does, that how much of it is part of a plan and how much of it is just, temper tantrum, or just we have to do something. So, but this is new to me. I'll see what I can find out, but I don't know anything more about it at this point.
Okay, I mean, the Russians, they probably just gone after the flag, and that was it. They probably just got miffed and went after the flag, the big old flag that's flying there. But yeah, well, we'll try and do some digging for you and try and find out some more information on that. But yeah, regarding some booms, so in the village of Yazov, Yazov. How do you say this? Vyazove. Anyway, it's in the Belgorod region. So Belgorod People's Republic. And apparently there's a massive fire going on there, recorded by a number of individuals and a number of arrivals have arrived. So I can see two quite big on this picture I'm looking at. I see two quite big mushroomy cloud things. No, not mushroomy, but quite big explosions going on. So something's happening in Belgorod at the moment. Hopefully it's ammo dumps or something military related. I'm quite sure it will be. So I'll try and find some more information on that as well. And yesterday, I think it was yesterday. Yes, it was yesterday. The mayor of Melitopol, dodgy mayor of Melitopol, Fedorov, reports that during a recent attack, 200 Russian soldiers, including their commander, was killed in Tokmak. And he's claiming that the FSB related officers are pulling their relatives from the city. So this looks to be a bit of a mega boom. I'm going to call that one a mega boom, with 200 Russian soldiers killed in one go in Tokmak, and the FSB are getting the heck out of Dodge, which sounds wonderful. We like big booms, don't we, Robin?
We certainly do, even when Makars isn't here to share them with us. I just was looking at something that they are General Alexander Tarnovsky, who is Ukrainian commander, has said that the cluster munitions are already in country. Is that the first we know of that? They haven't been used yet, but they're actually there.
Yeah, I heard about that this morning. Yeah, so I had the report that they were now in country. I can't wait for these things to be used. I think they'll probably start to be used maybe in a week's time, and I think within 3 weeks, I wouldn't be surprised if there's a breakthrough within 3 weeks. But then I'm not military; I'm just a brain dead doggo with lots of bling now. So yeah, that's my feeling. I really do feel it's going to be a game changer. Maybe it's just me getting overexcited, but since I first heard they were definitely coming, I've been wagging my tail left, right, and centre.
What an image! Yeah, I'm still holding out for the Kerch Bridge, but we'll see what happens. I mean, that certainly would be heartwarming to see that go down again. But whatever they use them for, it will be a good use, I'm sure. And I'm glad, yeah.
Yeah. From what I understand, they're probably going to be used. I think as David had told me this, they're probably going to be used to clear behind the minefield. So all that artillery and people with like man pads and anti-tank guns are just going to get wasted with these cluster munitions. So that in my I think should mean they'll be able to clear the minefields a bit quicker because they're not going to be targeted, because hopefully those people who are going to target them will be no more. So hopefully they'll make their way through the minefields a bit quicker and through the back. So that's just my logic on it. I mean, I'm not military. I'll wait till those guys come up and give me a talk on that, dispel my dreams. I just think, yeah, it's definitely going to hurry things up. I think. G-Man, you had your hand up. It's gone down again now. I don't know if I stole your thunder there, or whether you...
Not really, no. No, you said you're just a brain dead dog, but you're a decorated one, so don't sell yourself short.
Thanks very much. Yeah, I've got a. My collar's quite heavy these days. It has to be said, but I like it. I've got a thicker neck. Have you got any news for us, Robin? Any boom news or any news you can bring?
There are a few things. I mean, they're not as glitzy as the booms, but there's something a little disturbing. I hope that this drops dead the way it should. That the UN, sticking its nose in, I sort of wish they would just be quiet, are asking Putin to extend the Black Sea grain deal in return for SWIFT access, which again would be, as they say, robbing defeat from the jaws of victory. The last thing we need now is to loosen up on Russia's access to cash. I hope this just dies, but it certainly is disturbing that the UN would be coming up with useless proposals like this.
Yes, apparently I was listening to Doman and Mockers and Axel before talking about this. So I think it's an agricultural bank, and I think it's basically their fertilizer pipeline Mark II, since that pipeline has been bombed by the Russians, so that can't be switched on. Not that it's going to be switched on. So they're trying another tack. It's their divide and conquer, trying to find a crack in the Western sanctions policy, and trying to get something there. So yeah.
Yeah, and damn well once they get their foot in the door there, that all sorts of questionable money would be flowing back and forth. So it's
Yeah.
As you say, it's another divide and conquer tactic.
Yeah, exactly. It's just trying to sow division, trying to make. I mean, Gutierrez, I don't know what he's on. He's got a small T tanking name next to him, as far as I'm concerned. Yeah, rubbish. Oh, Dagger Girl.
Hi. So does that UN proposal or whatever, do we know who wrote it? I'd heard that, but
that I didn't see in the article. Do you know?
No, I don't know. I don't know who wrote the proposal. It's probably the Russians who wrote the proposal originally, and then Gutierrez was like, "Oh, that seems reasonable. Yeah, it could be a give and take." I think it's all take from the Russians, and yeah, shouldn't give them absolutely anything until they leave Ukraine and have paid their reparations and have returned everybody to Ukraine, basically everything, and they got to do everything before they get anything. And that's my view. I'm pretty hardball on that. I'm very hardball on that, basically. Don't give them a sausage, not even the skin.
I am too, but I'm like, after yesterday, I kind of feel between yesterday, the lack of F-16s, and that grain thing, I'm really frightened that we're slipping back to, I don't know, like a pre-2024 or 2224, February 24th. I'm just feeling like it's really weak tea at this point, and it's real discouraging. But I wanted to say two other things. One was, I don't know if they resolved it, but it looked like there were no garrisons on Snake Island. So I didn't get the sense from what I read. Euromaidan had that. Euromaidan News had that on a post. And then, Shaggy, were you the receiver of the honors? Are you the bearer of the medal?
No, that wasn't me. I wish it was. No, that was Kama. Kama, the originator of the fellas. So he was there. I think he was with Kilo, whatever his handle is. I can't remember. It's a long name with numbers in it. So I think there was a couple of the fellas there, the original fellas, should we say, the OG fellas there to create it. I did see the photo on the first day. I think it was a Friday actually, of when they were in the office. And I think Cameron's back now, so I think he's managed to. That's why the photos have come out. But it's a very bling medal. Yeah, lots of fellas are happy. Are you happy, Jackie Girl?
I'm delighted. I'm going to celebrate.
Oh, what are you gonna
Yeah.
celebrate with? You're gonna crack open a nice packet of hobnobs or something sparkly?
With a latte.
Oh, excellent. Good work. Good work. Woknik.
Good morning, not quite afternoon yet. I'm not too worried about the whole UN thing because I don't think they're the governing body for those actions. Is that correct? I don't think they can make that decision. I don't think that they have control over that, and I don't think Biden would go for any of those.
Yeah, my impression of the UN is they're kind of the UN in this situation is they're important from a giving it a sheen of international legitimacy. The UN's involved, and it is a partner in these deals. But when it comes to us doing what the UN says, or Ukraine doing what the UN says, definite no. Ukraine's a sovereign country.
For me,
And it
though,
is
it's about who has control of switching on that switch to say, okay, here's Swift again. You know what I mean? Like, I don't give a shit what they say. If they can't flip the switch in order for Russia to be able to do that, I don't care what they say. I mean, I know that's kind of like just very basic thinking, but I know it goes beyond that. But you know what I'm saying? Because I don't think anyone else literally would go along with that besides the few rogue, nations that are on Russia's side.
Yeah, I mean, I worked at Swift 3 months, but I don't know that much, a hell of a lot about it. We're probably gonna have to wait till Nick comes up, as he's Mr. European. He knows all this stuff, or maybe Heather. Maybe Heather knows something.
She knows everything. Go ahead, Prince.
I don't know everything, but what I can say is that the grain deal is actually an agreement between Turkey, the UN, and Ukraine. So the UN is involved in that. They were part of brokering that to begin with and keeping it going. As far as SWIFT is concerned, the sanctions regarding SWIFT are a EU thing. So I'm not quite sure how Gutierrez can promise that that SWIFT would be restored without, the EU doing that, making that happen. It's part of their sanctions package. And it's not a full restoration of SWIFT. It is a restoration to a part that has to do with the sale of things that are sold in the grain deal. So that is what I gleaned from my skimming of that article last night. And I slept since then, so I might not be perfect on that. But that is the input that I have on that. I think that the intention and the hope is that they can convince Russia to extend it at this point, with the intention that that SWIFT restriction will be lifted, and hoping that within that time frame the EU will lift that SWIFT restriction. Now, the other thing I want to say about this is Russia has been putting up roadblock after roadblock the entire last few months. They haven't been approving ships to go through the Bosphorus. They have been making them line up for a long time. The number of ships and the amount of grain that has been going has been reducing. So even if Russia agrees to the grain deal, it doesn't mean it's going to work perfectly, because it's been sort of a mess the last few months because Russia keeps screwing with it, and stopping inspections at the Bosphorus. So, the grain deal, I feel, is still sort of up in the air. I do see Oscar up, and I would like to say hello, Oscar. It's been a while since I've been able to say hello to you in person. Well, on the space. But Shaggy and Robin, I'm going to hand it back to you. That is just my 2 cents and my knowledge on the subject. And Oscar from Odessa may know more.
Yeah, let's go to Oscar.
Yeah, hi. Well, actually, I wanted just a small follow-up to what Prince said. Hi to you. And not only UN as the part of Green Deal, but it's also one of the largest charterers, because the first ships with various types of grain that shipped from those 3 ports that are part of Green Deal, they were all chartered by the UN. And that's why World Food Program has the office in Odessa, and that's why they're all very, very much involved. So yeah, it's not like UN messes around. It's a big part of that. That's the reason why Gutierrez would come, and yeah, they all love to go around and to work actually here, to have their offices here. And Prince is absolutely right about this flow of ships, because I heard the reports that at the early stages of Green Deal, this cargo flow almost came to the level of the pre-war level, and 2 or 3 months later, it started gradually and then pretty abruptly degrading because of these because Russians basically use that as a leverage. And the worst thing about that is that there is no leverage against them. Nobody can push them to make faster inspections, to do anything. I heard the conversation, I heard the discussions, and it was all around like media and etc. There were the questions, including the delegation from the US were here, and then the Turks, and they all were discussing in this or the other place what can be done to ensure the cargo flow, the ship flow. And they said we can do nothing. We don't have any leverages. We cannot improve the situation regarding the inspection of the.
Can I just say though, I think we do have a
here.
little bit of leverage because Putin is asking for SWIFT back. So I think
Yeah,
I
yeah,
think that's
but you know, I'm not concerned if SWIFT they will give them back SWIFT, because I'm not sure how, because well, I can't see any. And you know, this is my kitchen level knowledge, but I can see any dramatic impact on Russian economy. It's not crashing, and they are still not short of anything to continue this war. So okay, but SWIFT, if you give them SWIFT now, then the next thing will be something else, and then lifting other sanctions. Yeah, okay. So that's not about SWIFT. That's about just creating the precedent. If you soften in one thing, then you can easily lift some other sanctions. But going back to the UN, when Gutierrez was in Odessa, he said, yeah, we have to take into account that we also need Russian grain, we need Russian fertilizers. So no matter how we don't like it, and what bad optics it is, we have to promote this idea as well. I don't know, actually, I have like zero knowledge about whether they I think there is no sanctions on Russian fertilizers. I'm maybe not right, because I think not everything is sanctioned, right? So help me out if you know. But yeah, SWIFT will be just first thing. We have this saying that if you let him or whoever let him bite your finger, next moment you will have no arm left. Like hand and then arm. So this is SWIFT will be just the finger, and then like what? All sanctions are lifted because of the grain deal. It will be the blackmailing all the way through.
Yeah, agreed, Oscar. In English, anyway, we say if you give someone an inch, they'll take a mile, which is similar.
And also, Shaggy, you know, one of the things that I think we've pretty much established the last time the Russians tried to renege on the deal basically Ukraine and Turkey said, okay, fine, do whatever you want. We're not stopping the shipment. And they backed down. I don't know that we should be talking about trying to buy them off at this point. I mean, I think that we certainly need to try first by playing a little hardball with them and saying, if you don't make the deal, then it's, that's for you to do. But, Turkey and Ukraine and perhaps some other of the allied countries will still be involved in the shipping even so. I want to see that happen first, at least.
Absolutely, absolutely.
And I just also, sorry for stepping in, but also wonder, well, of course, we don't want to check that. I mean, we don't want to know if Russia is going to shell the commercial ships, if they are no longer the part of the deal and that just UN, Ukraine and Turkey goes on without Russia. I think it was an option. It was the discussion on the table, but we don't want to risk. And but well, the shipping route is clear, and yeah, it can be used Russia or not. The other thing is that maybe they will just drop some bombs on the commercial ships, and there will be no consequences, as it was at the beginning of the war. There was lots of discussion. Look, Russians bombed the vessels under, like, I don't know, like Marshall Islands or whatever flag. It is like bringing in the other country. No, I know very few things, very little, but still some things about commercial shipping, because all my family is involved in commercial seafaring, and I know this is not like attacking the country. That's all about the private companies, Bandai Club, and all that stuff. So, yeah.
Yeah, it's happened before, and the last extensions, every single extension, basically, Russia's put down some demands, and basically the other three parties have, well, the UN has said, oh, could do that, and the other two parties have gone like, no, and they've agreed to extend the grain deal themselves, and then Russia, a few days before it's due to run out, have gone, oh, okay, and buckled, basically. So. That's what I expect to happen this time as well. They'll huff and puff. They'll demand a few things, and as long as Ukraine and Turkey hold firm, the UN will acquiesce on our side, and then Russia's going to be left having to suck it up, buttercup, as it were. Well, we got loads
Look
of
at your
hands now.
sea of hands now. You're welcome.
We got loads of hands now. So I think it was we're going to Prince for a comeback, and then Ander, and then I'll figure it out.
Yeah, as frustrating as this may be to hear, what I wanted to also point out is, if somehow Russia is cut out of the grain deal and Turkey Turkey helps Ukraine maintain shipping grain, which I think is a possibility. The other thing that is possible is that Russia will try to hit the ports to take the ports out of commission so that those can't be used, keeping in mind that I believe it was night before last possibly the night before that, there wasn't major damage to the infrastructure, but there was a hit on one of the ports that uses the grain deal, and there was a fire. I don't know a ton about exactly what kind of impact that may have had, but Russia also may try to do some things like that that would make shipping grain more difficult. Just saying that is also something that Russia would try to do, or could try to do if we try to if Turkey and Ukraine try to totally shove Russia out of the grain deal, or Turkey or Russia doesn't agree to the grain deal. It's just another thing that Russia may attempt to do. Oscar may have a little bit of input on that. I don't know.
Yeah, when you with
my only input will be that it was the port of Chernomorsk, and it probably was the first time when the city itself was attacked by drones, by anything actually, and Yes, I'm not sure. We're not given much information about what exactly was hit. They said it was port infrastructure and that the debris caused the fire, including the grain terminal, but not much information about that. It could be anything basically. So yeah, and yeah, you're absolutely right. They could just start striking the port.
Oscar, a quick question before we go hands. So when Ukraine almost got to back to full capacity again, let's say that's 100%. What these delaying tactics by Russia on the inspections or whatever? What percentage would you put that as the capacity is at now? Is it like 50% of what it could be, or 20%, or what? If you could put a figure on it.
No, it's like 20 or less. From the last
Wow.
figures I heard, that was I think late winter last year. From what I've heard, that was like around 20%. That could fluctuate. I don't have any updates. Actually, I haven't looked at that, to be honest. They probably exist somewhere.
That's
but
about right. I've heard a Green Deal expert who I said I was gonna. I think I asked Shaggy if he wanted me to bring her in if she's willing, so I could do that. But I think you're accurate on that, at around 20%, and could be less. But I know there at least maybe one ship that's able to function, if that.
Yeah, this is my worry about this grain deal. It's all very well having a grain deal on a piece of paper, but if you can't implement it because they're delaying, then there's no point having a grain deal, really. I would actually really like the Russian inspectors to be replaced by, I don't know, Turkish inspectors, for instance. Somebody with a foot in both camps kind of thing, but somebody who's going to be a bit fairer and faster. So that's what I like out of it.
I think
But let's
they
get
said they're letting like one or two inspectors here and there, that it's lots of grain sitting around that's needing to be stored, but they don't have a good way to store it, so it's sitting around in plastic bags that eventually end up falling apart, and it's actually a real mess as far as I'm aware, but you have a lot of hands.
cool. Yeah, let's go to the hands. Anda? And then Hopsy and Meta, I think.
Yeah, that's right.
Okay, so really quick. First of all, an answer to Oscar. You asked about the fertilizers. Indeed, they are not banned. So they were considered to be important and not, how should I put this? That for the time being, the other countries could not live without. So that's one of the products that is not banned going out of Russia. That's one. And the second part that I think it's relevant in this discussion is the fact that when the grain deal was signed initially, one of the requests of Ukraine was not to sign on the same document as Russia. So basically, Ukraine signed the document with the UN and Turkey, and Russia signed a different piece of paper, but that's actually relevant in this discussion, with the same text, both with UN and Turkey. So this was actually the I think the loophole which allowed them to go forward with the grain deal last time, and I hope they will manage to do it this time. So that's what I want to chip in on this discussion.
Okay, thank you. Shaggy, Prince Heather just sent me something, which I may have to call her back up to explain now because can't always read these things well. But it looks to me, is this right, Prince Heather, that there are over 1,000 ships outbound that are trying to get through the inspection process? Is that right?
I'm not sure. I know that this person follows this very closely, and if you look through their timeline, there is a lot of data about the grain deal. Now, what I can say is on our team of people who follows this the closest would be Iona from Romania.
Oh, I know.
She
Hang on, Prince. I know what this is. So that 1,002 is the total number of ships that have gone outbound, and there's been no more, i.e., +0. And 977 are the delivered ones, and that's 3 more. Sorry to butt in there.
Oh, thank you.
No.
Does that mean after inspection then?
Yeah,
These-
it looks like what I recall reading recently is that if you look up at the beginning of the tweet, 5 days left in the grain initiative. There are 0 ships outbound, 3 delivered. But what this actually is it's been keeping track over time of how many ships they're actually even letting go. And part of what I've heard is that they haven't even been able to take ships out of the port for reasons. So it's a very, very in-depth look at the grain deal, what I just sent you, and this is from Exit 266. And
Yeah,
she has been posting data from the grain deal for a long time.
Yeah, I'll put it back.
And
I'll put it in the nest now, Prince, so everyone else can have a little look at it.
yeah, it's very detailed, and like I said, Iona follows it very closely, and if she's available, I don't know that she is. She may be able to explain all of that a little bit better, but as far as I know, that account is the one who has been following the grain deal so closely.
Yeah, that's who I was
And
talking about, my expert. So yeah, that's her.
yeah, that is the person who knows grain deal very well.
Yeah, that'd be good to have Joanna up again. Right, let's go to M, then Hopsy, then Meta.
Yeah, so a couple of things to add to everything that had just been said. There's an opportunity for Turkey to step up here. No one needs to bargain with Russia and give them access to SWIFT in order to get the grain deal renewed. What can happen, like Anda said, because Ukraine signed an independent agreement with Turkey and the United Nations, and then Turkey and the United Nations signed an independent agreement with the same text with Russia. Turkey can leverage the separate agreement or can go rogue, since Erdogan is feeling emboldened right now, and since he's hitting reset on every single policy he's ever pursued over the last 2 decades. He might actually stand up and start acting like a NATO ally, start acting like a NATO country, provide military escort, naval escort to merchant vessels, right? Now, the Russian response to this will be to bomb the ports themselves, make sure to destroy every green elevator they can destroy. The only way to stop that is to deploy more air defense assets to protect Odessa. And this is where the F-16s will come into play. So I think it was yesterday or today that some Russian fighter jets or multi-role jets, fighter bombers, made it all the way out to Snake Island. Now, if F-16s are there and with the proper missiles, that sort of mission, whether it's for reconnaissance, whether it's for harassment, whether it's for testing how they can continue to bomb Odessa or evade air defenses or deplete air defense interceptor stocks or take down Ukrainian Air Force assets if they are dispatched in a bait and switch kind of aerial trap. The F-16s would deny the Russian Air Force operation in the vicinity in such a manner. How will it all come together going forward? No one knows. Turkey is definitely more emboldened. Turkey is definitely showing more support to Ukraine. Erdogan had been hedging his position for quite some time. And now that he won a very tight democratic race, he has the mandate, and he has the respect of his Western counterparts, right? Sure, his domestic policies are a complete mess. Sure, his economic policies are a complete mess, and that's why he has a new team of economists running the show. But he needs more investments, and he needs more money. He has a May funding gap of $37.7 billion. He got a very nice, fat defense contract, $2 billion, and a couple of other things. Maybe more F-16s on the way. Who knows? Uncle Sam may play this the right way. But I doubt that Turkey is going to pursue that option anytime soon. But on paper, it can be done ethically. It's the right moral choice to make. Stay tuned to another episode of the Mad Sultan trying to behave like a world leader.
Can you clarify really quick? Did you say they would provide?
Let's
Okay, go
keep
ahead.
let's keep hands, please. Okay, it gets out of control if everyone just
I'm
talks.
sorry.
Okay, let's go to Hopsy next.
Hey guys, I'll make this quick, just between flights here. There was an article recently that I think Gunny put up, and I'm trying to find it, but the Turks had sent something that looked like a commitment that they would protect the convoys of grain ships, or provide protection if the Russians didn't basically acquiesce on the grain deal. And it was one of the early things in Erdogan's pivot to the West, is what and I think one of the reasons he's doing this is because of he's trying to get further EU commitments and some of the things that he needs militarily. For those who are wondering, the Turkish Navy is much more capable than the Black Sea Fleet. And I got to run now, so I will drop down and listen. Thanks so much. Oh, and the other most important thing about it is the Turks have a very robust mine clearing part of their navy, which is one of the biggest dangers to these grain convoys, besides the aerial bombardment of port facilities.
Great, thank you. That is an important point too. The mine clearing is going to be a big issue. Okay, let's go to Meta, and then we'll go then to Oscar, and then Woke.
Well, thank you. Being a part of the EU, I think the last thing we can do now is drop any of the sanctions, just because Russia is blackmailing again. They always do that. Yes, it's natural that they will, after Turkey turns back on them and gives up the Azov heroes. Yeah, they bombard Odessa. They already hold Ukrainian Sevastopol and Mariupol and all the Azov Sea and all the ports. Not for long, but so far they still. But we can't bend to Russian extortion. We can't give any you know, just let up something. You know, Turkey has to man up. Really, Erdogan has been playing with the world for too long, playing two sides, and UN is useless. That's my opinion, straight and forward. And you know, you can't trust a paper that Russia signs, and you know, it's so ridiculous to start lightening the and you know, anyway, Ukrainian grain is destroyed. Kherson is destroyed by the dam, so it takes 2 years to get the grain back. Russia has stolen 90% of it. They have it in Sevastopol and they are shipping it all the time. And if we lift the sanctions, that's the last thing we do, you know, giving in to Russia's extortion. I'm so sorry for Odessa. That there is the answer is ATACMS or F-16s or Gripens. more air defense, but we can't do lifting up the sanctions. We should harden them all the time because they are leaking. That's my opinion. Sorry, I'm so angry. Sorry.
Yeah, needs to be a solution found. I mean, this grain deal is going to be running out in a few days' time. So if Russia are on board and is thinking about bombing the elevators and all that kind of stuff, this solution needs to be found a lot sooner than when the F-16s and all that kind of stuff are going to be available. That needs to be like now. So yeah, in the future F-16s and all that kind of stuff. But yeah, definitely need a solution now. Do you remember the order, Robin? Let's go.
I'm sorry. I'm sorry. It's next. I think we had Oscar. Is that what you're asking?
Yeah.
Yeah. Several points. So the first one, actually, what Matt mentioned about these two different pieces of paper signed by Ukraine, Turkey, UN, and Russia, Turkey, UN. It doesn't matter what is written on the paper and who signed what. Not that Russia respected any previous documents it has signed ever. So, including, I don't know, starting from UN Charter, it wasn't Russia, basically. Russia has never been there. It was the USSR that doesn't exist, but Ukraine and Belarus were there. Okay, that's the other point. And yeah, thank you for this really, not thank you, well, but also thank you, not really optimistic view on the future of Odessa. From someone who is actually in Odessa right now, and I hope we will manage. We'll go through that. And I wanted to ask regarding the comment about F-16. How, from your perspective, how likely it is that we get eventually in any foreseeable future F-16, because the incident you mentioned, it was today, this morning, and usually we don't have air raid alerts at 8 a.m., usually at 1 a.m. At night, but yesterday the entire country was red, apart from Odessa, weirdly. And this morning, this whatever the word, bombers came very close enough to the Snake Island to bomb it, and that's pretty close from Odessa. So if they launched the missiles, I don't think that air defense, well, hopefully will take them down, but it's like too close call. So any chance we get F-16 soon? And also the other question, Russia says that they have this new version of Moskva cruiser, the other large, I don't know the type of the ship, but cruiser basically with air defense and caliber. It is a caliber carrier. How dangerous that could be specifically for Odessa, for the Black Sea ports? Too many questions, right?
Well, the first.
Sorry. And the last, because I will forget. The last comment: Kherson is not destroyed. I was actually in Kherson on Sunday. It's not completely destroyed. It's not like completely. It's not destroyed. It's just pretty dangerous to be there. And speaking about the fields, well, that's the other story. We can talk about that sometime later. Okay, sorry, please.
Correction, Robin. Sorry, I just said that the two upcoming years are more or less destroyed. Not that Kherson is destroyed. They will get it up and running, but now, yeah. Sorry.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Okay. Thank you, Meta. Okay. Woke is next.
No. I was hoping to hear
Mine was just. I'll just add on to your list, right? It was
well,
one.
No. Hang on. Wait. We can't have everybody speaking at the same time. I'm sorry. I missed Oscar. I missed that you'd hand it back to M. Okay, M. We'll go M quickly, and then we'll go to Woke. Sorry.
No worries. Regarding the F-16s, I believe it won't be a year before we see a Ukrainian F-16 shooting down a Russian plane. I would bet money on it today that in less than 12 months, we will see a Ukrainian F-16 shooting down a Russian, at least a fighter jet, if not a strategic bomber at some point. So the F-16s, if provided in the right configuration with the right armament, and after the pilots undergo the required training and everything, and they become fully operational, some of their missiles will have standoff capability against most Russian fighter bombers deployed in this war. MiG-29s, SUs, whatever. And they will be able to shoot them down from a distance without risking engaging them closely. And without risking getting into an area of operation that's covered by a Russian air defense system, even if it's the S-300 or the S-400 deployed in Crimea or otherwise. I believe they will have the capability to evade that, but we'll see about that. Another thing to add here is that if Ukraine successfully starts operating against Crimea, I'm not saying taking back Crimea, but starts successfully operating against Crimea, then Russia will more or less lose most, if not all, of its air defense capability in Crimea. And there is no Moskva, there is no other naval vessel to carry out air defense operations in the Black Sea or deny the Black Sea to Ukrainian F-16s once they arrive and are deployed. That was the first question. What was the second question, Oscar? Sorry.
The second question was actually about that second Moskva, whether it's dangerous, whether it endangers the Black Sea coast, including Odessa and other ports.
Is currently being built in Sevastopol?
Yes,
Which
not in
shipyard?
Kerch, in Kerch, actually. Yes, in Crimea. It is widely advertised now that Russia built this new cruiser, ironically, on the Ukrainian shipyard, and the Ukrainian shipyard in Kerch. So, yeah, that's my concern. For some reason, it really makes me not very anxious, but a little bit concerned about. I know we have these harpoons and all new stuff, but I'm not sure it's enough to keep it in bay, proverbially and literally.
No, well, the 2 points here. The first one is, okay, if the Russians are building one quickly and trying to deploy one as soon as possible, it's a huge undertaking, right? First, you need to build the ship, then you need to, there are a couple of tests that need to be done before it's commissioned, and you need to source all the electronic equipment that you need for it, all the armament, the design. I don't know which class it's based on. If it's based on the same design of the Moskva, then it will most probably meet the same fate of the Moskva. And the Ukrainians do have anti-ship missiles and firing solutions against another air defense frigate, cruiser, whatever that the Russians deploy in the Black Sea. And again, the F-16s can play a role into that as well. And other types of aerial assets, including drones specifically. We know that drones might have played a critical role in taking down the Moskva, but still speculation at this point until the full account is released by the Ukrainians at some point in the future. So I'm not worried. I'm not worried about the Russians launching another air defense naval vessel anytime soon or later. It's nothing to worry about right now. What's the third one? Oscar, what was your third question?
No, there was no third question, I guess. Thank you.
Thank you, Oscar. Back to you, Robert.
Great, thank you. Okay, we're going to go over to Woke now. Thanks for your patience. And Woke and then Abdullah.
Yeah, it was literally just a 5-second statement. I wouldn't have added another list, so I'm not that rude, and I do apologize. But I was going to say, I think you clarified, which was that it would need to be mostly air support because of the mining situation. If anyone was to.
What? No one said anything about air support and mining together in one sentence. Can
No,
you
no,
rephrase?
no. That's my conclusion. I'm asking you, like, clarifying that would the mining, right? The mining that may or may not be done lead to. Obviously, they need more air support, right? But if like
naval
Turkey.
naval demining assets existing in the Black Sea right now are Turkish, and Turkey is a NATO country. If the Russians are willing to attack their naval demining vessels, by all means, be my guest. Do it. You'll give
Okay.
everyone a chance to trigger Article 4, Article 5, Article 51, Article Alien, whatever. They will get skewered the following day.
Got it.
As for aerial assets helping in demining, naval demining operations, I don't know. I don't have any information about that, but I'd reckon that
No,
there
no,
is
no.
some
That's
sort
not at
of a
all. That's way off from what I was saying. I was just saying
sure.
that
I'd
efforts
reckon
would need to be in the air more so than if the area isn't demined.
no,
No. Okay.
no. That doesn't matter at all. But I'm assuming I don't know. I don't have any information on that. But I'm assuming such as the sub hunters that we have, the big planes that fly and try to box submarines. Maybe there's some aerial capability to help naval assets working on demining to provide them some insight or some visual capability or sonar or aerial detection capability. I don't know. But I would assume that such a capability exists, but I simply don't know.
Thank you for that.
Yeah, thanks, Woke. Thanks, Em. Abdullah, hello.
Hello, good evening. Good evening, everyone. Thank you, M, for that good answer on the F-16s and the new ship. Don't worry, Oscar. It will be the new ship will join the Moskva. It will where it belongs. But I wanted to, yeah, full disclosure. First of all, I am not an economist, but I do play one on MriyaReport once in a while. I wanted to.
Not financial advice.
Yeah, that's right. That's guy. Thank you, Robin. Yeah, I should have said that as well. But what do you call when it comes to SWIFT? If I am not mistaken, I think those are one of the harshest sanctions to have ever been placed on the Russians, and of course they do want that to come off. And remember, we had to work so hard to convince the Germans and I believe the French as well to even put that on. Remember, it was a mess. The Americans had to put so much pressure on the Europeans to even do it. They didn't do it. They didn't want to do it. So if that is removed, we might as well just remove the whole sanction regime. To be honest, it's just nothing's gonna. Yeah. So of course they want it removed. So M dot. So basically, what I'm counting on is the Sultan in Ankara. I didn't see this coming. You know, this 180 from Erdogan. I was hoping for it. I was praying for it, but thank God it has happened. And maybe we could have seen this coming. As you know, Erdogan is also making what do you call when it comes to his diplomatic ventures. We are friends again with him, and now the Egyptian embassy is going to be opened again in Ankara, likewise for the Turks in Cairo. So I'm counting on Erdogan to stand up to Putin and to teach him a lesson. And I think, and we can't accept this proposal from the UN. Yeah, it should be a non-starter. And I hope we don't hear anything from Macron or Scholz, because that would be a disaster. Thank you so much.
All right, regarding
Thank you, Abdullah.
sorry, Robin. Regarding the SWIFT is more about getting money out of Russia, not getting money into Russia. So FYI, it will actually help Western partners. It won't help the Russians that much. And also, some other countries required it or requested it because they can't settle certain accounts and so on and so forth. And that leads us to the second part of the question, right? Well, Erdogan will not stand up to Putin, but he will feign standing up to Putin. That's his next act. So you will see Turkey sending more messages of support for Ukraine and carrying out more actions that are 100% pure support for Ukraine. But my theory right now, or my working hypothesis, is that several countries are in a political maneuver kind of mode right now. That includes Turkey, Egypt, Saudi Arabia, the United Arab Emirates, mainly, as semi-independent, semi-sovereign nations. And I will say why I'm calling them semi-independent, semi-sovereign. All the countries that I've just mentioned, Turkey, Saudi Arabia, United Arab Emirates, and Egypt, are neck deep in troubles. So Turkey is in economic turmoil. Egypt is in economic turmoil. Saudi Arabia has started a very ambitious agenda that aims to reach a position of leading the entire Arab and Islamic world at some point in the future. And they haven't been making the right economic choices or the right bets, let's put it that way. On the other side, the United Arab Emirates also needs more cash inflows to revive its Dubai real estate based economic model. Back in the 70s, back in the 80s, when the Gulf states were still in the construction phase, they relied on expats to build their countries from the ground up. Those expats lived in those countries, made money in those countries, but they saved most of it and they sent it back home. The business model of Dubai kind of changed. It is not only come work and live in Dubai, it's come work, live, and spend in Dubai, which is reducing the amount of remittance money that is being sent out of the country by expat workforce members working and living in the United Arab Emirates. And that's specifically for Dubai because the other Emirates don't have the same problems. And most of Dubai's debts are bankrolled by Abu Dhabi. Abu Dhabi is a different situation right now. And let's say that they made a couple of bad bets last year and they are dragging down their own stock market after, what, a 42,000% rally last year, which was obscene. And other Emirates within the Arab Emirates, specifically Ras Al Khaimah, are trying to build their own economic models right now. So there's something going on in the United Arab Emirates. How it will materialize or how it will manifest itself over the next 3 to 5 years, we'll see. But so far, they have managed to stabilize the real estate bubble that they have, and demand for real estate across all income strata and market segments is high. And spending is also quite high because a lot of Russian money moved to Dubai and moved to Abu Dhabi and moved to the United Arab Emirates as a whole. So Turkey is not going to teach Russia a lesson just yet because Erdogan and Putin actually have a personal relationship and they have a good friendship. But whoever is running the show in Turkey is also relying on independent decision makers in certain circles and certain echelons of command and certain command structures. That's why a Turkish jet shot down a Russian jet over Syria. That was a pilot call. He might have received the okay from the chief of staff. He might have received the okay from the Air Force Operations Center. It might have been a personal call, but it went unpunished on both sides. The assassination of their ambassador in Ankara is a different story because it's a quote-unquote rogue element, but the poem he recited when he assassinated the ambassador, after he assassinated the ambassador, tells you the story, but that's a CT discussion for another day. It's not for today. Why are they all doing this? They are still working towards the same goal that they want to achieve. Saudi, Egypt, the United Arab Emirates, and Turkey. And ironically, that goal is staging a comeback for a multipolar world order where Russia and China can offset the pressure, the diplomatic and the political pressure applied by the United States government, the British government, and the EU on those countries with regards to human rights issues, individual rights, economic freedoms, and so on and so forth. Nepotism, kleptocracy, corruption, control of the military, of the economy in Egypt, the Islamist agenda in Turkey, the proxy affairs Saudi and United Arab Emirates are currently involved in and have been involved in for quite some time. So I don't expect them to change sides overnight. And I don't expect Erdogan to do anything dramatic that undermines Putin. He kind of calculated that point. Putin has undermined himself in a way. So he's just letting him do his thing, and he's doing his thing without overtly challenging him. It's more like, goodbye, my friend, it was good, but now it's time for me to go, kind of thing.
Thank you so much. I gave you an inch. You went for the whole enchilada, but that's okay. I always appreciate your input. Yes. But when it comes to SWIFT, I think I'm going to stick to that statement, because if the Russian banks cannot communicate with Western financial institutions, they're basically paralyzed. And no wonder that's why they want it back. And that's why it was so difficult to convince the useless EU politicians, the heavyweights, to do so. So yeah, we'll see what happens. Thank you, M.
It's all about jobs. It's all about money eventually.
Thank you.
Yeah, thanks for having you. Oh, sorry, Robin, you go.
No, just going to thank Em and Abdullah, and we have 3 hands now. We've got Peter, Carrie, and Meta. Shaggy, did you have something else you wanted to say first?
No, I was just going to say Peter, Carrie, then Meta. So yeah, perfect.
Great minds.
I'm only on just for a minute. Yeah, thanks, Em, for his usual very well put over arguments. I don't totally agree on China, but I'm not going there. Yeah, I'm going to say that with all these sanctions, even when this conflict, when this invasion is over, which it will be, they cannot possibly be lifted until every single one of the 800,000 children that Russia have stolen are returned. That must be a complete condition. I think that is one of the most atrocious things that Russia has done. And, it must be a condition that Russia realizes that until those children are properly returned to their relatives or to the country, that none of these sanctions will be lifted, even when the war comes to an end. And I just wanted to add that. That's all. Thanks.
Yeah, fully agree with that. Definitely until every person is returned to Ukraine from Russia, until all the reparations, when they're eventually calculated, are paid, or at least a plan for them to be paid, is done. Everything. The sanctions should be the very last thing to be taken off. Yeah, that's my view anyway. Oh, what do you think, Robin?
Yeah, absolutely. This is something I think that any civilized country is going to have to stand on. It's this is one of the longest standing, will be one of the, let's say, one of the parts of the genocide that will be the longest lasting. Any child that we can't get back from them, that has to be the bottom line. Every child needs to be returned. And if they're orphans, they still need to be. They're Ukrainians. They still need to be returned to Ukraine.
Yeah, the human side of things is way more important than the financial and the money's back side of things, in my view. People before money. But yeah, let's go to who was it then? It was Kerry, then Meta, then Woke.
That's exactly right. Carrie, Meta.
Hi, you guys. Yeah, fully concur with what you were just saying about the return of the children and being an iron fist with regard to not releasing any sanctions until that point has been achieved. But to state the patently obvious, so just to share with you, the IOC is not to formally invite Russia, Belarus to the 2024 Olympic Games in Paris. So the IOC has just, that information has just been released, but it has still not taken the decision yet on whether Russian and Belarusian citizens are able to compete under a neutral flag, which we know is not neutral, but I just thought I'd share that with you because I saw it come out about 15 minutes ago.
Yeah, thank you. It's a step in the right direction. I'm reserving judgment until we see something a little stronger, though. As you say, and all those Russian-speaking Syrians are a little suspicious, and you know that if they are to win medals, that Russia will immediately claim them as their own again. So yeah, but it's a step in the right direction at least. Okay, let's go over to Meta.
I'll try to be quicker this time. And thank you again for all your info. It's so important. But United Arab Emirates seem to have sold some fighter jets to Belarus, so to Lukashenko, not the original Belarus, and are sort of starting to take sides on this. And we've seen it in OPEC and stuff like that, that they are taking. That's one of my worries. And I know you said it's like they're being impartial by being partial, and it's all about money, but it's a fairly dangerous game, I think, also for them, because West is quite strong as long as we stick together. But and about the sanctions, not to lift one bit, not one bit. On the opposite, that's my opinion. As a Finnish part of it, NATO, part of EU, Russia will pay until to the last child, to the last bomb, to the last building. I think so. That lifting sanctions is not the answer at all. But sorry for being so strict about it. But that's really, you can't give an inch to Russia. They will. You'll. Well, yeah. As a Finn, I know they'll never change. So not worth it. Thanks.
Yeah, that's right. And I wouldn't call that being strict. I think that's being clear. The moral clarity is extremely important in this.
Yeah,
Shag,
definitely agree with that, Robin. No sanctions lifted until all the humans are the Ukrainian humans are back, the parents and the kids and the prisoners of war, everything like that. I have a feeling some of the sanctions may need to be lifted so they can pay and they can start paying some of the reparations. Obviously, we've frozen a lot of their money, but for them to pay all the reparations they owe, they're going to need to make some money. So there could be some sanctions relief to enable them to pay that. That's the only reason I can think of lifting some sanctions is so they can start make good on those reparations. But that's going to come much later. So the battlefield win first of all, repatriation of the kidnapped basically, and then the reparations comes after that. I think is how it's going to go. Should we go to work?
Let's do it.
Thanks. Yeah, I was just gonna say, didn't someone earlier say that SWIFT could be turned on just for the Green Deal? Not that that's acceptable either. Not saying that whatsoever. I don't think we should make any concessions to them, period, until just everything you guys said, basically. But is that true? Would they be able to not just lift that part of the sanction, but activate SWIFT specifically for one thing, or is it a one and done type of deal?
Yeah, you can do. I mean, I actually worked at Swift once as an IT professional, so I know a little bit about the systems there. Okay, it was 20 years ago, but yeah, you can take groups of companies out. You can take individual companies out. You can take whole countries out if the will is there. It's just lines of code and a database with various bits of data in there, and you change a few of them. And Bob's your uncle, so it's not that difficult. It's all about will when it comes to what Swift and can and cannot allow to be transacted through it. It's pretty simple actually.
May I just interject something as to Swift? It is a little bit more complicated in this regard. I've had my fair share of 25 years of involvement with this. You need to have a counterparty established in Swift, and those who have been sanctioned are not eligible counterparties anymore.
technically all of their access and all their capacity to update software has been rescinded. They've been excluded and cannot be allowed back in. So there is no such thing as a one-time access code, so to say. That's the main difficulty here, which is why the Russians are fighting for it that hard. So it's not working this way, and therefore we should also not make any of these counterparties eligible again. But the other technicality is that you could technically, if you were, so to say, I mean, if you go back, and you'll probably remember this, if you went to any of the SIBOS, Swift trade fairs and conventions, you will have seen that at some point in time, banks which were not excluded from SWIFT, but whose functionality was reduced or limited for whatever reason,
Axel, I'm not hearing you. Is that just me?
I'm not hearing Axel either now.
No, neither here.
Axel, if you can hear us, nobody can hear you. Hopefully, maybe recycle or something, Axel. Are you there?
You know, let's go to M. I have the feeling Axel was just getting out of the car, getting ready to come into the house to take over for us at 2. So maybe when...
Sorry, people.
Oh, are you back, Axel?
Yeah, I apologize.
Oh,
Literally
there
in the
you are.
moment when I was about to talk about this, I received a call. I apologize. So sorry. What was the last thing you heard?
You were talking about Swift, and you were about to talk about the technical part.
All right, yeah. Okay, so if you go back into how the Swift systems were set up prior to real decentralization, there was always a node, and then it's the usage is bilateral. So you send a message type, an empty message to the other counterparty, but for that the counterparty needs to be established. So my point is dominantly that we need to make sure that we do not allow any of those banks to come back into the system, because then at a later stage, the barrier to usage will be lower. You can, of course, and there, Shaggy, you're right, you can block certain functionalities within Swift. But if you're a sanctioned entity, you should not be a counterparty. That's why it matters.
Yeah, agreed. I mean, the dirty way of doing it would just be to put a little bit of code in there that any transactions that come along with their certain Swift code or code that identifies that bank or that counterparty.
Yeah, but
goes
that
straight
would
into
run
the
counter. That would run counter to the basic, sort of in terms of service, if you select.
Yeah, I know. That's why I called it a dirty solution. Let's go to M.
If I know this correctly, if I remember this correctly, they only requested the reconnection of the Russell Hus Bank or the Agricultural Bank, Axel.
Not yes, only doesn't really fit. They requested exactly that because they know that by that means it's one step forward to re-establishing themselves and becoming an eligible counterparty, and that must be prevented at any cost. Mr. Guterres is doing the devil's work in this case, and what we should do is we should answer to them. That's great, no problem. Okay, fine, fair enough. You can have this bank, but we'll take Gazprom Bank away. Thank you very much.
Right. Okay, I can see it now. Thank you, George.
Yeah, I hope that did that answer your question as well, Work?
Absolutely, yeah. Thank you. It's complicated. That's the answer.
Yeah, it is. It gets a little bit webby, like a bit of a spider's web. Robin.
Yeah, no, I was going to say it is complicated, and also so much of everything that goes on in life is predicated on having two good actors on both sides. And when you're dealing with someone who's with a country that's duplicitous the way Russia is, it makes everything that much more complicated.
What's not complicated, however, is the fact that, like Axel said, we must prevent that at all costs.
Yeah, I fully agree with Axel here as well. There should be no stepping back. It needs to be a united front. As soon as cracks appear, Russians are going to make hay. So yeah, it's like the old dike story. Once there's a little hole appears in the dike, it'll just get worse and worse. Anda.
Hi. So I came up because I read an article and I have questions for Em. I'm sorry. It was supposed to be one question, but it transformed itself in three and maybe more. So the article is from Kyiv Independent. It is about Sweden and Ukraine signing an agreement to share intelligence to speed up aid delivery. And somewhere in the corp of in the article, it says something like, "We'll be able to share confidential information concerning Jas Gripen jet fighters and other military equipment." So my first question was, are the Gripen coming? And I have several more questions about this.
Yeah, go on, Em.
Well, everyone would love to see the Gripens for several reasons, but the two main reasons are the training will probably take 2 months. It can be condensed into 2 months, 3 months max. And it is a fighter jet that was designed with the Russians in mind. So it's a fighter jet that is designed to actually take out Russian aircraft. Everyone would love to see the Gripen introduced to the battle space, but will it happen or not? I don't know. As for the details of the agreement, it seems that it means that the Swedes would be sending Ukrainians kit that they are operating themselves, and therefore, hence the term "willing to share intelligence regarding certain material" and the Gripen. It means that whatever version they are flying, whatever version they are operating, with whatever configuration, whatever capabilities, will be shared with the Ukrainians. They're not getting an export version of whatever they are getting. They will be getting a version that the Swedish armed forces are operating themselves. And at least that's how I understand it. It could be different, but that's what I'm getting out of it.
So I'm following this up. They will be able, to my understanding, another part of the deal is that they will be Ukraine will be able to buy military equipment directly from Sweden. So probably something they already have, and as you said, they won't modify.
So I don't understand that clause, because any country can approach any country to buy directly from its defense industry. But I'm assuming it means that they will extend some sort of credit facility, because Ukraine right now is more or less operating on whatever aid it is being given. It's a fact. It's not an insult. It's not a bad thing to say. Their economy has been crippled by this war, and therefore they require credit facilities for so many things, including running the government, taking care of the civilian population, and military support or military aid. So I'm assuming that clause means that they can approach the Swedish defense industry independently without having to negotiate with third parties. So they don't have to go through the Americans, they don't have to go through the British, they don't have to go through the EU. They can approach the Swedish government, coordinate with the Swedish government, and go shopping at the Swedish defense industry contractors. Who's going to pay? I'm assuming that the Swedish government is going to extend some credit facility, and they will consider this form of an economic stimulus package. So the money they are spending, even if it's taxpayers' money, it is ending with Swedish defense contractors, which means more jobs and more revenue and more taxes and so on and so forth. How it will materialize, I don't know, but it seems like a cooperation protocol at the time. So right now, as it stands, it's a framework for cooperating on defense, and it allows for two key points, or two key achievements. It allows the Ukrainians to access Swedish defense contractors at a level comparable to the access the Swedish government gets, which means that whatever export version they are getting of whatever platform they are purchasing will be more or less the same as the version the Swedes themselves operate. And maybe a credit facility will be announced if Ukraine places orders with Swedish defense contractors directly. That's what I'm getting out of it.
Thank you. Two more questions. Short. So, is there any precedence to this accord in history? I don't recall if any other country did something similar with the third party at war.
I would say the development of certain air defense systems, specifically Israeli ones. So the Iron Dome was more or less developed in that way, but it wasn't a procurement. It wasn't a direct procurement, and sharing intelligence or design schematics or blueprints of one platform. It was more of a shared or a mutual development interest or contract or agreement or protocol. It's a good question, but I can't answer it. The only thing I can think of right now is the development of the Iron Dome, and I don't know if it's David's sling or the arrow, one of them.
One more question and I'm done. So, how do you see this going forward? So, how would the Russians look at this, given the fact that they are not known to just pass by and not say anything?
I'm sorry, can you repeat that again?
So, how do you provision the Russian reaction will be when they will read about this agreement?
Nothing. They can't do anything. If they want to attack Sweden, go ahead. He's my guest again. They ran out of options. They literally ran out of options. The only option that they have right now is either to pull out of Ukraine, apologize, and try to fix this. They won't do that, or go bananas and blow up a nuclear device, and they won't do that either. So they're just stuck. I don't see them maneuvering their way out of this. I don't think that Putin is thinking clearly, and I don't think that even if he has smart, competent people whom he is willing to take their counsel and heed their advice, they don't have any options. Sweden is going to cooperate with Ukraine. What can we do about it? Maybe, use some information operations network that they have in Sweden against the Swedish government. Maybe. Further try to destabilize the Swedish society by using a couple of wannabe freedom fighters who are just operatives for another country, wink wink, Iran, who managed to slip through the cracks and get asylum status in Sweden. Who knows? But so far, they don't have a kinetic option against Sweden, and I don't think they will be able to develop a kinetic option against Sweden in the near future.
Thank you very much, thank you very much.
Do you mind if I just butt in here? Is that okay?
Yeah.
Yeah, with the Gripen, it would be ideal for Ukraine for everything that Emma's said. I often try and think out of the box. So sometimes I'll talk absolute rubbish, but I know with aviation, a lot of stuff is not actually purchased; it's leased. And I wondered if there was, obviously, if it's blown up, you can't do that, or if it, but is it possible with something like the Gripen, which I don't think is that old, but again, I might be wrong because I don't know a lot about them. But F-16s, obviously, a lot of them are quite old, and the purchase price would be quite low. And then they can obviously be taken up to date, but they are quite old aircraft. With the Gripen, I don't know how old that is, so they would probably be paying a lot of money for them. And I just wonder if Sweden doesn't actually need them at present, whether some couldn't actually be leased to Ukraine, obviously on condition that they're returned in the same condition. But that's done in aviation while, in a broad way. Is that a possibility?
The short answer is no.
Can you explain?
There is no lease for combat aircraft. You might be able to get a lease for OP4 from old stock, but there is no lease for combat aircraft. What you may get is what Emma alluded to and what we've been saying here for quite some time, that there is essentially sales support by means of a credit facility, but no lease. Lease makes no sense.
What arrangement does Hungary have, Axel? Is that a lease or not, or something
This
else?
is an ECA covered part of an inside NATO operation to replace previously operating aircraft, but they are not in combat. Are we in agreement? You don't lease to a country at war. And this Hungarian structure is only supplemental because there was no other way for the Hungarian government at that point in time to enter into the transaction, but they had to fly air policing in AirCap because they were required by NATO.
Okay, all right then, that makes sense then. Robin, do you know what order the hands were? I'm gonna go to M, and then figure it out.
I'm afraid I totally lost track of it. We're gonna have to go on the honor system. Who's next,
Okay.
guys?
I go to M first next, and then we'll go to the honor system after that.
Okay, so that works well.
Right, Peter. As Axel said, no, there will be no leasing. What the Swedes are working on right now is a very interesting concept called the Gripen E. It's supposed to be a modular and connected aircraft that provides air support and carries out air missions in a completely new way. So if I had a crystal ball, I would say that this agreement signals the Swedish government's readiness to sell Ukraine some of its Gripens in service in order to place new orders with Saab for the new Gripen E and kind of extend a credit facility in a way that functions both as an investment in Ukraine and an investment in the economy domestically. More of a spending stimulus package. No leasing. They have a vested interest in seeing Ukraine win, and I believe they have a vested interest in seeing the Gripens in action against Russian targets, whether ground or aerial. But yeah, that's it.
Okay. Right.
Okay, thank you, Shaggy. At this point, I think I am going to bid you all adieu, and David will be coming up to take over for me. Thank you, everyone, for a great session. This has really been interesting discussion. It's always worth it, a few hours spent on Maria Report. Please
like and retweet the space. If you've got some extra shekels around in your pocket, or you can afford to skip coffee for 3 days, please consider giving to MriyaReport so we can extend our help in Ukraine. Thank you, especially to all of our Ukrainian listeners. We're honored that you are spending some time with us. And that's it. Slava Ukraini.
Yeah, thanks, Robin.
Harem Slava.
Hello, Slava. Very, very enjoyable session. I honestly can't believe 3 hours has just gone past. That's just I'm discombobulated by that. But yeah, we'll wait. So Axel and David are coming up. While that's happening, let's go to Oscar. Oscar, then Meta, then Jack Girl.
No, maybe Matt and Jack Girl have some valuable comments, because I'm going to ask this silly question and I know that will be the short answer is no. So I'll wait.
Okay, I'll go then while you're switching your seats. And David and Axel can get one by one, and we'll hear some YMCA soon, or DCMIA. Yeah, but about the grippens, it's my favorite subject, obviously, and the Swedish arms industry. I'm so fascinated about it. They've given the CV-19s, they've given the archers. We haven't seen them in action, but they will be the spear, together with the Abrams, hopefully. But they haven't been delivered yet. But it's good. But the Gripens, as M said, they have been made to fight the Russians, and they have capabilities that are not, for a big air force, maybe. I don't know, but Ukraine is very, very big country, but they are very, very capable jets, and they're not going to lease them. Sweden is doing, I think, a very, very, very smart thing, because all world is watching what's happening, and they're doing everything before US in a way, but in small numbers. But they have a perfect showroom for their capabilities, and as every one of us knows that Air Force is what they need, and the whole world is really praying for any aircraft. And as you said, M, in this contract, they can actually, Ukraine has been probably able for some time to communicate with Saab. I think it was a leak that Saab did a mistake in saying that the Ukrainians are very, very capable, and that's a long time ago. So I think they are about ready. So we'll see the Gripens very soon, I think, and it's gonna be the E version with all the radars and Meteor. So it's going to be a show, but it's not going to be an air force. It's going to be an air feast. So it's unfortunately not going to be a big one, but it's going to be a very effective one. And the Russians, yes, they will. Medvedev will write how next time we nuke Stockholm, and Lavrov will shout about it, and Pesco will say, yes, we will do some very serious consequences. So that's what they're gonna do. But I'm just counting hours to see some Gripens in the Ukrainian skies. Thank you, my favorite subject. I so wait for them. Thank you.
Yeah, thanks, Mate. Don't worry, I'll be bringing bringing Gripens up again, because I really like that subject as well. I don't know what it is, but I do. Jago.
I had a question. Didn't Finland, I thought Finland about 8 months ago did something, well, it sounded, I don't remember, but it sounded, didn't they extend a purchase order thing with Ukraine or something so that they could somehow cooperate with them in that way? Or am I wrong?
I think you are mixing up with Sanna Marin, our prime minister. She hadn't talked with our defense minister when she met with Zelensky. She just sort of spontaneously wanted to give up our Hornets because we are getting F-35s. So she was a little bit early in her statements, and but Finland is capable of, if Australia wants to give up the F-18s that really are available, then Finland could maintain and repair and train Ukrainian pilots. But saying that we could give out Hornets before the F-35s was early, unfortunately, and it was I'm so tired of the subject. But
Yeah, it was an election move, Meta. It was an election
it was, and it was so pre-stated, and it's hurting our reputation because you don't blub a thing like that because Zelensky got so excited and everyone got so excited, but we can't give up them. Thanks.
Actually,
Yeah, in order to, sorry, just to finish off what Meta just said, in order to sort of say, in order to project helpfulness, Sanna Marin just continued what was her political style in between, and that unfortunately in such serious matters is not helpful at all, unfortunately.
Exactly, and I'm really grateful for Sanna for being so prompt with things regarding Ukraine and being so saying what the Finnish people think, that the way out of the conflict is for Russia to leave Ukraine, and statements like this. But then she wasn't always, checking things with those who are actually responsible, like the Ministry of Defense. So there are mistakes, but she's very popular in her ways, and I think she handled it quite well, at least when it comes to Ukraine. Thanks.
Right, I just put in here now. A second. David, are you there? Can you hear me? I just want to check that David's up and ensconced in his co-host seat before I drop down. Oh no, he's dropped down again. So I'll stay here. Yeah, sorry, Oscar, off you go.
Yeah, I know this is not a smart and potentially just very, very theoretical question that doesn't have any practice. But speaking about leverages and blackmailing, I know that European/NATO countries will never do that. But what about Kaliningrad? Why can it be blocked and just be used as blackmail, as an item of bargaining? Yeah, I know. That's unrealistic. Nobody wants to step on that field. But still, Russia has a piece of its, that's still occupied territory, and they are really keen on it. So why not?
While you're still switching seats, being a Finn, I can say, yes, we could. Kaliningrad is easy. I would say even that with the Finnish army, we could march to St. Petersburg in 2 to 3 days. We don't want that. We don't want them. That's really the reason we are not offensive country. That's Russia. Let them keep it. But it's possible, as you said. It would be easy because they are also in the sea. They could be sea blocked as well. So you're right.
No, I'm not saying
But
about
the topic
occupying it. Yes,
the topic plays into Russian narratives always, as you know, because this is what Putin constantly with his propaganda projects. Not that he really believes it, I doubt it. He projects that Russia, the motherland, is under attack and can be taken from each side. Yes, it could if they were to really misbehave, but seriously, nobody's interested. Kaliningrad, as he calls it, or as many people mistakenly call it, Königsberg, at some point in time will find a solution. And I'm quite sure the solution will be a free Baltic Republic, because that's the only way out of this. But this is for much later.
Yeah, and that's for the people who live there. That's up to them. We are not going to sort of take it.
Of course, absolutely. The referendum will know all the playbook. Referendum that's voting for
Are we going to
Königsberg
empty it?
People's Republic. We
Are
can
we
use
going to
Russia's
empty it, Olga,
playbook.
first? You and I will go then. We're going to empty it all first from those people who came in due to Russification. Oh, gosh, that would be pretty much all of them. That's the whole problem of Königsberg. There's no possibility whatsoever to have people